Chapter 1. The World of Pirates. Year 1476 of the Sea Circle Calendar. West Sea, Ohara Island. A gentle sea breeze caressed the air, and several seagulls soared across the azure sky, their cries echoing softly. Nestled in the heart of a forest on the island stood a modest wooden cabin. In front of the cabin sat a young man in his 20s, with dark hair and clad in simple attire. His face bore a frown, and he let out a soft sigh. Alas, how could I, of all people, find myself in such a predicament? In this perilous world of pirates, no less. The young man was once a university student whose life was abruptly snuffed out after an all-nighter spent binge-watching 2 years' worth of One Piece, only to meet an unfortunate end. He had now found himself inhabiting the body of a man named Kavi, who had succumbed to despair after his wife left him for another. Unable to bear the heartbreak, he retreated to the forest and constructed a small cabin, choosing to live in seclusion. Yet, one fateful day while hunting, he was struck by a sudden storm and met his demise by lightning. And thus, the young man had traversed into the life of this unfortunate soul. You have fared worse than I. Though I met my end, at least I was transported here you. However, lost your wife and were then struck down by lightning. Very well, I shall live in your stead. From this moment forth, I am Kavi, the man murmured to himself. Kavi had been in this world for 3 days, surviving on the meager provisions left behind by the previous occupant. In this treacherous world of pirates, Kavi, a 20-something youth with no fighting prowess, dared not venture outside. Thus, he remained confined to his home for 3 consecutive days. What sort of lunatic builds a cabin in the midst of a forest, making it so I cannot even step outside? Kavi grumbled as he munched on his food. In the world of pirates, not only was the sea fraught with danger, but the land was equally perilous. Particularly within the forest, wild beasts lurked at every turn. Kavi hesitated to venture out, but fortunately, his food supply would last for a while longer. Before it ran out, he resolved to train diligently, preparing himself for self-defense on his next expedition for sustenance. Ding! The Supreme Sign-In Enhancement System has been successfully loaded. By the heavens, the claims of the travelers are true. System, enlighten me about your functions. Kavi, a seasoned reader, understood this was the arrival of his golden finger. He had prepared himself for rigorous training, and now this development was fortuitous. This system is the most formidable sign-in enhancement system across the multiverse. Its function is simple. The host need only sign in daily. Each day of sign-in guarantees the acquisition of 1 point in physical constitution, with occasional additional rewards. As long as the host survives, invincibility will be theirs. Forge ahead, young one. Let's sign in then. System, I call upon you. Kavi declared excitedly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in. Physical constitution increased by 1. Furthermore, you have triggered a lucky critical hit upon your first sign-in and received the additional reward of Conqueror's Haki. Remarkable, Kavi exclaimed. His first sign-in had granted him an entry ticket to the ranks of the elite. Truly, it was a stroke of good fortune. Feeling a surge of power, Kavi opened his character panel. Host Kavi. Age, 25. Physical constitution, 11. Skills, Conqueror's Haki beginner. Gazing upon the simplistic panel, Kavi felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He finally possessed a modicum of self-defense. In his previous life, Kavi had watched the anime One Piece, albeit only up to the arc where the protagonist reached Wano. Due to academic commitments, he had to abandon the series, and in the midst of trying to catch up, fate had dealt him a cruel blow. However, he had caught glimpses of later developments through short videos, such as the transformation of the Gum Gum fruit into Nico and Luffy's rise as one of the 4 emperors. This rekindled Kavi's awareness of the dangers that lurked within the pirate world. Fortunately, the plot had yet to commence. This era appeared to be the Rock's era, which was undeniably perilous. He resolved to bide his time for a few more years. Kavi assured himself that this was not cowardice, but rather prudence. The seas of this age were fraught with treachery, populated by legends such as Roger, Garp, Whitebeard, Shiki the Golden Lion, and the pirate Overlord Rocks, among others. It was truly an era of divine clashes, and Kavi was but a fledgling. It was wise to tread carefully. Having traversed into the world of pirates, Kavi harbored no grand ambitions of saving the world. He simply wished to grow stronger, explore the world, have some fun at the expense of the younger generation, and ultimately witness the grand finale. Recalling fragments of memory, he realized he was situated on Ohara Island in the West Sea, which was reputed to be the hometown of Nico Robin. It was a pity that the island would later fall victim to the Buster Call. Naturally, curiosity would lead one to explore that which the world government had deemed forbidden, and it was no wonder that annihilation awaited. Fortunately, there were still several decades until the Buster Call, allowing Kavi to develop in peace. Time passed, and 8 years slipped by. Kavi had spent a full 8 years sequestered in this forest. On this day, while engaged in his daily training, he received his customary newspaper. This had become one of the few pleasures Kavi indulged in over the years. Time had elapsed, and he feared forgetting some plot points. Perusing the newspaper daily helped him stay informed about events in various locales. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Kavi sat down to read the news of the day. His eyes were immediately drawn to the headline. Garp becomes a naval hero. Has the Battle of God Valley already concluded? Though the newspaper lacked detailed accounts, Kavi could surmise the outcome. Garp, in alliance with Roger, had vanquished Rocks, thereby marking the end of the Rocks era. The captains of the Rocks pirates subsequently went their separate ways, establishing their own dominions. It was evident that the Rocks pirates had been a formidable force in their time. Even such strength had ultimately fallen to the might of the world government, underscoring the perilous nature of this world. System: display the character panel. Host: Kavi. Age: 33. Physical constitution: 3847. Skills: Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Armament Haki Intermediate, Observation Haki Beginner, Swordsmanship Beginner. Devil Fruit: Human Fruit, Pango Form Development, Level 23. Surveying the increasingly robust panel, Kavi nodded in satisfaction. This was the culmination of 8 years of effort. The remarkable increase in physical constitution was entirely attributable to Kavi's unwavering dedication to training. The system had only granted him 1 point per day, accumulating over 2,000, while Kavi's relentless training contributed an additional 1,000 or so. As time progressed, the effects of training had diminished, and in recent months, he had only managed to increase his constitution by a single point. It seemed that ordinary training had lost its efficacy. Kavi resolved to take a more relaxed approach and rely on the system from here on out. As for the Devil Fruit, it was a stroke of luck that Kavi had signed it into existence. According to the system's explanation, this fruit was crafted from the diluted blood of Pangu, manifested in the powers of the pirate world, and bore no adverse effects. Kavi was elated, silently paying homage to the great Pangu for a moment. Yet, the fruit proved challenging to develop after all these years. He had only managed to cultivate it to level 23. Of course, the benefits were substantial. Most notably, Kavi felt his defenses and strength had dramatically improved, alongside an enhancement in his physical constitution. However, he had yet to uncover any unique skills. As a gentle breeze wafted by, Kavi reclined in front of the cabin, relishing the tranquility of the moment. Though life had grown somewhat monotonous, the surrounding environment was pleasant. Over the years, Kavi had cleared away the trees surrounding the cabin, creating a patch of arable land where he cultivated vegetables. He hunted every few days to ensure a steady supply of meat. During his first hunting expedition, he finally understood why the original occupant had dared to construct a home deep within this forest. There were few large beasts in this forest, with only a smattering of ordinary wildlife. Kavi occasionally ventured out to procure essential supplies, but he never dared to spend the night outdoors. Although Kavi seldom used currency, the original owner's remaining wealth had dwindled considerably over the years. It seemed he would need to venture out to earn some money soon. With that thought, Kavi rose and set up a barbecue grill in front of the cabin, skewering the beast meat he had brought back the previous day, igniting a fire to prepare his lunch. A little bit of barbecue each day brought joy to his life, if only he could indulge in some wine as well. But alas, Kavi's finances did not permit such luxuries. In due time, the grill emitted a sizzling sound as the golden brown meat released an enticing aroma. Just as Kavi prepared to savor the delicious meal, he heard a faint sound of swallowing from within the forest. Who goes there? His instinctive observation haki activated, extending outward, swiftly revealing a white-haired girl hiding behind a tree. Come out, I can see you. Kavi felt a sense of familiarity regarding the individual. Yet he could not place her. Could she be an acquaintance of the original owner? The white-haired girl cautiously emerged from behind the tree, her expression tense, and spoke from a distance. I apologize. I stumbled upon this place by accident. With that, she quickly bowed deeply to Kavi. The young girl's apology left Kawi feeling somewhat embarrassed. Would you like to have some? Kawi raised the roasted meat in his hand, gesturing towards the girl. Is that all right? The moment the girl heard this, her eyes lit up and she quickly approached Kawi. Indeed, she exhibited no sense of caution whatsoever. Of course, I can't finish it all by myself. That was a lie. I could easily consume double the amount. However, Kawi had not encountered anyone in this secluded spot for years, and his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. Upon hearing his words, the girl no longer hesitated, taking the roasted meat from Kawi's hand and devouring it eagerly. Delicious. Uncle, your cooking is simply amazing. Naturally, I've been honing my skills for a full 8 years. When it comes to cooking, Kawi takes immense pride over these 8 years. He has not only trained, but also perfected his culinary prowess. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Nico Olvia, and my dream is to become a great archaeologist, the girl said, her face brimming with excitement. And you, uncle? At her words, Kawi's heart skipped a beat. Could she possibly be Nico Robin's mother? No wonder she seemed familiar. My name is Kawi. I have no particular dreams, and am currently living in seclusion here. How'd you find this place? Kawi continued. Oh, after finishing my studies today, I went out for a stroll, pondering whether the forest might hold anything related to archaeology. Before I knew it, I had wandered deep into the woods. Just as I was about to head back, I caught a whiff of an enticing aroma and followed it here. Olvia replied with an innocent expression. Such a naive girl would one day sacrifice her life in pursuit of the study of that lost history. Kawi found her admirable, although she may not be a good mother. She was undoubtedly a great archaeologist. Then we are truly fated to meet. I wish you the best in becoming the world's greatest archaeologist. Thank you, uncle. After enjoying the roasted meat, the young girl had to return to her studies, her confidence renewed by Kawi's encouragement. From that day forward, Nico Olvia frequently visited Kawi for food and drink, and they became friends. To his surprise, his first friend turned out to be a significant figure. Thus, 5 more years passed. Kawi had completely run out of money. It was time to venture out and experience the chaotic seas. System. Open the character panel. Host, Kawi. Age, 38. Physique, 5438. Skills, Conqueror's Haki Advanced, Armament Haki Advanced, Observation Haki Intermediate, Swordsmanship Advanced, Navy 6 Styles Advanced. Water walking reduces stamina consumption by 20 while fighting on water. Devil Fruit, Human Fruit, Pango Form Development, Level 32. With a physique exceeding 5,000, Kawi could sense the immense power coursing through his body. His height of 2.5 meters was not particularly noteworthy in the pirate world. However, his remarkable muscles and imposing presence were sufficient to instill a strong sense of pressure in ordinary individuals. As his physique strengthened, both his armament haki and the later acquired Navy 6 styles ascended to an advanced level. The enhancement of his observation haki progressed more slowly than his other skills, a reason being, physical enhancement does not indirectly elevate observation haki, and Kawi was not fond of self-training, which meant he could only improve it through repetitive sign-ins within the system, converting it into proficiency to bolster his observation haki. Another reason Kawi dared to venture out was due to his water-walking skill. To comprehend the nature of the pirate world, one must acknowledge that it predominantly consists of vast oceans, and it is a well-known fact that pirates are formidable beings, endowed with immense physical strength. Although Kavi's fruit ability has already propelled his endurance beyond that of his peers, who wouldn't desire even greater stamina, not to mention, Kavi is renowned for his steady demeanor. In terms of overall strength, Kavi feels confident that he could contend with an admiral. With this thought in mind, Kavi hesitates no longer, He prepares to gather his belongings and set forth. He organizes a month's worth of provisions and stores them in the system's space. Fortunately, the system possesses storage capabilities. Otherwise, transporting such a large quantity of food would be quite the challenge. You may wonder why he doesn't store it on a ship. Alas, what is a ship to me? Do I, Kavi, require a vessel to sail the seas? In truth, it is due to a lack of funds to purchase one. Nevertheless, Kavi feels quite content to embark on this journey without a ship, especially with his ability to walk on water. If Aokiji can leisurely ride a bicycle across the ocean, surely I can traverse it on foot. After bidding farewell to Olvia, informing her that he won't be visiting for free meals anytime soon, the young girl complains about his absence, urging him to return quickly, for their free chef has departed, causing her understandable anxiety. With a final goodbye to the quirky girl, Kavi finally steps off the small island. This perilous and twisted world awaits my exploration. A month later, in a certain sea area, a grand whale-shaped pirate ship is hosting a banquet. Gulalala, my sons, the feast has begun. Ooh, let the festivities commence. It is none other than the Whitebeard pirates. Since the Battle of God Valley, the Rock's pirates have splintered, with various captains establishing their own factions, seeking allies and vying for supremacy over the vast seas. Currently, Edward Newgate, at the zenith of his power, stands as one of the most formidable contenders. Old man, someone is walking on the sea. It seems they are heading our way. Marco, still in his youth, shouts from the ship's side, gazing at the figure approaching across the water. Oh, can you discern who it is? Could it be the Navy? Whitebeard inquires, his curiosity piqued. Clearly, anyone capable of traversing the ocean alone is no ordinary individual. I don't recognize them. They don't appear to be Navy. The figure in question is Kavi, whose experiences over the past month remain a mystery. Each day, he utilized the moonwalk technique to travel, resting occasionally by simply walking on the water, with no map or navigational tools. He chose a random direction and embarked on his journey. After a month, he had yet to encounter a single island or pirate ship. At last, fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon a pirate vessel. As he drew closer, he recognized it as the Moby Dick. What luck! After such a long dry spell, he finally encounters a heavyweight. Arriving at the ship's side, he calls out, "Excuse me, I seem to have lost my way. May I come aboard for a bite to eat?" Having arrived, he certainly cannot resist the opportunity to indulge and perhaps borrow a map. Old man, Marco is momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond to Kavi, as he has never encountered someone so audacious as to seek a meal from the Whitebeard pirates. He turns his gaze towards Whitebeard. Gulalala, let him aboard. It has been far too long since I have met such an intriguing individual. The iconic laughter of Whitebeard echoes across the ship. With permission granted, Kavi does not hold back. He steps onto the ship with a graceful leap, landing firmly on the deck. Kavi surveys his surroundings, his gaze settling on the imposing figure seated in the center. Edward Newgate, with his signature mustache, retains the golden hue of his hair, his robust physique exuding an undeniable aura of power. In comparison, Kavi feels diminutive, akin to a child before a giant. This is the man destined to be hailed as the strongest in the world, and his reputation is indeed well-deserved. At this moment, Whitebeard scrutinizes Kavi, intrigued yet unable to fully gauge the newcomer. Though not particularly tall, Kavi radiates an undeniable sense of strength, emanating a subtle yet palpable danger. I am Kavi. I apologize for the intrusion. He boasts slightly to the gathered audience. We are pirates. You dare to come aboard without fear of peril? Newgate remarks, observing that Kavi seems unaware of the pirate identity of those around him. Of course I am aware. The great pirate Edward Newgate is a name I have certainly heard. Kavi admits, not feigning ignorance, for it would be absurd to claim unfamiliarity with Whitebeard in the world of pirates. Is it that today's youth are also amusing? Young ones, we have a guest. Let the festivities continue. True to his nature, Whitebeard exhibits a generous spirit, welcoming Kavi as long as he harbors no ill intent. However, Kavi feels somewhat miffed at being referred to as young, considering Whitebeard is only a few years his senior. Yet, given the hospitality extended to him, he chooses to overlook it. Soon, Kavi integrates into the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates, effortlessly building rapport with the crew thanks to his high emotional intelligence. The revelry escalates. The crew, in a state of jovial inebriation, begins clamoring for a contest of strength. Kavi, enjoying the leisurely atmosphere, watches the performances unfold. The first contestants are Jozu and Marco, both wielders of devil fruit abilities. Jozu with his diamond fruit and Marco with his phoenix fruit. While their abilities are undeniably powerful, Kavi assesses their mastery as lacking. Both are still young, and considering their future performances during the Marineford War, they show promise. However, Kavi refrains from extensive commentary on Marco. As he possesses a mythical Zoan fruit, it seems his potential has yet to be fully realized, rendering him formidable yet lacking in combat prowess. Seeing Marco brings to Kavi's mind a memorable scene, Rayleigh battling Marco with a single finger. That moment had brought much amusement to Kavi in his previous life. As he observes the spectacle, he can't help but feel that one day he, too, will be the focus of such attention. Kavi, why don't you join in as well? I see you can walk on water. You must possess a devil fruit ability. After the match between Marco and Rosa concludes, the attention shifts towards Kavi. Well, sort of. Kavi responds ambiguously. What do you mean by sort of? Either you have an ability or you do not. Are you merely brushing me off? Marco's irritation is palpable. Kavi, feeling exasperated, explains that his ability to walk on water is not derived from a devil fruit. And frankly, it doesn't align with the traditional powers of the pirate world. Never mind, it's of little consequence. Come on, let us spar. Marco, eager for a challenge, can hardly contain his excitement. Yes, Kavi, show us what you've got. The surrounding crew encourages him, and Whitebeard appears equally curious about Kavi's capabilities, sensing that he is no ordinary individual. Kavi had initially thought the Whitebeard pirates would be rather straightforward. Yet he realizes he was mistaken. They are eager to test his strength. I'm afraid I might hurt you, Kavi admits, genuinely concerned, as he possesses great power but lacks combat experience. What if he were to strike too hard? However, this statement takes on a different interpretation among the crew. Hahaha, Marco has been underestimated. Laughter erupts around them. How dare you look down on me? I am quite strong, Marco retorts fiercely. Though his strength is relative to ordinary individuals. With Kavi's current prowess, he could easily overpower Marco without even utilizing Hakai. At Marco's age, he likely has yet to grasp the concept of haki. Alright, but let us keep it light, Kavi concedes. Unable to resist the crowd's enthusiasm. He moves to the center of the ship, where the crew forms a circle around him. Given the circumstances, they decide to engage in a friendly display of martial arts rather than using overwhelming powers. Are you ready? Here I come. Without allowing Kavi a moment to prepare, Marco lunges forward with a punch. Sensing the wind from the punch, Kavi tilts his head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. With his observation haki, dodging Marco's strikes is exceedingly simple. Seeing that his first attempt has failed, Marco continues his assault with a barrage of punches and kicks, all of which Kavi deftly dodges. Infuriating Marco, who realizes that Kavi possesses observation haki. Then fight without haki. Marco challenges. Kavi pauses, momentarily taken aback by the absurdity of the request. The surrounding crew bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, Marco is too amusing. Realizing his blunder as the laughter ensues, Marco's face flushes with embarrassment. Ahem, fine, how about I don't dodge this time? Really? Marco's eyes light up. Indeed. Perhaps just moderate your strength a little. It shouldn't cause any injury, right? Yes, just like that, after all. They have the ship's doctor. It seems Marco is indeed the ship's doctor. But never mind that. Come on. With that, Marco lunged at Kavi once more, this time using all his might, determined not to be underestimated. After all, he was the ship's doctor. It wouldn't matter if he injured him. Kavi, unaware of Marco's thoughts, would surely have retorted, "Youngster, are you being overly arrogant?" With a clenched fist, he swiftly appeared before Marco and swung. Bang. Before anyone could react, Marco had already collapsed, a large bump on his head. Unconscious. Well, that was still a bit too much force. Kavi scratched his head, having clearly only used a fraction of his strength. Ah, my. Whitebeard burst into laughter, instructing them to take Marco below to rest. Jaws brought the unconscious Marco to a room to recuperate, and the others couldn't help but commend Kavi for his prowess. With a single strike, he had knocked Marco out. Kavi, you are indeed formidable. Aha. Just average strength, Kavi waved his hand. Feigning modesty. A glint of brilliance flashed in Whitebeard's eyes, as if pondering something. After the sparring session, the group continued to drink until the wee hours. Kavi, feeling rather tipsy, found a random spot on the ship to lie down and rest. The next morning, Marco's voice erupted into a clamor. Kavi, wake up. Huh. Kavi groggily opened his eyes and recognized the figure before him. Marco, so early. What do you want? Disturbing my peaceful slumber at this hour. Thankfully, Kavi wasn't in a foul mood, or Marco would have been out for another day. Get up. I want to duel with you. After recalling how he had been knocked out by Kavi in front of so many people, Marco felt utterly humiliated. It must have been because I didn't use my devil fruit powers that I lost. Yes, I'm a wielder of abilities. How could I showcase my true strength without utilizing my powers? Marco began to brainwash himself to escape the reality of his defeat. Kavi had no interest in playing make-believe with Marco. Come back when you've mastered haki. You're still far too weak. Curse it. I will definitely defeat you. With no choice but to abandon the challenge, Marco could only make empty threats. Deep down, he knew he couldn't beat Kavi, but he had to assert his stance. Marco would never be inferior to anyone. I will surely surpass you, Kavi. Oh, Kavi replied nonchalantly, continuing to lie down and sleep. Humph. I, Marco, vow that the humiliation of yesterday shall be repaid 100-fold. After this incident, Marco began to train diligently, determined to defeat Kavi within 3 years. Setting a goal is a good thing, but an overly ambitious one can be discouraging. Awakening naturally after a long sleep, how refreshing. When Kavi awoke again, it was already noon, the sky a clear blue with the occasional seagull flying by. Such splendid weather was a rarity at SEA.it. Seemed Whitebeard and the others were preparing to resupply at a nearby island, and Kavi decided to hitch a ride on their ship. Hoping to find a populated island to earn some money, Kavi, join us. Newgate extended an invitation to Kavi.at. That moment, Kavi was quite taken aback. After just one day together, they wanted him aboard. Truly, this was the world of pirates. I'm sorry. But I'm used to my freedom. I'm fine just watching the fun. Becoming a pirate is not for me. I don't want to end up on the wanted list. Kavi decisively declined. Being a pirate or a marine was too dangerous. One could be captured any day. Furthermore, Kavi did not wish to be seen as Whitebeard's son, being nearly 40 himself, while Newgate was not much older. Rejected. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, an immense pressure emanated from Newgate. A terrifying aura bore down on Kavi. Conqueror's Haki. The aura of a king, possessed by 1 in a million. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, and the sea churned. Some of the weaker crew members turned pale and fainted, while only a few managed to hold on. The crew was bewildered as to why their captain had suddenly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Logically, their father wouldn't be angered by Kavi's refusal. Kavi understood that Newgate was testing his strength. Given that Marco had been utterly unable to gauge his true power, sigh, with a resigned breath. The usually low-key Kavi felt compelled to respond. Boom. A new regal aura erupted from Kavi, intertwining with Newgate's Conqueror's Haki. In that moment, the air crackled with the clash of their powers, emitting a sizzling sound. Black lightning filled the air, and those still conscious felt the pressure, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads, on the verge of fainting. The next moment, both men withdrew their powers, allowing everyone to return to normal. Gasping for air, the sky resumed its original color, as if nothing had happened. Ah, how surprising. Such a strong individual, and I had never heard of you on the seas. Well, I was just being cautious about danger. Kavi sheepishly scratched his head. After all, he preferred to play it safe. Witnessing Kavi's strength, Whitebeard was thoroughly delighted. If they weren't still on the ship, he would have dragged Kavi into a fight right then and there. The onlookers resumed their chatter, excitedly discussing the search for a deserted island. The loudest among them was Marco, who could hardly wait for their father to let him have a go at Kavi. Having just witnessed Kavi's prowess, Marco felt that his revenge would be postponed yet again. He vowed that 10 years from now, he would surely defeat Kavi. For now, let father take out his frustrations. Kavi suggested they would see once they found an island. After all, he had spent a month looking and had not spotted a single one. What if they did find one? Then they would fight. It would be the perfect opportunity to gauge his strength. Kavi felt he was still a bit distant from Whitebeard's level, given that the latter was at his prime while Kavi had yet to reach his peak. Yet, he suspected he wouldn't be too far off. Seeing Kavi agree, the crew was filled with enthusiasm, quickly producing nautical charts to begin their search. Oh, I forgot they had maps. Thus, they continued sailing for over 10 days in search of a deserted island. All for the sake of a spar with Kavi, truly giving him no chance to back out. Over these 10 days, Kavi and the Whitebeard pirates forged a deep friendship. Marco, that rascal, came to Kavi daily, asking him to teach him Haki. Kavi was at his wit's end. With Newgate right there, why wasn't Marco asking him? Besides, Kavi had no idea how to teach Haki. His own was bestowed by the system. However, drawing from memories of his past life, Kavi offered some advice, urging Marco to first strengthen his physique. A robust body would facilitate the awakening of Haki. In these days, Marco embarked on a rigorous training regimen to cultivate his abilities as soon as possible. After an extensive 10-day voyage, they finally discovered a deserted island. After anchoring the Moby Dick, everyone eagerly disembarked. Yay, finally, we can see father in action again. Marco was insufferably impatient, unable to wait to see Kavi make a fool of himself. Ah. Kavi, come on, let me see your strength. Newgate was also a battle enthusiast. The Whitebeard pirates and the Roger pirates had clashed countless times, all being a bunch of combat fanatics. Then let us go. I want to test the pinnacle of power in these seas. Kavi jumped off the ship and joined the others on the small island. Whitebeard brandished his weapon, taller than Kavi himself, the tornado cut. A Naginata style, glinting dangerously. Kavi, where's your weapon? Upon hearing this, Kavi felt helpless. Despite having achieved a high level of swordsmanship, he didn't even possess a proper sword. It seemed he would have to find time to acquire one. That sword should still be unclaimed. He would have to check it out when he could, as it was a supreme-grade sword with considerable power. The weaponry in the pirate world is diverse. Whether a sword, knife, or some bizarre weapon, they could all be referred to as knives. Terms like good knife, great knife, supreme great knife, and so forth were used to categorize strength, yet they all referred to knives. Kavi found this utterly perplexing. For now, he had yet to find a suitable weapon. Oh, can you wield a knife? Whitebeard had not anticipated that someone with the potential of a king would be devoid of even a weapon. Well, I suppose he can barely be considered a swordsman. Very well, Bista, lend your weapon to Kavi. Yes, old man. Kavi, catch the sword. As he spoke, Bista, known for his flowery sword, tossed his blade over. Kavi caught it deftly, giving it a cursory glance. Its quality seemed commendable, though he was uncertain if it was a renowned blade. Kavi, prepare to engage. While Kavi was still assessing the weapon, Whitebeard, Mewgate, had already launched his attack. He leaped into the air, wielding his knife, and struck horizontally toward Kavi. The terrifying conqueror's haki coiled around his blade. Goodness, this old fellow is starting with haki. Does he intend to kill me? Kavi could not afford to ponder such thoughts any longer. He hurriedly enveloped his sword's edge with his own conqueror's haki. With his legs slightly bent, he exerted force and surged forward. The ground cratered with a loud bang, and Kavi charged at Whitebeard. Mewgate, ziz, boom, the two blades collided in an instant. They were separated by the width of a fist, yet it felt as if they had clashed directly. The shockwave obliterated the flora and trees surrounding the small island. Chaos ensued. Black arcs of electricity wreaked havoc. Ha ha ha. Kavi, you are indeed formidable. You are no slouch yourself. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their figures blurring as they fought furiously, leaving onlookers in awe. Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected Kavi to truly battle alongside their father, and this was what he referred to as barely a swordsman. His plans for revenge were surely dashed again. No, Marco, you must stay strong. He will inevitably grow old. At that time, his combat prowess will surely wane, and diligent training will allow you to execute your revenge plans. Imagining himself as a powerful figure in the future and picturing Kavi in his old age, Marco felt a surge of confidence once again. The battle between Whitebeard, Mewgate, and Kavi continued for several hours, neither showing signs of fatigue. Kavi mused internally that the strong in the pirate world were all like bloodthirsty cattle. Akainu and Aokiji had fought for days and nights over the position of fleet admiral, even altering the terrain in the process. Ha ha ha. Kavi, I am about to get serious. With that, Whitebeard, Mewgate, plunged a sword, Song Yun Chia, deep into the ground, grasping at an unseen space. Crackle, crackle. In an instant, it appeared as if the invisible space had been seized by Whitebeard, tearing open numerous fissures. The next moment, the power of the Tremor fruit activated. A massive fist, infused with the might of the Tremor fruit, hurtled toward Kavi. Seeing this, Kavi also discarded his sword and prepared to counter with his fists. Armament haki enveloped his hands. The black haki, tinged with red, flowed around Kavi's fists. Flowing Sakura activated. Boom. The two fists collided with a deafening roar. In the next instant, Kavi felt an immense force radiate from the impact, accompanied by a tearing pain. He staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing. In contrast, Whitebeard, Mewgate, remained steadfast in his position. Ha ha ha. Can you hold on, Kavi? Kavi's strength still fell short of Whitebeard's. Not only did he lack raw power, but his armament haki was also inferior to Whitebeard's. It was likely that Whitebeard, Mewgate's armament haki had reached an unparalleled level. Their conqueror's haki was comparable, both at an advanced level. Hee, is that so? A man cannot be deemed incapable. Kavi refused to bear the label of weakness, lest he be ridiculed for a lifetime. Channeling the power of the pangu fruit, Kavi's form surged, doubling in size, his clothing bursting at the seams, revealing faint dark red markings on his body. In that moment, an aura reminiscent of a deity surged forth, bloodthirsty and terrifying. The onlookers felt as though Kavi had transformed into another being, his fearsome presence making it difficult for them to breathe. A devil fruit. Perhaps, Kavi's fruit abilities had proven challenging to develop. Thus far, he had only unlocked this particular power. Dubbed his amplification skill, it could exponentially enhance Kavi's overall abilities, including haki. However, the toll was immense. With Kavi's current stamina, he could only sustain it for half an hour at most. Afterward, he would experience a wave of weakness, akin to Luffy when he first activated Gear Second. With physical enhancement, that weakness would eventually dissipate. Hahaha, how interesting. Let us continue. With the power of the devil fruit, Kavi's strength finally matched that of Whitebeard, Newgate. Whitebeard, in turn, no longer held back, unleashing his full might. Boom, boom. The entire deserted island was shattered by their clash. Resembling a scene of natural disaster, after another half-hour of combat, both combatants finally paused. That's enough. If we continue, I may be overwhelmed. Kavi waved his hand, signaling his surrender. It has been ages since I've enjoyed a battle like this. Whitebeard, Newgate, relished the fight, his energy seemingly boundless. Kavi envied him, but he knew he would soon reach that level, and he would only grow stronger. Kavi, are you really not considering joining us? I can make you the vice captain. You know, Whitebeard, that old rascal, remained undeterred. Yes, Kavi, come be our vice captain. The others echoed Whitebeard's sentiments. What was Kavi truly thinking? Naturally, he firmly rejected the idea. Who would wish to be a pirate, after all? I, Kavi, the exemplary student, will absolutely never become a pirate. To reiterate, I truly do not wish to be a pirate. Rest assured, I will never become a marine. Do not worry about being captured by me in the future. How infuriating. Who would ever be caught by you? Even if you became a marine, you wouldn't be able to catch us. Marco was the first to leap forward in rebuttal. Ha. Laughter erupted among the group. Very well, if that is the case. Let us be friends. Whitebeard, Newgate, was not bothered by Kavi's refusal. After all, the strong always possess more choices. A few days later, on an unfamiliar island. At last, a town came into view. What a journey it has been. Newgate, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Whitebeard, Newgate, chuckled heartily at the remark. Among friends, there is no need for excessive formality. With that, dear friends, we shall part ways here, until we meet again. Kavi intended to explore on his own and perhaps see if he could procure some small fortune. Hey, Kavi, remember to come find us in the New World. I still want to challenge you. Marco called out reluctantly. The Whitebeard pirates seemed to have business in this sea, and, having completed it, were eager to return to the New World to continue their pursuits. Rest assured, I will come. Kavi waved goodbye to the group. He would undoubtedly venture to the New World, for it held far more excitement. However, that would have to wait until he had become invincible. Kavi was currently at the peak of his strength, but he could not withstand a group assault. Alone, he could only bide his time. Upon arriving in town, he strolled casually, gathering information. He discovered that the place also had its share of nobility. Well then, apologies, but Kavi, in need of funds, would have to set his sights on these nobles. Finding a tavern, he ordered a few bottles of liquor and began to indulge. Gradually, night fell. It was time for thievery. No. Rather, it was the moment for the hunt. The following morning, news spread through the small town of several noble families being robbed. The entire town underwent inspections, yet no trace of the missing berries was found. Naturally, they were all in Kavi's system space. It would be a miracle to locate them. This incident would later be referred to as one of the top 10 supernatural events in the town. Meanwhile, the true culprit was enjoying the fruits of victory, feasting on scrumptious food with an array of exquisite wines laid out before him. What can I say? I have money. After several days on the nameless island, Kavi discovered some nautical charts and, relying on his memory, finally identified the location of the fabled sword, Aska Island, once known among seafaring enthusiasts as the home of the mightiest cursed sword, the Seven-Star Sword. The place where he found himself was somewhat blurred in Kavi's memory. After all, the sword only appeared in the theatrical version, and it took him many days to recollect it. The Seven-Star Sword, he was eager to discover what peculiarities it possessed. Having pinpointed his destination, Kavi embarked on the quest for this fabled weapon. This time, Kavi had learned his lesson. He spent money to purchase a ship and also acquired a book on navigation. He devoted the journey to studying nautical knowledge, passing the time leisurely, for there was no rush. Months passed in this manner, and Kavi was on the verge of becoming a master navigator. During the months at sea, he had lost count of how many times he had strayed off course. Fortunately, he had procured a book on navigation, or else he might still be wondering when he would arrive. Upon disembarking, he set foot on the dock of Aska Island, which resembled a quaint little town. The sensation of solid ground was delightful. After a moment of reflection, Kavi sought out a place to stay. Intending to reside there for a while, the Seven-Star Sword seemed to be sealed by a specially appointed priestess, and in the theatrical version, Luffy and his companions encountered a priestess named Maya. He wondered who was currently guarding the Seven-Star Sword. Thus, Kavi spent over 10 days in this town, merely to gather information about the Seven-Star Sword. The island's inhabitants appeared to be well acquainted with this cursed blade. Whenever Kavi attempted to inquire about it, they would fall silent, declaring it an ominous object that could only be suppressed by the priestess. They warned him that anyone who approached would be mercilessly devoured. Becoming a relentless killing machine, Kavi sought out the town's mayor and spent several days building a rapport with him. "Old man, can't you take me to see it?" Kavi implored. Kavi, it's not that I wouldn't take you to see it. But that sword is far too dangerous. It requires the priestess's presence for protection. I must ensure the safety of the entire town, Mayor Steer replied, maintaining a favorable impression of Kavi, who showed respect for his elders and often assisted him with various tasks. Most importantly, Kavi was financially stable, which further enhanced Steer's attitude toward him. Can you at least let me meet the priestess? Kavi pressed, although he had a desire to seek the sword himself, given that it was sealed and the island was so vast. It would take an eternity to find it. Despite Kavi's ample time, he couldn't afford such a waste. Alas, the previous priestess had lost her life due to the rampaging 7-Stars sword, and the current priestess was not yet 10 years old. If anything were to go amiss with the sword, it would spell disaster. Kavi was taken aback to discover that the current priestess was still a child. That's all right. Please take me to meet her. Perhaps I can assist you in resolving this issue. I am quite formidable, Kavi declared confidently. The expression on Mayor Steer's face was one of evident disbelief. Fine, fine. I shall take you to meet the priestess. After all, the sword is under her guardianship. If you can gain her consent, we shall allow you to witness the cursed blade. Steer was certain that the priestess would never agree, but he still felt assured about her safety despite her young age. All right, you said it. No backing out, Kavi exclaimed eagerly as he followed the old mayor in search of the priestess. Mayor Steer led Kavi out of the town and into a secluded mountain area. In the distance, a small house perched atop the peak became visible. The two climbed the mountain and arrived at the front of the house. Little Rosa, are you home? Before long, the door swung open, revealing a little girl with blue hair, her fair face adorned with a bright smile. Grandpa Steer, what brings you here? She asked cheerfully. Haha, little Rosa, how have you been lately? Steer inquired warmly. Only Steer in the town knew of Rosa's identity as a priestess. Priestesses often were of a singular lineage, which resulted in young Rosa living alone at such a tender age. Due to the necessity of monitoring the state of the seal, Rosa could only reside in the outskirts. It was only Mayor Steer who occasionally visited her to converse and bring her supplies. The only friend Rosa had was the old mayor. I'm well, just a bit bored, Rosa admitted, her expression revealing a hint of discontent. Haha, I've brought you a friend. This is Kavi. You can call him Uncle Kavi, as he has some questions for you, Steer announced. At this point, Kavi felt it inappropriate to linger silently, so he stepped forward, greeting Rosa with a kind smile. Hello, my name is Kavi. You can call me Kavi or Uncle, whichever you prefer. It was the first time someone had approached Rosa so directly, which brought her a measure of joy. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she felt a bit nervous. Hello, my name is Callian Rosa. Just call me Rosa. She extended her small hand, wanting to shake hands with Kavi. What a polite young lady she was. Kavi appreciated children who respected their elders, quickly extending his larger hand to shake hers. All right, let us head inside and talk. After this walk, my old back is aching, Mayor Steer urged, noticing the politeness between the two. Yes, Rosa responded, stepping aside to allow them entry. The three settled around a table, with Rosa serving tea to her guests. Kavi took a casual sip before setting the cup down, surveying the surroundings. The house was quite nice, indicating that Rosa was not being neglected. Kavi exchanged glances with Mayor Steer, silently inquiring about the matter at hand. Seeing this, Steer feigned ignorance, turning his head to gaze out the window. Rosa observed the two curiously, and a moment of silence enveloped the room. Ahem, Mayor Steer, you must uphold your promise, Kavi said softly, leaning closer to the mayor. For a moment, Mayor Steer found himself in a dilemma, pondering how best to broach the subject. What'd he say? Little Rosa, please take us to see the 7-Stars sword. He is strong and won't be devoured by it. Bah, wouldn't that be deceiving a child? Steer thought. Steer, have always acted with integrity. I could never do such a thing. Little Rosa, Uncle Kavi has some questions he would like to discuss with you. I shall take my leave now, as I have chores awaiting me at home. With that, Mayor Steer stood, preparing to depart. Hey, Kavi attempted to stop him, but in an instant, the elderly mayor seemed to teleport to the door, opening it and declaring, out, close the door, all in one fluid motion, leaving Kavi no time to react. Wait, Kavi exclaimed, bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be an old man? He had arrived slowly, lamenting his aches and pains. What was happening? Uncle Kavi, what would you like to know from me? Rosa's soft, melodic voice pulled Kavi back from his thoughts. Well, it's nothing too grave. I just heard that you are the priestess responsible for guarding the cursed holy sword as seal. Is that correct? Rosa nodded. Yes, indeed. My mission is to watch over the holy sword and ensure it does not harm others. Then I have a foolproof method to help you resolve the sword's issues. Would you like to try it? Kavi began to adopt a persuasive tone. What method do you have, Uncle? Rosa's expression was one of skepticism, as she was well aware of the sword's terrifying nature. Of course, it involves overpowering the sword with strength, forcing it into submission. Hey, what kind of expression is that, little Rosa? Kavi remarked, feeling slightly offended by her reaction. Rosa covered her mouth with her hands, torn between laughter and restraint, which only added to Kavi's sense of being slighted. Feel free to laugh. Don't hold it in. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Rosa erupted into peals of laughter, collapsing to the ground, her small hands pounding the earth as she guffawed. Oh dear, I can't breathe. My stomach hurts from laughing. Kavi observed her performance in silence, thinking to himself, let her laugh. I shall see what expression she wears when I seize the cursed blade. After a moment, Rosa composed herself, taking a large sip of water to ease her mirth before finally addressing Kavi with sincerity. Uncle Kavi, it's not that I don't believe you, but that sword is far too terrifying. It has claimed countless lives in the past, and I cannot risk allowing you to take that chance. Given that Rosa was merely looking out for her own safety, Kavi decided to refrain from using coercive measures for the time being. He preferred to nurture their relationship gradually, subtly demonstrating his capabilities to earn her trust, and eventually gleaning information about the cursed sword's location. Kavi was convinced that she would eventually check on the seal, at which point he could quietly follow her. A perfect plan. Well then, may I stay here for a while? I will even provide food free of charge. Really? Can you cook? Though little Rosa has been fiercely independent since childhood, her culinary skills remain rather mediocre. One could say that the dishes she prepares are merely edible. If Kave's cooking were delectable, Rosa would not be averse to it. You surely won't believe me just by my word. So how about I prepare a meal for you to taste? As the saying goes, to win a girl's heart, one must first capture her stomach. This is wisdom that Cave has gleaned from his predecessors. With a flourish akin to a magician, Cave produced an array of ingredients, leaving little Rosa utterly astonished. She circled around him several times, unable to discern where he had procured the food, though she wished to inquire. She hesitated, for she had just mocked him, and asking would surely invite ridicule. Little Rosa would never allow herself to be laughed at. Cave skillfully handled the ingredients and, in no time, presented a lavish spread before her. Wow, you truly possess talent. The feast laid out before her was undeniably appetizing, and little Rosa was thoroughly impressed. Can we eat now? Go ahead, savor my culinary skills. With her hands clasped together, little Rosa proclaimed, I shall begin, and promptly dug into the meal. So delicious. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Cave offered her a glass of water. Thank you. This was the finest meal little Rosa had ever tasted. Reflecting on her previous cooking, she mused whether it was fit for human consumption. As she relished the food, she resolved to keep Cave by her side. Henceforth, little Rosa prioritized the holy sword above all. With gourmet cuisine coming a close second, the elder town mayor, Stead, felt immense relief upon learning of this development. He had long harbored guilt for Rosa, who had no friends or family, shouldering such burdens at an age meant for carefree play. A month later, Cave, wake up. I'm starving. Rosa shouted as she burst into Cave's resting quarters, demanding he rise. For the past month, Cave had unwittingly become Rosa's personal chef, preparing meals for her daily, all the while planning to stealthily accompany her when she checked on the seal. Yet, this girl had transformed into a homebody, sleeping until she naturally awoke, only to eat, and afterwards chatter incessantly about tales of the sea. Cave was overwhelmed. Where had the polite little Rosa gone? It had only been a month. And she was no longer even calling him uncle. Cave was heartbroken. No, I want to sleep. He refused to indulge her any longer, turning over to continuous slumber. Today, no one could rouse him. He simply needed a day of rest. Seeing Cave turn away, Rosa tugged at him with all her might, but with her petite strength, she could barely move him. Little Rosa puffed her cheeks in irritation. Climbing onto the bed, she perched atop Cave and continued to shake him. Get up, get up. Cave remained steadfast, impervious to her antics. Little Rosa exhaled deeply, stood up, leaped, and landed with a thud. Whoa, you little rascal, are you trying to crush me? Cave sprang up, dodging her weight. This audacious girl was becoming increasingly brazen. No, today, I must obtain the 7-star sword and then leave. With sleep eluding him, Cave reluctantly rose to prepare breakfast. After all, our Cave was kind-hearted. He swiftly whipped up breakfast, and the two sat across from one another. Little Rosa began to devour her meal ravenously, disregarding any dining etiquette. Cave questioned whether his parenting approach had gone awry. Aren't you going to check on the seal? What seal? The holy sword. I can sense the seal's presence. Why would I need to look? Little Rosa mumbled through her mouthful of meat. What? Damn it. How careless. Cave had never anticipated this twist. Rosa, let me be truthful. I came to this island for that cursed sword. Cave passionately began to entice her, saying, "Surely you don't wish to spend your entire life on this small island. Don't you yearn to witness the wonders of the vast sea?" Little Rosa swallowed her food and paused to gaze at Cave. Truth be told, in recent days, Cave had painted a vivid picture of the sea, filled with enthralling tales that unfolded upon its waves. She felt a stirring in her heart. She too longed to behold the ocean, to experience thrilling stories. She desired a life unlike any other, as long as the Holy Sword remained on this island. She would be confined here, destined to repeat the fate of the previous generation of priestesses, either perishing at the hands of the sword or living until a natural death. The future laid out before her was utterly uninspiring. The past month spent with Cave had been the happiest of her life, yet she understood that sooner or later, Cave would depart. At that moment, she would be left alone, guarding the accursed Holy Sword. Noticing Rosa's wavering resolve, Cave pressed on. "I can assure you that I will help you dispose of that cursed sword. There will be no casualties." Cave raised 3 fingers, pledging earnestly, his demeanor almost heavenly. Rosa hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "What if you can't resolve it?" "Fear not. If I cannot, I shall serve as your free chef for life." Upon hearing this, little Rosa's eyes gleamed, though she quickly masked her excitement. Feigning indecision, "Then I shall take you to see it. A lifetime of free culinary service." How could she resist? Wait, hold on, could he even survive until then? At that moment, Cave appeared solemn, but inwardly, he was elated. "Pfft, just a mere child, easy to handle. As for a lifetime of free cooking, goodness, if I can't handle this sword, will I even live? All right, once we finish our meal, we shall set off." After all this time, it was finally within reach. What a challenge it had been. He hoped it wouldn't disappoint. Once they finished eating, Cave barely had time to clear the table before he dragged Rosa out the door. Following little Rosa through twists and turns, they spent the better part of the day arriving at their destination. Before them stood a stone door adorned with peculiar patterns, seemingly a magical array sealing away some ominous entity. "This is it. Once we open it, there is no turning back. Are you certain you can handle it? I'm entrusting my life to you." Cave ruffled little Rosa's hair and smiled. "Rest assured, I wouldn't joke with my own life." "Humph, who knows?" Little Rosa turned her head, evading Cave's hand. Approaching the stone door, she crossed her hands, bowed her head slightly, and began to chant an incantation that Cave couldn't decipher. In a short while, the magical array on the door emanated a faint glow. Crack, rumble. The stone door slowly creaked open. An eerie aura seeped out, filled with an otherworldly, terrifying essence. Little Rosa's body radiated a soft glow, warding off the sinister energy. "It's open. Hurry inside. If you can't subdue it within 10 minutes, come right back out. I can only hold on for 10 minutes. No wonder little Rosa had the audacity to bring Cave along. It turned out she could control the sword. Seeing this, Cave didn't hesitate and stepped through the stone door, disappearing from little Rosa's sight. "You must come back alive." Upon entering the stone door, a malevolent energy tenfold stronger than outside enveloped him. Whispers, tempting and deceitful, invaded Cave's ears, seeking to ensnare his mind, to consume him and transform him into a machine of slaughter. Is that all? Cave enveloped himself in an aura of dominance, repelling the sinister energy. A person lacking strong willpower might have succumbed to this enticing force. But Cave was no ordinary man. He possessed the Conqueror's Haki. How could he allow such whispers to disrupt his resolve? As Cave ventured deeper, he finally laid eyes on the legendary strongest cursed sword, the 7-star sword. It was embedded in a magical array, its long and straight blade measuring nearly 2 meters. It resembled an ancient Chinese longsword, with a greenish hue at its center, exuding a bewitching aura. "Let us see just how impressive you are." Cave approached the holy sword, grasped the hilt, and drew it forth. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, filled with temptation, eeriness, and terror. The Conqueror's Haki erupted. A more formidable aura radiated from Cave, crushing down upon the cursed sword. In that moment, all the otherworldly energies recoiled into the sword, coalescing to withstand Cave's Conqueror's Haki. Well, dare to struggle, do you?" Drawing upon a sliver of the Pangu fruit's power, it melded seamlessly with the Conqueror's Haki, and in an instant, all the bizarre occurrences vanished as if they had never existed. The green hue at the center of the 7-star sword's blade gradually transformed, shifting from green to black, ultimately taking on the shape of Kavi. "I had thought you were so proud. Before me, the great Pangu, you were nothing." Outside the stone door, little Rosa paced anxiously, her worry palpable as she sensed the fluctuating aura of the holy sword, which suddenly dissipated. Is Kavi truly unharmed? Tap, tap, tap. Kavi slowly emerged from the stone door, wielding the elongated 7-star sword. silent as he gazed at little Rosa. "Are you all right?" Rosa asked nervously, uncertain whether Kavi had been consumed by the demonic blade. Kavi remained silent, slowly raising the 7-star sword. Seemingly poised to strike at Rosa. It's over. Kavi has been devoured. Rosa's expression changed drastically, and she quickly covered her head, bracing for the impending fate. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Kavi could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter at the sight of Rosa's fear. Rosa lifted her head, realizing Kavi was mocking her, and it dawned on her that she had been deceived. Humph. Her indignation rendered her utterly adorable. "Today, it's your turn. I thought you were impervious to fear." Kavi finally exhaled, feeling a surge of relief. "See, I told you this blade was merely a little calamity. You were still no match for me. Yes, 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 you were the greatest. Please hurry back. I feel as though I might starve." Rosa complained, for after resolving a major ordeal, she was indeed famished. "Ha ha ha. Let's go. Today I am in high spirits and will prepare a grand feast for you." Oh yeah, a grand feast. Though little Rosa's lifelong constraints were thus resolved, she did not display much joy, even less so than the prospect of a sumptuous meal. Kavi, oblivious to her sentiments, took her back to enjoy a delightful repast. Life is truly beautiful, with a sigh. Kavi reclined in the grand chair, admiring the sunset's afterglow, relishing this tranquil moment. The following morning, at the breakfast table, Kavi and little Rosa reveled in their delightful meal. "What is the matter? Why the long face? Who has upset you? Speak up so I may find delight in your grievances." Noticing Rosa's lackluster demeanor, devoid of her previous enthusiasm at the table, Kavi inquired about the frown on her youthful face. "Are you leaving?" Rosa asked softly, her countenance dimmed. "Ha ha ha. You wouldn't possibly miss me, would you, dear little priestess?" Though Kavi had achieved his goal, it did not mean he intended to depart. After all, having taken the holy sword, Rosa's mission was over, freeing her from the island's constraints. He needed to find her something to occupy her time. Otherwise, without purpose, what distinguished her life from that of a mere walking corpse? Kavi, in his past life, had been a driftwood, engaged in monotonous and numbing routines, devoid of goals, strength, or supervision, languishing in a state of conscious decay, fully aware of such torment. "Nonsense. Who would miss you?" Rosa retorted, flustered, her cheeks reddening. "Rosa, your mission has concluded. What do you intend to pursue next?" Rosa fell into contemplation, and after a moment, her gaze firmed as she declared, "I want to set sail. I wish to see the world beyond." Her youthful face brimmed with hope, her eyes sparkling with ambition. But the world outside is not as splendid as I describe. Who knows what peril may await you?" Kavi warned. "How do you plan to embark on this journey? As a pirate? Certainly not. Who wishes to be a pirate? They're all ruffians. I refuse to become one." It appeared little Rosa harbored a poor impression of pirates, which was quite understandable. Normal folk ought to detest them. "Then join the Navy. If you wish to traverse the seas, you must possess an identity. The Navy is certainly preferable to pirates, though the Navy was but the lapdog of the celestial dragons. It was, by comparison, far better, and at least a bit safer. Can I truly join the Navy? Does that mean I can fight pirates?" Rosa's face lit up with excitement, as if envisioning herself delivering a punch to a pirate's face. "Ah, but to join the Navy, your strength is still lacking. Otherwise, you might find yourself merely a target for pirates. Rosa instantly wilted, much like a frostbitten eggplant. "What should I do? I aspire to become an elite in the Navy and bring glory to our Ask Island." Cough, cough. "Then it is imperative to strive for strength." Kavi transformed into a master of persuasion. If you work diligently to grow stronger, perhaps one day you might become a Navy admiral. Imagine the prestige. Common folk would revere you, and pirates would fear you. You could do as you please. Rosa's eyes sparkled anew, her lips murmuring, "Do as I please." Wouldn't that mean? Determined, she lifted her head, gazing at Kavi with resolute eyes. "Kavi, teach me to grow stronger." A smile tugged at Kavi's lips as a plan quietly took shape in his mind. How much of an impact could this butterfly of mine have on the world? Initially, he had merely sought to survive until invincibility and become a source of amusement. Yet now another vision had emerged. Achieving strength is no simple matter. "Can you endure?" Without a hint of hesitation, Rosa declared, "I will undoubtedly persevere. One day, I, Rosa, shall become even stronger than you. Then, I can do as I wish." "Are you certain you want me to teach you?" "Be warned, once you make this decision, there is no turning back. I will be quite strict." Kavi issued a precautionary warning, lest she find herself overwhelmed by the hellish trials he intended to impose. as he was determined to cultivate her into an admiral. Teacher Kavi, I am absolutely certain. Rosa had already begun to address him as her teacher, seemingly unable to contain her eagerness to grow stronger. The temptation of boundless freedom too great to resist. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall formally instruct you. I hope you can endure. He chuckled. Enjoy this fleeting moment of joy while it lasts. After breakfast, Kavi sought out Mayor Steele in the town to inform him that the matter of the Holy Sword had been resolved and to inquire about the finest blacksmith in the area. At the blacksmith shop, he crafted a scabbard for the 7-star sword and, at great expense, forged a delicate blade suitable for a lady. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, he also commissioned a full set of weighted gear. The next morning, Rosa could hardly contain her excitement and insisted on starting her training early. Kavi felt a swell of pride, hoping that Rosa would maintain this enthusiasm. Rosa, remember, any formidable technique must be supported by a robust physique to unleash its full potential. Daily physical training is essential. Do you understand? Rosa nodded. Understood. All right, don this gear, then jog 3 laps around the town to warm up. Kavi presented the surprise he had prepared the day before, crafted to match the weight of 2 little roses. The gear was an arduous challenge. Upon donning the equipment, Rosa found movement to be a struggle. Is this for real? Am I truly expected to manage this? She stumbled a few steps before turning to Kavi for reassurance. Of course, this is meticulously prepared for you. Follow my training method, and I guarantee you'll traverse the seas with ease, Kavi affirmed, confident that adhering to his approach would render her invincible, enticing her further. Rosa, now captivated by Kavi's persuasion, thought to herself, invincible across the seas, that must be impressive. Can I surpass Kavi? Thus, under Kavi's fervent encouragement, she embarked on her day of physical training. Physical training is indispensable. Look at how Luffy transformed from a mere calamity to a formidable figure among the 4 emperors in just 2 short years at sea. This was all built upon a solid foundation established from a young age. Just observe Luffy's indomitable vitality. As long as her physique kept pace, everything else would fall into place. After struggling through half a lap, Rosa felt as though she were suffocating. Her legs felt leaden, her eyelids drooping, her body drenched in sweat. Rosa, if you cannot persevere, you are welcome to give up. However, that means you will never become a strong individual and will remain confined to this small island for all eternity. Kavi taunted from the sidelines. Little Luosha remained silent, as she had lost the strength to speak, wondering if he wanted her to give up and leave her here alone. Impossible. I shall never surrender. With great difficulty, little Luosha continued to run, completing 1 lap, then 2, until she finally managed 3. I did it. Just as she uttered those words, her vision began to blur, her eyelids slowly drooped, and her body leaned back. Thud. Kavi caught little Luosha in his arms and carried her back to the house. Quite impressive, isn't it? I thought 1 lap would be her limit. From the very beginning, Kavi had no intention of allowing her to complete 3 laps. After all, little Luosha was still under 10 years old, and just managing 1 lap was already commendable. The circumference of this small town is indeed quite substantial. It seems I underestimated her determination to grow stronger. Thus, Kavi dedicated an entire year to training little Luosha's physique. Starting with 3 laps a day, it eventually escalated to 10, and soon the entire town recognized little Luosha, who donned a weighted suit resembling a turtle shell. Running before dawn. Over the course of this year, her physical prowess saw a remarkable improvement, and she could likely hold her own against ordinary adults. Today, it was time for a change in routine. Luosha, come here, no running today, Kavi called her over. Huh? Why? Little Luosha paused in her actions of donning the weighted gear, looking at Kavi in confusion. Throughout this year, Kavi had been quite strict with Luosha, strength training during the day and academic learning at night. Whether it was the fundamentals of mathematics and science or navigational knowledge, he insisted that she master them all. He imparted to her that this was the only way to become a true warrior. Rather than just a brutish fighter, mastering math and science would allow her to navigate the world without fear, applicable in any realm. Fortunately, little Luosha possessed a commendable talent, swiftly grasping these concepts. Today, I will assess your training over the past year. If you pass, I will teach you other skills, true combat techniques. Really? What kind of assessment? Tell me quickly. Little Luosha exclaimed excitedly, eager to learn real skills after a year of hard work. Of course it's real. If you fail the assessment, you'll continue your physical training, Kavi smirked enigmatically. The assessment entails surviving in the wilderness for 3 days. Huh? What does that mean? Little Luosha clearly did not comprehend Kavi's implication. It means you must survive alone in the wild for 3 days. If successful, I will teach you further skills and present you with a gift. Do you want me to die? There are beasts on this island. Little Luosha's face flushed with indignation as she glared at Kavi. Ahem, I believe you can do it. After all, you aspire to be the king of the Navy, rising above all. Can you not accomplish even this? Kavi gently pressed on her shoulders, sincerely encouraging her. Oh, I'm not that remarkable. Can I challenge myself? Little Luosha shyly covered her face. Yes, challenge yourself. I believe in you. Kavi's encouragement only served to bolster her resolve. As night fell, Kavi led little Luosha to a desolate forest. Go. You can do it. Kavi gestured with enthusiasm before turning to leave. Hey, wait. Little Luosha gazed into the pitch-black woods, fear swelling within her as she reached out to grab Kavi. However, Kavi had anticipated this, swiftly disappearing from her sight, leaving her alone. Gulp. Little Luosha could only brace herself and venture further. First, she needed to find a safe place to endure the night, cautiously. She moved through the darkness until she discovered a sturdy tree and climbed up. Preparing to spend the night aloft. Meanwhile, Kavi observed this scene from the shadows. This simply wouldn't he do. There was no challenge involved. Kavi began to search the forest and eventually stumbled upon a sleeping bear in a cave. With a swift kick, he physically awakened the slumbering creature. Roar. The irate bear awoke and, upon recognizing Kavi, let out a furious roar. Kavi flashed an international gesture of goodwill before dashing toward little Luosha's location. Enraged, the bear pursued him, growling with fury. Roar. Poor little Luosha, just as she was about to drift off to sleep, was startled awake by the terrifying sounds that, oh no, could it be that a beast is approaching? She quickly got up and, peering into the moonlight, saw the bear charging towards her. It was over. She would surely perish. What to do? As is well known, bears in the world of pirates climb trees with remarkable speed. To flee up a tree would be tantamount to inviting death. Little Luosha, not wishing for her demise, hurriedly leapt down and ran away. This commotion instantly drew the bear's attention, having lost track of Kavi. It was now lured by little Luosha's movements at this hour, when one should be sleeping. Are you out of your mind? Little Luosha scolded as she ran. Stupid bear, just wait, I will kill you one day. The bear was the most innocent party, having been kicked awake from a deep slumber, and now it was being remembered by little Luosha. Alas, the life of a bear is indeed fraught with difficulty. Little Luosha ran for a solid hour before finally shaking off the bear. Huff, sweaty and exhausted, little Luosha cautiously climbed another large tree, preparing to rest. After all, she had 2 more days to endure and needed to conserve her energy. Just as she was about to close her eyes, another roar erupted. The sheer volume indicated it was approaching her. Damn it, when will this end? Kavi and Luosha, about to slay this wretched bear within a year. Little Luosha was so frustrated that she even cursed aloud. Throughout that night, the forest echoed with roars as she was relentlessly pursued. It wasn't until dawn that the bear returned to its cave. After a night of running, little Luosha was famished, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. She needed to find food quickly. She hastily gathered some wild fruits to stave off her hunger, but with 2 days still ahead, she felt a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, Kavi, the architect of this entire ordeal, was roasting delicious beast meat in the forest. The golden brown meat sizzled and exuded an enticing aroma that he indulged in hearty bites. Savoring the fullness of life, in stark contrast to little Luosha's plight. During the day, when beasts emerged to forage, little Luosha cautiously nibbled on wild fruits while remaining vigilant of her surroundings, ever ready to flee. Thus, she managed to evade one predator after another. But as night fell, the torment resumed anew. This time, Kavi had arranged for little Luosha to encounter a variety of small creatures, little tigers, young wolves, putting her to the test. Whenever little Luosha contemplated giving up and escaping the forest, terrifying beasts would appear to drive her back. Why are there so many ferocious creatures? Little Luosha's eyes were bloodshot, her dark circles reminiscent of a bear's. She had gone several consecutive days without sleep, merely subsisting on wild fruits. Could it be that the uncle was plotting against her? Yes, it must be him. Cursed be him. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Today is the last day. By nightfall, I can leave this wretched place. After a grueling escape and hiding, little Luosha finally completed the assessment, dragging her exhausted and famished body out of the forest. She encountered Kavi, who sat before a campfire, roasting a wild boar. Little Luosha's eyes sparkled with excitement, tears of joy welling at the corners of her mouth as she prepared to rush over for a delightful meal. However, Kavi took a bite of the roasted piglet, leaving only half behind. Another bite, and it was gone. In 2 bites, an entire roasted piglet was devoured. Are you a pig? Oh, look, Luosha has emerged. Kavi licked the grease off his hands casually. How could you eat the roast all by yourself? Hunger, Fatigue, pain, and injustice surged within her. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Wah! Little Luosha burst into tears, her expression one of utter grievance. Oh, it seems I may have gone a bit too far. Kavi was just about to offer some comfort when, in the blink of an eye, Rosa fainted. He teleported, caught her, and checked her condition. Phew. Thankfully, she's all right, Kavi thought, almost overwhelmed with guilt. The following day, Rosa slowly opened her eyes in her familiar room. Am I still alive? Such a heart-wrenching thought. Kavi truly is ungrateful. You're awake? Come on, get up for breakfast. We've been waiting for you, Kavi called out, not realizing that Rosa was already conscious. Hearing his words, she offered no response, slowly rising from her bed, washing up, and eating as if she were a mere shell of her former self. She understood that she could not defeat Kavi. Words would be futile. Kavi advocated for holistic development, physical training, mastery of knowledge, and robust mental fortitude. He felt like a concerned father, utterly burdened by worry. However, at that moment, Rosa harbored a deep resentment towards Kavi. One day, I will surely defeat this demon Kavi and trample him underfoot. The bitterness within her was palpable. Now, aside from her ambition to become a naval king, she had gained an additional goal. She devoured her roasted meat with such fervor. It seemed she wished to tear someone apart. Kavi, observing her, could only respond with silence. After breakfast, Kavi called Rosa outside. Here, this is your reward. He handed her a finely crafted dagger, forged a year ago at the blacksmith's. Thank you, master. Upon receiving the dagger, Rosa was ecstatic, inspecting it from every angle, completely devoid of any thoughts of vengeance. It appeared that Rosa had matured, adept at displaying one face in front of him while concealing another behind his back, which was reassuring. From now on, not only would she strengthen her physique, but she would also hone her skills with the dagger. If one day you become a naval admiral, I will gift you the 7-star sword. Kavi continued to weave grand dreams. Really? Rosa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course. Yay, master is so wonderful. Kavi's kindness made her consider that perhaps a slight gesture would suffice when the time for revenge came. Rosa had indeed been easily swayed. She was still just a child. All right, now go chop some firewood with that knife I gave you. Huh? Chop wood? Aren't you supposed to teach me swordsmanship? Rosa was bewildered. Why are you sending me to chop wood? Are you certain this will make me stronger? Just do as I say. Am I the teacher, or are you? With a pout, Rosa reluctantly set off to chop wood. How much do I need to chop? Well, let's start with 10,000 pieces, Rosa. Her mood mirrored the absurdity of the situation. Thus, Rosa endured another 6 months of training. Smack, with a swift motion. She swung the knife, and though it split effortlessly in two. Not bad. Stop now. Rosa's talent was commendable. While she might not reach the level of a top genius, with enough effort, she had the potential to become a formidable force. Today, I will teach you something different. What is it? Rosa thought she had finally reached the end of her wood-chopping ordeal. Now, you may use any means to attack me, and I will not retaliate. With that, Kavi covered his eyes with a black cloth. Come at me. What is this? Has master lost his mind? Rosa was perplexed. Yet, this did not diminish her anticipation for this day, which she had thought was far off. To her surprise, master was offering her this opportunity. Naturally, Rosa would not let such a chance slip by. She tiptoed, sneaking up behind Kavi. She lifted her foot, aimed for Kavi's backside, and with all her might, kicked downwards. Her excitement was palpable, her lips curling upward as she was about to send her master flying. However, Kavi's lips twitched as he perceived everything with his Kenbunchika haki, and a hint of doubt arose within him. Does she harbor such hatred for me? Kavi subtly shifted his stance, evading the kick. Rosa, having exerted too much force, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed in frustration. How infuriating. Rosa gritted her teeth, knowing it wouldn't be that simple. Fueled by anger, she sprang back up and launched a furious assault on Kavi, as if seeking vengeance for his slain father. Every left hook, right kick, and frantic elbow strike was effortlessly dodged by Kavi. Ultimately, her attempts proved futile, even when she resorted to drawing the knife. Enough, enough. Master is bullying me. Kavi removed the blindfold. How have I bullied you again? This is what I intend to teach you next. The most formidable power in this world. Haki. What is haki? Is that how you dodged my attacks just now? Rosa questioned, perplexed. Correct. There are 3 types of haki. Armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Kavi glanced at Rosa. What I just used was observation haki, which allows me to perceive the trajectory of your attacks. Mastering observation haki to an advanced level can even grant the legendary ability to foresee the future. If one cultivates observation haki to a high level, they should be able to foresee the future to some extent, and those who reach the pinnacle may awaken special abilities, just like Shanks. One of the four emperors, with his observation haki. Roger's ability to hear all things might be a result of reaching the apex of haki, and Luffy seems to possess it as well. Perhaps it's innate that I want to learn this. Rosa was brimming with excitement, eager to begin her training. Hold on, let me finish. Next is armament haki, which is this. Kavi demonstrated by wrapping armament haki around his fingers. Bang! He lightly flicked Rosa's forehead. Ouch! That hurts. Rosa's face contorted as she quickly covered her forehead, a large bump forming in no time. What was that for? That was to let you experience the power of armament haki. Kavi replied, scratching his nose. Humph, using me as a test subject again. Rosa puffed up her cheeks, glaring at Kavi. Ignoring her expression, Kavi continued, the last type is Conqueror's haki, which only 1 in a million can awaken. Rosa, I believe you are one of those 1 in a million. Conqueror's haki is the ticket to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Kavi regarded it as a manifestation of a strong will. Many assert that the Navy rarely produces users of Conqueror's haki, but Kavi believed it was simply a matter of unwavering conviction. They say Garp cannot wield Conqueror's haki, yet he pursued the Pirate King. Do you believe he lacks it, or do you trust in my words, like I am Qin Shi Huang? In Kavi's view, Garp's so-called Iron Fist of Love was a reflection of Conqueror's haki. For Rosa to awaken this power, Kavi would need to employ some clever tactics. Would you like to experience it? Your master is indeed 1 in a million at this time. Kavi did not directly unleash his Conqueror's haki, instead asking for Rosa's consent. If my master possesses it, I must have it too. Only then can I defeat him. Rosa resolved internally. I want to see. A smile crept onto Kavi's face. Rosa, I hope you don't faint. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Kavi, his advanced Conqueror's haki fully unleashed. The immense pressure bore down on Rosa, and a suffocating sensation enveloped her. She felt as though she stood at the precipice of a chasm, facing a terrifying beast poised to devour her. It was as if a colossal hand was crushing her heart. Her vision began to fade, and she felt herself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Would she once again face humiliation before her master? No, I will not fall again. I refuse to be mocked by my master. I will defeat him. A faint yet resolute aura surged from Rosa. Conqueror's haki awakened. Huh? Kavi was taken aback by how easily Rosa had awakened her Conqueror's haki. Was her talent truly that extraordinary? The methods that were meticulously prepared for cultivating the Conqueror's haki seemed to be of no use now. Originally, Kavi had intended to employ an emotional fluctuation technique to provoke little Rosa, but to his surprise, she awakened prematurely. It is a pity that he will not witness the expression of anguish on her face. Had Kavi known that little Rosa's awakening of the Conqueror's haki stemmed from her resentment towards him, he would certainly have been left in contemplation. Retracting his Conqueror's haki, Kavi gazed contentedly at the exhausted little Rosa before him. Indeed, she is destined to become a formidable figure within the Navy. Remember that feeling just now. That is the essence of Conqueror's haki. Strive to master it at the earliest opportunity. Little Rosa was elated. Finally, she could hold her head high. Let us rest for a while. Afterward, I shall teach you swordsmanship. Upon hearing this, little Rosa's fatigue vanished instantly. Swordsmanship was her true passion, while haki merely served as a means to enhance her skills. Teach me now. I wish to learn. Her enthusiasm was palpable. She had been competitive since childhood, and it had only intensified as she grew. With no other choice, Kavi led little Rosa to a towering tree and casually picked up a branch. Watch closely. He swung the branch, devoid of haki, as it slowly glided past the roots of the great tree. He then discarded the branch, inquiring, "Did you see that clearly?" "Huh, what was that?" Little Rosa appeared perplexed. However, the next moment, boom, the towering tree collapsed with a thunderous sound, leaving behind a smooth stump. "Wow, master, I want to learn that technique," little Rosa exclaimed, jumping up in astonishment, her eyes filled with admiration. "Incredible. Master, remember, everything has its own breath. Feel it and go with the flow, and you will find it effortless. Now, discover it for yourself." With that, Kavi departed, leaving little Rosa to practice alone. He hoped she would grasp it within a year. Subsequently, little Rosa's training regimen expanded further, building her physique, honing her haki, and mastering swordsmanship. In a hurried passage of time, 2 years flew by. Under Kavi's meticulous guidance, little Rosa underwent a remarkable transformation. Flowing light. A stream of sword energy erupted from little Rosa's blade as she swung it through the drizzle. Crack. In an instant, the massive stone before her split in two, revealing a smooth surface. The drizzle was the name little Rosa had given to her sword. Excellent. You finally made some progress. My teachings over these past 2 years have not been in vain. Phew. Little Rosa sheathed her sword and turned to Kavi. Master, are you leaving? In truth, little Rosa had sensed in recent days that Kavi intended to depart. After 3 years here, it was time to explore the world beyond. Little Rosa had preliminarily mastered the 3 forms of haki and had also entered the realm of swordsmanship. Now, diligent practice was all that remained. There was little more Kavi could teach her. Yes, it is time to go. May I accompany you? Kavi paused for a moment. No, the place I am heading is too perilous. You are still too weak. Little Rosa bit her lip, her fist clenched, her expression tinged with stubbornness. Are we not family? Kavi chuckled heartily, ruffling little Rosa's hair. Have you not heard that a teacher for a day is a father for life? In that regard, I suppose I am indeed your father. Father? Humph. Who wants to be your daughter? With her smile fading, Kavi's expression turned slightly serious. Rosa, remember, when you can fully envelop your arm with armament haki, that is when you will be ready to venture out to sea. Understood? Little Rosa nodded, having been reminded of this many times before. Although her current strength would likely render her unmatched in the first half of the Grand Line. Kavi's concerns remained. Just because I do not speak of it does not mean I am unconcerned. Moreover, there was one crucial point to remember. If she decided to join the Navy, she must not reveal her conqueror's haki unless it was a matter of life and death. Understood. The little Rosa did not grasp the reasons behind it. She nodded in agreement. The presence of conqueror's haki within the Navy could indeed pose significant issues, if exploited by those with ulterior motives. It could lead to dire consequences. After imparting his final words of caution to little Rosa, Kavi prepared to depart. He bid farewell to the elderly town mayor, making his way to the dock where he boarded a small merchant vessel he had purchased. At that moment, little Rosa rushed out, standing at the dock, breathless, and called out to Kavi, Master, where can I find you? Kavi waved his hand in response, Do not seek me out. In the future, we shall inevitably meet again. He hoped that when they did, they wouldn't find themselves as adversaries in the new world. A small merchant ship sailed the vast ocean. Kavi reclined in a chair, basking in the sun. System, opened the character panel. Host, Kavi age, 41 physique, 65-88 skills, Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, Armament Haki, Advanced, Observation Haki, Advanced, 6 forms of the Navy, Advanced, Swordsmanship, Advanced, Water Walking Devil Fruit. Human Fruit, Panga Form, Development. 54, Fruit Ability, Amplification. Pangu's pressure over the past 3 years, Kavi had focused on refining his observation haki and developing his devil fruit abilities. At last, he had cultivated observation haki to an advanced level, capable of predicting the future. Upon reaching a development level of 50, he finally unlocked his first skill, Panga's Pressure. As the name suggests, it functions as a mental attack akin to Conqueror's Haki, striking at the very soul. The amplification ability was a personal development of Kavi's, thus counting as part of his devil fruit capabilities. The other skills remained at the advanced stage, with Kavi feeling a noticeable slowdown in his power progression beyond that point. It appeared that achieving peak strength would require several more years of dedication. Captain, there's a ship ahead, shouted Little Buggy from aboard the vessel. Huh? Is it a pirate ship? Shanks exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Buggy's side to gaze at the distant ship. It's just a merchant vessel. Disappointment washed over him instantly. The Roger pirates desperately needed to find an island to replenish their supplies, as the captain had been hosting feasts daily, leading to the depletion of a month's worth of provisions in a mere 10 days. Consequently, the crew had been economizing and living like paupers for the past few days. Roger, should we exchange some berries with the merchant fleet for supplies? At this rate, we won't last until we reach land. Silver's Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger pirates, suggested to a nearby crew member. Ha. All right then, since Rayleigh has spoken, let us trade for a bit. Gold. Roger, the future pirate king, wore a bold expression, completely unfazed by the impending hunger that loomed over his crew. You really are an unreliable captain, Rayleigh sighed, placing a hand on his forehead in exasperation. If it weren't for me, this pirate crew would have disbanded long ago. The Roger pirates were formed in pursuit of freedom and adventure. In Kavi's view, referring to them as an adventure crew would be more fitting. After all, true pirates would never dream of using berries to purchase items. Why buy when I can steal? Rayleigh slightly bent his legs and leaped onto Kavi's ship. Noticing only a middle-aged man lounging in a chair, leisurely basking in the sun, he felt a twinge of confusion. Isn't this a merchant vessel? Rayleigh thought to himself, but there was little time for contemplation. Hunger took precedence. Hey there, wake up. Rayleigh shook the slumbering Kavi, calling out. Huh, Kavi squinted as he looked at the person before him. Who are you? Do you not see that I am trying to sleep? He stretched languidly and spoke slowly. My apologies, brother. I did not mean to disturb you, Rayleigh replied, somewhat sheepishly. At that moment, Kavi took a closer look at the man before him. Wait, is that the Dark King Rayleigh? Recognizing the golden-haired figure, he instinctively inquired, Do you have business with me? Huh. Do you know me? Rayleigh assumed Kavi might have seen his bounty poster. Thus he was not surprised. After all, he was a well-known figure. Indeed. Do you have something to discuss? Where is Roger? Kavi rose to survey his surroundings, and indeed, a pirate ship lay not far off, the Golden Jackson. He recalled the name of the vessel, astonished that he would one day witness the ship of the Pirate King. Do you know our captain? Rayleigh retorted. The Roger pirates? Who doesn't know them on the high seas? Moreover, this is the New World. Surely, no one is unaware. After all, during the Rocks era, the Roger pirates already held a certain notoriety. And now they were among the most formidable pirates at sea. Ha! I never imagined we were so renowned. Rayleigh chuckled, scratching the back of his head, seemingly quite pleased. By the way, you haven't mentioned why you're here. Kavi said, puzzled as to why the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh would visit the ship of a mere nobody, appearing to seek something from him. Right. I almost forgot the main matter. Good sir, we would like to exchange some berries for food. If that is acceptable, Rayleigh replied, his expression turning slightly awkward. Surely not. The illustrious Roger pirates are out of food, Kavi exclaimed, his exaggerated expression vividly showcasing his delight in the situation. He never expected the Roger pirates would find themselves in such a predicament. He couldn't resist the urge to mock them, envisioning future tales of how he, Kavi, had single-handedly aided the Roger pirates. Rayleigh, upon hearing this, felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. What was this fellow's issue? He displayed no fear in the presence of great pirates and yet spoke in such a sardonic manner. I hope you will show us your generosity. Our pirate crew will surely repay you handsomely, Rayleigh said earnestly, clasping his fist in a sincere request. Although annoyed, Kavi maintained a respectful demeanor. After all, they were good pirates, not to be compared with common folk. I can certainly assist you, but I have one condition. Rayleigh's eyes brightened. What condition? Well, how about inviting me aboard your ship as a guest? Simple enough, right? Oh, and remember to have your captain extend the invitation personally, Kavi said, a sly smile creeping across his face as he suddenly entertained this mischievous thought. Ah, Rayleigh looked taken aback. Is that all? Just this one condition? I could offer you food for free. Consider it. Rayleigh snapped back to reality, contemplating how he would drag the captain over without delay. Ha ha ha, you're quite the character. My friend, I'll go consult the captain's opinion right away. With that, Rayleigh leapt back onto the pirate ship, and Kavi marveled at the effectiveness of the moonwalk technique. Roger, come over, food is here. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh is indeed reliable. Truly worthy of being the first mate, the crew rejoiced. Roger approached, commenting, Rayleigh, I knew I made the right choice in you. Rayleigh's expression darkened as he pulled Roger aside. Captain, that fellow specifically requested you invite him aboard our ship as a guest. Or we won't have any food. Laughter erupted around them, as if they were not insulted but instead found amusement in their captain's plight. Ha ha ha, let's go. I want to see who it is that requires my personal invitation. Roger was not angered. Rather, he was intrigued by this individual. Roger was no fool. The calm demeanor displayed before the great pirate crew indicated that this person must possess some form of backing. Otherwise, he must be well acquainted with the Roger pirates. Coincidentally, Kavi embodied both traits. He had backing and knowledge of the Roger pirates. As for being an acquaintance, that would soon be revealed. Ha! Laughter echoed from afar. Accompanied by an aura of intimidation, the future pirate king, Gold. Roger, made his grand entrance. Instantly, the atmosphere became charged. Kavi observed the man before him, with raven hair and a distinct mustache, exuding an imposing presence. Roger scrutinized Kavi in return. A middle-aged man with dark hair and a hint of a beard, slightly more handsome than himself. One thing was certain. The person before him was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Without uttering a word, Roger unleashed his conqueror's haki. A terrifying energy surged from Roger's body, overwhelming Kavi and causing the very air around them to tremble. Is this how pirates greet one another? Kavi thought in exasperation that he had no choice but to release his own conqueror's haki to counter Roger's. The deck of the merchant ship and its walls were instantly ravaged by their clashing energies. Fissures appearing everywhere. Holy smokes! My ship! Stop this at once, or I won't be giving you any food. Kavi bellowed, enraged. If his ship were destroyed, he would have to walk. Rayleigh hurriedly intervened, grabbing Roger to haul them. Roger, do you still want to eat? A sharp smack landed on Roger's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The tense atmosphere returned to normal. Is this truly your way of requesting assistance? Mason, Rayleigh said, bowing an apology to Kavi while holding Roger's head down. Roger snapped back to reality. Apologies. I got carried away. We'll compensate for your losses. Kavi, taken aback by the duo before him, found himself at a loss for words. All right. Consider it my misfortune. Kavi waved his hand, resigning himself to his bad luck. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance, and it truly applied here. Subsequently, Kavi was welcomed aboard the Golden Jackson as a guest. He retrieved food from the system space, and the gathering soon turned into a feast. To celebrate Kavi's arrival, everyone, feast time. Yay, feast time, feast time. They devoured their food ravenously, leaving a mess behind. How long has it been since you all last ate? Kavi mused, relieved that he had prepared ample provisions. Thus, Kavi naturally mingled with the future members of the Pirate King's crew. Goodness, every one of them has a bounty in the millions, walking berries. Indeed. Shanks and Buggy don't count. Cheers. If pirates weren't pillaging and killing, being a pirate could be quite a commendable profession. Unfortunately, those truly seeking freedom and adventure among pirates were few and far between. Kavi was unfazed by this. The world of pirates was not as innocent and passionate as depicted in anime. Not everyone was like Luffy and his crew, who ventured out to pursue freedom and adventure. Most pirates merely used the guise of seeking freedom to engage in plunder and slaughter. Of course, this was not entirely their fault. The world was too dark, and some had no choice but to become pirates. There were too many injustices in the world. The Navy could not manage them all, and some even dared not intervene to do as one wished. One either needed extraordinary strength or to be a celestial dragon. Kavi had no chance for the latter, but could certainly attempt the former. Uncle Kavi, thank you for the food. The future user of the Fruit of Face, the 4 Emperors red-haired Shanks, and the future 4 Emperor. The clown Buggy approached Kavi with juice in hand. That a pirate crew boasting 2 emperors and 1 future pirate king was quite impressive. Kavi playfully ruffled the hair of the 2 young ones. You two must repay me well in the future, understood? Rest assured, King Buggy will definitely repay any debts. Just call on me if you need anything, Buggy declared proudly, puffing out his chest and mimicking the tone of an adult. Hahaha, Buggy, you're hilarious. Shanks erupted into laughter beside him. Damn it. Shanks, you're asking for trouble. Buggy, unable to tolerate Shanks' teasing, charged at him for a duel. The ship was filled with a jovial atmosphere. In a corner of the ship, a burly young man sat silently, drinking, quite out of place in the lively environment. Kavi pondered carefully. This must be Barrett, who had recently joined the Roger Pirates. TSK, another troublesome child. The feast aboard the ship felt somewhat lacking. Thus, Roger decided to find a small island to continue the celebration and take a breather. Kavi sighed at this. No wonder supplies were depleting so rapidly. It seemed they were either feasting or on their way to a feast. Before long, they discovered a deserted island as the sky darkened. A bonfire blazed, and it seemed pirates were relentless in their pursuit of merriment. Did they never tire? Kavi, who exactly are you? Roger boomed, drinking. Your strength is commendable. You shouldn't be unknown. Me. Just an unemployed wanderer. Indeed, Kavi was currently an unemployed wanderer, not a pirate, nor a Navy officer. He could be considered an ordinary civilian. Upon hearing this, both Roger and Rayleigh's lips twitched. Sensing they had been met with indifference, regaining his composure, Roger rose to his feet and called out to Kavi with earnest conviction. Kavi, join our pirate crew. His demeanor was sincere and imposing, nearly moving Kavi to tears. Forget it. You're the second person to invite me aboard. I have little interest in becoming a pirate. Kavi declined, remaining unmoved even by the invitation from the Pirate King himself. For his ambitions lay elsewhere, and he held no fascination for the so-called historical texts. Well, it seems I am not the first to extend an invitation, Roger lamented, feeling a tinge of disappointment. What a pity. Such a reliable ally with such convenient abilities. Previously, Kavi had produced food from the system's space in front of everyone, leading them to believe he was a wielder of a devil fruit. Roger almost mistook him for a mere tool. So who was the first to invite you aboard? Rayleigh inquired, intrigued by the notion. Oh, you must know him, Whitebeard, Newgate. I had a skirmish with him not long ago. Kavi replied casually. Ha. So it was that rascal Newgate. Now I feel a sense of balance. Roger's spirits lifted, realizing that even Newgate had been turned down by Kavi. He couldn't wait to mock him next time. In that moment, Roger completely forgot his own similar fate with Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Rayleigh's concerns diverged from Roger's. He was more interested in Kawi's strength, for engaging in battle with Newgate was no feat for an ordinary individual. At that moment, Barrett, who had been seated in the corner, stood up. His purpose for setting sail was to challenge Roger, and the outcome was evident. After his defeat, he would join Roger's crew, driven by the ambition to surpass him. In his eyes, Roger was the strongest. I challenge you. The atmosphere fell silent as Barrett pointed at Kawi. Kawi glanced at Barrett, puzzled by the antics of this troublesome child. You train for another decade before you speak. He scoffed, his disdain unmistakable. How dare a mere child act so brazenly before him? Did he think he was some young Rosa? Humph! Enraged, Barrett bellowed and charged at Kawi, his formidable physique exuding an air of intimidation. It must be said, at his age, Barrett's physique was indeed a testament to his diligent training. Hey, Shanks, Uncle Kawi is about to get hit, Buggy exclaimed, leaping up in alarm and urgently calling out to Shanks. Uncle Kawi had provided them with so much food. How could they allow Barrett to attack him? Barrett was simply going too far, and Buggy and Barrett had never gotten along, primarily because Buggy couldn't match his strength. All right, Buggy, calm down. Can't you see the captain and the others aren't worried? Shanks reassured his good friend. Roger, how many moves do you think Kawi needs to deal with Barrett? Rayleigh inquired, observing Barrett's assault. 1 move. I suppose, Roger replied nonchalantly, in a way. Although Barrett is still young, his strength is not to be underestimated. Roger shot Rayleigh a look. How many moves do you think it would take for you to handle Barrett right now? Well, maybe within 3 moves, Rayleigh estimated, believing he could subdue Barrett with his full effort in that many strikes. Then that S settled. Indeed, just as Barrett's fist was about to collide with Kawi's face. Kawi moved, extending a hand slowly, coiling it into a fist, and casually struck out. Boom. The next instant, Barrett was sent flying, landing several dozen meters away with a resounding crash that created a giant crater. Barrett lay there, defeated, his chest visibly concaved, evidently having broken a few ribs. What the heck? Barrett is dead. Buggy cried out, rushing to check Barrett's pulse. Phew, he's still alive. Uncle Kawi is astonishingly powerful, after giving Barrett a hard time all day. Now he knows what real strength is. Buggy beamed, as if he had been the one to put Barrett in that state. I might have overdone it a bit. Roger, I hope you don't mind? Kawi chuckled. Not at all. It's just what these kids need to see. But since you struck my crew member, as captain, I must do something to avoid being ridiculed. Kawi smiled slightly in response. What do you propose? Roger's eyes lit up. Let us have a duel. Rayleigh's expression darkened, covering his forehead. That I knew it. Roger, being the battle-hungry individual he was, would never pass up the opportunity to face Kawi. Such a worthy opponent deserved a reason to engage in combat. Kawi, let us fight, Roger declared, unabashedly taking out a rapier and challenging Kawi. Very well, let me witness the strength of the future pirate king. Barrett, feeling neglected, cried out, Hey, you all are ignoring me. What about me being dead? Buggy added, Hey, Shanks, aren't we going to help Barrett? Shanks responded, Watching the captain fight is more important. This is a learning opportunity. Barrett won't die anytime soon. A moment of silence was observed for someone. The crowd stepped back, ensuring they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Roger, a pure hockey practitioner, had honed his hockey to its utmost limits, refusing to consume a devil fruit to avoid any weaknesses. One could only imagine the sheer power of his hockey. Gripping ace, the dark red conqueror's hockey intertwined with the blade, an invincible aura soaring skyward. Divine evasion. With this technique, the gods themselves would retreat. Roger swung his sword with tremendous force, dashing towards Kawi in a flash. Launching his most potent strike, Kawi gripped the 7-star sword tightly, a terrifying aura surging forth like a tidal wave. Enveloping the blade. Fallen Celestial, what do the gods know of retreat? I can name my techniques just as well. Boom. Rip. The two forces clashed, producing a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The surrounding area was engulfed in Conqueror's hockey. Black and red arcs of lightning danced wildly, as if aiming to tear apart the very fabric of space, a terrifying presence sweeping over the battlefield. Is this the power of the captain and Uncle Kawi? It is incredible. The eyes of 2 small onlookers sparkled with admiration, akin to witnessing divine beings. Others were equally astounded, taken aback by such formidable strength that had previously gone unnoticed. Barrett, feeling utterly forsaken, called out, Is nobody going to help me? Ha. Such a fallen celestial, even the gods cannot withstand this sword. I will deflect it. Roger shouted with conviction, applying greater force, subtly pushing Kawi back. Truly, divine evasion is formidable. Yet, if you wish to overpower me, you'll need more than this. Kawi sensed the pressure emanating from the Pirate King, realizing he could no longer hold back. This man was indeed not showing any mercy. Pengu's might. In an instant, the seven-star sword became enveloped in a layer of crimson aura, the power of gods and demons converging, a bloodthirsty presence advancing towards Roger's conqueror's haki. Bang. Roger was immediately propelled back several dozen meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground. What was that? Roger dashed forward, shouting at Kawi, inquiring about the sudden surge of Kawi's aura, which had felt like being targeted by an ominous force, sending chills down his spine. Before he was sent flying. Ha ha ha, just a little trick, nothing of note, Kawi humbly responded, for after all, he had merely repelled the future Pirate King, nothing to boast about. Wait, the captain was just pushed back. Does that mean the captain lost? Kawi's heart swelled with joy at this thought, maintaining an outward appearance of modesty. Wow, Uncle Kawi is amazing, and so humble. If I manage to push back the captain, I'd gloat for at least a year. Buggy, wide-eyed with excitement, began to fantasize even before he'd gotten any sleep. Kawi, this time you've won, but I will surely reclaim victory next time. Roger accepted the outcome of their battle with grace, refraining from pressing Kawi further. Though they had exchanged only a single strike, such high-caliber confrontations typically ended at that point. At their level, a full-blown fight could take days to conclude. Let us call it a day and return to the feast. Roger declared. Wait, why is Barrett still lying there? Buggy, Shanks, you two carry him to bed. Ugh, finally, someone remembers me. I almost kicked the bucket. Another night of revelry ensued. The following morning, a resounding cannon blast jolted everyone from their slumber. Captain, the Navy is here. We must flee. Roger, it's time to leave. As Roger awoke from his slumber, he wondered if it was that rascal Karp again, arriving with remarkable speed. Kavi, I shall surely defeat you next time. Kiddos, let us make our escape. With a collective exclamation of "Oh!" the crew boarded their ship and departed, leaving Kavi stranded on this desolate island. I, too, must take my leave, shaking off the fog in his mind. Kavi rose to prepare for his departure. Where on earth is my ship? Where has my grand vessel vanished to? A glance across the sea revealed nothing but a solitary naval ship. The Roger pirates had fled. Karp had arrived, but my ship was nowhere to be found. Roger, it seems the Navy's cannon fire just obliterated Kavi's merchant ship. Is it not a bit unscrupulous for us to have escaped like this? Rayleigh looked at Roger with a puzzled expression, though the captain appeared surprisingly pleased. Ha ha ha. Is that so? I didn't even notice. In any case, Kavi is no pirate, and the Navy can't do much to him. It appeared that the captain was indeed quite cheerful. Hey there. Have you seen the Roger pirates? Karp leapt from his ship, accompanied by his first mate, Bogart. Observing Karp's inquiry, Bogart felt a sense of resignation. After all, Karp was the only other presence on this deserted island apart from the Roger pirates. Sorry, but I don't seem to have spotted any pirates, Kavi replied honestly. You must be joking. Who would believe that? Bogart thought to himself, finding Kavi to be quite the match for Vice Admiral Karp. Oh, is that so? Then, Bogart, let us continue our pursuit of the Roger pirates. Karp casually scratched his nose and turned back to Bogart. Bogart, seeing Karp about to head back, Kavi hastily interjected. You must be the legendary Vice Admiral Karp, right? Truly, it is a pleasure to meet you. I, Kavi, have a small request to make of you. Oh, what request do you have? Karp, intrigued, paused and turned to face Kavi. It's nothing too significant. A girl will soon be joining the Navy, and I hope Vice Admiral Karp can look after her. A girl, joining the Navy. That's splendid. What's her name? I'll gladly assist. Karp responded with exuberance, showing little concern for other matters. Hey, Vice Admiral Karp, you can't just agree without knowing anything. Well, I suppose it's not my concern. It seemed Bogart, having only recently joined Karp, still hadn't developed immunity to his captain's impulsive nature. The Navy must support one another. What's the girl's name? Her name is Rosa. I entrust her to you, Vice Admiral Karp. If you ever need my assistance, don't hesitate to ask, Kavi assured, patting his chest. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Karp replied nonchalantly, feeling no need for Kavi's help. Roger. Halt. Karp. There's no one around. Why not take a break? Is that so? Ha ha ha. Let us rest then. Karp stopped, and the two found a spot to sit. Roger, I must warn you, if I catch wind of you laying a hand on civilians, I won't let you off lightly. Roger laughed heartily. Don't you know me? I have no interest in such trifles. Though they belonged to opposing factions, Roger and Karp bore no animosity towards one another and had forged a friendship. Are you not worried about your crew? Karp casually popped a donut into his mouth. Ha! Fret not. They're well aware of our relationship and know how to exercise restraint, Roger replied nonchalantly, extending his hand towards Karp. It's gone. Hey. I saw that. Hand one over, Roger exclaimed, reaching out to snatch one. Here. Just this one. Karp begrudgingly offered a donut to Roger, clearly irritated. By the way, do you know Kavi? Karp recalled the request Kavi had made a few days prior. Of course, I know him. In fact, I wanted to invite him to join us, but he turned me down mercilessly, Roger said, his face falling into a look of dejection. He has actually joined our navy. Karp laughed exaggeratedly, feeling quite pleased with Kavi's refusal to join the pirates. What? Impossible. Kavi said he would never join either the pirates or the navy. You can't fool me, Roger retorted, rising in indignation. He couldn't believe that someone like Kavi would join the navy. After all, with his strength, he could have joined ages ago. Why wait until after he had been rejected? Karp, feeling rather uninterested, scratched his nose and sighed. Well, I didn't deceive you. He has joined the navy, but he did mention that his younger generation will, so that counts as joining, doesn't it? That doesn't count at all. You can't say that. If one day your grandson becomes a pirate, does that mean you're a pirate too? Roger continued to argue, even citing specific examples to illustrate the absurdity of Karp's statement. Pa, your grandson is the pirate. Your entire family are pirates, Karp snapped back, clearly displeased by Roger's retort. If Kavi were present, he would undoubtedly label Karp as a great prophet. 6 months later, Kavi arrived in a nation on the land of the New World. The first thing he did was purchase a large merchant ship to dock by the seaside. Without a ship, he felt an unsettling lack of security. Strolling through the bustling town, the lively sounds around him reminded Kavi of festive days in his past life. His heart swelled with joy, and as he sought a tavern for a drink, he suddenly collided with someone. My apologies, Kavi exclaimed, having been distracted and not noticing the presence ahead of him. Hey, move aside. Do you want to die? Boomed a powerful voice from the imposing man before him. The surroundings fell silent as Kavi finally registered the figure he had bumped into, towering far above him. Kavi had to look up to discern the man's features. His exaggerated muscles and physique were adorned with a fearsome dragon tattoo, and atop his head were long horns, indicating he belonged to a special race. He wielded a human-sized spiked club. Is that Kaido? Kavi mused. What brings you here? What are you staring at? Get lost. Truly, Kaido was no less arrogant in his youth, exuding an air of superiority as if he were the ruler of the world. Yet Kavi would not indulge him, even if he had merely bumped into an ordinary person. To have collided with Kaido, the so-called strongest creature, was a challenge he couldn't resist. Ahem, young man, while I may have bumped into you, don't you bear any responsibility? If you hadn't been standing in my way, I wouldn't have collided with you. Therefore, you should step aside, not me. Do you understand, kid? Kaido, utterly bewildered, wondered how someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Don't you see my size? Do you not know who I am? Did you not notice the expressions of those around me? His inner fury surged. You're asking for death. Kaido's massive form loomed over Kavi, one hand resting heavily on his shoulder, as if to crush him. Kaido, you're being too rough, Kavi retorted, scratching his nose. What's the matter? You can't take a few words. Young people these days are too impulsive. It's worth noting that Kavi possessed a physique exceeding 6,000, encompassing strength, speed, and overall capability. Moreover, with the enhancement from the Pangu fruit, even the present-day Kaido would find it challenging to inflict harm upon Kavi. Kavi estimated that only the most elite of Haki users could possibly injure him. Impossible. Kaido, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was taken aback. Kavi continued, if you're capable, follow me. Of course, if you admit you lack the ability, then that's fine too. A simple provocation that any ordinary person would resist. However, Kaido was no ordinary individual. A former intern of the Rocks Pirates, and the future invincible Kaido, having consumed the fish fruit. Mythical Zoan type, dragon form. He had never faced such humiliation before. Filled with rage, he followed Kavi. I'm going to kill this guy. Though Kaido was reckless, he understood the importance of discretion. He had come to the town with Lin to recruit crew members in the bid for the title of Pirate King. And he couldn't afford to attract too much naval attention. Upon reaching an open area, Kavi turned to face the following Kaido. I've heard you're invincible. Is that true? Kaido, speechless, retorted. Who told you that? I certainly didn't know. No more nonsense. Die. Serious matters take precedence, and Kaido is eager to swiftly deal with the insufferable individual before him. Wielding his spiked club, an aura of dominance envelopes him. Crackling with lightning, thunderous bagua, he strikes fiercely at Kavi. Tsk. This young man truly seeks my demise. His intentions are exceedingly cruel. Kavi resolves to impart some much-needed lessons to this reckless youth. The color of Conqueror's haki entwines. His fist, darkening to a deep crimson, is clenched tightly, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch. Boom! With a single blow, Kaido is sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, his body buried in the earth. Motionless. Hey, stop pretending, get up. Kavi immediately discerns that Kaido is feigning unconsciousness. This lad is quite the actor. Lying there, Kaido remains still, fully aware that with such a masterful use of Conqueror's haki, he stands no chance against Kavi, and thus pretends to be unconscious, hoping Kavi will simply leave. Kavi picks up a stone, flicks it with his fingers, and it hurtles toward the motionless Kaido. Bang! The stone misses, and Kaido springs up, dodging to the side. Oh, so you're not playing dead anymore. Why is this person still trying to finish me off? Kaido realizes that he can no longer maintain the charade. What do you want from me? He bellows. Questioning why, while merely recruiting on the street, he finds himself here, assaulted. Kaido cannot comprehend it. I merely wish to see if you are truly invincible. Kavi shrugs helplessly. What ill intentions could I possibly have? I simply wanted to toy with the adorable Kaido. The unfortunate Kaido, having been beaten, finds the reason to be that someone wished to ascertain his invulnerability. At this moment, Kaido is filled with a myriad of thoughts. Who on earth is this individual? How have I never heard of such a twisted person? Transform into a dragon, and let me see. I've never laid eyes on a true dragon before. Kavi's tone is teasing, with a hint of anticipation. After all, it is a dragon, and which man wouldn't want to witness such a majestic sight? Don't push your luck? Kaido feels insulted. You want me to transform into a dragon for your amusement? Am I a jester? You think you can just demand a spectacle of me? Kavi appears disinclined to grant Kaido the opportunity for rebuttal, vanishing from his position and reappearing before Kaido, unleashing terrifying force with a punch. Crack boom. Kaido is once again sent crashing underground, into the same pit, the same position, but with different injuries. The sound of his ribs breaking is painfully clear. Even Kavi winces at the sound. Cough cough, spitting out blood. Kaido rises once more, his resilient form evoking sympathy. Well done, young man, you can still stand. Truly, you are the indomitable Kaido, as the dented chest begins to recover at a slow pace. Having recently consumed the fish fruit and reached this level of prowess, Kaido's talent is indeed remarkable, and no wonder the Navy has attempted to capture him numerous times, yet he always escapes. Our Kaido possesses quite a bit of skill. Panting heavily, Kaido's furious expression seems as if he wishes to devour Kavi whole. After the beating, he cannot bear Kavi's verbal jabs. Under this dual assault, he can no longer contain himself. A grand pirate. To be bullied by a middle-aged man to this extent is intolerable for anyone. I'll fight you to the end. Roar. Kaido transforms into a colossal azure dragon, soaring into the sky, releasing an enraged roar that resonates for miles. Dragon breath. As he dances among the clouds, his form flickers in and out of visibility. A massive dragon head emerges from the clouds, unleashing a torrent of flames imbued with destructive energy toward Kavi. Wow, this is just too magnificent. Kavi, entirely unfazed by the impending attack, envelopes himself in haki, earnestly admiring the azure dragon. How majestic! This is the proper use of the fish fruit. Unlike that perverse pink dragon. Look at Kaido, and then at that fool. Just thinking about it angers me. How could the powerful fish fruit fall into the hands of that fool? Momonosuke. Kavi simply cannot fathom its no wonder Kavi is so incensed. After all, the most despised anime character from his previous life is indeed him. Without exception. Forget it. Let us focus on our adorable Kaido. That a single breath of dragon fire transforms the surroundings into a desolate wasteland, turning all flora into ashes, leaving only Kavi amidst the darkness. Impressive. Descend. Kavi commands Kaido from above with an authoritative tone. Descend. In your dreams. I'm not playing with you anymore. If you have the guts, stay up there and don't leave. Wait for me to call for help. Seeing that Kavi has no means to handle him, Kaido taunts from the sky to go on. I'm waiting. Although Kavi could strike Kaido, he sees no need to do so if he wished to kill Kaido. Even from the sky, he could accomplish it. However, ensuring Kaido's descent without harming him presents a challenge. After all, a single blow may not suffice to keep him from fleeing, if he decides not to play. What can one do? Upon hearing Kavi's agreement, Kaido's spirits soar, and he flies toward the town. Wait, don't run away. Kaido plans to seek out Linlin to exact revenge. Charlotte Linlin, former captain of the Rocks Pirates, is significantly stronger than Kaido in his current state. At present, Linlin and Kaido have yet to part ways. After all, it was Linlin who recently bestowed the fish fruit upon him, and his strength still requires enhancement. Kavi watches Kaido fly away, thinking to himself that youth is marked by impatience. Never mind, it's time for a drink. With that, Kavi strides toward the town, casually entering a tavern that asks for the promise to wait for Kaido. What nonsense is this? When did I agree to wait for him? Besides, I'm much older than him. Do I lose my dignity waiting for him? Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, where are you? Upon learning that Kaido was beaten, Linlin hurried to the scene, only to find nothing but feathers left behind. I've been played. Kaido's expression darkens, rage boiling within him, clearly on the verge of exploding. Damn. I will surely avenge this. Linlin comforts Kaido's feeling for her brother, who has been beaten and played with, unaware of who the perpetrator is, but hoping for a chance to help him retaliate. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin retains her stunning figure, embodying the essence of a top-tier beauty, though Kavi remains oblivious to her presence. Achoo, what's going on? Caught a cold? Impossible. It must be that brat Kaido cursing me. Kavi, sipping his drink, remains entirely unaware of what transpired, making a mental note to deal with Kaido next time. Poor Kaido, unknowingly added to the list. In the Grand Line's first half, in a certain sea, a small boat drifts precariously on the waves, teetering as if it might capsize at any moment. On board sits a blue-haired girl, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, steady as a rock, with a long sword resting beside her. Sigh, when will we arrive? This is so boring. This is nothing like what Master described. Little Rosa complains aboard the vessel. Surely, Master didn't anticipate that I would swiftly master the use of haki. Heh. I truly am a genius. But where could Master be now? The girl on the boat is none other than Kavi's chief disciple, Colin Rosa, currently navigating toward the Navy's branch in the area. First, she'll join the Navy, earn merits, and then head to the headquarters to become the Navy King. Little Rosa's face beams with aspiration as she imagines the scene of becoming the Navy King, with Master Kavi humbly serving her tea, acting as her servant, massaging her shoulders, and kneading her legs. Ha. Lost in her thoughts, drool escapes from the corner of her mouth, and she quickly wipes it away, clenching her fists and raising them above her head, proclaiming loudly, Navy King, I shall become one. Just then, a small boat drifts past, and a black-haired boy with sharp eyes observes her, slowly uttering 3 words. Nuts. Hey, who are you? Do you believe I want to beat you up? Little Rosa, hearing someone call her crazy, immediately feels irked and turns to see a boy piloting an even smaller boat than hers. Ha, you set sail on that tiny boat? Are you trying to make me laugh? Although Little Rosa's boat is small, it at least has a cabin for resting. The boy's boat can barely accommodate a single person. The boy, expressionless, retorts, you're not much better off, after so many days at sea. Little Rosa finally encounters another living soul. Hey, kid, where are you headed? Little Rosa is astonished to see the boy sailing alone, as he appears younger than herself. Is it really safe for someone so young to venture out alone? Little Rosa had never considered that she was just a child herself. The young boy, with his gaze fixed ahead and his posture straightened, stood with arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of indifference, showing no intention of responding to Rosa's inquiries. TCH, what a show-off. Observing this, Rosa muttered under her breath. She could hardly tolerate such brats pretending to be adults, as if they were indeed grown up, while in the eyes of others, they appeared merely foolish. The boy ignored Rosa's remarks and instead sat down, removing the sword from his back and meticulously cleaning it with a cloth, his expression reminiscent of someone cherishing a beloved partner. Oh, are you a swordsman? Rosa had not intended to engage with this pretentious youth, yet the sight of the sword in his hand compelled her to inquire, "Oh, what if I am?" This time, the boy dropped the facade of aloofness and finally replied to Rosa. With newfound determination, Rosa brandished her own slender sword, Rain, and challenged, "How about a duel then?" A surge of competitive spirit ignited within her. Aside from sparring with her master, she had yet to truly test her swordsmanship against anyone else. With her master, it hardly counted as a spar. It was more like one-sided guidance, as even at her utmost effort, she could not inflict a scratch upon him. The boy's eyes lit up with interest at her words, seemingly intrigued by anything related to swords. What is your skill level? He was a rare talent in swordsmanship. Believing that none of his peers could surpass him, defeating you will be a piece of cake. Rosa held her pride, thinking only her master, Kavi, could outshine her at this AG. In reality, Kavi was merely playing in the dirt while Rosa was honing her skills. All right, there's a suitable spot ahead. Let us duel there. That I hope you won't disappoint me. The boy was eager, wanting to see how the person before him would manage to surpass him in swordplay. Moments later, they arrived at a small island. After securing their boat, they prepared to commence their sparring. The two stood opposite each other. Hey, why don't you draw your sword? The boy, noticing Rosa still holding her sheathed sword, felt a surge of irritation. That if you want me to draw my sword, it depends on your abilities, Rosa retorted, clearly dismissive of him, her tone dripping with provocation, unable to bear the boy's aloof demeanor. I hope you truly are that strong. Otherwise, you might find yourself in grave danger. With that, the boy unsheathed his long sword, gripping the hilt with both hands. First style, Demon Slash. He launched into his signature move without hesitation. Disliking the notion of testing the waters, charging at Rosa with his sword emanating a strange green glow, he swung fiercely. Clang! Rosa effortlessly raised her sword's sheath, enveloping it in a layer of armament haki, which she positioned across her chest to block the boy's strike. Sparks flew. With just a slight exertion, the boy was forced back several steps. Hey, are you joking? You can't even use haki, yet you attempt Demon Slash? Are you trying to make me laugh? Rosa mercilessly mocked the boy before her. Indeed, while the boy's swordsmanship surpassed that of his peers, it paled in comparison to Rosa's abilities. A single application of armament haki left him far behind. The boy stared in disbelief. What is this? TSK. You don't even know haki, yet you act all tough. I thought you were impressive. Rosa continued her taunts, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she finally experienced the feeling of sparring with someone akin to her encounters with her master. This is how exhilarating it is to dominate weaker opponents. No wonder her master always taunted her with, "Can you handle this?" Kavi, I did not. Do not slander me. Young man, you have a long journey ahead of you. Rosa lectured with an air of maturity. The boy paused, regaining his composure, and reverted to his previous aloof demeanor. I am Jorah Kelmihawk. What is your name? I am Callian Rosa. I shall remember you. I will become stronger than you, the greatest swordsman in the world. I have no interest in being the greatest swordsman in the world, for I aspire to become the king of the Navy. Rosa boldly declared her ambition once more. Jorah Kelmihawk did not respond, but instead turned aboard his ship and set sail. Upon witnessing this, Rosa recalled a phrase her master had once said and hastily called out. My master said that mastering simple techniques to perfection makes one the strongest. Your moves are overly flashy. At her words, Mihawk's lips twitched. What was so flashy about his moves? They were undeniably impressive. However, perhaps her master had a point. Should he return and give it a try? Achoo! Kavi sneezed, puzzled by his recent spate of sneezes. Had he truly caught a cold? Having roamed the seas for several years, it was time for him to return home. West Sea, Ohara. Upon returning to the familiar small cottage, Kavi felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This place felt just right. Entering the house and surveying the surroundings, he noted that the decor remained unchanged, and surprisingly, the table was dust-free. Had someone been cleaning? As he pondered this, a woman's voice drifted in from outside. Oh, Uncle Kavi, you're back. Hearing the voice, Kavi stepped outside and was taken aback to see a white-haired woman holding a small girl who appeared to be 1 or 2 years old. Olvia. Recognizing her, Kavi's surprise deepened as he looked at the little girl, whose black hair just reached her shoulders, and whose big, round eyes sparkled like black grapes. Uncle Kavi, why did you take so long to return? Olvia exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with irritation. Kavi had been away for nearly 5 years, and had she known he would be gone for so long, she would have tried to stop him. Having shared meals with Kavi for years, her palate had grown accustomed to his cooking, rendering other food lacking in comparison. I thought you might have perished out there. You really worry me. Olvia continued her lecture. Kavi felt a warmth in his heart. Olvia was his first friend in this world, and it felt nice to be cared for. Haha, I see you missed my barbecue. Kavi teased with a hearty laugh. Olvia's cheeks flushed as she stammered. And no, I was clearly worried about your safety. Her gaze darted away, betraying her true feelings. Though she genuinely cared about Kavi's well-being, she missed his cooking even more, but I'll never admit it. What can you do about it? With this thought, Olvia lifted her chin confidently, declaring, Yes, indeed, I was worried about your safety. Uncle Kavi, you have no idea. I come to check on this place every few days. Kavi chose not to spoil her pride, knowing she frequently came to tidy up his little abode. All right. Today, I'll prepare a feast for you. What? Really? Olivia's eyes lit up with excitement. Very well, let us introduce this little sister, shall we? Although Kavi had already guessed the identity of the child Olivia was holding, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "Doe, right? I almost forgot to mention. This is my daughter, Nico Robin. Little Robin, say hello to Uncle or Grandpa." Olivia glanced at Kavi, momentarily unsure of what title Robin should use for him. Uncle, that would place Robin on the same generational level as Kavi. Grandpa, that seemed too old for him. Hey, Grandpa, I'm still young. Of course, you should call me Uncle, Kavi interjected, gently addressing little Robin. Robin blinked her big eyes, turned to her mother, and upon receiving a nod, opened her mouth and sweetly called out, "Uncle Kavi, hello." Ha. Just wait, little Robin. I'll prepare a feast for you right away. Kavi's heart melted at the sound of her calling him uncle, marveling at how adorable Robin was as a child, even more so than now. Humph, Uncle Kavi is biased, Olivia pouted, momentarily displeased. Even as a mother, she felt jealous of her daughter. All right, just wait. Today, I'll make sure you both eat until you're full and can take some home. Kavi entered the kitchen, retrieving ingredients from the system space and beginning to showcase his culinary skills. In no time, a feast of fragrant and delectable dishes filled the table. Wow, it smells amazing, little Robin. We're in for a treat today. Once the last dish was served, Kavi also took his seat. Let us dig in. The two individuals clasped their hands together and simultaneously exclaimed, I have begun. The three of them thus shared a heartwarming meal, with Olvia appearing as though she had not eaten in 3 days, voraciously demolishing the food laid out before them. Little Robin, witnessing her mother in such a manner for the first time, took a bite and declared, delicious. Her already large eyes grew even wider, and in the next moment, she transformed into a little foodie just like Olvia. Ha. Kavi chuckled heartily at the sight. Thank you for the hospitality. However, such delightful moments are fleeting. After the meal, Olvia engaged in casual conversation with Kavi for a while. Uncle Kavi, there is something I wish to ask of you. Olvia's playful demeanor shifted, her expression turning solemn. Kavi glanced at Olvia and then at little Robin, letting out a sigh, as if he already understood the matter at hand. Must you really go? Olvia's gaze was resolute, imbued with an unprecedented determination. This was a task she must undertake, for it represented her ideal and the very purpose of her existence. Yes, as Kavi contemplated this, a mix of admiration and anger surged within him. He flicked his finger against Olvia's forehead, at a loss for words. Ouch! Olvia exclaimed, covering her forehead, yet a smile lingered on her face. She knew that Uncle Kavi had acquiesced. Remember to explain everything to little Robin, do not worry. I have already spoken to her about it. With that, Olvia turned to little Robin, who sat obediently beside her, and gently ruffled her hair. Robin was quite understanding. When are we leaving? Olvia pondered for a moment. In 3 days. Kavi's timely return was fortuitous. Olvia had initially resolved that this would be her last visit. If she had not returned by then, she would have had no choice but to entrust little Robin to her brother's care. Compared to her brother, Olvia felt far more at ease with Kavi. She knew him well enough to trust that he could at least ensure little Robin's safety. Indeed, safety was paramount. She was aware that her upcoming voyage could lead to dire consequences. Even death, in pursuit of her ideals. She feared not for herself, but for the potential burden on her daughter. With Kavi present, little Robin would be secure. Instinctively, she believed that Kavi would protect little Robin well. Let us reconvene in 3 days. Remember to finalize arrangements. Understood. Olvia returned home with little Robin in tow, while Kavi reclined in a rocking chair at the entrance, his eyes half closed, swaying gently as he basked in the golden hues of the setting sun. This year marked the commencement of the Ohara Scholars Expedition to explore the historical texts. Naturally, Olvia would be among them, and the outcome was destined from the very beginning. This expedition would deliver a cataclysmic blow to Ohara. Subsequently, little Robin would become the sole survivor among Ohara's historians, branded as the child of the devil by the world government, with a bounty of 79 million. The sound of tapping echoed as Kavi contemplated whether he should intervene 3 days hence. Once again, Olvia arrived at Kavi's residence with little Robin, this time bringing along supplies for their journey, as well as items necessary for little Robin's daily life. She was departing, and rather than crying or throwing a tantrum, little Robin calmly bid her mother farewell. Olvia waved her hand and turned to leave, a tear glistening in her eye. Little Robin stood at the doorway, gazing after her mother until she vanished from sight. Kavi gently tousled little Robin's hair and said softly, Little one, if you feel like crying, go ahead. Do not hold it in. Little Robin wiped away the impending tears, clutching the book her mother had left her. Her voice resolute yet slightly defiant. I am not crying. Uncle Kavi is mean. With that, little Robin dashed inside, leaving an utterly bewildered Kavi behind. What did I do? Did Olvia speak ill of me? Upon entering, he found little Robin sprawled on his bed, seemingly shedding silent tears. At this sight, Kavi's heart softened. To hell with the world government. I will save her. And I refuse to believe that I cannot rescue one person without them mobilizing the entire force. At this moment, Olvia remained unaware that her life had been temporarily spared thanks to little Robin. There were still 6 years until the issuance of the Ohara extermination order, meaning Kavi had a further 6 years of peace ahead. Indeed, having traversed into the world of pirates, it seemed impossible to remain hidden indefinitely. Ohara's fate was sealed, and Kavi was deep in thought about where to hide Olvia after rescuing her. It was a dilemma. Perhaps a feigned death would suffice. Never mind, he would address it when the time came. For now, Kavi simply wished to lie back and relish this fleeting moment of tranquility. The next few years of child-rearing would undoubtedly be anything but peaceful. Contemplating parenthood, Kavi recalled his star pupil, little Rosa, and wondered if she had embarked on her own journey yet. Achoo! Why is my master thinking of me again? He truly cannot bear to be away from his most adorable disciple for even a second. Little Rosa stood at the entrance of the Navy branch office, muttering to herself, her mind filled with unwholesome thoughts about the future. As dusk descended and night enveloped the forest in a chorus of croaks, Kavi and little Robin were enjoying a sumptuous dinner. Little Robin, from now on, you can treat this place as your own home. Eat whatever you desire and feel free to ask for anything. Understood? Kavi was well aware that little Robin's childhood had not been one of joy. She often went hungry and was inadequately clothed, and after accidentally consuming the Hana no Mi, she had been regarded as a little monster. Little Robin adapted swiftly, perhaps reassured by her trust in Kavi, showing no signs of discomfort. Of course, this was all thanks to Olvia's prior preparations. Little Robin had often accompanied her mother to clean this place, and had always been curious about Kavi. She held no aversion towards him. Rather, she was intrigued as to why her mother insisted that Kavi could be trusted at any time. After finishing dinner, her mind brimming with curiosity, little Robin was told, "If you are tired, go to sleep." Kavi gestured toward the bedroom while beginning to clear the table. It seems there is only one bedroom. Kavi had constructed this dwelling with the intention of living here alone. Thus only a single bedroom had been built. Well, it seems I have no place to sleep now, he mused, shaking his head. I suppose I shall make do with lying on the table for the night. I cannot let little Robin sleep here. He resolved to build another bedroom the following day, planning to settle for the night. At that moment, little Robin looked up at Kavi with wide, innocent eyes and said in a soft voice, "Uncle Kavi, I am afraid to sleep alone. Can you stay with me? I used to sleep with Mama." Kavi felt a bit overwhelmed. Considering that Robin was only 2 years old, it was only natural for her to fear sleeping alone. However, as a responsible young man of the 21st century, Kavi decided it was essential to educate little Robin to be independent from a young age. "Little Robin, you are already 2 years old. You are not a baby anymore. You must learn to be brave. Brave children sleep alone, understand? Now, go to sleep." Although Kavi lacked experience in childcare, he had encountered many videos on child psychology in his previous life. He knew that providing children with praise or slight challenges could effectively guide them towards making the right choices. There was even a blogger who claimed that this method could apply to how girlfriends treat their boyfriends. But Kavi was skeptical. Having been single in his past life, he understood that boys would not fall for such tricks. Little Robin, upon hearing his words, indeed reacted. Her large eyes filled with tears. Her small face looked pitiful, as if she were on the verge of shedding pearls. Hey, this is not how it was supposed to go. Kavi's heart sank. Wasn't it agreed that this approach would work on children? Why was she crying? Cough, cough. Little Robin, you must be strong. There is nothing to fear about sleeping alone. It is just like daytime, and there are no monsters. He rambled on, trying to reassure her. However, the moment he spoke, little Robin's tears flowed freely, making her appear as though Kavi had bullied her. All right, stop crying. I will stay with you." Kavi relented, realizing he had no choice but to sleep alongside little Robin. Internally, he lamented that the days ahead would not be easy. Upon hearing this, little Robin wiped her tears, her nose twitching. Really? Her heart-wrenching sadness was indeed a sight to behold. Really? Then, Uncle Kavi, can you tell me a story? Mama always tells me a story before bed. Little Robin gazed up at Kavi with hopeful eyes. her small face radiating eager anticipation. All right, I shall tell you a story. Little Robin was instantly filled with joy, exclaiming, Yay, let's go to bed quickly. I want to hear a story. Her soft, tender lips uttered words that sparked infinite imagination, unaware of which scoundrel she might end up cheapening in the future. First, go wash your face, Kavi said sternly, feeling as though he had been duped. No, the little Robin might grow up to be somewhat cunning. She was undeniably a naive and carefree little girl at present. Shaking his head to dispel his fantasies, he fetched a basin of water for her to wash her face. I want Uncle Kavi to wash for me. Mom used to do it. Wait. I'll wash it for you. Kavi interrupted little Robin's familiar plea, submitting to the judgment of the little girl. Watching Kavi's resigned expression made little Robin burst into laughter. Recalling her mother's words, indeed, they proved to be effective. After helping little Robin freshen up, the two of them lay on the bed. Uncle Kavi, hurry and tell me a story. I want to hear a story. All right, today I shall tell you the tale of Sun Wukong battling the 7 fairies. I want to hear. Little Robin exclaimed with excitement, clearly captivated by the story Kavi was about to share. Thus, Kavi began narrating his creatively modified tale, which was far more engaging than her mother's stories of the little green hat and grandma. As the story unfolded, little Robin gradually drifted into slumber. Noticing this, Kavi tucked her in snugly before gently succumbing to sleep himself, utterly exhausted from the day. Physical pain is indeed formidable, but the torment of the spirit is the most distressing. The following morning, while Kavi was still deep in slumber, he felt something tugging at his face. Uncle Kavi, wake up, the sun is shining on your bottom, little Robin shouted, leaning close to his ear. What is it? Kavi feigned ignorance. Turning over to continue his sleep, little Robin, indignant, suddenly had a bright idea. She climbed onto Kavi and loudly proclaimed in his ear, Uncle Kavi, I wet the bed. What? Kavi jolted awake, sitting up abruptly and scooping little Robin into his arms for a thorough inspection. Realizing he had been deceived, he playfully ruffled her hair. How dare you trick Uncle? Will you do it again next time? Wah, I won't. Little Robin immediately pleaded for mercy, originally intending to sleep a little longer. Kavi, now wide awake due to Robin's antics, got up to prepare breakfast. After their meal, the duo was ready to embark on the arduous tasks of the day. Although little Robin insisted on having Kavi sleep with her, he decided to expand the room. After all, with an additional occupant, the space felt somewhat cramped. Kavi ventured out to chop down a few trees and began processing the wood, while little Robin watched attentively. Although she wished to assist, Kavi insisted she stay out of the way to avoid hindering his work. Little Robin pouted adorably in protest, her defiance eliciting hearty laughter from Kavi. Just wait until you grow up a bit more, and then you can help Uncle Kavi, he reassured her. All right then, little Robin resignedly suppressed her desire to help, observing as Kavi repaired the house, occasionally bringing him water to drink and wiping his sweat. A year later, in the New World, in the Adversary. Hahaha. Roger, let us join forces. Your special abilities combined with the might of my flying sky pirate crew will ensure our dominance over the world. A robust man stood on a ship amidst a fleet of pirate vessels, shouting towards Roger's crew across the waters. The man, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a mane of wild golden hair, bore 2 renowned swords at his waist. He was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion, one of the former captains of the Rock's pirates. With Rock's dream of world domination shattered, Shiki inherited his ambition, which burned fiercely within him. He was a sovereign of the seas, possessing the awakened powers of the Fuwa Nomi, rendering him invincible upon the ocean. At this moment, the Flying Sky Pirate crew had become the most formidable pirate group in terms of overall strength. All he needed was to invite Roger's crew to join him to fully realize his ambition of world domination. Encircled by the Flying Sky Pirates, Roger's crew stood tense, with Rayleigh gravely looking at Roger. What should we do? Regardless of Roger's decision, they would support him unconditionally. Oh no. We're doomed, Captain. We're surrounded. Let us run. Buggy rushed around the ship, nearly beside himself with panic. Buggy, calm down. The captain hasn't spoken yet. Shanks replied with a steadier demeanor, though his expression was growing increasingly serious. Haha. I have no desire for world domination. I wish to be the freest person alive. I will not ally with you. Roger predictably rejected Shiki's offer. Shiki's expression darkened at the response. If that is the case, then you shall all perish. Destroy them. With a single command, all members of the Flying Sky Pirates charged at Roger's crew. Seeing this, Roger laughed heartily, pulling out ace and pointing upwards. Everyone, let us fight. In an instant, chaos erupted. Roger's crew versus the Flying Sky Pirates. The battle raged on for an indeterminate time, with Roger's crew gradually falling behind. In terms of numbers, they were vastly outmatched by the Flying Sky Pirates, and enduring this long was nearing their limit. Hahaha. Roger, I'll give you one more chance. Join me, and we shall dominate the world together. Shiki extended another invitation to Roger. I will never ally with you. Give up. Having been rebuffed again, Shiki lost all patience. Then you shall all die. Lion's Maw, activating the powers of the Fua no Mi. The sea churned violently, and towering waves rose. The sea level around Roger's crew surged rapidly, forming 4 walls of water that pressed down upon them. Roger's crew was in peril. Just then, countless sea kings emerged from the depths. Roar! Their roars reverberated throughout the vast ocean, and suddenly, a tempest brewed, lightning crackled, and the weather turned tumultuous. A storm swept in, and the pirate ships above were swiftly reduced to ruins, plunging into the sea. Impossible! How could there be so many sea kings? My Flying Sky Pirates! Shiki shouted in fury, bewildered as to why fate conspired against him. Victory was within his grasp, yet it slipped away. Perhaps this was the result of the fate of the chosen one. Roger, without a doubt, was the destined child of this era. Otherwise, he would never have become the Pirate King. The heavens always favored the fated ones, and Shiki's defeat was unsurprising. Amidst Shiki's furious roars, a ship's helm hurtled toward him with great speed. In his rage, Shiki failed to notice it until he was knocked unconscious by the tremendous helm. I end this battle. Roger's crew narrowly triumphed. Wow, that golden lion really had it rough. Kavi murmured to himself as he perused the newspaper in hand. Speaking of which, this fated child is indeed extraordinary. Roger, oh Roger, your luck is truly remarkable. It seems the heavens are aiding you. Kavi mused, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of fortune, pondering whether he had the ability to influence the narrative. As Kavi contemplated this significant question, the little robin beside him gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes and asked, Uncle Kavi, who is the golden lion? And who is Roger? Are they as powerful as Sun Wukong? Clearing his throat, Kavi replied, these two are indeed formidable individuals, but they still cannot compare to Sun Wukong. Little Robin nodded thoughtfully, continuing to inquire, are they more powerful than you, Uncle Kavi? Ha ha ha. Kavi laughed heartily. Tousling little Robin's hair. I am stronger than anyone else in this world. Of course, he added silently in his heart, referring to the future. Wow, Uncle Kavi is so powerful. Little Robin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked up at him. In her soft voice, she asked, then Uncle Kavi, are you as powerful as Sun Wukong? Hearing this, Kavi felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Had he known, he would not have woven so many tales about the great sage equaling heaven. As now little Robin was incessantly associating him with Sun Wukong. Ahem, not yet, but in the future, I will definitely surpass Sun Wukong. After all, I have my own advantages. As long as I live, I will grow stronger. Little Robin's expression turned a bit perplexed, but then a hint of determination crossed her face. Her mother had told her to believe in Uncle Kavi, so she affirmed, I believe you, Uncle Kavi. You are the strongest. Ha ha ha. Kavi gently pinched little Robin's chubby face, his mood exceedingly cheerful. Little Robin was indeed adorable. Little Robin, have you finished your homework for today? Kavi imparted knowledge to Robin daily, aiming to broaden her understanding of the world. After completing the lessons Kavi taught her, little Robin would delve into the realm of archaeology. It was evident that she aspired to become an archaeologist. Ultimately, she was treading the well-worn path of Olvia. Kavi had contemplated altering little Robin's aspirations, but upon reflection, he decided against it. As long as she enjoyed it, that was sufficient. After all, with her calling him uncle, he would be there to catch her if trouble arose. I finished it long ago. I want to hear the story of Grey Wolf battling the lazy saint of Sheep Village. Can I? Little Robin began to act cute, fully aware that this tactic was most effective against Kavi. Didn't you just hear that yesterday? Why do you want to hear it again? Kavi inquired, perplexed, recalling that he had just recounted that tale the previous night. But I want to hear it. Please tell me. Little Robin shook Kavi's hand eagerly. All right, I'll tell it again. Once upon a time in ancient times, the mighty Grey Wolf, in a bid to rescue his wife, Red Wolf, single-handedly ventured into the sacred grounds of Sheep Village, battling the lazy saint for 300 rounds, causing chaos and destruction. As Kavi concluded the tale, he took a sip of water, his throat parched from storytelling. Wow, Grey Wolf is so brave. He nearly faced a dire fate just to save his wife. Little Robin was profoundly moved, wishing she could personally assist Grey Wolf in rescuing his beloved. Uncle Kavi, if one day I am captured, Would you come to save me? Her large eyes gazed up at Kavi. Blinking cutely. I wouldn't come to save you. If you misbehave and get captured, that serves you right, Kavi teased, playfully tapping little Robin's nose. I promise I'll be good. Uncle, you must come to save me. Little Robin's face flushed with urgency as she quickly admitted her fault. Kavi merely intended to scare her a bit, affectionately ruffling little Robin's hair, and softly assured her, fine, if anyone dares to capture little Robin. Uncle will defeat the foe and rescue her. Little Robin nuzzled against Kavi's large hand. I knew Uncle Kavi would save me. Kavi felt an inexplicable oddity in his heart. It seemed he had raised Robin in a rather twisted manner. And he wondered what her personality would be like as she grew older. He resolved that once little Robin was older, he would let her interact with other children. Otherwise, spending all her time with him might lead to psychological issues in the long run. 2 years later, Uncle Kavi. I'm back. Little Robin ran towards Kavi, waving her hands, her face beaming with joy as she leaped into his embrace. What happened? You're so dirty. Did you fall into a pit? Kavi lifted little Robin, wiping the dirt from her face. She was covered in mud, resembling a wild child. Humph, they called me a monster, a wild child without parents, so I gave them a good beating. Anger flickered across little Robin's face as she proclaimed to Kavi, Uncle Kavi, am I awesome? With that, little Robin raised her tiny fist triumphantly, embodying the spirit of a little tyrant. Kavi sighed, realizing that little Robin had indeed become a force to be reckoned with. At least no one dared to bully her now. Impressive, impressive. Our little Robin is the greatest. Next time someone insults you, hit them back hard. If anything happens, Uncle will take care of it. He affectionately tousled little Robin's hair, speaking in a tone that made her nod vigorously, responding, it must be said, fate is indeed peculiar. Though little Robin had been well fed and clothed by Kavi, she ultimately consumed the devil fruit. On a whim. Little Robin stumbled upon a strange fruit and, without a second thought, took a bite, only realizing too late that she wanted to vomit. Back home, she clung to Kavi, crying about having eaten a fruit shaped like feces and turning into a monster. It was Kavi who calmed her down by explaining the nature of the devil fruit. In a previous life, fans speculated about what would happen if Garp consumed the flower fruit. Just the thought of countless fists raining down sent shivers down Kavi's spine. The power must be tremendous. Should he cultivate little Robin? Odd thoughts began to surface in his mind. Goo goo. Uncle Kavi, I'm hungry. Little Robin's stomach growled, interrupting his train of thought. Coming back to his senses, he set little Robin down and said, Uncle will make you something delicious. Remember to wash up after eating. You're covered in dirt. How do you look? Little Robin, unfazed, casually brushed off the dust from her clothes. I want Uncle to help me wash. With her big eyes blinking innocently, she acted as if it were only natural. Kavi felt an urge to give her a light smack on the head. Don't you have hands? At your age, you still want me to wash you? Don't you feel ashamed? Kavi retorted, exasperated. No way. I want Uncle to help me wash, little Robin insisted, shaking Kavi's arm and continuing to act cute. That's impossible. Kavi would not fall for this trick again. He recalled when she was 2 or 3 years old, using her cuteness to manipulate his affection. That tactic was outdated. Humph, little Robin, seeing that her ploys were ineffective, puffed up her cheeks in frustration and turned away from Kavi. Kavi was not one to indulge her. He walked into the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving little Robin to sulk alone, noticing that Kavi was ignoring her. Little Robin entered the kitchen, her expression shifting to one of seriousness as she murmured to herself, what mother taught me is no longer effective. What should I do? Kavi could never have guessed what Olvia had taught little Robin that led her to behave this way. Or perhaps, this was the butterfly effect caused by Kavi's arrival in this world. In a new world, in a certain sea, aboard the Golden Jackson, a somber atmosphere enveloped the ship. Roger, have you truly thought this through? Rayleigh's expression was grave. They had reached the final island, accomplished their ideals, and were in their prime. Why would Roger make such a decision? Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, I know everyone finds it hard to understand, but I must do this. Roger explained, I don't have much time left. What? Roger, Rayleigh's expression changed dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. Yes, I have at most a year left. This world has become distorted. I must usher in a new era. A glint of determination sparkled in Roger's eyes. Rayleigh sighed upon hearing this. All right, but how will you explain this to them? He referred to Shanks and Buggy, the two who idolized Roger, if they learned he was nearing death. Their sorrow would be profound. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, don't underestimate them. They will become formidable forces in their own right. Once Rayleigh heard this, he ceased his attempts to persuade Roger. Very well, Thus, the Roger pirates arrived at the final island, naming it Laughtail, uncovering the truth of the world, and Roger became the Pirate King. Shortly thereafter, the Roger pirates disbanded in secret. 1 year later. On a strange island. Two men sat facing each other, one with a look of shock on his face. Roger, are you really going to surrender? Garp's disbelief was palpable. He could not fathom why Roger would make such a choice. Yes, I came to you with a request. Roger's demeanor remained calm. What is it? I hope the world government will rescind the bounties on all members of the Roger pirates. Garp pondered for a moment before nodding. If you surrender, the world government should agree. Is there anything else? Roger continued. I have a child yet to be born, on the island of Petrilia in the South Blue. I hope you can help take care of them. Garp's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What? You want me to help you raise a child? Garp clearly did not expect Roger to place such trust in a marine like him. Don't worry. I've asked someone else for help. You can reach out to them when it's inconvenient for you. Roger had evidently made ample preparations. Who? Rayleigh? Garp assumed Roger had also asked Rayleigh for assistance. No, I didn't tell them. The person I asked for help is Kavi. You should know him, right? Upon hearing this, Garp furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before finally recalling. Are you referring to that person from back then? Roger nodded, and with the care of both of you, I believe Ace will grow up healthy and happy. Ace, the name Roger chose for his yet unborn child. Very well, I agree. I shall raise your child to become an exceptional member of the Navy. Alas, you will not witness it. Roger, 1 week ago, in West Blue, Ohara, little Robin stood at the door, her expression wary as she gazed at the unfamiliar man before her. Who are you? What do you want at my home? The man, clearly taken aback by the presence of a child, pondered silently. After all, Kawi was not a pirate. He must have settled down long ago. This little girl before him must be Kawi's daughter. And she was undeniably adorable, though she bore little resemblance to Kawi. Could it be? Roger scrutinized little Robin, deep in thought. Hey, I'm talking to you. Little Robin had already begun to treat Roger as a potential threat. After all, no one had visited them in years, and she shouted defiantly. Ha! Don't be afraid. Little girl, I'm here looking for your father. May I ask if he is home? Roger promptly replied to little Robin, hoping to avoid being labeled as a creepy uncle. Hearing this, little Robin's expression turned puzzled as she responded, I don't have a father. He died long ago. What? Roger exclaimed in shock, observing the little girl's demeanor, which did not seem to indicate a lie, causing a chill to run through him. He had not anticipated that Kawi had passed away even before him. Sighing, Roger felt a profound sadness. How could such a strong man have died so early? Destiny surely envies the talented. So you're looking for Uncle Kawi. That lazy bum is still asleep. Little Robin suddenly realized, comprehending that Roger was searching for her Uncle Kawi. And do I look like Uncle Kawi's daughter? This person has poor eyesight. I'm clearly Uncle Kawi's little treasure. She silently critiqued in her heart. Roger's lips twitched. So Kawi was not dead after all. What a waste of his tears. Uncle Kawi, wake up. There's a big uncle looking for you. Little Robin entered the house and kicked open the bedroom door, shouting loudly. Groggy, Kawi gradually opened his eyes, having been disturbed by little Robin's antics the previous night, when she had insisted on hearing stories, depriving him of sleep, and now leaving him with a headache. Who is it? Kawi asked, casually throwing on a piece of clothing. At that moment, Roger stepped inside. Oh, Kawi, it's been a while. He greeted warmly, as if they were old friends reuniting after many years. Kawi recognized him. Roger, why do you look so haggard? You appear worse than me, a man on the brink of death. Roger jested upon noticing Kawi's exhausted expression. Sigh, it's this little brat, Kawi replied, gesturing toward little Robin and shooting her a glare. Immediately, little Robin puffed out her cheeks and turned away, fully embodying an air of innocence. All right, let us talk business. Roger, how did you find me? Kawi's focus shifted from little Robin to the matter at hand, recalling that they hadn't exchanged any contact details back then. Ha ha ha. I certainly have my methods. Roger replied with an air of pride. Kawi, seeing Roger's smug expression, queried, could it be Shiki? Roger's smile vanished, replaced by a hint of shock. How did you know? Do you know Shiki? Kawi didn't know Shiki personally, but he couldn't think of anyone else who could locate him so precisely. Just a guess, Roger remarked, choosing not to pry further, as everyone had their own secrets. I have a favor to ask of you. Roger's expression suddenly turned serious. Kawi, sensing the shift, teased, what's this? The mighty Pirate King still needs to ask for my help. Are you asking me to babysit? Upon hearing this, Roger could no longer maintain his serious facade. Hey, tell me honestly, Can you predict the future? Meanwhile, little Robin was curiously observing Roger, wondering if he was indeed the Roger that her uncle spoke of. What was this pirate king? It sounded impressive, but surely not as impressive as Uncle Kawi. Her little mind wandered in innocent speculation. You can't be serious about asking me to babysit. Shouldn't you be looking for Garp? Kawi hadn't anticipated that his butterfly effect would have such significant repercussions. However, upon reflection, it was understandable that Roger would make such a decision. After all, Kawi was powerful, neither a Navy man nor a pirate. Free from any psychological burdens, he hadn't managed to raise little Robin properly. How could he take on another? The pirate king would still have to play his part. No, absolutely not. Kawi swiftly declined. Roger had anticipated this reaction. Hold on, I will go to Garp, but I hope that when my child's life is in danger, you can lend a hand. With Garp around, the child's safety was assured. However, once the child's identity was revealed, Garp's position in the Navy would complicate matters. This was Roger's true reason for seeking Kawi. Kawi understood Roger's intent. They were friends, after all, and helping each other was only natural. Furthermore, according to the narrative, there were still many years before Ace's demise. By then, he should have become invincible. So assisting wouldn't be a problem. Convincing himself, Kawi finally nodded. All right, I can agree to that. Roger felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you. It's a pity my body isn't up to par. Otherwise, I would surely have challenged you to a duel. Huh. The title of the defeated will stay with you for a lifetime, Kawi declared with pride. What of Roger? What of the pirate king? You still lost to me. Kawi, Roger's face darkened. It seemed he would never have a chance for revenge. Subsequently, Kawi prepared a few dishes, and the two shared a few drinks, reminiscing about old times and erupting into laughter. With little Robin listening intently at their side, Roger departed, his mission yet to be fulfilled. Uncle Kawi, was that uncle just now very impressive? Of course. He is the pirate king, Kawi replied, ruffling little Robin's hair. A hint of melancholy in his expression. It's a pity he is nearing death. Death comes to all, regardless of how splendid one's life may be. The conclusion remains the same, reduced to mere dust. Would he too meet such an end? Kawi pondered, uncertain if he would ever face that day. Who could say? Little Robin, do you wish to set sail and explore? Kawi asked, planning to witness a moment of historical significance. Having come this far, it would be a pity not to witness the dawn of a new era, and perhaps take little Robin along for a bit of fun. Little Robin's eyes sparkled. I want to go. I want to go. I want to set sail. It seemed little Robin was equally eager to escape the confines of their home. Having not ventured out in years, they could treat it as a vacation before the impending battle. In the east blue, a large merchant ship sailed across the sea, where a big and a small figure lounged side by side in deck chairs, sipping juice, donning sunglasses, and dressed lightly, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze and gentle sunlight. Amidst the treacherous ocean, the duo appeared to be on vacation, exuding an air of tranquility. 3 days prior, the infamous Shiki the Golden Lion wreaked havoc at the Navy headquarters, storming into the underwater prison to rescue Roger, leading to a fierce battle against Garp and Sengoku, ultimately resulting in his capture. Shiki never believed that Roger would surrender. He was certain the Navy had employed underhanded tactics, though Roger had rejected him. Shiki had always held high hopes for him. How could such a figure be captured by the Navy? Driven by a desire for the truth, Shiki charged directly into the Navy headquarters. Kawi would call him a true warrior. Uncle Kawi, look! There's a little island ahead, little Robin exclaimed, pointing eagerly toward the dock. Kawi stood up, stretched, removed his sunglasses, and followed little Robin's finger to gaze ahead. Low Town, we've finally arrived. The place where dreams commence is also where they conclude. Here, the Navy executes Roger, intending to serve as a cautionary tale for all. Where evil is conceived, it shall ultimately meet its end. Let every pirate witness that regardless of the title of Pirate King, justice will inevitably prevail. With the merchant ship anchored, Kavi strolled through the streets of Logtown, hand in hand with young Robin. With only 3 days remaining until Roger's execution, the town was increasingly crowded. Drawn by the impending event, the air was thick with an ominous atmosphere, pervaded by the presence of Navy forces and pirates disguised as commoners, a veritable mix of fish and dragons. Kavi and little Robin meandered through the streets, indulging in treats, resembling a father and daughter pair, completely devoid of any signs of anxiety. To the unknowing observer, they appeared to be on a leisurely holiday. Time passed quietly. Soon, the day of execution arrived, and the throngs in Logtown swelled. Were it not for the Navy maintaining order, chaos would likely have ensued. As the moment of execution drew near, Roger was led onto the platform, shackled with heavy iron chains that could not suppress the menacing aura he exuded. Reminiscent of a colossal beast, surrounded by Navy personnel, all wary of potential disruptions, Kavi concealed himself among the crowd, watching this unfolding scene. Little Robin, spotting Roger, tightened her grip in alarm. It's that uncle from that day. What has happened to him? Kavi sighed as he regarded Roger, contemplating his resolve to transform the world with his final vestiges of strength. The clamor surrounding them gradually diminished as all eyes turned towards this legendary figure. The universally acknowledged Pirate King. Among the crowd, familiar faces emerged. Kavi activated his observation haki, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. A young man, clad in a pink mink coat and peculiar red-tinted glasses, with golden hair radiating arrogance, flashed into his mind. Did Doflamingo don this peculiar ensemble in his youth? Quite the nonconformist. Continuing his hockey sweep, other recognizable figures materialized. Shanks, lurking in the shadows. Buggy, with tears streaming down his face. The future great swordsman Dracul Mihawk, and the horned gecko Moria, along with Crocodile, each one, a future luminary, gathered here, awaiting the dawn of a new era. At last, Kavi identified his target, Monkey D. Dragon, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army. Kavi's purpose for this visit extended beyond merely seeing Roger off. It was primarily to engage Dragon in a crucial discussion. Roger, where is your treasure? Suddenly, a voice resonated through the crowd, silencing all in attendance. The Navy commander sensed peril, shouting, "Execute." Yet, it was too late. Roger's lips curled into a faint smile as he bellowed. Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, come and find it. I have concealed it all there. Roger's words detonated like an underwater bomb, unleashing a terrifying wave of fervor among the crowd, which erupted into chaotic clamoring. Toc, I want to set sail. The treasure, it belongs to me. The people below were engulfed in a frenzy. Some yearning to summon their comrades and embark on a quest for the Pirate King's riches. With a sharp crack, the era of Roger came to a definitive close, giving way to the age of great pirates. Fufufu, Roger is dead. Now, it is my time. Doflamingo cackled maniacally. Mihawk silently departed as the crowd stirred, each individual lost in their own thoughts, chaos reigning supreme. Little Robin buried her head in Kavi's embrace, seemingly startled by the scene. With Roger's demise, Kavi felt no need to linger. He locked onto Dragon with his haki and followed him away from the tumult. A day later, in an unfamiliar town, Monkey D. Dragon paused in an alleyway. Addressing Kavi, you followed me for quite some time. What is your business? Clearly, Dragon had sensed Kavi's pursuit. However, Kavi had not hidden his intentions, knowing that Dragon would have detected him otherwise. The perplexed young man. I am here to enlighten you, Kavi replied, stepping forward with Robin in his arms. Unabashed as he began to speak, the dragon's already dark expression deepened. Do you take me for a fool? Patience, young man. Let us find a place to converse. I have traveled a long way to seek you, Dragon replied, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Kavi and Robin, realizing he did not recognize either. You know me? Ha. Indeed. I share a connection with your father. Vice Admiral Garp, Kavi declared, seizing the opportunity to invoke Garp's name, hoping Dragon would not take offense. Surely, it would be understood that he was acting in the interest of the great cause of Garp's son. Recognizing Kavi's acquaintance with his father, Dragon's wariness lessened. Few knew of his bond with Garp. Most were Navy personnel. It was clear that this man was not part of the Navy, but rather a friend of his Vice Admiral father. Very well, let us converse then. I would like to see how you intend to enlighten me. Dragon led Kavi and Robin to a secluded house. From there, the discussion unfolded simply. Kavi employed his extensive knowledge from his previous life to captivate Dragon. Dragon produced a notebook, diligently taking notes, occasionally posing questions, resembling a fervent student eager for knowledge. After a day of dialogue, hunger prompted them to conclude their conversation. Dragon felt a surge of fresh ideas ignite within him. As Kavi's words dispelled the fog of confusion clouding his mind. Senior, am I truly capable? Kavi had now become a revered elder in Dragon's eyes. Remember my words. To instigate reform, you must ground yourself in the common people. Emerging from their ranks to serve them, they are your steadfast allies. Seek like-minded comrades, for you will be the early revolutionaries. Even in failure, you will lay the groundwork for future generations. The spark of a fire can ignite a prairie. Believe in yourself, and you shall succeed. Kavi sipped water and patted Dragon's shoulder. Dragon, now thoroughly astonished by Kavi's ideas, murmured, the spark of a fire can ignite a prairie, as his gaze brightened with newfound resolve. Having witnessed the world's darker facets, Dragon wrestled with profound confusion, An overwhelming sense of helplessness welling from within. He abhorred the darkness, but felt uncertain of how to act or what to do. Kavi provided him with a framework, instilling new thoughts. A vision of a harmonious nation, where every individual is free, devoid of oppression or nobility, gradually took shape in his mind. Vivid images of a brighter future ignited the flames of revolution within him. Kavi had preemptively illuminated the essence of the world for Dragon, granting him a clear direction. Observing the ambitious youth diligently recording notes, Kavi felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He pondered whether this would precipitate the early emergence of the Revolutionary Army. Will my actions unleash a monumental butterfly effect? He mused quietly. Suddenly, Dragon looked up, fixating on Kavi. The Revolutionary Army. Yes, that shall be our name. Well, it seems the Revolutionary Army's inception is inevitable. Kavi thought to himself. Senior, I wish to establish a force to oppose the world government, and we shall call it the Revolutionary Army. Please, join us. Dragon's eyes sparkled with fervor, a passionate gaze that made Kavi feel somewhat uneasy. I am already advanced in years and cannot endure such tumult. I can offer you guidance. But joining your ranks is another matter. Kavi politely declined Dragon's invitation, not wishing to be bound by such commitments. Let others seize this remarkable achievement. Very well, Dragon replied, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. As long as the elder could provide direction to the Revolutionary Army in times of confusion, that would suffice. Recognizing Kavi's age, Dragon understood that revolution could not be accomplished swiftly. He regarded Kavi as an elder statesman of the Revolutionary Army. Without the senior's guidance, he questioned how long it might take to grasp his own intentions. Subsequently, Dragon retrieved his notebook, inscribing a phrase on the cover. Kavi cast a casual glance, only to feel his lips twitch. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to provide life for the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, and to pave the way for peace for all generations. The inscription Kavi is prominently displayed. My goodness, I merely borrowed a fragment of ancestral wisdom. There is no need for such formality in a world devoid of this maxim. It is only natural for Long to attribute it to Kavi. In truth, the words belong to an elder from my hometown. There is no need to credit me. Upon hearing this, Long was momentarily taken aback, struck by such noble virtue. Humility in claiming one's own words while deferring honor to another. This is the spirit of the revolutionary predecessors. Enough said. Elder, I understand. Clearly, Long's imagination had taken flight, interpreting this saying as a guiding principle for the Revolutionary Army. It later evolved into a secret code among the revolutionaries, a phrase they were required to memorize 10 times daily. Forever etched in their hearts, Kavi, with a resigned expression, felt weary and reluctant to clarify. By the way, it is best to find a base in a remote location. Our current strength is far too fragile. If discovered by the world government, the consequences would be dire, Kavi advised. Yes, I understand. Rest assured. Elder, Long was not a simple character. He would certainly take such matters into account. Otherwise, he would not have been deemed the most fearsome criminal leader by the world government. Well, I believe I have said enough. Remember the agreement from 2 years hence. Do not forget. Long nodded, fully aware he would not let this slip his mind. It was an opportunity bestowed upon the Revolutionary Army by the elder. Once realized, it would greatly benefit their development. His heart raced with excitement, as if victory was already within his grasp. Eager to embark, Kavi discerned Long's fervent thoughts. Youthful exuberance was a common trait in the young. Yet, throughout history, the path of revolution is inevitably fraught with conflict and bloodshed. One would inevitably mature and grow steady through such trials. Go on now. I see you can hardly wait. That a hint of embarrassment crossed Long's face. But he soon steeled himself. Elder, we shall surely triumph. With that, he donned his black cloak and strode forth with unwavering determination. His silhouette grew grand, akin to a tenacious explorer forging a new path. Kavi nodded in approval, believing wholeheartedly in Long's impending success. Young Robin was fortunate to partake in this momentous meeting, a memory she would cherish for a lifetime, for she too had witnessed history unfold. Kavi departed, taking young Robin on a scenic adventure, traversing every possible path. Aside from the New World, they explored the entirety of the first half of the Grand Line. Kavi pondered whether Robin would later accompany the main cast on another journey. For now, it sufficed for her to experience it once, making any future endeavors considerably easier. Young Robin had accomplished a remarkable feat, far surpassing her peers in worldly knowledge at such a tender age. Along the way, Kavi subtly trained Robin in her fruit abilities, sternly instructing her to refrain from transforming her legs for attacking foes. The mere thought of a pair of long, bare legs trampling an enemy disconcerted him. How could one reward adversaries? Absolutely not. Kavi shared his thoughts with Robin, urging her to unleash her imagination. As the saying goes, there are no useless fruits, only unworthy individuals. If you perceive your fruit as weak, it merely indicates your lack of effort and imagination. Train harder. Consider Admiral Crane's fruit. Initially intended for laundry, it has been developed to cleanse the sins within a criminal's heart. Impressive, Admiral Crane. Your fruit is merely for washing clothes. Your whole family is in the laundry business. Ahem. Returning to the topic, young Robin, exert yourself. Isn't it time for a meal? Kavi reclined on a large outdoor bed, basking in the summer sun, exuding sheer delight. A few small hands emerged from the bed, kneading and massaging Kavi. Beads of sweat formed on Robin's forehead as she gazed at Kavi with a forlorn expression. Uncle Kavi, this is already my utmost strength. Poor Robin found herself at Kavi's service under the pretense of honing her fruit abilities. Unable to refuse, she listened to Kavi, who stood on the moral high ground, educating her about her future. If she didn't comply, she would be branded as disobedient, ungrateful, and unappreciative. Robin could not counter Kavi's reasoning and was thus relegated to the role of laborer. Kavi insisted that all this was for Robin's training. Any other interpretations were misguided. If one does not train and strive now, they shall suffer in the future. Kavi did not wish for Robin to regret anything. He could not be by her side forever. Every fledgling must eventually leave the nest and soar high, and so must Robin. To enable her to fly higher, farther, and with greater ease, Kavi exerted himself tirelessly. His intentions were solely to cultivate Robin's resolve, not to indulge in any perverse fantasies. With a clear conscience, all he did was virtuous. How others perceived him was of no concern, as he would steadfastly deny it. The Sabaody Archipelago, composed of 79 islands, each crowned with a colossal yarchim tree, serves as a foundation for all constructions nestled in the midst of the Grand Line. Before the Red Line. To reach the New World, pirates must traverse the Sabaody Archipelago, seeking someone to coat their ship, and then dive to Fishman Island to smuggle through. There is, of course, another route, one that leads directly from the Red Line, should one not fear death. Kavi and his companions stepped onto this bustling, yet chaotic land. After exploring here, it would soon be time to return, as their agreed-upon rendezvous approached. Upon setting foot on the island, the lively atmosphere belied any sense of disorder. The sign indicated island number 33, denoting this as an entertainment zone, which explained the bustling activity and the bubbles floating about. Each area of the Sabaody Archipelago serves a distinct purpose. Islands 1 to 29 are known for human trafficking and auction houses, while islands 30 to 59 encompass shopping, food, entertainment, and coding services. Islands 60 to 69 are home to naval bases and entrances for the world government, whereas islands 70 to 79 are dedicated to inns. Kavi recalled that Shanks Spar, known for its extortion, was located in Area 13, fitting for someone from the former Rocks Pirates. Perhaps he would visit it later. Kavi and Robin meandered through this district, sampling local delicacies, such as the delectable water meat. Soft, cool, tender, and smooth, it melted in the mouth, delivering an exquisite taste. Kavi waved his hand grandly, purchasing a substantial quantity of water meat for future snacking. Together with Robin, they indulged in various culinary delights and entertainment until the sun dipped below the horizon, leading them to the 13th area. In this lawless zone, nightfall did not usher in tranquility. Rather, it heightened the chaos and danger. The air was thick with cacophony, noise, and disorder. Pirates were ubiquitous, and many traffickers lurked in the shadows, scrutinizing Kavi and Robin. Though more eyes were fixated on the latter. To them, she was prime merchandise. Affluent individuals often harbored peculiar tastes, preferring such a selection. In their circle, she would fetch a high price, and a single transaction could sustain a trafficker for quite some time. As for Kavi, standing over 2 meters tall, his imposing physique exuded strength, potentially appealing to wealthy women as well. It could very well turn into a buy-one-get-one-free scenario, with countless individuals covertly trailing behind them. Observing this, Kavi shook his head in resignation. One must not be overly greedy, lest they invite death. Upon reaching a deserted alley, Kavi halted, waiting patiently. In mere moments, a group of a dozen individuals encircled them, blocking their escape route, their faces revealing mockery, delight, and greed. Kavi wished to avoid any interaction with such individuals. They had forfeited their right to exist. Robin, close your eyes, he gently instructed as he lifted her into his arms. Robin, calm and unperturbed, nestled against him, burying her head in his embrace, the air filled with cries of anguish and pleas for mercy. Until Kavi's voice broke through, saying, "All right, open your eyes." As Robin opened her eyes, the two had already exited the alleyway. Young Robin was perched on Kavi's shoulder, gazing into the depths of the darkened passage, where an impenetrable blackness obscured all but the trickling strands of crimson liquid seeping from the shadows. The pair continued their search in Zone 13, unobserved by anyone around them, as if it were universally understood that they were not to be trifled with. At last, in a bustling area, Kavi finally spotted the familiar name of a tavern. Approaching, he pushed the door open, stepping into a lively scene, where countless souls remained unaware of the extortion that awaited them. The patrons paid no heed to the arrival of the two, continuing their revelry, drinking and attending to their own affairs. "What can I get for you, sir?" A bright, crisp voice rang out from behind the bar. Following the sound, Kavi beheld a young woman with short hair, a cigarette delicately held between her fingers. Sizing up both him and Robin, it was none other than Xiaxia, the intelligence officer from the former Rocks Pirates. Kavi observed her, and she scrutinized him in return. The man seemed familiar, yet she couldn't quite place him. For a moment, Xiaxia struggled to recall who he was. "A drink for me. And another juice, please," Kavi responded. Xiaxia skillfully poured the drinks and slid them across the bar to him. "Have we met before, sir? You seem vaguely familiar," she inquired, convinced that she must have encountered this man somewhere, perhaps in some intelligence report. Though she couldn't quite remember at that moment, Kavi offered a slight smile, choosing not to directly address her question. "Miss Xiaxia, I am looking for Rayleigh. Could you tell me where he is?" His eyes scanned the room. But Rayleigh was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he was off gambling, or worse, had been abducted by human traffickers. Rayleigh's retirement life was indeed vibrant, gallivanting by day and enjoying Xiaxia's company by night. How truly enviable it was, having gained fame, status, and companionship, a life that others could only dream of, which Rayleigh had already tasted. "Rayleigh? I'm not sure what you're talking about." Xiaxia's expression flickered with surprise before she composed herself. Her demeanor tinged with curiosity, and her tone even. Such fine acting, far surpassing those young stars of my past, Kavi thought to himself. "All right, I know Rayleigh, so there's no need for pretense," he asserted, recalling how it was through Xiaxia that Roger had initially found him. Reflecting on their encounter with the Roger pirates, it was evident that Rayleigh and Xiaxia had already been in contact. Otherwise, she wouldn't be privy to his whereabouts. Before Xiaxia could respond, a voice suddenly called out. "Kavi, is that you?" Turning to the source, Rayleigh, wearing a pair of small glasses, entered through the door. Upon recognizing a familiar figure, he couldn't help but shout, surprised to find a friend. "Rayleigh has returned. See? I told you we were friends." "Yet you didn't believe me," Xiaxia said. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot Rayleigh a reproachful glance before turning back to Kavi with a smile. "So it is Kavi. I thought you seemed familiar. It was Rayleigh who told me about you initially. I've forgotten a bit over time. My apologies, and no worries. It was thanks to you that Roger found me," Kavi remarked, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Did that happen? It's been so long. I've almost forgotten." Xiaxia feigned ignorance, gesturing for Rayleigh to join them. Rayleigh quickly approached. "Kavi, what did Captain Roger want from you back then?" He hastily shifted the topic, eager to avoid further reprimand from Xiaxia, who had already been a bit harsh with him these past few days. Kavi followed suit. "Oh, just a small favor. Nothing of great consequence. You'll find out sooner or later." His vague reply was meant to tease. Watching Rayleigh's expression shift to one of grimace, relishing in his discomfort for the earlier slight, noticing Kavi's reluctance to divulge more, Rayleigh inquired, "Kavi, is there something you needed from me?" Kavi explained that he was merely passing through, wanting to catch up, with no pressing matters at hand. "I simply brought young Robin along for a stroll, and thought to drop by." Rayleigh glanced at young Robin, who was being entertained by Xiaxia, his expression one of surprise. "Is this your daughter? Do we really look that alike?" Kavi retorted, baffled by the absurdity of their assumptions. He was still very much a naive bachelor. Rayleigh chuckled. "What if you were wearing someone else's hat? You never know." Kavi was suddenly reminded of his previous life's wife being taken from him, the haunting memories crashing over him like a wave, leaving him feeling unwell. "Rayleigh, step outside for a duel. Let us see if I can't handle you," Kavi exclaimed, dragging Rayleigh toward the door. "Wait, I was wrong, Kavi. I was wrong." Rayleigh protested desperately, but it proved futile. Minutes later, he returned, nursing a bruised head, muttering about not being a son anymore. His expression one of utter indignation, reminiscent of a man whose wife had been stolen away. Kavi felt a wave of satisfaction. Some people simply deserved a good thrashing. Shachia, observing Rayleigh's disheveled state, laughed heartily. Look at you, Rayleigh. What a turn of fate. Shachia, should Rayleigh dare to bully you, let me know, and I shall deal with him, Kavi stated earnestly, his demeanor serious, with no hint of jest. This could serve as a long-standing justification for reprimanding Rayleigh. Rayleigh's face darkened at the implication. If you wish to confront me, just say so. There's no need for such roundabout methods. He then turned to Shachia, seeking her intercession, hoping she would speak on his behalf. Not wanting to be on the receiving end of any more beatings at his age. Although Shachia had her own grievances with Rayleigh, her heart softened at the sight of him being punished. Kavi, Rayleigh wouldn't dare bully me if he disobeys me. I'll make sure he can't get out of bed, she declared, shooting a glare at Rayleigh while internally siding with him. Are you implying he literally can't get out of bed? I find that hard to believe, Kavi mused, opting not to press further. Ah, the sweet scent of romance. How utterly foreign it is to me. The following day, Kavi and young Robin departed, embarking on their journey home. Meanwhile, within Shachia's tavern, a piece of covert intelligence materialized. Name: Kavi. Occupation: none. Strength: unknown, temporarily estimated at king-level combat power. Ah, the comforts of home. Kavi reclined in a chair, a look of utter contentment on his face. As for young Robin, she found herself compelled to the kitchen under the guise of filial duty, preparing a meal at the tender age of 8. She had already mastered the art of cooking delectable dishes using her devil fruit abilities. A testament to Kavi's meticulous training. Kavi uncle, dinner is ready, young Robin called out, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Haha, young Robin, you truly are remarkable, Kavi replied, rising to ruffle her hair affectionately. Robin shot him a resentful glance. Isn't it because you forced me? How could you be so heartless at my tender age? Feigning ignorance, Kavi thought to himself, a little sweat in childhood, less blood in adulthood. It's all for your own good. Reflecting on this, his guilt diminished significantly. Indeed, all of this is for your benefit. Thus, the two enjoyed another month of tranquil living. One day, two strangers arrived on the island to visit Kavi. To Kavi-senpai, I have arrived. The familiar voice rang out, and Kavi understood that the appointed time had come. This long-awaited day was finally here. Come in, Kavi invited the two inside, serving them tea. He observed them closely. The one speaking was Monkey D. Dragon, accompanied by a tall, robust young man with an earnest expression. A name surfaced in Kavi's mind. Bartholomew Kuma, a great father who, it seemed, had willingly undergone modifications to protect Bonnie, sacrificing his own consciousness in the process. Due to Kavi's influence, Dragon had located this trustworthy ally ahead of schedule. After taking a sip of tea, Kavi slowly inquired, how are preparations coming along? Dragon's eyes glimmered with determination. Everything is ready. We can set off at any moment. Kavi nodded thoughtfully and addressed the young Robin behind him, saying, Robin, please summon Dr. Kuroba and the others. All right, Robin replied. Hurrying out, Dr. Kuroba was also Robin's archaeology teacher. Since the age of 3, Robin had frequently sought his insights into archaeological knowledge. Kavi did not intervene, just as he had not prevented Olvia from setting sail in the past. They each harbored their own dreams, and he trusted them to pursue them, should any trouble arise. He would be there to support them, ensuring at the very least their safety. The purpose of summoning Dragon was to facilitate the early evacuation of the archaeologists remaining in Ohara, rather than merely relocating them. It was more apt to say that he aimed to integrate them into the Revolutionary Army. This move would not only ensure their safety, but also allow them to continue their historical research in secrecy. Achieving a dual benefit, Kavi informed Dr. Kuroba of the precarious situation in the world and the dangers associated with their endeavors. Dr. Kuroba accepted Kavi's counsel with alacrity, orchestrating the transfer of all the archaeologists on the island and discreetly taking all their books with them. Dragon was particularly delighted, for these scholars represented an invaluable asset to the Revolutionary Army's growth, an essential force. Before long, a multitude of archaeologists departed alongside Dragon, carrying with them all the text of Ohara. Everything transpired in secrecy, unbeknownst to anyone, including young Robin, who had also left with them. Just before their departure, Robin insisted on staying behind with Kavi, adamant about not wanting to part. Ultimately, Kavi had no choice but to render her unconscious. The forthcoming events were far too perilous. Although Kavi was confident in his ability to protect her, he deemed it prudent to ensure her safety by having her leave first. Thus, Kavi found himself alone once more. Beneath a cerulean sky, with a few seagulls soaring overhead, their cries echoing in the serene atmosphere. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the arrival of the demon-slaying order and Olvia's return. According to Kawi's recollections, only Olvia had survived from the archaeological team this time. The rest had perished. Fortuitously, Olvia had been released by Vice Admiral Saul, who, upon witnessing the scholars' dire plight, began to question the righteousness of their cause and ultimately freed Olvia. Only to be frozen by his own friend, Aokiji. Time flew by, and a month later, the tranquil Ohara was beset by a monumental calamity. The archaeological team had been captured due to their research into knowledge forbidden by the world government. The demon-slaying order had been initiated. Upon hearing the news, the entire community of Ohara erupted into chaos, with all civilians hastily gathering their belongings to flee. Fortunately, the Navy exhibited some responsibility towards the civilians, granting them time to escape. Had it been the world government, it is likely that none would have managed to evade capture. Warships were deployed. 5 vice admirals took their positions, intent on executing all the scholars of Ohara. Kawi sometimes pondered how, like Wano, there were individuals capable of deciphering ancient texts and numbers comparable to Ohara, and how some even studied knowledge prohibited by the world government, yet they seemed to thrive unscathed. Eventually, Kawi understood. Wano was a nation of samurai, situated in the New World, and had long been isolated from the outside world, boasting formidable martial prowess. The conclusion was clear: the weak are constrained by their circumstances. In this world, strength reigns supreme. System: Open character panel. Host: Kawi. Age: 49. Physique: 95-78. Skills: Conqueror's Haki, top tier. Armament Haki, top tier. Observation Haki, top tier. Navy 6 styles, top tier. Swordsmanship, top tier. Water walking, Purification. Devil fruit. Human fruit, Panga form. Awakening level 14. Fruit abilities. Amplification: Pangu's pressure. Chaos divine thunder. Law of strength prototype. Gazing at this impressive panel, Kawi felt a sense of reassurance. His fruit abilities had awakened, and he sensed the terrifying power hidden within his being. Alongside formidable defenses, one would need at least the use of flowing cherry Haki to inflict harm upon him. His physique had not grown taller due to his enhanced physique. He remained of his original height, with his muscles no longer exaggerated but rather more solid, and his strength had become even more formidable. All his skills had reached their zenith. His armament Haki could envelop every bone and organ, and Kawi could feel these skills gradually strengthening alongside his physique that a year prior he had signed in to acquire a new skill, Purification, which, as the name implies, could eliminate all negative effects, such as internal injuries, scars, and so forth. Had he signed in earlier, Roger might have lived a bit longer. Kawi remained as he always was, reclining in a grand chair with his eyes closed, resting. The others in Ohara began to panic, hastily boarding large vessels to escape, for they were too weak to stand their ground. After all, cannon fire is indiscriminate. The distance closed in. The Navy had arrived. Kawi uncle, a familiar, melodious voice echoed from afar. Kawi opened his eyes to see a white-haired woman rushing towards him, embracing him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Through her sobs, she murmured, "Wah. They are all gone." Kawi gently patted her back, reassuring her. "It's all right. Do not fear. I have already relocated the others." Placing his hands on Olvia's shoulders, he pushed her back slightly and gazed into her eyes. "You must have anticipated this outcome the day you set sail. Did you not? But, enough. Since it has already transpired, do not dwell on it. Let me introduce this individual beside you." Kawi glanced at the small giant beside Olvia. This must be Vice Admiral Saul. Olvia collected herself, wiping her tears away, and introduced, "This is Vice Admiral Jagwadi. Saul. He is the one who saved me." Kawi looked at Saul, his expression filled with gratitude. "Thank you for saving Olvia." Saul, inheriting the will of the D clan, had begun to question justice for the first time, defying orders from his superiors to release Olvia. He could no longer return to "It is no trouble that I merely did what I believed to be right," Saul said, scratching his head sheepishly. Olvia, visibly anxious, looked at Kawi with her deep blue eyes. "Kawi uncle, where's Robin? I wish to see her once more." Kawi shot her an exasperated glance. "Little Robin has already been sent away. Will you wait here to meet your demise?" Upon hearing this, Olvia experienced a mix of surprise and regret. She was delighted that Robin had escaped, but lamented that she would not see her daughter one last time before her own end. Although Olvia recognized Kawi as a formidable individual, She did not believe he could stand against the Navy's demon-slaying order. This operation was led by 5 vice admirals, supported by dozens of warships and numerous elite Navy personnel, all with the intent to eradicate everyone and everything within a designated area. Countless powerful individuals and cannon fire ensured that no living being could survive. Her return had been sheer luck. Suddenly, Olvia grasped the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling as she asked, "Then, Kawi uncle, why did you not leave sooner? Why do you remain here to await your death?" Kawi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Olvia would pose such a question. He himself seemed unsure of why he had chosen to assist them. Had he unconsciously come to regard them as important to him? No, it must be because he was a compassionate individual, unable to bear the suffering of others. Yes, that was it, that I did it to spare little Robin from heartbreak. In response, Kawi delivered a light smack to Olvia's head. Where do you get all this nonsense? Of course, it was to save you, the reckless girl who causes trouble without considering the consequences. Wah, how am I being reckless? Olvia protested, covering her head, feeling aggrieved. You're all grown up now, yet you still act like a child. And in front of others too. Kawi uncle, you are being too unreasonable. You two should hurry and escape. If you don't leave now, it will be too late, Saul interjected, aware that he could not escape himself. Yet he felt compelled to save these 2 individuals at least, making this his final act of justice as a Navy officer. No, they are after me. Kawi uncle, you and Saul must flee, or we will all be captured. Olvia and Saul insisted, both yielding to one another, as if leaving one of them behind would allow the others to escape. Kawi watched in bemusement. Did they think the demon-slaying order was merely a game? Others may remain oblivious to the futility of escape, but not the 2 of you. Lacking even a vessel, what hope do you have? Moreover, the Navy has already arrived. Kavi, from the outset, activated his observation hockey, surveying the entire island along with the surrounding waters. At this moment, dozens of formidable warships had emerged before Ohara, accompanied by numerous smaller vessels. The mere glance revealed the presence of thousands of elite Navy personnel. Among them were several familiar faces: Admiral Sakazuki, Admiral Aokiji, somewhat youthful in appearance, as well as Admiral Squirrel and Fire Mountain. Kavi recognized these figures at a glance. Yet there was one Vice Admiral whose identity eluded him. TSK, this lineup surpasses even the demon-slaying order of Judicial Island. 2 of the future 3 admirals are present here. Boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted, signaling the Navy's commencement of attack. The indiscriminate bombardment was reminiscent of the demon-slaying order. Leaving one to ponder how many innocent lives would be claimed, Olvia's expression reflected despair, not because of her impending demise, but due to the burden placed upon her savior. She felt she had dragged Uncle Kavi into this mess, along with the entire island's populace. Resignation washed over her, her gaze devoid of light. Doubts began to creep into her heart. Had her pursuits been misguided from the beginning? Kavi offered no words of comfort. The matter did indeed bear some connection to her. It served as a harsh lesson in life, a necessary reminder to tread carefully in the future as for the innocent bystanders caught in the chaos. It was merely a stroke of ill fortune. Sometimes, luck plays a crucial role. Take Olvia, for instance. Despite having stirred trouble, she had Kavi backing her. Such was her fortune. Others were not so fortunate. Salo, upon hearing the cannon fire, wore a grave expression. Addressing the 2, he remarked, "Time is of the essence. I shall hold them off for you. Whether you can escape depends on your luck." With a resolve to sacrifice himself, Salo aimed to buy Kavi and the others a moment's respite. Before they could respond, a languid voice rang out. There you are. A tall figure appeared before them, his calm face adorned with icy shards, a dark hat perched atop his head, and a pair of small round glasses barely concealing his eyes. An aura of chill emanated from him. Even from a distance, one could sense the formidable power of the newcomer. Kazan, the figure was none other than Salo's colleague and friend. Kazan, one of the future admirals, known by the codename Aokiji. Salo, return with me to face your punishment. Do not continue down this misguided path. Clearly, Aokiji wished for Salo to return to the Navy. As long as he complied and accepted his punishment, he could continue as a rear admiral, their friendship intact. But would Salo acquiesce? The answer was evident. He had joined the Navy in pursuit of his sense of justice, which had been utterly betrayed by their current actions. Kazan, I cannot return. The Navy has disappointed me too greatly. Salo stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Kavi and the others. Adopting a combative stance, he knew he stood no chance against Kazan, yet chose to confront him without hesitation. he was a noble marine. Such a character would be better suited to the Revolutionary Army, Kavi mused, nodding in approval at the young man's resolve. Olvia appeared to have found some solace. After all, escape was no longer an option. In these final moments, she resolved to embrace joy. Uncle Kavi, who would have thought we would meet our end together? I always believed you would perish before me. Alas, I cannot see you to your rest. The spirited girl had returned, teasing him once more. Kavi shot her a glance, retorting with annoyance, I'm certain I'll outlive you, worry not. Hey, you two are having quite the chat. Solo's reluctance to return is surely due to you both. Isn't it? Aokiji's icy voice cut through the air. If I were to eliminate you, would he then return with me to face punishment? Is it permissible to kill? Aokiji hesitated. Under the demon-slaying order, killing was indeed sanctioned, yet it conflicted with his sense of justice. He grappled with his inner turmoil, wishing Sakazuki would arrive. Yet, should he come, Solo would likely meet his demise at his hands. Aokiji, whose temperament clashed with Sakazuki's, resolved to take matters into his own hands. Boy, are you not a bit too arrogant? Kavi could no longer tolerate Aokiji's pretentious demeanor and spoke up. Uncle Kavi, are you truly prepared to perish before me? Olvia tugged at Kavi's sleeve. Are you really that brave? He is a rear admiral, after all. Aokiji was interrupted from his contemplation. His mood soured. He intended to teach this approaching elder a lesson that a bone-chilling aura radiated from Aokiji. Surging toward Kavi.as, the coldness spread. Everything it touched froze instantly. Solo quickly interposed himself before Kavi, crossing his arms in a futile attempt to withstand the onslaught. Solo, thank you, but allow me to handle this. Kavi bypassed Solo, standing firm against the terrifying chill. Uncle, come back. Olvia cried, attempting to grasp him, but her efforts were in vain. The icy blast struck Kavi, and in an instant, he was encased in ice, becoming a frozen statue. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air, as anticipated. Uncle Kavi. Olvia's eyes brimmed with tears. Uncle Kavi has perished, turned to ice. Why must an elderly man seek to display valor? Now look, he has become a piece of art. The sound of shattering echoed. Boom. The ice shattered, and Kavi flexed his muscles, turning to Olvia, a vein throbbing on his forehead. You are the one who has become a piece of art. Believe me, I can arrange for you to experience it too. He then turned back to Aokiji with a nonchalant demeanor. Not bad, kid. It's quite refreshing, isn't it? With an indifferent expression, he regarded Aokiji as insignificant. In his eyes, Aokiji was still too green, requiring a thorough refinement to understand the darkness of the world. Otherwise, he would encounter defeat, while flaunting his bravado. It seemed that the three admirals all shared this trait. Should the opportunity arise, he would educate them all, beginning with Aokiji, this bewildered youth. Aokiji was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this man possessed such skill, managing to break free from his icy grip. Let us see how you handle this. Ice block barrage. Aokiji unleashed his freezing abilities, conjuring ice blocks that hurtled towards Kavi with blinding speed. For Kavi, such an attack was mere child's play. He stood still, allowing the ice blocks to strike him. Clap, clap, clap. A series of impacts rang out. Kavi scratched his nose, his expression one of disdain. Is that all you've got? Kid, you seem a bit timid. Do you often resort to your hands? Aokiji was stunned. He knew the power of that attack, yet it had inflicted not a scratch upon Kavi. And what do you mean by using hands? I am not timid at all. Laughter echoed from behind Kavi. It was Olvia, her amusement a mystery to him. Uncle Kavi, it turns out you. Her words were muddled, leaving Kavi perplexed. Had Olvia truly understood what he had said? It appeared she had. Cough, cough. Aokiji, what other tricks do you have? Otherwise, it may be my turn. Kavi dusted off the ice shards from his chest, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Dismissing Aokiji entirely. Kavi's mockery ignited Aokiji's anger. As a distinguished rear admiral, he could not tolerate being ridiculed by a diminutive elder. Given Aokiji's height, Kavi indeed appeared small before him, intensifying Aokiji's ire. He was still a passionate youth, his sense of justice unwavering. Though he appeared laid back, he was indeed a fervent marine. It was only after the demon-slaying order that his sense of justice had begun to waver. At this moment, he felt the sting of humiliation. Courtesy of Kavi, placing his hands on the ground, he unleashed his fruit abilities with fervor. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji bellowed, a frigid aura surging forth, aimed squarely at the man who had dared to mock him. Showing no mercy, Kavi did not flinch. Olvia and Solo stood behind him, steadfast. Once he evaded, the chill would instantaneously freeze the two that Solo remained unscathed, yet the petite frame of Olvia could scarcely endure it. Consequently, Kavi clenched his fist, a terrifying force coalescing within. He unleashed a punch that appeared languid, seemingly devoid of power. However, in the next moment, his fist stirred up a tempestuous gale, surging towards Kazan. Boom! In an instant. The icy aura was shattered, the ground obliterated, and every flower, plant, and tree in the vicinity was uprooted by the ferocious winds, akin to a natural disaster. Bang! Faced with such a swift assault, Kazan was unable to activate his elemental transformation before being hurled dozens of meters away. His form sinking into the earth, buried beneath the rubble. How tragically dire. Cake of the uncle. Olvia's pupils constricted sharply, rendered speechless by the sight before her. Is this truly Kavi uncle? Wasn't it said he possessed only a modicum of strength? It was agreed that we would all play the role of the weaklings. Yet I am genuinely weak, and you are merely feigning it? Years prior, Kavi had advised Olvia to engage in physical training, to enhance her constitution, and to learn some combat techniques for self-defense. Olvia had resolutely declined, asserting her identity as an archaeologist, claiming that studying history sufficed. Now, she found herself bewildered. Wasn't this meant to be for self-defense? Solo, too, gazed in wide-eyed disbelief, fully aware of Kazan's capabilities as a friend. He never anticipated Kazan would be struck into oblivion by Kavi's punch. Cough, cough. From the distant ruins came the sound of coughing. Kazan pushed aside the trees, soil, and debris covering him, rising slowly. His battered form, marred with scars, bore the evidence of his injuries, blood trickling from his lips. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked up at Kavi. His expression grave, stripped of its former coolness. Who on earth are you? How could Ohara harbor such a formidable individual? Wasn't it claimed that only a collection of powerless scholars resided here? Kavi maintained a calm demeanor, feeling a sense of comfort within. If you wish to know my identity, return and inquire with Karp. He should still remember me, as we crossed paths during our time with the Roger pirates. Kazan's expression grew more solemn. He recognized Vice Admiral Karp. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. The priority was to complete the mission as for this person before him. He would question Vice Admiral Karp upon his return. Hey, what do you intend to do? That's simple. I will take both of them, and you may freely bombard this island. Kavi had chosen to remain in Ohara to retrieve Olvia and, incidentally, to take Solo as well. Once they departed, the island would be left a mere shell, ripe for destruction. It would serve as a suitable explanation to the world government. Kazan pondered for a moment before responding, I have no objections. After all, I cannot defeat you. As for the others, they are beyond my concern. Kazan held his own convictions, perpetually leaning toward justice. Otherwise, he would not have spared Robin. Kavi nodded in understanding, content to let Kazan handle the aftermath, though he surmised that a bounty might soon be placed on his head. Meanwhile, on the naval warship, Sakazuki bore a stern expression, commanding his subordinate. All ships, open fire. His subordinate hesitated, timidly reminding Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The civilians have not yet fully evacuated, and Vice Admiral Kazan is still on the island. Sakazuki's rage erupted as he reprimanded. I command you to fire. What of the civilians? Under the demon-slaying order. Everyone is fair game. And as for Kazan, a formidable Logia user, can he truly perish under ordinary cannon fire? Fire. All ships, open fire. The subordinate complied immediately, not daring to utter another word. All warships turned their cannons towards Ohara, concentrating their firepower, and unleashed a barrage. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of cannon fire erupted, engulfing the sky, intent on sinking the entire island. Shifting the scene back to Kavi, Kazan's expression darkened as he cursed. What is Sakazuki doing? Does he not realize the civilians have yet to evacuate? TSKSK. It seems we have a more serious problem with this young man. Kavi remained composed, unfazed by Sakazuki's actions, as he had long anticipated such extremities from him. A man who embodies justice to the utmost would naturally commit such acts. Observing Kazan's demeanor, it was no wonder they clashed with Sakazuki. Their discord stemmed not only from their devil fruit powers, but also from their personalities. Uncle Kavi, are we truly unable to escape? Olvia gazed at the sky filled with projectiles, her expression eerily calm. What? Have you resigned yourself to this fate? Olvia smiled at his words. If I must perish, I would find solace in dying alongside you, Uncle Kavi. Who wishes to die alongside you? You foolish girl. Kavi chuckled lightly before bending his legs slightly and unleashing a tremendous force. Bang! The ground erupted into a massive crater. and he was propelled skyward by the recoil. As he beheld the rain of cannonballs descending upon him, Kavi executed a powerful kick, Storm Leg Chaos. A sweeping kick unleashed a torrent of fierce attacks towards the front. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the cannon fire detonated in the air like firecrackers. Who is that? A naval officer spotted Kavi soaring through the sky and shouted. Sakazuki also glanced upward, witnessing a figure intercepting all the cannonballs with a single strike. Igniting his fury, with a swift step, he charged toward Kavi. He cared not for the identity of the man. Anyone obstructing the demon-slaying order deserved to die, and he would show no mercy. Great eruption. Sakazuki, enveloped in magma, launched his assault upon Kavi. His hand transformed into molten rock, devoid of any restraint. Kavi, perceiving this, deftly dodged to the side, evading the attack. A barrage of punches followed. Yet Kavi effortlessly evaded each one. With his observation haki surpassing Sakazuki's, he discerned every trajectory of the attacks with clarity. Sakazuki's strikes appeared juvenile before him. Young man, why the rush? Kavi teased. He regarded Sakazuki with disdain, much like Kazan. Both were still too green and would need another 20 years of effort to stand a chance against him. Sakazuki halted, fixating on Kavi, scrutinizing his visage. He would etch this man into his memory. The one who obstructed the demon-slaying order would one day meet his end at Sakazuki's hands. He then shifted his gaze to the ground. Noticing Kazan and the others, seemingly struck by an epiphany, with a swift motion, he thrust out a punch not aimed at Kavi, but towards Salo and Olvia. Meteor Volcano. He unleashed his most powerful area attack. The ground trembled ominously as he struck. Sparks ignited in the sky, the magma-based attack enveloping them. It resembled an apocalyptic scene, evoking despair. Kazan's expression darkened. This blow would undoubtedly affect the civilians. Sakazuki's actions incited a flicker of rage within him. Ice block barrage. Countless ice shards coalesced and hurtled towards the magma. The collision produced a sizzling sound, ultimately transforming into a mass of blackened carbon that plummeted downward. Sakazuki's face contorted in fury as he glared at Kazan. Berating, are you betraying the Navy as well? Kazan frowned. I am merely protecting the civilians. Is this not the duty of the Navy? The two stood in opposition, while Kavi was left feeling somewhat irked by their lack of courtesy. Both of you are so discourteous. Shave. In a flash, Kavi appeared before Sakazuki, his terrifying speed leaving him unable to react with his observation. In truth, Kavi had employed the technique of observation kill, rendering all haki ineffective before him, a pinnacle application of Conqueror's haki. Only a select few could achieve such mastery. That Shanks fellow had only recently grasped the threshold. Sakazuki regained his senses only to find a pitch-black fist hurtling towards his face. Bang! Sakazuki's body was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. His body was firmly embedded in the earth, and he had lost consciousness, resembling a lifeless corpse, were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest. Kazan might have believed he had been killed. Although Kazan and Sakazuki were not on amicable terms, they had not reached the point of wanting to eliminate each other. He hurried over and dug him out from the ground. Gazing at the slight dent in his skull, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fortunately, Sakazuki had opened fire. Otherwise, it could have been me lying there. It seemed that the Demon Hunt order could no longer proceed. You have a Den Mushi, right? Call Sengoku. I need to speak with him. They are all weaklings, and Kavi has lost all interest. The sooner this is resolved, the sooner we can leave, given the current situation. Kazan found himself unable to make a decisive judgment, and could only produce the Den Mushi to consult his superior. Blurp, blurp, blur. In a matter of moments, the Den Mushi transformed into Sengoku's likeness. Hello, Kazan. Kavi stared curiously at the Den Mushi, wondering what the mechanism behind it was. Marshal Sengoku. This is Kazan. The situation has become somewhat complicated. It seems that the Demon Hunt order cannot continue. Kazan found himself at a loss for how to explain the situation to Sengoku. Observing this, Kavi took the Den Mushi and spoke. Hello, Marshal Sengoku. Here's the situation. The location of your Demon Hunt order happens to be in my hometown. May I ask if it can be cancelled? Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Who are you? Cancel the Demon Hunt order. That's not something that can just be cancelled on a whim. That's a direct order from the world government. Kavi was well aware that cancelling the Demon Hunt order was highly improbable. However, negotiations often required presenting unattainable conditions before revealing one's actual terms, thus providing the other party with a sense of choice and making it easier for them to accept the latter. I am Kavi, a friend of Garp. Is Vice Admiral Garp nearby? Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was surreptitiously attempting to pilfer some hidden sabe. A vein of annoyance appeared on Sengoku's forehead as he kicked Garp against the wall. Hey, Garp, do you know someone named Kavi? Garp brushed off the remnants of the kick and, looking puzzled, responded, Kavi? Yes, I know him. What's the matter? Garp certainly recognized him as another associate of Roger, with whom he had a brief acquaintance. Ahem, how strong is he? The location of this demon hunt order seems to be in his home. Ohara, is he still a historian? Garp inquired. Well, I'm not a historian. I'm just an ordinary resident, Kavi replied, feeling somewhat helpless. We're still on the din mushy, you know. Silence ensued. Sengoku's expression turned awkward as he realized Kavi could hear him. Garp took the din mushy and said, if you want to leave. I doubt anyone will stop you. Kavi understood Garp's implication. He could certainly leave, but the key issue was that if he did, many of these civilians might perish, even if it's a demon hunt order. We should at least wait until the civilians have evacuated. If the Navy starts shelling before the civilians have left, wouldn't that be? Although Kavi was not a saint, he recognized that these civilians were ultimately influenced by Olvia and the others. Even a small act of assistance could make a difference. Didn't I mention that we should wait for the civilians to evacuate before launching an attack? Sengoku frowned, his tone turning serious. Heh, your Sakazuki seems a bit too impatient. If I weren't here, these civilians would be nearly dead by now. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances. It was indeed characteristic of Sakazuki to act in such a manner. Thank you for protecting these civilians. I will educate Sakazuki properly. ISE nearby. Sengoku reflected, realizing that he must issue a stern warning to Sakazuki, although it might not bear much fruit. Kavi glanced at Sakazuki, whom Kazan was supporting, and said, He's here, but I've already given him a lesson. Let us discuss other matters. Kavi interjected, wishing not to waste more time on Sakazuki. I don't wish to be at odds with the Navy. I will take Olvia and Sol away, and you can bombard Ohara as you please. With that, Kavi awaited Sengoku's response. Sengoku's brow furrowed. Olvia was specifically targeted for execution by the world government. Yet Kavi wished to protect her. Sol posed no significant concern, as the world government would not particularly focus on him. He looked at Garp beside him, silently seeking his opinion. Having fought alongside each other for many years had cultivated a mutual understanding between them. With a mere glance, Garp comprehended Sengoku's thoughts. He nodded, signaling his agreement. To Garp, the world government was utterly irrelevant, doing nothing meaningful. Sengoku replied, We agree. I hope you will not take action against the Navy. May I ask what your relationship is with the historians from Ohara? Upon hearing this, Kavi smiled. I will not act against the Navy. As for the scholars from Ohara, Kavi glanced at Olvia and slowly continued. One of my juniors is indeed a historian. He had not killed a single Navy officer. Sakazuki had only suffered severe injuries. Ultimately, the Navy belonged to the side of justice. While Kavi could not be deemed a good person, he would certainly not become a villain. Regarding the scholars of Ohara, to be honest, aside from Olvia and Little Robin, he had little connection with the others. Rescuing them was merely incidental. The negotiations concluded, and Kavi achieved the desired outcome. The Navy could also ensure the safety of their troops and civilians, leaving only a wounded Sakazuki in the aftermath. Marshal Sengoku might face reprimands from the world government, but with his wisdom, he should be able to devise a reasonable explanation to appease his superiors. At Marineford, the Navy headquarters, in the conference room, all high-ranking naval officers gathered, each at least of Rear Admiral rank. Ladies and gentlemen, let us discuss our opinions. The world government is quite enraged this time. Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, spoke with a hint of fatigue. With Olvia alive, the secrets the world government had hidden faced the risk of exposure, and Sengoku had thus been reprimanded by the higher-ups. Were it not for Kong supporting him, he might have even lost his position as Marshal. A captivating female Rear Admiral, her expression serious, suggested, I propose we issue a bounty notice first to assert our stance, and then consider our next steps. Kazan chimed in, I second Admiral Crane's suggestion. We should immediately dispatch the Navy to capture Kavi. His actions threaten the Navy's dignity. The speaker was none other than Sakazuki. His head wrapped like a zongzi, revealing only his eyes, making him appear quite comical. Upon hearing this, Kazan rarely displayed a mocking expression. Heh, threatening the Navy's dignity? I say it's your dignity that's at stake. What? Kazan, do you have something to say? Sakazuki was quite displeased with Kazan, questioning why he was the one beaten, while Kazan remained unscathed. I disagree. Before Kazan could speak, a clear and youthful voice rang out. A young female Rear Admiral, standing in the middle, placed her hands on the table and rose. With long blue hair, fair skin, a youthful yet resolute face, and bright, lively eyes, she appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. However, her physique was exceptionally well-developed, with long, powerful legs. Rear Admiral Rosa, what are your thoughts? Crane inquired. Admiral Crane was particularly attentive to this newly promoted Rear Admiral, admiring her extraordinary capabilities at such a young age, surpassing even Crane in her youth. Moreover, that girl, Chiffon, seemed to be quite attached to her. Rear Admiral Rosa opposed the Navy capturing Kavi, primarily because Kavi was her mentor in just a few short years. She had entered the Navy headquarters, dedicated herself to training, and fought against pirates, becoming the youngest Rear Admiral. During this time, she had sought out Kavi but found him to be as elusive as a ghost. To her surprise, he had finally appeared, and it was to protect a woman named Olvia. Rosa was furious upon learning this. After all, this was her mentor, and she would not allow anyone to threaten him. I believe even Sakazuki wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. Sending others would be futile. We can't possibly dispatch an admiral. And do you even know where he is? She expressed her thoughts in one breath, but her final question was the one she truly wished to ask. That makes sense. Admiral Kazuru, what do you think? Crane agreed with Rosa's perspective and turned to Kazuru, who was casually grooming his nails, his face darkening as he inquired. Kazuru was momentarily taken aback, wondering why the question had shifted to him. He stopped and, with a serious expression, responded, I believe Admiral Crane is correct. What did I say? Please repeat it. Huang Yuan remarked. There's no need for that. Very well. Let us proceed with the issuance of the bounty as suggested by General Crane. Sengoku interjected, interrupting the two that he intended to inquire about Karp's opinion. But upon seeing Karp with bubbles of snot emerging from his nose as he slept, his spirits were instantly dampened. Rosa, observing this, felt a sigh of relief in her heart, yet her expression turned grave. Master Kavi, how dare you seek out other women behind my back? I must not let you slip through my fingers. At that moment, Kavi was traversing the heavens, carrying Olvia and Sorrow as he stepped lightly upon the moonlit path. The Navy was indeed stingy, refusing to lend even a single warship. Had he known, he would have never docked at the harbor. Kavi's vessel lay wrecked at the pier, reduced to rubble by the aftermath of the previous skirmish. With civilians having departed and the Navy refusing to lend a ship, leaving the two to trudge along in misery, Olvia was undeniably a burden, incapable of utilizing the moonwalk and weighing heavily upon him. Yet, she seemed blissfully unaware, thoroughly enjoying the sensation of soaring through the skies. Perhaps I should take her place? Sorrow mused, concerned that Kavi might tire from carrying Olvia for so long, and no need for that. Uncle Kavi is in robust health. Kavi had yet to speak when Olvia preemptively declined on his behalf. She clung tightly to Kavi's back, her hands wandering, savoring the firmness of his muscles. Uncle Kavi, how are you so incredibly strong? You seem to hide your prowess so well. Kavi's expression darkened as he warned, if you keep that up, I shall not hesitate to toss you down. Olvia's cheeks flushed slightly as she coughed. What do you mean by wandering? Do not speak so recklessly. After 2 days of flying, they finally encountered a merchant vessel, and Sorrow was nearly exhausted. Kavi, however, showed no signs of fatigue and could likely fly for another month. He was indeed a man of endurance. He prepared to part with some cash to secure passage, but as soon as the crew caught sight of Sorrow's imposing figure, they eagerly offered their assistance. Hey, come down. Stop pretending to be asleep. Kavi chided Olvia, who was still feigning slumber upon his back. Have we arrived? Olvia, caught in her ruse, showed no hint of embarrassment. Reluctantly dismounting from Kavi, she pretended to rub her eyes. Kavi shot her a glance, wishing to ignore her. After drifting with the merchant ship for a month, they finally reached the East Sea. Uncle Kavi, we are being hunted, Olvia exclaimed loudly, rushing toward Kavi with several bounty notices in hand. She spread the notices before Kavi and Sorrow, declaring, the Demon Scholar, Nico Olvia, bounty of 200 million berries. Trader Vice Admiral Hagover D. Sorrow, bounty of 500 million berries. Demon Guardian Kavi, bounty of 1.5 billion berries. And Little Robin also has a bounty, set at 79 million berries. The remaining scholars from Ohara who survived have also been marked with bounties to varying extents. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was the absurd title of Demon Guardian. Who bestowed such a name? I hope it is not someone I know. Kavi was beside himself with frustration, lamenting the lack of taste in such an unappealing moniker. Why not call him the Demon Knight instead? I think it sounds rather splendid. You see, I am the demon scholar, and you are the demon guardian, which implies that Uncle Kavi is my protector, does it not? It was evident that Olvia was quite pleased with Kavi's title. Sorrow scratched his head in confusion, pondering why they were discussing titles instead of the bounties. The mindset of these great individuals was indeed different. The three continued to contemplate, wholly oblivious to the trembling merchants nearby, who were frantically wiping the sweat from their brows. Upon reaching a small island, Kavi and his companions disembarked, and the merchants finally exhaled in relief. These merchants are rather decent. They do not even demand payment. Olvia remarked innocently. Kavi rolled his eyes at her naivety. It seems she needed some serious training. In the new world, aboard the Moby Dick. Old man, quick, look. Uncle Kavi has a bounty on his head, Marco exclaimed. Having just received the day's newspaper, rushing to Whitebeard. Whitebeard Newgate took the paper, noting the news regarding the Ohara demon-slaying order, with an image of Kavi intercepting cannonballs mid-air vividly captured. Kavi, that fellow. He refused to join us back then, and now he finds himself with a bounty. Does he? His tone dripped with schadenfreude. Marco, listening nearby, couldn't help but grimace. Had Kavi joined, he would likely have been a fugitive long ago. Sons, let us hold a banquet to celebrate our friend Kavi's newfound status as a bounty criminal. Hooray! Banquet time. The crowd cheered in unison. Marco remained silent, resigned to the circumstances. In Wano country, on the Ghost Island. An angry voice echoed from within a colossal skull. Kavi. At long last, he had appeared. Kaido crumpled the bounty notice in his hand, seething with rage. He had once again laid eyes upon that face. Invoking memories of the time Kavi had toyed with him, fueled by fury, he vowed that one day he would find Kavi and redeem his honor. Why not seek him out now? Kaido was uncertain if he could defeat him at this moment. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait a few years until he reached his peak, allowing Kavi to decline. Then would be the perfect time for revenge. They say Kaido is a brute. Yet in truth, I am the cleverest of them all. He erupted into laughter, envisioning the moment he would stand triumphantly over Kavi. Jean, watching Kaido with concern, wondered what was troubling him. One moment he was furious. The next he was laughing like a fool. Was his mind unraveling? Uncle Kavi, are we there yet? I wish to see Robin soon. We have arrived. We have arrived. Why the haste? Kavi was nearly driven to madness by Olvia's incessant chatter throughout their journey. The trio finally reached their destination, Frostmoon Village. Upon locating the Frostmoon Dojo, they stepped inside. A young boy clad in samurai attire approached them, perplexed. Whom are you seeking? Just as Kavi was about to respond, a figure emerged from the dojo, exclaiming loudly, Elder, you have arrived. It was none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the agreed-upon meeting place with Kavi. Kavi nodded in acknowledgement. That moment, a small figure darted from the building, rushing straight into Kavi's embrace. Uncle Kavi, you liar. You tried to leave Robin behind. The newcomer was none other than Little Robin, who Dragon had intended to send to the Revolutionary Army headquarters to await their return. Yet she had adamantly refused. With tears brimming in her eyes, Robin glared up at Kavi, ready to burst into tears. Kavi quickly lifted her, wiping away her tears. How could I abandon you? Dear Robin, I am here to rescue your mother. He shifted aside, revealing Olvia. That moment, Olvia's face was streaked with tears, her hands trembling as she reached out to embrace Robin, hesitant for fear of her daughter's reproach for her long absence. However, upon seeing Olvia, Robin's face lit up with joy. Mama, you have finally returned. She quickly disregarded Kavi's earlier mishap of knocking her out, rushing to Olvia's side and enveloping her in a tight hug. The two had much to share after their long separation, leaving Kavi to relish the peace. Dragon approached Kavi with a young man in tow, introducing him. Elder, this is Mr. Gungshiro, the head of the Frostmoon Dojo and a dear friend of mine. He then turned to Gungshiro, saying, this esteemed elder is the true leader of our revolutionary army. Gungshiro's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had always believed Dragon to be the leader, only to discover that there was an even greater commander. This was the one recently placed under a bounty, the so-called Demon Guardian. Greetings, Elder. You may call me Gungshiro. Kavi sighed. Hello, I am just an ordinary man. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is Dragon. I merely offered him some suggestions. And Dragon, when did I become the commander of the Revolutionary Army? He turned to Dragon, bewildered. I provide you with ideas. And you expect me to become the commander? Is this some form of ingratitude? Kavi had no desire to be confined by the title of revolutionary. He was, after all, the freest man upon the seas. Dragon showed no sign of remorse, his expression resolute, eye in his eyes. Kavi was akin to a figure of faith, deeply influencing both him and the Revolutionary Army. Elder, regardless of the circumstances, you are the commander of the Revolutionary Army. You are the spiritual pillar of the Revolutionary Army. There is no need for you to do anything for them. We will handle matters ourselves. Occasionally, if you could spare some time to impart knowledge to the Revolutionary Army, that would suffice. As Kavi gazed upon Long's unassailable demeanor, he understood that arguing would be futile. So be it. He had inadvertently assumed the role of commander of the Revolutionary Army. A spiritual pillar? Wasn't that merely a euphemism for receiving a salary without contributing? Who among the serious-minded has time for lectures? Never mind. Do as you wish, but let it be known that unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb me. Kavi had resigned himself to this identity. From that moment forth, the Revolutionary Army gained a mysterious commander. Upon hearing this, Long's face lit up with joy. As long as the elder agreed to lead the Revolutionary Army, any difficulties faced by them would equate to difficulties faced by the elder, thus providing a legitimate reason to solicit his assistance in the future. Long's heart soared with delight. Suddenly, Kavi felt an unsettling sensation. Something sinister. Enough standing around. Let us retreat indoors to converse, a gentle female voice called out, revealing a graceful woman at the doorway beckoning everyone inside. Gung Siling promptly ushered everyone into the house. Inside, little Robin and Olvia were engaged in hushed conversation, punctuated by occasional laughter. Clearly, the bond between mother and daughter had not diminished despite their prolonged separation. Gung Silang's wife cradled a small child. Around 1-year-old, Kavi's curiosity piqued. Could this be Guena, who had met her demise from the towering staircase? Gung Siling noticed Kavi's gaze and hastily introduced, "This is my daughter, Guena," upon hearing her name. Little Guena turned her head, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Plump and adorable, Kavi could not resist approaching to pinch her chubby cheeks. What a delightful little creature. This elicited a loud wail from Guena, her tiny hands reaching out towards Kavi. It seemed that Ga was quite taken with the elder. Gung Silang, observing this interaction, was somewhat astonished. Little Guena had never displayed such affection towards outsiders. He could not help but admire Kavi, for even as the commander of the Revolutionary Army, he exuded a remarkable charm with children. Kavi took Guena in his arms, playfully coaxing her to laughter. Had he perhaps spent too much time around children, acquiring the aura of a caretaker? Wah, little Guena cried out. Feeling something damp on his hand, Kavi looked down, and a wave of dismay washed over him. The beautiful woman seemed to notice as well, quickly taking Guena back and apologizing to Kavi. "I am terribly sorry, elder." After her apology, she scolded little Guena. "Guena, how could you wet the elder like this? Such mischief." Wah, little Guena clapped her hands excitedly, her face radiant with no worries. "She is just a child." Kavi waved his hand, indicating that he was unperturbed. Mommy, look. Uncle Kavi has been soaked by little Guena." Little Robin exclaimed loudly, eager for everyone to hear. Olvia chimed in with laughter. "Oh dear, Uncle Kavi is truly adored by children." Kavi's expression turned stern as he retorted, "Robin, have you forgotten that you used to wet your bed as a child?" Soaking the entire mattress, they exchanged playful jabs, each trying to outdo the other in embarrassment. Upon hearing Kavi's remark, little Robin's face flushed crimson as she stammered, covering her face with her hands. I didn't. Robin, this is something I shall hold over you for a lifetime. I hope you can behave, or I might not be able to control my tongue," Kavi teased. "Uncle Kavi, you even bully children." Olvia placed her hands on her hips, adopting a lecturing stance. Kavi replied, "You'd better not have any dirt on me." After spending 3 days in Shuangyue village, the group followed Long to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Situated on a remote island, he became well acquainted with the higher-ups of the Revolutionary Army. All the scholars from Ohara were here, clandestinely researching forbidden knowledge. One day, when the Revolutionary Army triumphs, this knowledge could be revealed. And Olvia had joined their ranks. For little Robin, Kavi intended to lay a solid foundation for her. Her aspirations were clear to Kavi, and he understood that sooner or later, she would set sail. Unable to remain here forever, Tio studied the true texts of history. Those crucial segments were indispensable. This was her journey, and Kavi would not interfere too much. He could only aim to make Robin slightly stronger than in the original narrative, so she would suffer less and avoid capture by the world government. Little Robin protested, insisting that she only wished to learn. Thus, Kavi resolved that she would train during the day and study at night. Balancing both pursuits, little Robin sought out Olvia, hoping she could advocate on her behalf. However, Olvia, having experienced the Ohara incident, believed that strength was paramount and thus supported Kavi's approach. Kavi had considered involving Olvia in the training, but upon reflecting on her age, he decided against it, planning instead to find a devil fruit for her later. And so, little Robin's arduous journey commenced. "Robin, do not sulk. I am doing this for your own good," Kavi remarked, observing her glum expression that he finally comprehended the struggles of parents who push their children to do this and that, all while appearing displeased, when in reality, it was for their benefit. Kavi successfully reassured himself that he could now focus on training little Robin. With that in mind, let us begin. First, let us run 3 laps around the island to warm up. Robin, go forth. As Robin gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of the island, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. And she forced a stiff smile as she turned to Kavi. "Uncle Kavi, you must be joking, right?" Kavi wore a serious expression. "Who was joking with you? Stop with the frivolity and run." He offered little room for her to retort. Disheartened, Robin set off, her short legs carrying her away. Uncle Kavi was serious. He had become stern, showing no sympathy for her plight. "Fine. I shall run. I refuse to believe that mere 3 laps can defeat me." Kavi followed closely behind, ready to intervene whenever Robin attempted to slack off or falter. After all, enduring hardships in youth would provide a greater chance of survival in adulthood. That scoundrel Uncle Kavi. How could he treat me this way? Robin grumbled under her breath, fearful of being overheard and facing additional punishment. "What are you muttering about, Robin?" Kavi's voice suddenly rang out beside her, startling her. Uncle Kavi. "I was just saying how effective your training method is. I already feel myself growing stronger," Robin hastily retorted, her mind racing. Kavi regarded her with a peculiar expression, his gaze fixed intently on her eyes, causing her to avert her gaze. "Well, in that case, let us run a couple more laps. What? Any objections?" "No, none at all," Robin acquiesced, feeling utterly dominated and unable to resist. Kavi seemed to see through all her thoughts. He was simply too formidable. Robin dared not slack off or speak ill of Kavi again, fearing he might materialize at any moment. After laboriously completing 5 laps around the island, she felt utterly exhausted, her legs heavy as if filled with lead. "Phew, Uncle Kavi, I've finished running," Robin exclaimed, exhilarated, though her legs had lost all feeling. "Very well, but you still do not measure up to your senior. You must continue to strive," Kavi stated nonchalantly. At this point, Robin had become Kavi's second disciple, her innate talent clearly not on par with Rosa's. After all, that little one had awakened conqueror's haki and possessed exceptional swordsmanship. "Huh? I have a senior sister?" Robin queried, puzzled, unaware that Kavi had taken on another disciple behind her back. "Indeed, you are my second disciple. There is an elder sister above you, who should currently be in the Navy," Kavi replied, slightly tilting his head, pondering whether little Rosa had arrived at Navy headquarters. Given her talent, she should be quite formidable by now. Robin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Kavi. "What is my senior sister like?" Kavi ruffled little Robin's hair and smiled. "Your elder sister is quite mischievous, always plotting ways to take revenge on me, thinking I am unaware. Once, she tried to ambush me while I was asleep. But I taught her a severe lesson, and she cried for an entire day. You must be obedient. Do not follow in your sister's footsteps." Little Robin shrank her head, nodded, and assured, "Uncle Kavi, I will absolutely not anger you. Not now, but once I find my senior sister, we will team up to play tricks on you together. Alone, I can only endure the lessons." The plan began to form in little Robin's mind. Kavi, completely unaware of her subtle intentions, said with a sense of satisfaction, "It seems our little Robin is quite obedient. If you encounter any troubles in the future, be sure to seek out your senior sister. Remember, her name is Kallian Rosa. If anything arises, go to her and do not disturb me." Robin replied, "I understand. Can I take a break now, Uncle Kavi?" Kavi cleared his throat. "You've rested enough. Now, go run a few more laps." Little Robin was astonished. Did Uncle Kavi intend to punish her? What should she do? The frail Robin could not resist and continued her heavy-footed laps. Her resolve to grow stronger grew ever firmer. "One day in the future, I, Nico Robin, must join forces with my senior sister Kallian Rosa to deliver a just retribution to Uncle Kavi." A year slipped by quietly. The monotonous training and studying left little Robin feeling quite miserable. "Little Robin, today we shall begin new training," Kavi declared. Over the course of the year, he honed both her will and physique, and now it was time to enhance her devil fruit abilities. Little Robin was taken aback. What new game did Uncle Kava have in store for her today? Previously, he had employed various methods to train, pressure, and stimulate her. Surely he wouldn't change things up again. She hoped it wouldn't be too difficult. Uncle Kava, what will the training entail today? Kava's lips curled into a slight smile. Little Robin, do you know what the greatest weakness of a devil fruit user is? Little Robin pondered. Is it that they cannot touch seawater? She recalled Kava mentioning this before, and he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, once a devil fruit user falls into seawater, they instantly lose their capacity to resist, Kava explained, gently ruffling her hair. Of course, this applies to the weak. A powerful devil fruit user can still maintain formidable combat abilities even if submerged. For instance, Aokiji can freeze seawater using his fruit's powers. One of the calamities of the beast pirates, King, can survive even at the ocean's depths. Likely due to his lineage. Throughout the pirate world, the more powerful the individual, the lesser the impact of seawater upon them. Kava's next special training for Little Robin would focus on seawater resistance training. I do not expect you to wield your devil fruit abilities in seawater, but at the very least, you should be able to swim freely within it. Kava continued, from today onward, you must exercise your devil fruit abilities and undergo seawater resistance training. Little Robin, having never encountered seawater due to her devil fruit, was unaware of its suppressive effects. Upon hearing Kava mention that she would only need to train her devil fruit abilities, she felt elated, believing she would finally be free from the drudgery of daily toil. Hooray! Hooray! Uncle Kava, let us start training right away. Little Robin thought she had finally escaped her ordeal, only to find herself plunging into another abyss. Kava wore a puzzled expression, perplexed by Little Robin's exuberance. Did she truly believe the upcoming training would be easy? Come, follow me, he instructed, turning to lead her to the seaside. Before her lay the vast ocean, merging seamlessly with the sky in a breathtaking vista that would soon morph into Little Robin's nightmare. Go ahead, immerse yourself in the sea. Kava gestured towards the water, curious about the ocean she had never experienced. Little Robin eagerly approached the shoreline, dipping her tiny white foot into the water. The instant her foot touched the sea, a chilling sensation enveloped her. How refreshing! But then, her body went limp, and she plunged into the depths. Splash! She fell face first, her small form submerged, unable to breathe. Little Robin felt utterly drained of strength, collapsing in the water, a whirlwind of panic, fear, and the specter of death flooding her mind. Am I going to die? A large hand seized the nape of her neck, yanking her upward, limbs dangling lifelessly as if she were a doll. Kava placed her on dry ground, patiently awaiting the evaporation of the seawater. Before long, Little Robin regained her senses. Her consciousness had been alert all along, yet she lacked control over her body. It felt akin to being pinned down by a ghost, utterly terrifying, with trembling hands. She slowly sat up, gazing at Kava, who was assembling a chair and table alongside an umbrella. This would be the setting for their training. If Little Robin had to suffer, Kava would not allow himself to suffer as well. Observing Kava leisurely erecting the large parasol while she lay there in a state of disarray, Little Robin felt a surge of unfairness. Uncle Kava, be a person. Unsteadily, she stood and approached Kava. Uncle Kava, can I skip the seawater resistance training? I think physical training is quite good. The thought of seawater resistance training was terrifying. It was a torment for the psyche, while physical training was undoubtedly challenging. This psychological trial was far more daunting. Little Robin wished to avoid experiencing that suffocating sensation again. Kava raised an eyebrow and smiled. Little Robin, seawater resistance training is a necessity. However, since you seem to enjoy physical training so much, I suppose we can add an extra session of that each day. After all, we can always find time if we squeeze it in. Kava's words echoed like a devil's whisper in Little Robin's ears, sending shivers down her spine. You are truly a demon. Little Robin quickly clung to Kava's arm, swaying from side to side, her lips pouting as she playfully pleaded, Uncle Kava, I was joking earlier. I actually adore seawater resistance training. Unable to outmatch Kava, Little Robin could only tearfully utter words that contradicted her true feelings. Ha! Kava chuckled. Still wish to challenge me? Even your senior sister would not stand a chance. The next day arrived. The pair returned to the seaside, where Little Robin instinctively lay at the edge where the sand met the sea, allowing her body to soak in the water while keeping her head above to breathe. Kava reclined in a chair, sipping tea and relishing the tranquility of his leisurely life. Waves crashed upon Little Robin repeatedly, washing over her. She felt the ocean's power, her body yearning to move but devoid of any strength. All she could do was gaze calmly at the sky, enduring the waves' onslaught while the sound of the sea ebbed and flowed around her. Uncle Kavi must be napping in his chair. How infuriating! He lets me suffer while he enjoys himself. I must not let him escape my grasp. As 2 hours passed, little Robin became numb, wanting to call out to Uncle Kavi, but when she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above her, looking down upon her. TSK, so pitiful. Kavi swiftly pulled little Robin from the water, shaking off the seawater before hoisting her onto his shoulder and carrying her to the chair. Placing her down to rest, little Robin's heart brimmed with unspoken words. She pondered who had put her in such a pitiable state. How could Uncle Kavi utter such things? Daily sessions of 2 hours of seawater resistance training would be followed by sessions to develop her devil fruit abilities. Once little Robin regained her strength, training would commence. Kavi contemplated deeply. If a physically strong individual consumed a devil fruit, they could simply manifest countless fists to strike without needing any development. However, this approach would not suit little Robin. It would not do to have her pound mountains for training every day. What if she ended up resembling a hulking brute? The mere thought of that image made Kavi shake his head vigorously. Absolutely not. How then should the fruit be developed? Kavi found himself at a loss regarding a suitable direction. Quantity, quality, or perhaps a conceptual approach. Little Robin gradually rose from the chair, sensing her awareness returning to her body, and waved her arms. "Are you recovered?" Kavi inquired. Little Robin nodded. "I'm getting there." Next would be the development of her devil fruit abilities, a prospect she did not shy away from. Thus she did not continue to feign weakness. If the following sessions involved physical training or more seawater resistance training, she guaranteed she could lie there for another 2 hours before rising. Kavi looked at little Robin and asked, "Please describe your abilities in detail." "I shall analyze them. First, one must comprehend the capabilities of the fruit before determining the path of development. Although Kavi has seen the Hahaha no Mi in the anime, the specific effects and the means of activating its powers are knowledge that only he possesses. Speaking of the devil fruits, it is worth mentioning that Kavi's fruit ability is rather unique, primarily enhancing his physical form. Once he utilizes the fruit's power, his body undergoes an epic transformation, akin to that of a deity or demon. The ability known as Chaos Thunder is a new power that emerges when the fruit is developed to its awakening stage, though Kavi himself remains unaware of its true potency, as he has yet to employ it. Little Robin pondered for a moment before articulating, "In every place I can see, a part of my body can grow." Oh, so, that was the case. Kavi initially thought she could only generate hands and feet. Indeed, there are distinctions from the anime, as aside from hands and feet, other regions cannot be freely manifested. The thought of how Robin's generated hands and feet appeared smooth in the previous life, anime, left Kavi unable to fathom the scenario of manifesting other body parts. Clearing his throat, he instructed, "Little Robin, remember, no matter the time or the enemy encountered, you are only to generate hands for attacks. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use your feet, and under no circumstances should you employ any other part of your body. Even at the cost of your life." Kavi gently tapped little Robin's head with his finger. "Do you understand?" Little Robin struggled to grasp why Uncle Kavi imposed such restrictions upon her, yet she nodded, recognizing that there must be a valid reason behind his words. "I understand." Only then did Kavi feel a sense of relief that as for the development of the Hahaha no Mi, Kavi had no specific direction but found it relatively easy to teach little Robin. He simply needed to convey to her the understanding and techniques regarding the fruit's potential that she would utilize in the future, by imparting the techniques she would eventually master. Kavi felt as though he had cleverly evaded some effort. To maximize the fruit's capabilities, mastering Haki would be the optimal approach. Once she learns Haki, the fruit's potential would be significantly enhanced. Consequently, little Robin's daily tasks became distinctly outlined. In the mornings, she would float in the sea to bolster her resistance to the ocean's influence on her devil fruit. In the afternoons, she would develop her fruit abilities, and in the evenings, she would study archaeology alongside Olvia. Life became fulfilling, with activities filling her every moment, unlike Kavi, who spent his days indulging in tea, fishing, or masquerading as an unfamiliar old man, wandering about within the Revolutionary Army. Occasionally, Dragon would visit him to discuss various matters, and aside from that, the person Kavi was closest to within the Revolutionary Army was Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma was a gentle and kind soul who, due to his family's misfortunes, chose to join the Revolutionary Army. hoping for a day when all people would be free from oppression and exploitation. Under Kavi's guidance, he learned greatly, experiencing a significant awakening of ideological consciousness. Among the Revolutionary Army, aside from Dragon, Kuma held the highest admiration for Kavi. Kavi, in turn, was curious about him, particularly regarding his devil fruit. Observing Kuma, who had transformed a seemingly useless fruit into a multifaceted ability encompassing attack, defense, healing, teleportation, and more, Kavi realized there were no inherently worthless fruits, only those who failed to utilize them. Thus, 2 years swiftly passed. Little Robin had grown a little, and after 2 years of resistance training against seawater, she could now swim freely in the ocean, albeit without the use of her fruit abilities while submerged. Her fruit capabilities had been developed to a considerable extent, yet Haki remained unawakened, and according to Kavi's observations, her physical condition still required improvement. However, it would not be long. Once her Haki awakened, the power of the Hana no Mi would begin to reveal itself. Kavi-senpai, are you truly leaving? Indeed, Uncle Kavi. At least say goodbye to Robin. Olvia, Dragon, and Kuma stood by the shore, watching Kavi board a small vessel. I'm merely going out for a look. I shall return, and under no circumstances should little Robin venture out to sea. She must wait until she is at least 18. Kavi, having grown weary of staying in one place for too long, sought to explore, make connections with capable individuals for the Revolutionary Army, a small contribution to his nominal leadership role. As he departed, the trio continued to watch him leave, not informing little Robin, lest she become upset. As expected, upon realizing Kavi was absent for an entire day, little Robin searched high and low for him. Until Olvia finally informed her that Kavi had left. Where did Uncle Kavi go? Why hasn't he returned yet? Little Robin's attachment to Kavi surpassed even that of Olvia. This made Olvia somewhat envious. Questioning who truly held the title of Robin's mother. Of course, this was understandable, as little Robin had been raised by Kavi single-handedly. He has gone out to sea. Olvia crouched down to meet little Robin's gaze. Gently patting her head, little Robin's expression shifted dramatically. What? He ran away again. A flicker of anger crossed her pallid face. He left me behind again. Uncle Kavi is too much. Little Robin, do not be upset. Uncle Kavi will return. Olvia quickly reassured her, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why did little Robin not react this way when I left? Perhaps Kavi held a higher place in her heart than I do. Impossible. It must be that Robin was too young to understand when I departed. Yes, that must be it. Olvia comforted herself inwardly. Little Robin, fuming, declared, Mom, I want to go out to sea too. I can protect myself now. Olvia's expression changed. Absolutely not. You are still too young. I cannot allow you to go out to sea alone. Besides, Uncle Kavi said you can only go once you turn 18. Little Robin's discontent grew. Pouting and turning away from Olvia, it's all Uncle Kavi's fault. Why can he go out to sea while I can't? Poor little Robin's plans to venture out to sea in search of Kavi were dashed once more. Secretly cursing that Kavi would never find a wife. Unbeknownst to Kavi, he had firmly lodged himself in little Robin's thoughts. Previously, after merely knocking her unconscious and departing for a month, she had lamented his absence for an extensive period. Now, with his departure stretching into an unknown number of years, upon their next encounter, one could only imagine the extent of little Robin's ire. She vowed, just you wait. I will not disappoint you. A month later, on an uncharted island, Kavi concealed the boat within the confines of the system space, seeking to avoid situations reminiscent of Ohara. Having drifted aimlessly for a month, Kavi was uncertain of his current location. He had set sail without a specific goal, allowing fate to guide him as he wandered, relishing the experience of life while preying upon the weak. Upon setting foot on the island, he was greeted by an overwhelming sense of desolation. Could this be a deserted isle? Kavi felt a pang of disappointment. After drifting for a month, I hoped to at least see another soul. With little interest lingering, he ventured deeper into the island. Noting the peculiar silence surrounding him, just as Kavi began to ponder the oddity, a baboon suddenly leapt forth, wielding a weapon resembling a large crucifix. The creature boasted a robust physique, followed closely by a troop of baboons, all fixated on Kavi, brandishing their own weapons. Ooh! They emitted warning calls, seemingly cautioning Kavi. Upon witnessing this, Kavi felt a thrill of excitement. This place struck a familiar chord. Could it be the residence of that individual? If so, it promised to be an adventure. Ignoring the baboons, Kavi pressed onward into the island's depths. The lead baboon, enraged by his disregard, bellowed furiously. Roar. With a fierce roar, he waved his arm forward, commanding his subordinates to charge at Kavi. Intent on expelling this intruder, the baboons possessed a strong territorial instinct and were notably intelligent. Faced with these creatures, Kavi felt little inclination to engage in combat. He subtly unleashed a hint of his conqueror's haki, causing the multitude of baboons to retreat in fear. To his surprise, Kavi did not faint. Although he had only released a fraction of his formidable haki, the sheer potency of it was unmistakable. It seemed these baboons were not to be underestimated. The leading baboon cast a deep gaze at Kavi before gesturing grandly and turning to leave, followed closely by his underlings. Kavi continued deeper into the forest until he soon stumbled upon a castle nestled within the trees. Exuding an air of Western classical architecture, albeit with a slightly eerie ambience, that a proud young man stood before the castle, brandishing a massive cross-shaped sword. Kavi instantly recognized the weapon, the Black Blade Knight. The supreme great sword. The identity of this young man became clear. He was none other than the future greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Hey, old man, who are you? Leave this place at once. Mihawk halted, turning to scrutinize the unfamiliar elder who had intruded upon his territory. Kavi's expression darkened. He was barely over 50. Just because he had a few strands of gray hair, he was labeled an old man. Youngster, it seems you have yet to experience the harshness of the world. I am merely lost and would appreciate the hospitality of your abode for a while. Kavi feigned a troubled demeanor, adopting the guise of a pitiful old man. But who was Mihawk? He had no interest in the plight of a lost soul. To trespass in his domain meant one of two things: leave voluntarily or be forcibly removed. Old man, I advise you to leave quickly, or I shall not hold back. His piercing gaze swept over Kavi, revealing that he was no benevolent soul. Indeed, Mihawk, you are proud and disdainful, lacking respect for the elderly and the young alike. Such a twisted character is not commendable. Kavi sighed in resignation, dropping the pretense of being a pitiable figure. I also wish to depart. However, I find myself without a vessel. Mihawk's frustration mounted. No ship? Are you jesting? There are no islands for hundreds of nautical miles. Did you fly here? I care not. Just leave immediately, or prepare for the consequences. Mihawk brandished the black blade, pointing it menacingly at Kavi. The implication was clear. If Kavi did not depart, he would face the wrath of the swordsman. Kavi remained unfazed, even picking his nose nonchalantly, with a calm demeanor. If I choose not to leave, what will you do? Do you intend to bully an old man? Mihawk held no regard for age in his eyes. Strength dictated right. Mihawk ceased his words, swinging his arm to unleash a cutting strike from the tip of his blade towards Kavi. The attack bore no restraint. This ordinary slash was imbued with tremendous power. Kavi sidestepped slightly, evading the deadly arc of sword energy. Mihawk was relentless. Indeed, had it been an ordinary person, they would have perished beneath such an onslaught. However, the energy of the strike was too dispersed, diminishing its impact from a distance. His swordsmanship required refinement. Young man, what's this? Such sluggish sword energy. Do you really think it can strike anyone? Kavi scoffed, laced with mockery. You need practice, lad. Mihawk halted momentarily, clearly taken aback that Kavi had evaded his attack. Although it had been a casual strike, not everyone could escape its grasp. It appeared this old man possessed some skill, albeit limited. Subsequently, Mihawk swung his arm once more, unleashing a dazzling wave of sword energy, hurtling towards Kavi with increased speed and power. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Mihawk observed calmly, seemingly envisioning Kavi being cleaved in two. Yet Kavi merely shifted his body slightly, allowing the sword energy to pass harmlessly by. Boom! It cleaved through a massive tree behind him, splitting it in twain. Kavi yawned, amplifying his taunts. Is that all you've got? You don't seem very formidable, do you? Mihawk was astonished. The first time could be excused as an idle strike, but now he had been earnest. Yet this old man had easily evaded him again. Was it observation haki? But I possessed that ability too. Why did it not yield the same results? Mihawk's mind raced with confusion, unable to grasp how such a rapid assault could be dodged so effortlessly. Kavi chuckled inwardly. This was no ordinary observation haki. The typical form could indeed falter, but his was a foresight of the future. Was there truly a comparison? Come now, lad. Reveal any other techniques you possess. I am quite fatigued and wish to rest in that castle. Kavi declared, acting as if it were a matter of course, entirely disregarding Mihawk's furrowed brow. You intend to rest in my home. Have you sought my permission? Mihawk's emotions were thrown into disarray by Kavi's audacity. Get out, you filthy old man. Enraged, Mihawk gripped his sword with both hands, launching a frenzied assault of strikes towards Kavi. Yet Kavi moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, deftly evading each blade of energy. Mihawk continued to swing desperately, while Kavi effortlessly dodged every strike until Mihawk was left panting from exertion. Who told you to swing your sword like that? Is it not pure brute force? Each slash lacks focus, draining your stamina without delivering any real power. If all swordsmen fought like you, they might as well practice strength training every day. Mihawk's expression darkened. He could accept being called weak, but not being insulted for his swordsmanship. Why, what right do you criticize me? I am the swordsman, not you. What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? Merely because you dodged a few attacks? Mihawk vented, delivering the longest retort he had ever uttered, clearly infuriated by Kavi's words. It seems you are not one to accept defeat. Kavi mused, bending down to pick up a branch from the ground. He waved it about nonchalantly. This will do. He glanced at the furious Mihawk, beckoning him forward. Let me show you the validity of my claims. Mihawk, filled with indignation and confusion, wondered what Kavi intended to do with a mere twig. Did he truly underestimate him? Feeling insulted, Mihawk lunged forward, striking with a succession of techniques. Yet to Kavi, each of Mihawk's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Every flaw in his technique was laid bare. And with the branch in hand, Kavi effortlessly countered each of Mihawk's attacks. Mihawk continued to strike. Kavi parried every blow with ease. Then, with a swift thrust of the branch, he struck, causing Mihawk's sword to clatter to the ground. Your power is too scattered, your intentions all too apparent. Young man, do you now believe me? Kavi remarked, holding the branch as if it were a trophy. Mihawk stood in a daze, frozen in place. Had he truly lost his sword to another? Doubt crept into his mind. How could this old man defeat him with nothing more than a branch? Was his swordsmanship truly so lacking? No, it was not his skill that faltered. This elder's prowess was so extraordinary that he could discern Mihawk's intentions at a glance, easily overpowering him with a mere twig. Regaining his composure, Mihawk steeled his resolve. A swordsman must possess inner strength. One may lose, but should never succumb to despair. He lifted his gaze to Kavi. Elder, could you impart to me your wisdom? Kavi raised an eyebrow, surprised though. Young man, no longer so arrogant. I had thought you might continue to be obstinate. Mihawk was a man who relentlessly pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship. He would not falter here. A true man can bend but not break. Cough, cough. In truth, it's rather simple. Your power is too dispersed, causing the impact area of your strikes to widen, thereby diminishing their potency. Understand the concept of striking at a point rather than a surface. Mihawk's expression was one of bewilderment. No one had ever taught him such things. Is it necessary to learn all this to wield a sword? Shouldn't it suffice to swing it with all my might? Kavi, seeing that Mihawk struggled to grasp the concept, decided against further explanation. In any case, to reach my level, you must practice diligently. Mihawk nodded in understanding. Then, Elder, would you be willing to teach me? In the pursuit of strength, one must possess both resilience and flexibility, a principle embodied by Mihawk. As long as I can grow stronger, I remain indifferent to matters of pride. Even Kavi, who had scorned me mere moments ago, now regards Mihawk with newfound respect, asking me to teach him. Does he truly underestimate the complexity of this endeavor? Shall I instruct you? It is not out of the question, but I find myself rather hungry at the moment. Kavi rubbed his belly, indicating his hunger, lamenting that one lacks vigor when famished, leaving the quality of teaching in doubt. Upon hearing this, a dark cloud seemed to form on Mihawk's brow. Senior, please come inside. It is chilly outside. Allow me to prepare a meal for you. Despite his inner displeasure, Mihawk chose to endure this for the sake of becoming stronger. He quickly stepped forward, inviting Kavi to his home. Naturally, Kavi was not one to stand on ceremony, striding into the castle as if it were his own abode. Upon entering, an air of elegance enveloped them. The interior was impeccably tidy, revealing Mihawk's penchant for cleanliness, which pleased Kavi immensely. Sitting at the dining table and surveying his surroundings, Kavi commanded, Young man, prepare the meal. I am famished. Mihawk, visibly exasperated, thought to himself, is this my home or yours? Am I your servant? Yet, despite his thoughts, he dutifully went to cook. After all, one must bend when under someone else's roof, especially when he had something to gain. Before long, Mihawk emerged with 2 perfectly cooked steaks, placing one before Kavi, along with a bottle of red wine. Pouring a glass for each, the ritual felt significant. Mihawk, aside from his obsession with swordsmanship, also held a refined taste in cuisine that in short, he was a man of elegance. Kavi savored the steak, relishing its flavor. Followed by a sip of wine. Splendid wine. Mihawk's culinary skills were commendable. Living alone in such a grand house, he led a life of style, undisturbed on this island. How enviable. Hey, young man, this portion is hardly sufficient to fill your gaps. No wonder you look so scrawny. Hurry and prepare more. Mihawk's expression darkened at the remark. Is this ever going to end? I haven't even finished my own meal. Kavi observed Mihawk's pallor and feigned concern. Are you unwell? Your complexion is rather poor. Shall I examine you? My medical skills are quite decent. No. Mihawk retorted angrily, retreating to the kitchen to grill more steaks, this time preparing 10 at once. Not enough to satiate you? I'll make sure you burst. In a short while, 10 sizzling steaks were ready, placed before Kavi that he indulged happily, alternating between bites of meat and sips of wine, thoroughly enjoying himself. After consuming the 10 steaks, Kavi stretched contentedly. I'm tired. I shall rest now. You can tidy up at your leisure. With that, he made his way to Mihawk's bedroom. Hey, that is my room. And what about our agreement to teach me? Mihawk, incensed, blocked Kavi's path. Kavi waved him aside. We shall continue this tomorrow. I am weary and need to sleep. Kavi was a man who adhered to a healthy routine, believing it essential for longevity. Mihawk attempted to halt Kavi's advance into his room, but his strength felt trivial in comparison. Dragged along, Kavi flopped onto Mihawk's bed and fell into a deep slumber, unaffected by Mihawk's efforts to budge him. Mihawk felt a wave of despair. It seemed he had unwittingly summoned a formidable presence. Unable to argue or fight back, he felt a deep sense of frustration. Resigned, he returned to clean the dishes. Then curled up with his black sword in the living room for the night. Having always lived alone, and with only one bed in the house now occupied by Kavi, he had no choice but to make do. Kavi was well aware of the single bed's existence. Otherwise, why would he claim it? As an elder, he felt it inappropriate to sleep in the living room, believing young Mihawk should endure some hardship. For such trials would be invaluable in the long run. Kavi slept soundly until dawn, awakening leisurely to the soft light filtering through the window. Rising to the living room, he discovered a breakfast set aside for him. Clearly prepared by Mihawk, the young man had some redeeming qualities. Seating himself, Kavi enjoyed his breakfast like a lord, relaxed and unhurried. After finishing his meal, he stepped outside, only to find Mihawk engaged in combat with the baboon. It was the very leader from the previous day, with its underlings observing the spectacle. The baboon's movements mirrored Mihawk's with remarkable precision. Its mimicking and learning abilities were impressive. This particular baboon seemed to exhibit nearly 80% of Mihawk's prowess. Fighting against it was akin to battling oneself. No wonder Mihawk had honed his skills to such a degree. This island indeed served as a training ground for novices. The baboon leader would one day become a formidable warrior in its own right. One must ponder, however, whether the creatures of the pirate world were excessively intelligent. Baboons, along with martial sea cows, displayed astonishing capabilities, some even trained to wield haki. Such absurdity. If the golden lion could cultivate a cadre of haki-wielding creatures, he might truly dominate the world. Alas, he became obsessed with studying biological sciences after a mishap with a ship's wheel. Kavi shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and refocused on the duel between Mihawk and the baboon. The two engaged in a spirited exchange. The baboon wielded a massive sword with impressive technique. Any ordinary onlooker might believe it was a human in disguise. That moment, Mihawk noticed Kavi's presence and resolved to conclude the skirmish swiftly. Today, he aimed to learn more advanced techniques and had no time for trifling battles with baboons. With increased intensity and no reservations, Mihawk swiftly pushed the baboon back. The baboon leader appeared unfazed. Accustomed to such encounters, leading its entourage away to reflect on the day's battle. Sooner or later, it vowed to defeat Mihawk and become the strongest swordsman on the island, for it was a baboon with aspirations. Without dreams, it was no different from a salted fish, and it refused to resign itself to being merely a salted baboon. As the baboons departed, Mihawk turned to Kavi, his expression filled with excitement. "Senior, can you teach me now?" Without a word, Kavi approached a nearby tree, signaling Mihawk to follow. Mihawk, puzzled, complied. Kavi plucked a leaf from the tree, an ordinary leaf devoid of haki. "Young man, pay close attention," with a gentle swipe of the leaf against the tree trunk. A clean cut resonated, and the tree was severed in two, revealing a smooth surface. Kavi waved the leaf before Mihawk, smiling. "Did you see that, young man? Mihawk's eyes widened in shock, his scalp prickling. How could this be possible? He rushed to examine the polished stump. While he could cleave a tree with his black sword, it required Haki to slice through stone. Yet Kavi had effortlessly severed the tree with nothing but a simple leaf, shattering Mihawk's understanding of swordsmanship. How could this be? Kavi replied nonchalantly. I have long stated that your swordsmanship merely grazes the threshold. You have yet to step through the door, though not a pure swordsman. Kavi had attained remarkable mastery in the art, making it a simple task to guide a novice. In his youth, Kavi had been unmatched in swordplay, beginning his training as a child. By the age of 10. He had achieved a level of mastery, and by 20, he had mastered various sword styles, swift, slow, soft, and heavy. By 30, he was unparalleled, and upon reaching 40, he attained the unity of man and sword. By 50, he had transcended the need for a sword. Every element in nature could become his blade. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of sword intent erupted from Kavi, the fierce sword chi slicing through Mihawk's skin, causing him pain. The terrifying pressure left Mihawk unable to lift his head. With all his strength, he managed to raise his gaze towards Kavi, as if perceiving countless sword intent swirling around him, with an unparalleled demonic sword standing tall behind him, exuding an otherworldly aura. He was taken aback, never expecting such formidable swordsmanship from this old man. Kavi, feeling a surge of satisfaction, thought to himself, well, young man, are you astonished by my prowess? It feels delightful to display one's skills in front of others. No wonder the protagonists in those novels all seem to master the art of flaunting. So, young lad, what do you say? Would you like to learn? Kavi's voice was laced with temptation. I possess an extraordinary secret manual. Whether you wish to learn or not is entirely up to you. As for how much you can learn, that will depend on your dedication. Mihawk, regaining his focus from the shock, realized that some knowledge isn't simply given to those who wish for it. Strong individuals often have their own training methods that they rarely share. After all, who would want to teach their disciples only to see them surpass their masters? Yet Kavi was different. Once he decided to teach, he would impart everything he knew. How much one could learn was entirely reliant on their own efforts. He was confident that as long as he was alive, no disciple could ever surpass him. Not everyone possesses such confidence. External aids are not a universal gift. A glimmer of determination shone in Mihawk's eyes as he resolutely declared, Senior, please teach me. He yearned to learn, to become the most powerful swordsman in the world. The #1 swordsman. A vision of a woman flashed through his mind. Shiki and Rosa. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed her. He had a great mentor to assist him. Mihawk hesitated momentarily, recalling that Rosa also had a master, but he dismissed the thought. Surely, her master could not rival the strength of the man before him. Mihawk firmly believed that Kavi was far superior to that fellow Rosa had. As long as he followed his senior's teachings, it wouldn't be long before he became stronger, until he claimed the title of the best. Unbeknownst to Kavi, Mihawk was lost in his thoughts. And it mattered not. He merely needed to guide him into the fold, while the rest of the journey was for Mihawk to traverse alone. Kavi retrieved a set of weighted gear from his system space. Equipment he had kept from the time he trained little Rosa. Tossing it to Mihawk, he instructed, put this on and follow me. Mihawk accepted the weights, puzzled that aren't we supposed to be learning swordsmanship? Why am I being made to wear this heavy gear? Though confused, he donned the equipment, knowing he would do whatever it took to aid his training. The 100 pounds weighed heavily on him, but it did not impede his movement. He followed Kavi to the edge of the island. Kavi pointed to the sea below the cliff and smiled. Any form of training requires physical conditioning. You have a decent physique, but it's far from enough to begin your swordsmanship journey. Swim 2 laps around the island first. We'll tackle the rest in the afternoon. With that, Kavi departed, returning to the castle to enjoy wine and tea, savoring life. Mihawk required no supervision. His desire to grow stronger was intrinsic. And he understood that Kavi was not leading him astray. He leaped into the water, swimming as the weight felt significantly heavier in the ocean. One misstep, and he could sink to the depths, forcing Mihawk to exert all his strength to swim, albeit slowly. After merely 1 lap, fatigue began to set in, and his limbs grew weak. The oppressive weight dulled his senses. He could not stop. Pausing meant succumbing to the depths, where death awaited. Relying on sheer willpower, he propelled his limbs, persevering to complete a full lap. By then, his limbs were numb, moving as if mechanically. Gritting his teeth, he finished the final lap, gasping as he crawled onto the shore. Collapsing onto a stone, he breathed heavily, his limbs limp, staring vacantly at the sky. He had endured. Mihawk felt a profound sense of gratitude for life itself. The morning's training had left him utterly exhausted, and he wondered what awaited him in the afternoon. His body was weary, yet his heart brimmed with joy. Under such rigorous training, it would be difficult not to grow stronger. Dragging his fatigued body back to the castle, he found Kavi lounging comfortably, with tea and wine on the table, exuding a leisurely demeanor. Instantly, Mihawk felt a sense of imbalance. Though it was his desire to grow stronger, Kavi should not be so at ease. Kavi lifted his head, slightly opening his eyes. "You're back. Good. Earlier than I expected. Since you've returned, why not prepare lunch? We can continue this afternoon's training afterward," he stated matter-of-factly. Mihawk walked into the kitchen to prepare lunch without protest. He knew resistance was futile, and besides, he was too tired to argue with Kavi. Accepting his fate, he dutifully made the meal, fully aware that expecting Kavi to cook was unrealistic, with free labor at his disposal. Kavi would not miss an opportunity to relax. This was a rite of passage for the young, as Kavi continued to recline comfortably, awaiting the completion of Mihawk's tasks. Mihawk handled all household chores alone. He had long been accustomed to it, and now it was merely an addition of one more person. Kavi's only responsibility was to enjoy life, while imparting valuable lessons along the way. Such knowledge would serve Mihawk for a lifetime. This exchange was invaluable. After lunch, Kavi produced a hefty sword weighing 200 pounds from seemingly nowhere. He tossed it to Mihawk, stating, "Given your foundational skills, we'll begin with the heaviest. Lighter weights 1T suffice for effective training." The afternoon's training was straightforward. Swing the sword. Let us aim for 30,000 swings, Kavi instructed. Swinging a sword is an exceedingly simple, yet crucial exercise. One's swordsmanship level is evident in how they wield their blade. Kavi, wielding it with ease, reflected the essence of simplicity. His swordsmanship had reached a level of naturalness, each movement flowing without rigid patterns. Kavi remained uncertain of how far Mihawk would progress, but he was confident that he would ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Just like his grand disciple, both exhibited immense talent in swordsmanship. Destined for great achievements, Kavi estimated that little Rosa had now reached approximately 60 to 70% of his own level. As for Mihawk, he had yet to reach even the first or second tier of Kavi's prowess. The journey ahead remained long, and he must tread carefully, step by step. Little Rosa had also progressed gradually, and eventually, they would all discover their own path in swordsmanship, stepping into new realms. Mihawk grasped the heavy sword, its weight imposing, yet his resolve unwavering. He began to swing the sword, repeating the motion tirelessly, disregarding whether he could complete the 30,000 swings. His mind focused solely on one task, swinging the sword. 100, 200, 500 swings. His speed began to wane, yet he persisted, never halting. Upon reaching 10,000 swings, his hands began to tremble, sweat soaking his body. He raised his quaking hands and continued swinging. The goal of 30,000 swings was achieved. Dropping the heavy sword, he collapsed to the ground, feeling the sharp pain and numbness in his arms. This was the arduous path to strength. The world often sees only the glorious side of a swordsman. The breathtaking scenes of a single strike severing millions of miles, marveling at their innate talent in swordsmanship, yet they remain oblivious to the relentless training behind it. While talent is undoubtedly important, effort is indispensable. The most daunting adversary is one who possesses both high talent and relentless diligence, leaving no room for others. After resting for a moment, Mihawk instinctively began preparing dinner, needing no prompting from Kavi. Kavi felt a profound sense of satisfaction, observing Mihawk's self-motivation to train without supervision, while also respecting his elder. In contrast, little Rosa and little Robin were a headache, one constantly plotting revenge against her master, the other seeking laziness. Kavi lamented over the stress they caused him. Mihawk thought to himself, if it weren't for not having fought you, would you still be here acting like a lord? Mihawk, utterly unaware, was regarded by Kavi as the most obedient and understanding student of his cohort. In the days that followed, Mihawk diligently trained without the need for Kavi's reminders, rising early each morning to don weights and swim. His physique growing ever stronger, and his swordsmanship increasingly swift. Time, filled with purpose, slipped away rapidly, and within the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Mihawk could distinctly sense his own enhancement, particularly in terms of physical prowess. What once nearly cost him his life to swim 2 laps with weights, he now accomplished effortlessly, completing 5 laps with ease and still feeling invigorated afterward. His swordplay had also seen significant improvement. With greater speed and power, while his energy expenditure diminished, the increase in might evident to the naked eye. Yet, he still could not achieve the feat of severing a tree with a mere leaf, nor even with a branch. Mihawk sensed that Kawi had yet to impart some vital knowledge to him, something of great importance. Indeed, Kawi had more to teach, but it was not yet the appropriate time. The advancement in swordsmanship required a process. While I could share the most advanced techniques with you, what use would it be if you couldn't even wield a sword properly? To bestow an extraordinary sword upon one who lacks the ability to use it would be unwise. One must first learn the fundamentals of sword practice. Mihawk possessed considerable talent, and, with his relentless effort, would eventually reach that pinnacle. Kawi merely needed to identify an opportune moment to give him a gentle push, allowing him to naturally grasp the essence of the sword. Though Kawi could facilitate a shortcut, it came at a price. Once one takes a shortcut, the temptation to do so repeatedly arises, ultimately leading to a reluctance to exert effort. The ease of acquiring power without having reached the necessary mental state could spell disaster. Mihawk, endowed with natural talent, did not require shortcuts. Steady progress, step by step, sufficed that a solid foundation and a robust inner self were both indispensable. This is how true strength is cultivated. Do not be deceived by Luffy's youth. His strength is rooted in a solid foundation, forged through a childhood spent on the brink of death. Observe the purity of his ambition to become the Pirate King, a singular, unwavering dream that has rendered him so formidable. The journey to strength is often monotonous, and Mihawk endured 2 more months of rigorous training. Today, Kawi led Mihawk to the mountainous summit, prepared to embark on the next phase of their training. Mihawk, the first phase of training concludes here. We now transition to the next stage, Kawi declared. Standing atop the peak, gazing at the slowly rising sun, the morning light enveloped them both, devoid of heat, instead offering a gentle warmth. From today onward, we shall practice here every morning and evening. Mihawk questioned what could possibly be trained in such a place. Was it merely to observe the sunrise and sunset? Noticing Mihawk's confusion, Kawi smiled and explained, your foundation is already solid. Make time to enhance your physical capabilities, ensuring steady improvement in your physical condition. For the remaining time, train with me here. With that, Kawi sat cross-legged, facing the dawn. Indeed, the forthcoming training would involve meditation, not for the purpose of spiritual transcendence, but to attune oneself to nature and strengthen one's character. Mihawk, skeptical, regarded the meditating Kawi with a peculiar expression, inquiring, is this truly considered training? Surely you jest. Kawi smiled faintly, just follow along. Who understands this better, you or I? Meditation was not the end goal, but a means to achieve inner tranquility to cultivate observation haki to a profound level. One could not rely solely on rudimentary training like dodging stones. Kawi had mastered his own observation haki primarily through personal practice, though it appeared that Kawi spent his days lounging in a chair. Seemingly idle, he was in fact engaged in contemplation and meditation. He was also experimenting, assessing the efficacy of his methods, and to his surprise, they proved effective, especially regarding mental acuity. Kawi felt that through meditation, the growth of his conqueror's haki and observation haki was outpacing that of his armament haki. It is worth noting that Kawi gained a modest increase in physical prowess daily, and the strength of armament haki was directly tied to one's physical condition. However, conqueror's haki could only be cultivated through personal effort. Thus, under these circumstances, the rapid advancement of conqueror's haki was indicative of the viability of this method. This was a training technique Kawi had discovered on his own, and he now imparted this knowledge to Mihawk, hoping he would glean something valuable from it. Mihawk, upon hearing this, could only emulate Kawi, sitting cross-legged with his eyes gently closed. At that moment, Kawi's voice echoed in his ears. Relax your mind, feel your breath, sense the direction of the wind around you, and do not fall asleep. Kawi had once dozed off in his initial attempts due to excessive seriousness. Those suffering from insomnia might want to give it a try. Mihawk quieted his mind and sat upright. Before long, the sound of soft snoring filled the air. Bang! Mihawk jolted awake, turning to find Kawi squinting at him, causing his heart to race. He quickly straightened his posture and resumed his meditation. How embarrassing to have fallen asleep. Was it really that easy to doze off? Stop letting your mind wander. Kawi's reprimand rang out. Mihawk felt a pang of fear. It seemed that whatever thoughts crossed his mind were easily detected by this formidable individual. Kawi, exasperated, wore his emotions on his sleeve, as if afraid others would not notice. From that day forth, Mihawk followed Kawi to meditate atop the mountain every morning and evening, filling his days with purpose. After a month of meditative practice alongside Kawi, Mihawk finally experienced a profound revelation. On this day, as usual, he accompanied Kawi to their familiar spot for meditation. Within merely 10 minutes, he entered a state of profound awareness. Feeling his deep, rhythmic breaths and the gentle caress of the breeze, suddenly, he sensed that the world had transformed, each element becoming strikingly clear. Despite keeping his eyes closed, he could distinctly perceive the surrounding flora and fauna. Attuned to their very breaths, intricate patterns formed in his mind. The breathing patterns of the grass were slow and subtle, while the stones nearby exhibited thick and steady lines. The mechanics of all things became vividly apparent. And by aligning with their natural rhythms, he could accelerate their movement, whereas resisting it would result in destruction. Mihawk abruptly opened his eyes, gently brushing his hand across a blade of grass, and with a swift motion, it snapped in two. "I've done it," Mihawk exclaimed, standing in triumph. "I succeeded." In that moment, he comprehended the truth. This method was indeed effective. The old man had not deceived him. His excitement was indescribable. Kawi observed the scene with a calm demeanor. Shaking his head slightly, "Young one, it is still too early. You have merely grazed the threshold. Do not become overly exhilarated. Remember this feeling." Kawi chose not to remind him further, knowing the impulsiveness of youth. Overcome with enthusiasm, Mihawk eagerly attempted once more, swiping his hand across the grass. But this time, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. The grass stood tall and undisturbed, leaving Mihawk bewildered. He tried again, yet still saw no change. Frowning, he pondered what could be amiss. Kawi chuckled softly. "Your eagerness is your undoing." Realizing he had become careless, Mihawk, lost in joy, had forgotten the essence of his previous experience. He quickly resumed his seated position. But this time, he could not recapture that state of awareness. Alas, he lamented, having missed the opportunity. Who knew when it would present itself again? Yet, Mihawk did not succumb to despair. He believed that if there had been a first time, a second would surely follow. The lad possessed a commendable temperament and adapted swiftly. It would not be long before he mastered this skill. Following this experience, Mihawk devoted himself to relentless meditation, as if entranced. Kawi often urged him to take breaks, but he would not heed the advice. At times, Kawi would awaken to find Mihawk with dark circles under his eyes, fearing for his health. Mihawk was not bewitched. Rather, he was captivated by the sheer beauty of that state. In the days that followed, he entered that heightened awareness several more times, witnessing the world anew, with the essence of things unveiled before him in an ineffable manner. His observation hockey surged rapidly, beginning with the grass, then trees, and eventually stones. He could feel the breath of every entity. With clarity, he identified their weaknesses. A gentle touch could shatter them. How exhilarating! Kavi gazed at Mihawk, who sat immersed in training from dawn till dusk, unsure of what to say. The situation left him without anyone to prepare his meals, compelling him to revert to his old ways. After all, Mihawk was honing his skills during a crucial period, and Kavi felt it would be inconsiderate to disturb him. Consequently, Mihawk discerned Kavi's true nature. Despite possessing culinary skills of his own, he allowed Kavi to take over the cooking. Now, with Mihawk dedicating an entire day to training, he returned to find a meal awaiting him, living in a state of blissful contentment. Kavi, however, grew increasingly exasperated, muttering, "Kid, are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost?" Eating so much, his incessant complaints led him to regret teaching Mihawk. Was he truly a training fanatic? Who could fathom what thoughts occupied Mihawk's mind? Half a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. One morning, Mihawk ascended the mountain as usual to seek enlightenment. Yet this time, a sword lay before him, his cherished black blade, Yuru, the hilt, reminiscent of a chaotic cross, and the blade, shrouded in darkness, seemed to convey a sense of solitude and strength. This formidable black sword, renowned as the strongest, had long been Mihawk's companion, patiently awaiting its master's recognition to unleash its brilliance. Mihawk felt a pang of guilt for neglecting to perceive his brother's sentiments all this time. Today he intended to forge an unbreakable bond with his longtime partner, achieving the union of man and sword. Seated in meditation, he swiftly entered a state of transcendence, as the world around him seemed to freeze in time. Faint glimmers emerged, coalescing into clear patterns that flowed and intertwined. The very essence of existence unfolded before Mihawk's eyes, vividly apparent. Yet, the blade remained an abyss of darkness. Mihawk remained motionless for 1 hour. 2 hours, until nightfall, unwavering in his resolve. At last, a flicker of light emanated from within Yoru, manifesting in Mihawk's mind. 1. 2 points, more and more converged into a radiant pattern, fierce and proud, mirroring its master. In that moment, Mihawk and Yoru became one, achieving a true unity of man and sword. That instant, Mihawk's swordsmanship transcended to a new level. Sensing the energy radiating from Yoru, Mihawk opened his eyes. Grasping the sword, "Brother, do you wish to grow stronger alongside me?" Yoru trembled slightly, emitting a low hum. Mihawk smiled. Understood, he rarely ventured out to sea, and his first foray had led him to encounter someone whose swordsmanship surpassed his own. Since then, he had seldom left the island, focusing solely on honing his skills while overlooking Yoru's desires. As the strongest black blade, it naturally yearned for battle, just as Mihawk needed combat to elevate himself. How long had it been since he faced a formidable opponent, aside from Kavi, the old man? Mihawk brimmed with confidence. After such extensive training, he sensed he was no longer the same person he once was. Now, he could defeat the baboon leader with a single strike that he had risen, yet he remained uncertain if he could triumph over Kavi. After all this time, he still could not gauge the depths of Kavi's prowess. Perhaps he should issue a challenge, but as this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down his spine. Best not to provoke him. He had no desire to be beaten. A few more years of cultivation would suffice. Upon returning to the castle and finishing dinner, Kavi, as customary, retired early for the night, maintaining his healthy routine. Mihawk, however, found sleep elusive, his mind a tempest of conflicting thoughts. Should he challenge Kavi or venture out to confront other strong warriors? His strength had grown swiftly, leaving the baboons on the island struggling to keep pace with his progress. To ascertain his true capabilities, he needed to engage in battle with a formidable opponent. Yet he couldn't overpower someone too weak, nor could he face someone of vastly greater strength. A one-sided fight held no merit. Restless, he tossed and turned through the night. The next morning, Kavi awoke to find Mihawk looking worn and weary. "You rascal, you haven't been overexerting yourself again, have you?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. "As your elder, I must advise you. Your health is the foundation of your endeavors. Do not push yourself too far." After patting Mihawk's shoulder playfully, a teasing smile graced his lips. Mihawk scowled. Though he did not fully comprehend what Kavi meant by overexerting, he suspected it was not a compliment. He brushed off Kavi's hand and dutifully proceeded to prepare breakfast. Kavi, perceptive as ever, recognized the turmoil within Mihawk. The lad was clearly getting ahead of himself, unable to gauge his standing. It seemed prudent to provide him with a small shock to prevent his arrogance from clouding his judgment, lest he find himself on the receiving end of a beating and tarnish Kavi's reputation. After breakfast, Kavi proposed a sparring match with Mihawk. The young swordsman was taken aback. "Elder, have I done something wrong? Why do you want to fight me?" Kavi waved his hand dismissively, a smile gracing his features. "What are you thinking, lad? I merely wish to assess your rapid progress. I harbor no ulterior motives. I want you to grasp reality, that you have grown stronger. You remain inexperienced, and in the face of true strength, you will only find yourself at the mercy of others." Mihawk felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared he had offended Kavi. But wait, this was his home. If anyone were to be offended, it should be Kavi, not him. This realization stirred within him, a troubling thought. How had the old man managed to leave such a profound impression that he momentarily forgot his own authority? Mihawk felt a pang of shame at his own mindset and resolved to accept the duel. He sought to test his training achievements and perhaps find an opportunity to regain some dignity by besting the old man. They made their way to the seaside, a spacious area far from the castle, ensuring that their battle would not disturb the dwelling. Accompanying them was a troop of baboons, led by the baboon chief. Seeking revenge after being defeated by Mihawk in a single move, infuriated, the chief had returned, undoubtedly having intensified its training since their last encounter, and now approached with unwavering determination. However, it arrived too late. Mihawk and Kavi had already begun their duel, leaving the chief to spectate alongside its followers. Curiosity piqued. It wondered just what strength this old man possessed, having previously felt threatened by a mere aura. Bang! Mihawk swung Yoru, engaging in combat with Kavi, their synergy reaching its zenith. Each strike carried an elegance that spoke of newfound mastery. Kavi, wielding a mere branch, regarded the distinction between sword and stick as negligible. The seven-star sword lamented, "Why am I left to rot in the earth?" But Kavi's infrequent battles and diverse fighting style rendered the seven-star sword largely ornamental, a fate not befitting the strongest of demon blades. Snap, snap. Mihawk's attacks were deftly intercepted by Kavi's branch. While Mihawk could perceive the rhythm of existence, Kavi's insight reached even further. Mihawk struggled to discern Kavi's tactics, while Kavi effortlessly exploited Mihawk's vulnerabilities. Each of Kavi's strikes seemed to land just as Mihawk was about to connect, creating an illusion of competence. Kavi, with his increasing age, had taken on a playful demeanor, relishing in the opportunity to challenge the younger generation. He would offer them a glimmer of hope, only to plunge them into despair, thereby motivating them to strive harder and refine their character. At least, this was Kavi's perspective. Whether or not it truly honed one's spirit remained uncertain. Regardless, he aimed to instill pressure upon Mihawk, sparing him no ease. Mihawk soon found himself frustrated. He was on the verge of landing a hit, yet fell just short. The more they fought, the more he sensed Kavi's inscrutability, as if the old man were toying with him. Anger and urgency welled within him, but to no avail. He simply could not prevail. Each of his attempts was thwarted at critical moments, creating a sensation akin to constipation. Uncomfortable and unyielding. Younger one, your mind is in disarray. Kavi remarked as Mihawk's strikes grew increasingly erratic. The young swordsman, reminded by Kavi's words, swiftly regained his composure, recognizing that his rhythm had been disrupted. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and resumed the battle. Gradually, his restless spirit calmed. Gripping Yora tightly, he advanced with determination. With a flourish, he swung, striking. The colors of observation ignited within him. Anticipating the old man's position, a swift slash was unleashed. Targeting Kavi, the fierce sword aura sliced towards Kavi with an almost imperceptible speed. Would this strike succeed? As he observed the approaching attack, Mihawk felt a sense of confidence this time. However, once again, the assured strike narrowly missed Kavi. How terrifying, Mihawk, you nearly struck me, Kavi remarked, patting his chest and expressing a lingering sense of unease. Mihawk's expression darkened. The old man not only aimed to toy with him, but also to mock and disgust him. He finally understood why Kavi had decided to test him today. Mihawk recognized his own shortcomings. The old man was not intentionally belittling him. Rather, he was compelling him to confront reality. Yet, the youth was always stubborn, unwilling to turn back until he had faced the wall, perpetually eager to challenge the impossible. That he launched another attack at Kavi. His black blade swirling swiftly in his grasp, the torrential wave of sword aura surged skyward. One missed strike led to another, then a third. He refused to believe he would continue to miss. Alas, it appears I must exert greater effort, he mused. What to do when the youth is obstinate? Increase the intensity. The sky was filled with the soaring sword aura, imbued with a chilling, lethal intent. Kavi observed the onslaught of sword energy with a tranquil demeanor. Murmuring softly, it has been ages since I have unleashed my full power. He had forgotten the last time he had done so. Perhaps it was during a spar with Roger. Roger had been dead for nearly 5 or 6 years now. Their sparring sessions were a memory from a decade past. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he slowly raised the branch in his hand. Armament Haki activated, flowing sakura entwined. The material, darkening to a deep crimson, enveloped the branch, the sword intent coalescing, power accumulating. A terrifying aura surged upward, and Mihawk felt that overwhelming pressure once again, more potent than before, in the distance. The baboons were so intimidated by this force that they collapsed to the ground. Losing consciousness, only the baboon leader remained, desperately resisting. Once the power was fully amassed, Kavi gently swung in Mihawk's direction. Transparent sword energy burst forth from the branch. The sky full of sword energy disintegrated. And with a sharp swish, the transparent sword energy grazed past Mihawk's ear. Boom. A thunderclap erupted. Mihawk, drenched in cold sweat, turned to look behind him. He was stunned into silence, his expression vacant. His eyes seemed on the verge of popping out. Filled with disbelief at what he beheld, the sea had split open, resembling a vast chasm stretching to infinity, the ocean floor exposed to the air. This strike had cleaved the ocean. This blow had shattered Mihawk's comprehension. Moments later, the seawater surged back, unleashing towering waves that crashed against Mihawk's face. Coming back to his senses, he gazed at Kavi, his eyes reflecting incredulity, shock, and a trace of admiration. Kavi smiled. How was that? Quite powerful. Wouldn't you agree? The nonchalant tone left Mihawk at a loss for words, merely nodding in a daze. Why yes. It's quite something. That Kavi's expression then turned serious as he said earnestly, listen, young man, there are many formidable beings in this vast ocean. And some are far stronger than I. You must continue to strive. Indeed, there were many powerful entities in the ocean, and Kavi was certainly one of them. As for whether there were those stronger than him, Kavi believed there were, for the world still harbored ancient monsters, whose strength could not be underestimated. Mihawk nodded, seemingly still in shock. Kavi patted his shoulder and departed, leaving him to gather his thoughts slowly. The baboon leader had long since vanished, leaving behind a few unconscious subordinates. Mihawk stood there, dazed, reflecting on that terrifying strike just moments ago. This made him acutely aware of the ocean's perils. Kavi was indeed strong. Yet even such a powerful figure acknowledged the existence of even greater beings at sea. One could only imagine the dangers lurking within. Grasping his black blade, he stated resolutely, "Brother, it seems we are not yet ready to set sail. We must grow even stronger." The black blade, Yuru, trembled slightly in response, agreeing that Mihawk's strength needed further enhancement. Otherwise, should they venture out to sea, he might well be overpowered by stronger foes. Thus, the two brothers remained on the island, ensnared by Kavi's persuasion, leading to Mihawk's eventual ascension as a peak power when he finally set sail. Only then did he realize the extent of his deception, that of course, Kavi had acted with good intentions. After all, the youth needed to exercise caution. Since that spar, Mihawk had shed his impulsiveness. His thoughts solely focused on cultivation. He trained diligently, more fervently than ever before, occasionally engaging in sparring sessions with the baboon leader. He noticed that the baboon leader was also growing stronger, advancing rapidly, bearing traces of Kavi's influence. Indeed, their baboon leader had risen. From their previous battle, he had realized that Kavi was the true powerhouse. Upon returning, he meticulously analyzed Kavi's moves, and surprisingly, he was able to glean some insights. Though minimal, it was sufficient for his needs. This realization instilled a sense of urgency in Mihawk, although the baboon could not yet defeat him. Its rapid progress made him wary, fearing that one day this crafty creature might suddenly usurp his position. Thus, he intensified his training regimen. Kavi was quite pleased with this development. It was through comparison that one found motivation. Occasionally, Kavi would discreetly offer guidance to the baboon leader, hoping that both man and beast would engage in healthy competition. In such an environment, their powers grew swiftly, exemplifying the essence of positive rivalry. Unbeknownst to Mihawk, the baboon's rapid advancement was partly due to the Old Six's guidance. Each arduous day was spent incrementally increasing training intensity, all to maintain his edge over the baboon, leading him to sometimes rise at night to train stealthily. Convinced that this creature would not be awake, little did he know, the baboon leader had already begun its nocturnal training. What a relentless endeavor. Everyone was caught up in this competitive spiral, while Kavi simply savored his leisurely retirement. Each day was filled with tea, fine wine, fishing, and napping. Such a life. Who wouldn't he envy it? What of the pirate king or the marine king? He had no interest. Eating and drinking was far more delightful. Occasionally nurturing the younger generation, he sought to forge some benevolent connections for the Revolutionary Army. At critical moments, he could step in, but he preferred to avoid unnecessary confrontation. As the de facto commander of the Revolutionary Army, Kavi truly labored tirelessly for their cause. Time flew by swiftly. It was time to depart. His stay had been sufficiently prolonged. While he was still able, he wished to explore the surroundings, to enjoy the scenery, the merriment, and the people. One could never know when an unforeseen circumstance might arise, and opportunities could vanish. After a quiet breakfast, Kavi glanced at Mihawk, whose serious demeanor seemed to suppress a smile. Kavi's expression turned dark as he waved his fist. Smiling, "Mihawk, my boy, are you pleased to hear that I am leaving?" Mihawk immediately recoiled. "Oh, of course not. Senior Kavi, I am truly heartbroken by your departure. Will you return?" While his words expressed sorrow, his heart was already plotting a celebration once Kavi had left. Rewarding himself for his progress, although he had advanced rapidly during this time, Kavi's presence made him feel somewhat restrained. Now he understood how to cultivate independently, no longer needing Kavi's oversight. He could grow stronger on his own. "Old man, I no longer require your guidance. You may go." Kavi eyed him in confusion, wondering if he truly felt sorrow at his departure. Mihawk nodded vigorously. "Of course, my admiration for you, senior, flows like an unceasing river." "Akin to. Well then, shall I stay a few more days?" Mihawk suddenly turned serious, genuine concern evident in his expression. "Senior, please do not worry about me. I wouldn't want to hinder your affairs. That would make me feel guilty." Kavi shook his head in disbelief, realizing, so this is the true Mihawk. I have misjudged you. He had always thought Mihawk to be a solitary, stubborn, indifferent youth, unconcerned with others, but it turned out he was merely a facade of coldness masking a warm heart. "Your face is nearly contorted from holding back. Did you think I wouldn't know your true thoughts? Yet Kavi chose not to hold it against him, refraining from striking him in these final moments. Very well, I shall take my leave. There is no need to see me off. With a wave of farewell, he turned away, his elegant silhouette devoid of any lingering sentiment as Mihawk trailed behind him. The old man stated that there was no need for a send-off, yet he could not truly refrain from doing so, for this gentleman was a benefactor and mentor along his life's journey. Whether they would cross paths again in the future remained uncertain. He escorted him all the way to the seaside, where a merchant ship had mysteriously anchored that it was none other than Cavendish's classic vessel. A humble yet timeless merchant ship, Cavendish departed alone, setting sail. Mihawk watched him leave until he vanished from sight, then turned back, muttering to himself. Didn't he say there were no ships? Shaking his head slightly. He returned to the castle, reverting to his usual routine. Devoid of any celebrations, he once again found himself in solitude, the island occupied only by a sword, a troop of baboons, and himself, plunging into an endless cycle of competition. Meanwhile, Cavendish luxuriated in the taste of fine red wine. This is exquisite. It seems Mihawk has been concealing his treasures, he mused. The wine, of course, had been procured from Mihawk, who had graciously left him a bottle, an act of camaraderie. Little did poor Mihawk know that he was toiling away with the baboon leader, entirely oblivious to the emptiness of his wine cellar. A month later, in a certain maritime region, a pink pirate ship sailed across the waves. Emblazoned with the image of a colossal fiery bird, its head adorned with spectacles. Its identity was unmistakable. It was the ship of a certain firebird. On board, a scruffy man with small glasses and a beard was noisily sniffling. Glancing at a young man beside him, he inquired, "Young master, has the esteemed Corazon truly been found? Could he be a spy sent by the Navy?" Don Quixote da Flamingo, once a lofty celestial dragon, had become a pirate due to his father's circumstances. In a bid to reclaim his identity as a celestial dragon, he had murdered his father, hoping to exchange this act for his former status. Yet, he had not succeeded, though he refused to surrender his ambitions. He possessed both ambition and cunning, albeit lacking in strength. Although he wielded Conqueror's haki and had awakened the string fruit, he lacked the mastery of binding techniques. His prowess still fell short of the pinnacle. Had Luffy been born a tad later, he might have had the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the elite. At this moment, Doflamingo bore an arrogant expression, clad in his iconic pink coat. Donning his self-proclaimed stylish glasses, his lips curled into a slight smile as he proclaimed to Toripol, "I have confirmed it. It is indeed Corazon himself. I would not mistake him." He felt elated at the prospect of finally reuniting with his long-lost brother. His and Torpal's mission was to retrieve Corazon. The other officers had not accompanied them, engaged in various tasks, and Doflamingo's voyage also aimed to attract the Navy's attention. Toripol, a member of the Don Quixote family, had once witnessed Doflamingo's formidable presence and chose to follow him. The string fruit had been a gift from him. He himself possessed the stick fruit ability, though his strength was rather mediocre. As he wiped away the impending tears, he suddenly pointed ahead and said to Doflamingo, "Doflamingo, it appears there is a merchant ship ahead. Should we yield?" Following his finger, indeed, a merchant ship loomed directly in their path. Doflamingo, in a jovial mood, had no desire to take a life, yet he would not concede to anyone. "Why should we yield? If anyone should, it ought to be them," he scoffed, displaying an untamed arrogance, showing no regard for anyone. Akin to the future heavenly Yaksha, Toripol gazed at him with admiration, knowing that the young master's pride would prevent him from bowing to anyone. However, he cautioned, "Young master, it seems this merchant ship has no intention of yielding." Doflamingo's expression darkened. "Then let it not blame me for my lack of courtesy. This merchant ship was, of course, Cavendish's classic vessel. He had drifted upon the waters for a month, aimlessly, living in accordance with the whims of nature. Thirsty, he drank fine wine. Hungry, he feasted on roasted meat. When the meat was gone, he fished. He simply did as he pleased, currently indulging in a midday slumber. After a morning of fishing without a single catch, he had decisively abandoned the rod to take a nap. Oblivious to the death sentence passed upon him by Doflamingo, he slumbered peacefully. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, noting that the merchant ship drew ever closer without any sign of yielding, felt the veins in his forehead throb. What insolence! Can they not recognize a ship belonging to the Don Quixote family? Anger surged within him, and the consequences would be dire. With a flick of his finger, a translucent thread shot forth, slicing towards the merchant ship with astonishing speed. His mastery of the string fruit was exceptional. The threads were robust and razor-sharp, capable of reaching the clouds above, with immense potential. Hahaha. A smile crept upon Doflamingo's face as he envisioned the merchant ship cleaved in twain by his attack. Just as the transparent thread made contact with the ship, Cavendish, in the midst of his dreams, suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light flickering within in an instant. He vanished from his spot. Ping! He reappeared at the bow of the ship, extending his index finger to block the thread. Slowly raising his head, he gazed at the pink pirate crew ahead, locking eyes with Doflamingo, whose smile had turned into a frozen grimace. For a moment, silence enveloped the air as Cavendish surveyed the situation with casual ease. It was evident that his ship obstructed Doflamingo's path, and given Doflamingo's proud disposition, he would naturally not yield. Cavendish, now awakened, had no inclination to give way to a mere pirate, especially not one of Doflamingo's ilk. Doflamingo's expression regained its composure as he mused. Ah, it appears to be an old man. I thought it was someone of significance. Yet, there's something familiar about this old man. Where have I seen him before? At that moment, Toripole, visibly anxious, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, hastily tugged at Doflamingo's sleeve, stammering, "Why, young master, this man? He seems to be." He quickly rummaged through his belongings, producing a newspaper, comparing it to Cavendish's visage. Trembling slightly, he swallowed hard before handing the paper to Doflamingo. "Why, young master, it is indeed." Doflamingo snatched the newspaper, scrutinizing it closely. An image depicted Cavendish in combat with Sakazuki. That it was unmistakably the old man before him. His eyes widened as he glanced at the bounty listed below. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 15 billion berries. Doflamingo's expression turned blank. The combined bounties of all his subordinates did not exceed this sum. In the present day, such a bounty held considerable weight. Even in the future, a bounty of 15 billion would not be easily attained by just anyone. They had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. Though Doflamingo was arrogant, he was not foolish. He understood that his family's power was still too weak and his own strength had not yet reached its zenith. Faced with a formidable opponent, discretion was the better part of valor. His complexion slightly pallid, he turned to Toripole and said, "Let us take a detour. We must conduct ourselves with discretion on this voyage to avoid attracting the Navy's attention. It is not that I am afraid. I am merely considering the well-being of our family. We must act subtly. Excessive ostentation will draw the Navy's scrutiny, which would be detrimental to our objectives." Toripole, though wishing for the young master to confront the situation head-on, understood that they were still too weak to confront a strong adversary, and that humility was essential. He believed that one day the young master would stand at the pinnacle of this world, gazing down upon all. As he turned to maneuver the ship's helm, a voice suddenly rang out, causing him to freeze in place. "Are you two planning to leave just like that?" Kavi appeared on their ship, coldly speaking. The two little devils, having committed a blunder, intended to flee, completely disregarding the old man before them. Doflamingo and Toripole instantly felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Assuming a battle stance, their gazes fixed on Kavi, utterly taken aback. The fact that Kavi had materialized on their ship, traversing such a distance in an instant, clearly indicated that his strength matched the bounty on his head. Doflamingo's expression darkened. He had thought that yielding would suffice, yet Kavi had no intention of letting them off the hook. "What do you want?" Kavi inquired, observing the two with caution, a smile almost escaping his lips. "You nearly ruined my beloved ship, and you dare to ask me what I desire." His gaze shifted to Doflamingo, calmly scrutinizing him as he spoke. "Young man, was it you who made the first move?" Doflamingo stepped forward, cupping his hands in apology, his expression somewhat twisted. "Elder, I beg your pardon for my previous offense. Is this the infamous Tenyasha? When did you become so humble?" Kavi mused internally, acknowledging Doflamingo's ability to bend but not break. However, Kavi had overestimated Doflamingo. Just as Kavi was momentarily lost in thought, a swift attack surged toward him. "Die, old man." Five-colored thread. Doflamingo's demeanor turned frenzied. He had initially contemplated retreating, but Kavi's unexpected boarding indicated hostility. Who was he? The future Tenyasha, the ruler of the underworld. "Don't think your high bounty intimidates me. Doflamingo, fear no one, not even the celestial dragons." Witnessing Kavi's direct approach, he could no longer tolerate it. He would annihilate Kavi with an overwhelming force, making it clear that he was not easily trifled with. With a fierce explosion of power, 5 strands of color shot towards Kavi, aiming to pierce his body. Kavi stood still, As if paralyzed by fear, Doflamingo's smile grew increasingly arrogant, the corners of his mouth curving upward. So this old man is so weak, foolishly standing there. Doflamingo assumed Kavi's age had dulled his reflexes, rendering him incapable of action. Toripole, standing nearby, felt a rush of excitement. Honestly, he had been a bit disappointed to see Doflamingo apologize to Kavi. Yet, Doflamingo's subsequent actions thrilled him. He had indeed not followed the wrong person, for the young master would never bow to anyone. However, Kavi's immobility was not due to slow reactions or lack of defense. Rather, he simply could not be bothered to defend himself. Bang! The terrifying strands, under Doflamingo's control, struck Kavi's chest with force, as if attempting to pierce his heart. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no eruption of blood, nor was his heart pierced. The 5 colored threads pressed against Kavi's chest. Halted by the surface of his skin, he had no use of haki, relying solely on his physical defenses to withstand Doflamingo's assault. Kavi glanced down at the threads on his chest, picked his nose, then looked back at Doflamingo, his face displaying a look of confusion. Without uttering a word or raising a question, Kavi's expression spoke volumes. "Young man, what are you doing?" The air fell silent. The invisible mockery proved lethal. Doflamingo's countenance twisted in disbelief. His powerful strike had failed to even break the skin of his opponent. What had he just done? Doubts began to surface within him, his recent actions resembling those of a jester. Yet, he could not dwell on his foolishness as he turned to Toripole, shouting, "Attack together." The enemy was formidable, and Doflamingo regretted his sneak attack on Kavi. Had he not resorted to treachery, there might have been room for negotiation. But it was too late for regrets. The two could only join forces and fight for their survival. Toripole swiftly assumed a battle stance, launching a sticky attack toward Kavi. Damn! Kavi, witnessing this, unleashed the fastest burst of speed he had ever mustered. Dodging just in time, smack! A puddle of unknown goo landed precisely where Kavi had just stood. Ugh! Kavi nearly retched. Truly, the pirate world was filled with all manner of abilities, including such disgusting devil fruits. Seizing the opportunity, Doflamingo unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to disrupt Kavi, swiftly activating his string fruit powers. Foot kick line. The threads coiled around Doflamingo's foot, launching a powerful kick toward Kavi's head, aiming for a fatal blow. Kavi, suppressing his nausea, slightly turned his head, evading the strike. Doflamingo, realizing his attack had failed, quickly leaped back, his expression filled with wariness. Meanwhile, Toripole continued to bombard Kavi with the repulsive sticky liquid, obstructing his movements. This was intolerably disgusting. Kavi resolved not to permit their antics to continue. Panga's pressure. Activate. A terrifying aura erupted from Kavi's body, instantly darkening the skies. The once clear heavens now shrouded in gloom, streaks of crimson lightning flashing ominously, heralding an apocalyptic presence. The godly and demonic aura bore down upon Doflamingo and Toripole in an instant. They were overwhelmed, their bodies pressed firmly against the deck, unable to move. Their contorted faces adhered to the planks. And Doflamingo struggled to raise his head, but it was futile. He attempted to employ his Conqueror's Haki to resist this abyss-like terror, only to discover that his Haki was rendered ineffective, trapped within him. Tightly shackled, this oppressive aura completely crushed his regal might. Had his Conqueror's Haki been perfected to the highest level, perhaps he could have endured for a few more seconds under Kavi's pressure. Kavi's Pangu's pressure had been exponentially enhanced since the moment his devil fruit powers awakened, exceeding even the might of the top-tier Conqueror's Haki. However, unlike Conqueror's Haki, it could not envelop objects. It was solely meant to suppress foes. Nevertheless, it was still quite effective. Once his powers reached their zenith, even top-ranking admirals could be easily subdued. After all, he was Pangu, and even a trace of his bloodline was an extraordinarily terrifying presence. At this moment, our esteemed Tenyasha found himself in a rather uncomfortable predicament, his body immobilized, unable to speak, and even deprived of the ability to plead for mercy. For Toripole, the repugnant fool had already succumbed to unconsciousness. His willpower utterly lacking. In contrast, Doflamingo struggled desperately, though it bore no fruit. Kavi leisurely approached Doflamingo, crouching down to observe him. Stay, how pitiful. Young man, are you still intent on fighting? You rushed to attack before I had even finished speaking. You seem rather overconfident. Disrespectful youth often find themselves at a disadvantage. How to deal with Doflamingo? Kavi stroked his chin, his gaze fixated on Doflamingo as he pondered seriously. Doflamingo, sprawled on the ground, struggled to glance up at the old man before him. His eyes filled with unresolved resentment. He was unwilling to accept defeat. His goals remained unfulfilled. Did he have to fall here today? Regret washed over him. Why had he provoked this old man? Why had this damned old man appeared here? And why had he crossed paths with him? It seemed he had unwittingly drawn his ire. Doflamingo felt himself to be extremely unfortunate. He had set out to retrieve his brother Corazon, a joyful endeavor. Yet it had devolved into this. He was filled with discontent. Amidst his regrets, he could no longer endure and fainted. Kavi, contemplating how to manage the two, was astonished to find that both had succumbed to unconsciousness. How utterly pathetic. Doflamingo, Toripole, the two managed to amuse Kavi somewhat. Observing Doflamingo sprawled on the ground, Kavi retracted his imposing aura. Lest he accidentally crush the two. As he gazed at Doflamingo's flamboyant golden locks, a mischievous idea began to blossom in his mind. He retrieved a pair of scissors from the depths of the system space. One might wonder why Kavi carried scissors. Well, not just scissors, but a plethora of kitchen utensils and everyday items lay dormant within that space. Seldom utilized, Kavi was a man of refinement. He could do without, but could never be without. Grasping the scissors, he began his task. Snip, snip, snip. He hummed a cheerful tune. His spirits notably lifted. 2 hours later, Doflamingo and Toripole slowly regained consciousness from their stupor. Upon opening their eyes and realizing they were still alive, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. Initially fearing the worst, Toripole, regaining his bearings, quickly turned to find Doflamingo's figure. There he was. The young master was still alive. But why was his head glowing? Toripole exclaimed in shock, staring at Doflamingo beside him. Master, your hair. Doflamingo, puzzled, wondered why Toripole was so startled. Hair? What hair? He curiously touched his own head and found it oddly smooth. He sprang to his feet, rubbing his hands over his scalp. Where is my hair? My magnificent golden locks are gone. Kavi emerged from the ship's hold, observing Doflamingo's frantic state with a grin. You're awake. At such a young age. Why dye your hair? I took the liberty of shaving it for you. You ought to thank me. Indeed, it was Kavi who had shaved his head, transforming Doflamingo's once vibrant golden mane into a more palatable appearance. Kavi had always held a disdain for golden hair, and thus he had taken the initiative to remove it. Doflamingo's face contorted in rage, fists clenched tightly. Who the hell dyed my hair? I was born with it. Do you understand? Yet, he dared not voice his fury. No matter how incensed he felt, he had to endure, for the repercussions could be dire. Forcing a smile onto his face, he muttered, Thank you, Senior. This old man was a devil. Not only had he shaved his head, but he also compelled him to express gratitude. Kavi chuckled, patting Doflamingo on the shoulder. Now, let us discuss compensation, shall we? You nearly wrecked my ship. Consider yourself fortunate. I'll only ask for 2 devil fruits. A mere trifle. Doflamingo reluctantly nodded, gritting his teeth as he murmured, Trifle? What if it's not a trifle? Do I possess the power to refuse? He had understood since childhood that the weak are exploited. And now he found himself in the position of the exploited, rendered weak. Kavi nodded knowingly. This lad undoubtedly possessed more than 2 devil fruits. Perhaps he could demand 2 more. But he decided against it. Excessive demands could prove unwise, as future opportunities awaited. After all, Doflamingo was to become a supplier of devil fruits. Albeit of the more ordinary variety, he could return for 2 more later. Surely, Doflamingo wouldn't mind. However, we don't have the devil fruits on hand. Could I retrieve them? I assure you, I will deliver them to you. Doflamingo cast a stiff glance at Kavi, attempting to feign innocence. Kavi, catching on, regarded him with a look of incredulity. Boy, do I appear to be a fool? Doflamingo swallowed hard and shook his head vigorously. No. Then why treat me as one? Are you not yet sufficiently punished? Would you like me to shave off all the remaining golden hair on your head? Doflamingo shivered at the thought, quickly covering his vulnerable areas, and exclaimed, Senior, I shall have the devil fruits delivered immediately. Please spare me. Kavi was fully aware of Doflamingo's intentions, challenging me. You are still too green. Doflamingo, signaling to Toripole, urged him to make the call and arrange for the delivery of 2 devil fruits, ensuring they were handled with care. He blinked, reminding Toripole to be clever. Toripole, grasping the implication, nodded vigorously and turned toward the ship's hold to notify the crew to procure the devil fruits. Doflamingo sighed with relief, hoping Toripole understood his meaning. He certainly did not intend to provide Kavi with 2 decent devil fruits. He had said so merely to mislead Kavi. Inadvertently, he reminded Toripole not to bring anything of value. but rather two worthless fruits to placate Kavi. Kavi's eyes. Their little ruse would not remain hidden, yet he was indifferent. Regardless of the type of fruit, the good ones would be kept, while the garbage could be sold. After all, he had no intention of consuming them. Toripol eagerly entered the ship's hold and located a special transponder snail to make the call. Brew, brew, brew. Moshi, moshi. Is this Lao? A voice belonging to a middle-aged man responded. Toripol, what's the matter? Toripol promptly relayed the situation to Lao Ji, a cadre of the Don Quixote family's combat division. The young master is in trouble. Gather all available personnel immediately to assist us. Also, bring 2 decent devil fruits. The young master has use for them. Torpal's words maximized the potential losses for the Don Quixote family. Initially, Doflamingo had merely wished for Toripol to find someone to deliver 2 worthless devil fruits. Little did he expect Torpal's vivid imagination would lead him to attempt to counter Kavi's strength with sheer numbers. He had single-handedly plunged the Don Quixote family into despair. Should Doflamingo learn of Torpal's blunder, he might very well be driven to the brink of fury. Meanwhile, Lao Ji's expression turned grave upon hearing the news. The young master was in peril. This was serious. He hung up the phone and immediately summoned the cadres still at headquarters. Setting off in a fury, upon hearing of the young master's predicament, the cadre members hastily armed themselves and rushed toward Doflamingo and Torpal's location. At that moment, Kavi was relishing his sunbath. Unperturbed by the impending arrival of the devil fruits, which would take days, Doflamingo and Toripol were shackled by sea-stone handcuffs, suspended from the ship's mast, sharing in Kavi's sunbathing experience. The reason for their predicament was Doflamingo's attempt to exploit the powers of the string fruit to connect to the clouds and escape with Toripol. Kavi had caught him in the act, promptly knocking him unconscious before retrieving several pairs of sea-stone handcuffs from their ship, which proved to be fortuitously useful. The two had endured 3 days of relentless sun exposure, leaving Doflamingo's already dark complexion even darker. As for Toripol, the hapless fool had succumbed to the heat. His body seemed on the verge of melting, had it not been for the sea stone suppressing his fruit abilities. Kavi suspected he might have dissolved into a repugnant puddle. Doflamingo's consciousness was hazy, and he had no inkling of the torments he had endured over the past days. He had set out joyfully to sea to retrieve his brother, only to find himself suspended here, suffering physical torment and enduring the old man's incessant mockery, psychologically battering him. Toripol, meanwhile, had the good fortune of fainting, escaping the ordeal. Doflamingo wished he could join him in unconsciousness, but the old man seemed particularly attentive. Every time he appeared to fade, a bucket of cold water would be thrown upon him, preventing his escape into oblivion. In this moment, he could only hope that his family would swiftly deliver the devil fruits, liberating him from this torment. His heart was filled with dread for Kavi. Rather than killing him, Kavi chose to torture him, rendering his existence unbearable. Doflamingo had never experienced such suffering, even when exploited as a celestial dragon. 2 days later, a massive pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Doflamingo felt a surge of relief. Salvation was neared. He fixed his gaze upon the vessel, eagerly anticipating a cadre member of the Don Quixote family approaching him with the devil fruits. He was on the brink of rebirth. Young master? Who could it be that reduced the young master to this state? Young master, we shall avenge you. A myriad of furious voices erupted as the officers of Don Quixote caught sight of their young master, suspended from the ship's mast. Emaciated and frail, while the formidable golden-haired figure remained unaccounted for, an immediate surge of rage coursed through them. What had their young master endured? One by one, the officers leapt onto their vessel, hastily descending Doflamingo and Toripol. Concern and fury flickered in their eyes. At that moment, Kavi sauntered out of the room, stretching lazily as he regarded the commotion with a bemused expression. You finally arrived. I was beginning to grow weary of waiting. Hurry, bring forth the devil fruit, he said nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Old man, you are the one who has reduced our young master to this state. The speaker was none other than Pika, a member of the Don Quixote family and a user of the rock fruit. Kavi burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this voice. While it had been amusing in the anime, hearing it in person was truly hilarious. The towering man, over 4 meters tall, yet his voice was so high-pitched, it was utterly comical. Wiping away tears of mirth, he finally managed to compose himself and replied calmly, Yes, it was indeed me. So what? Pika seethed with anger, not only at the treatment of their young master, but also at the mockery of his voice. In his mind, He had already sentenced Kavi to death. Just as he prepared to confront the old man, a frail hand grasped at him urgently. Pika, don't be impulsive. It was the weakened Doflamingo, nearly too exhausted to speak. Kavi, this demon, had not only hung them out to dry, but had also deprived them of sustenance. Had it not been for his resilient constitution, he might have starved to death. Beside him, Toripol had yet to regain consciousness since their last bout and remained oblivious to his fate. Pika quickly supported Doflamingo, his voice laced with concern. Young master, are you all right? The surrounding officers gathered, eager to assist him, but he waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, and then struggled to speak. Did you bring the devil fruit? Hand it to me. But you have harmed our young master. Enough? Give him the devil fruit. Doflamingo interrupted the officers, wary of provoking Kavi further. Collectively, they were no match for the old man, and he wondered how Toripol had summoned so many officers. Couldn't he have just sent someone for 2 worthless fruits? Upon hearing this, Laoji could only present the 2 devil fruits he had brought, encased in small boxes, and handed them to Kavi. There must be a reason for the young master's actions. As his vassal, he merely needed to obey orders. Kavi excitedly accepted the 2 boxes and opened them, revealing 2 fruits adorned with peculiar patterns, one golden and the other a pale blue. Both visually appealing. Having never perused a devil fruit compendium, Kavi was unaware of their identities. He looked up at Doflamingo and inquired, Boy, what are these 2 fruits? You wouldn't be trying to deceive me with rubbish, would you? Doflamingo, equally curious about the fruits brought, gazed at the items in Kavi's hands. Pfft. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? Doflamingo gestured that he could still hold on. But inwardly he was cursing that hadn't he implied to Toripol to fetch 2 worthless fruits. What had been said? Not only had so many family officers been summoned, but they had also brought 2 remarkably good devil fruits. If Toripol were not in a state of uncertainty regarding life and death, he would have demanded to know what had transpired. Sighing, he thought to himself, it was just 2 devil fruits, as long as they weren't the same one. He could begrudgingly accept it. Now, he wished only to distance himself from this place. Thus he addressed Kavi. The golden fruit is the Zoan-type bird fruit in the form of a golden eagle, and the blue fruit is the Logia-type rain fruit. After speaking, he seemed to exhale a sigh of relief and continued, Senior, may we take our leave now? Having received the desired information, Kavi was pleased and had no intention of making things difficult for him. After all, this individual was his long-term client. With a wave of his hand, he coolly remarked, You may go, but do ensure my beloved ship remains unscathed next time. Doflamingo was speechless. A mere merchant vessel had subjected him to several days of torment. Not to mention the loss of 2 potent devil fruits, he was on the brink of despair. Having suffered losses, he could only swallow his grievances. Bowing slightly, he stated, I bid you farewell, Senior, if given the chance. He would surely seek vengeance. Kavi was a name he would remember, never to be forgotten. Accompanied by a cadre of subordinates and the unconscious Toripol, they departed, resembling a pack of strays. Kavi did not seize their ship. He had little interest in it. His own merchant vessel was far superior. Inspecting the 2 devil fruits in his possession, Kavi nodded in satisfaction. To his surprise, Doflamingo had indeed provided something of value. It seemed he could still be trusted. The Zoan-type bird fruit in the form of a golden eagle was familiar to Kavi. It was known to be a fierce bird, also called the golden vulture. With a considerable wingspan, an ordinary golden eagle could reach 2 meters when it spread its wings, possessing keen eyesight and sharp talons, coupled with impressive speed. This Zoan-type devil fruit was quite commendable. In Kavi's view, Zoan fruits were often untapped potential, especially later on, when they transformed into powerful combatants. In contrast, Logia-type fruits were invincible in their early stages, but grew weaker over time. Of course, if one possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Kavi would not contest that. After all, martial skills formed the foundation of power in the pirate world. Regardless of how well a fruit was developed, as long as one's physical abilities were formidable enough, they could ascend to greatness. The pirate world boasted numerous overpowered fruits that could prove unbeatable in lower tiers, for example, the ghost fruit or the childlike fruit. However, in the presence of true powerhouses, they often fell short. Take Kavi, a top-tier combatant. His haki alone could negate all fruit abilities. His haki could envelop every internal organ and bone within his body. What could even the most extraordinary fruit abilities achieve against that? As for the Logia-type rain fruit, it was somewhat absurd, being water-related yet vulnerable to seawater. Nevertheless, it had the advantage of controlling the weather, which was still a considerable asset. Who should he bestow these two fruits upon? Kavi found himself at a loss for suitable candidates. Perhaps he would decide when the right moment arose. Throwing the two devil fruits into his system space, he dismissed them from his thoughts and leisurely poured himself a drink. Savoring it, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Today, Kavi encountered an old friend. "Ha, Kavi, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken." Kavi was equally delighted. The chance meeting with an acquaintance on the vast ocean was rarer than winning the lottery. "Ha, Admiral Karp and Bogart, it has been ages. What brings you here?" The old friend he encountered was none other than the marine hero, Admiral Karp. Karp laughed heartily, elated to see Kavi, while Bogart greeted him from the side. As for the Navy personnel aboard, they turned a blind eye to Kavi, the notorious bounty fugitive, each attending to their own tasks. With their superior remaining silent, they naturally refrained from taking any action. Appearing accustomed to Karp's antics, Karp clapped Kavi on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Last time, you left Sakazuki and Kazan in quite a state. They still hold a grudge against you." Kavi shook his head dismissively. "Let them bear a grudge. What can they do, kill me? Haha, one never knows. They're striving to grow stronger, while we are merely growing older. One day, they might surpass us." "Ha!" Kavi cast a cold glance at Karp. If anyone else had made such a statement, he might have believed it, but coming from Karp, he was skeptical. It was said that Karp's strength remained unaffected by age, a claim Kavi was uncertain of. However, he could distinctly sense the robust power emanating from Karp's physique. At least for now, Karp's strength had not diminished. "Well then, what brings you here?" Kavi was curious about their purpose and wished to steer the conversation in that direction. At this, Karp conspiratorially pulled Kavi aside and whispered, "I'm returning to the East Blue to visit my grandson. Perhaps you should also pay a visit to the East Blue." Kavi suddenly recalled that there was indeed such a matter and confirmed with Karp. "Ace?" Karp nodded. Well, Kavi almost forgot the promise he made to Roger. After all, Ace was still just a little child, and he had no desire to take on the responsibility of raising another. Karp certainly would not linger in the East Blue for long. And Kavi was not inclined to play the dual roles of both father and mother. He decided that he would return to check on Ace once he was a bit older and more independent. Thus, Kavi adopted a serious demeanor, looked intently at Karp, and stated, "I have an important matter to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall return. In the meantime, I entrust his care to you." Karp, having had little interaction with Kavi and thus unaware of his true character, easily believed his words. He nodded. "That sounds reasonable." Little did he know that Kavi would be occupied with this matter for several years. Afterward, the two engaged in light conversation, during which Kavi learned that little Rosa had already become a rear admiral in the Navy and was considered a strong contender for the rank of admiral. He felt reassured, knowing that little Rosa had grown into a formidable individual capable of standing on her own. Karp, too, was surprised. The person Kavi had casually asked him to look after was now on the verge of becoming an admiral, and he mused that it had not been many years since then. Could it be that Kavi possessed exceptional skills in mentoring others? If he were to nurture Ace, perhaps the Navy would soon gain another remarkable talent. As Karp contemplated, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes, and a plan began to form in his mind. Unbeknownst to Kavi, who remained oblivious to Karp's thoughts, he would surely have jumped in to deny it. It was not that he was particularly adept at teaching, but rather that he had an eye for spotting individuals with great potential. The Navy headquarters in Marineford, a youthful figure paused in the midst of wielding a longsword. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a hint of concern, "Sister Rosa, you wouldn't be falling ill, would you?" "Impossible. It must be someone scolding me," exclaimed a striking blue-haired beauty, her words laced with indignation. Seemingly recalling a certain man, the budding young Ji Yuan observed her sister from the side, arms crossed over her chest, puffing her cheeks in displeasure. "Sister Rosa, who exactly is our master? I keep hearing you scold him. Yet you never tell me." She was no longer a child. The someone Sister Rosa referred to must be her master, whom she had never met. Every time she attempted to glean information about their master from her sister, Rosa found a way to evade the topic and refused to reveal anything. Rosa's expression darkened, and she pinched Ji Yuan's delicate face with her hand. "How many times must I say it? I am your master. He is your grandmaster." Indeed, Rosa had become little Ji Yuan's mentor. Ever since Ji Yuan discovered Rosa's exceptional swordsmanship, she had been clamoring to learn from her. Initially, Rosa had only intended to teach Ji Yuan a few techniques. But Rear Admiral Crane suggested that Ji Yuan formally become her disciple. leaving Rosa with no choice but to accept her as a pupil. Rear Admiral Crane had always been considerate towards her, and she could not afford to disrespect him. After all, the Navy valued interpersonal relationships. Yet, this girl had a rebellious streak. Upon learning that Rosa had a master, she refused to acknowledge Rosa as her mentor. Instead, she regarded Rosa as an elder sister, and given their close bond, Rosa found herself powerless in the situation. Please no. I want to call you Sister Rosa. I won't change. Little Ji Yuan pouted adorably as she clung to Rosa, rubbing her head against Rosa's ample bosom. She disliked calling Rosa master. They were clearly like sisters, and referring to her as master felt rather awkward. Rosa quickly seized Ji Yuan around the waist. I'll teach you a lesson for being mischievous? Ah, ha, that tickles. Stop it, Sister Rosa? Ji Yuan giggled, her body shaking as she retaliated, creating a scene of boundless joy, though sadly, no one was there to witness it. After a while of playful banter, the two grew tired and sat on the ground, panting, their faces flushed with a rosy hue. Sister Rosa, are you really not going to tell me who our master is? Ji Yuan slumped on the ground, her tone somewhat feeble after being playfully reprimanded. Rosa shot her an exasperated glance, her lips moving slightly. Once I tell you, you will naturally find out. Should I reveal that our master is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1.5 billion? Impressive, right? She could hardly imagine how Ji Yuan's perception of Kavi would shift upon learning of his true identity. Moreover, Rosa had another reason for withholding this information. Currently, the only person in the Navy aware of her relationship with Kavi was Rear Admiral Karp. Even Rear Admiral Crane was in the dark. She dared not expose her ties to Kavi recklessly. Better to avoid unnecessary risks concerning unknown consequences. As for why Rear Admiral Karp had not reported their relationship, she was unsure. Karp thought to himself, did I perhaps forget to mention this while I was busy challenging the donut-eating record? At the Navy headquarters, Karp was either indulging in donuts, sneaking bites of Sengoku Senbei, or napping, rarely focusing on anything else. Seeing that Sister Rosa remained tight-lipped, Ji Yuan decided not to press the matter further. She would find her master eventually, and she hoped he would be tall, handsome, and formidable. Little did she know that Kavi had unwittingly acquired a disciple at that moment. Kavi had bid farewell to Karp and the others, continuing his leisurely voyage across the seas as always. Whenever he encountered a kingdom or an island, he would disembark to explore, procure supplies, and occasionally plunder some nobles for a bit of extra coin. Time passed in a blur, and 2 to 3 years slipped by in this manner. Throughout his journey, he witnessed countless conflicts and wars, the fall of old kingdoms and the rise of new ones, the relentless cycle of warfare. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a struggle for resources. In a world governed by might, war was the most effective means of seizing resources. Scenes of annexation, pillaging, and malevolence unfolded everywhere. The strong reveled, while the weak wept, and the common folk endured the harshest suffering. Occasionally, when Kavi came across those in dire straits, he would extend a helping hand, for some individuals were hardly deserving of the title of human. He had encountered many who were even worse than beasts. Those he did find were sent for reformation in the afterlife. He hoped they would emerge as better individuals in their next lives. The task of the Revolutionary Army was indeed daunting. Fortunately, he was merely a nominal participant, needing only to observe the outcome and await the results. He firmly believed that they would eventually succeed. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived once more at the Sabaody Archipelago. Gazing at the towering trees, he couldn't help but reflect. The last time he had been here was with little Robin. Now, he was alone. Kavi had no intention of disturbing Rayleigh. That fellow seemed to be living quite comfortably. And Kavi chose not to intrude. He wandered about, purchasing some food and water, as the supplies he had stocked up on during his last visit had long been consumed by himself and little Robin. As he strolled through the bustling streets, the Sabaody Archipelago was as lively as ever. The chaos was palpable. Glancing at the bulging wallets in his hands, Kavi could only shake his head in resignation. There were always those eager to shower him with money. He could never exhaust it all. Suddenly, Kavi spotted a tall figure clad in a black cloak reminiscent of a certain flamboyant pirate, who believed he was well concealed, yet his bright red skin betrayed his heritage. A fisherman. Passers-by glanced at the towering figure with curiosity, for while fishmen were not entirely absent from the Sabaody Archipelago, they were rarely seen on the streets, most often found in slave auction houses. This species was quite rare and highly sought after by many nobles. Even the celestial dragons paid special attention to fishermen slaves. Some human traffickers were eager to capture this fisherman, But perhaps due to his imposing size and intimidating appearance, they held back for the moment. Upon seeing this figure, a name sprang to Kavi's mind: Fisher Tiger. Could this be the legendary hero? What was he doing here? Kavi was puzzled, and then it struck him. Could he be here to liberate slaves? Curiosity piqued. Kavi decided to follow discreetly. Could he be in for another spectacle? Kavi was elated at the prospect of liberating the celestial dragon slaves, which was indeed a monumental feat. If this were to transpire, he certainly could not afford to miss it. Following Fisher Tiger closely, Kavi discovered that he had taken up residence in a modest inn, seemingly planning to refrain from action during the daylight hours. Kavi also secured a room at an inn, confident in his ability to conceal himself, untroubled by the thought of being detected by Fisher Tiger. Subsequently, Kavi prepared an ensemble of black attire, complemented by a mask of the same hue. Once donned, he was enveloped in a tight-fitting black suit, his face and head shrouded beneath a layer of dark fabric, leaving only his bright eyes visible. He gazed into the mirror, finding great satisfaction in his appearance. Even if discovered, he believed it improbable that anyone would recognize him. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him. At his age, engaging in such daring exploits was a thrill like no other. As night fell, Fisher Tiger indeed made his move. Cloaked in black robes, he stealthily maneuvered past pedestrians and approached the island's edge. Leaping down with agility, Kavi, filled with curiosity, wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Stealthily trailing behind, he was astonished to witness the young man scaling the cliffs of the Red Earth continent with nothing but his bare hands. Kavi deemed him a true warrior. Observing the towering wall, he could not help but admire Tiger's tenacity. Such determination was commendable. However, this was undoubtedly the only viable route to rescue the slaves. One could hardly enter through the front gate. Climbing the high walls at the rear of the Red Earth continent would yield an element of surprise, for the celestial dragons would never expect anyone to scale it. Kavi felt a sense of resignation. It seemed he had no other choice. He contemplated using moonwalk to ascend, but the sonic boom it produced was far too loud. He could not risk failing to save the slaves while inadvertently endangering Tiger. Thus, he resolved to climb the wall by hand. Following closely behind Tiger, he marveled at the audacity of undertaking such extreme feats at his age. Tiger appeared to sense Kavi's presence but chose to ignore him. Each man focused on his own ascent. Tiger had a feeling someone was tailing him but dismissed the notion, reassured that they likely shared the same objective. Calming his thoughts, he resumed his climb. "My brothers of the Fishman tribe, wait for me. I am coming to rescue you." After a considerable time, Kavi reached a point halfway up the wall. His impatience grew. If he continued at this pace, dawn would arrive before he reached the summit, and the opportunity to act would vanish. Making a decisive choice, he exerted his grip on the wall, propelling himself upwards with remarkable speed until he reached the same height as Tiger. The latter, taken aback, regarded the stranger whose eyes were the only visible feature. Kavi turned to Tiger and whispered, "Young man, I shall ascend first. You follow swiftly." With that, Kavi shot upwards like a cannonball, his speed astonishing, until he finally stabilized his position, gripping the wall once more to continue his ascent. Tiger, watching in disbelief, thought, "Who is this formidable individual attempting to steal my mission?" He quickened his climb, unwilling to reach the top only to find the slaves already freed, leaving him with nothing but a cadre of Navy soldiers. "My kin, I shall save you." Meanwhile, Kavi had reached the summit and surveyed his surroundings. The IT was eerily quiet and expansive. Ahead lay an arena, presumably the place where the celestial dragons forced slaves to fight. As he ventured further, various cells came into view. Within them were a diverse array of slaves, the elderly, women, youths, children, fishmen, and even a giant. Each was marred by scars, shackled by thick sea-stone chains around their hands, feet, and necks. Their tattered garments and the telltale slave marks spoke volumes of the celestial dragons' cruelty and brutality. They perched atop their lofty thrones, self-proclaimed gods, regarding all other races as mere commodities, mere slaves. Kavi, who believed he had witnessed enough darkness, felt an uncontrollable fury rise within him upon witnessing this scene. Approaching the cells, he gently rapped on the doors, causing the slaves to awaken from their stupor. Startled, they opened their eyes wide, glancing away from Kavi in fear. Some had already succumbed to apathy, their vacant gazes fixed on him, having lost all hope. The celestial dragon's oppressive legacy loomed heavily in their minds, leaving them with a deep-seated hatred, yet helplessness. That a few slaves observed Kavi with curiosity. His attire did not resemble that of the celestial dragons, who would never don such garments. These individuals likely had only recently been enslaved, still clinging to the hope of escape. Kawi scanned the room and, with a hoarse voice, proclaimed, "Do you wish to escape from this place?" His words shone like a beacon of light in the darkness, igniting a flicker of disbelief in some, who began to rise, their hollow eyes regaining a glimmer of life. Kawi pressed his hand against the door. Applying gentle pressure, click, the cell door swung open, and the slaves all stood, trembling, as if awakening from a dream. Did they truly have a chance to leave this hellish existence? Kawi continued, "For those who wish to live, a fishman will come to assist you shortly. For those who seek vengeance, go after the celestial dragons." Most of the slaves had long relinquished hope for life, consumed solely by their thirst for revenge. Torn from their families by the celestial dragons, they had lost all attachment to this world, sustained only by their hatred. Many among them had been pirates before their capture, and upon receiving an opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. That moment had arrived. All the slaves surged from their cages, unleashing their pent-up fury upon the continent. Flames began to engulf the surroundings, alarms blared, and chaos reigned. This was the very outcome Kawi desired. The more chaotic it became, the greater the chances for those wishing to survive to escape. The celestial dragons were destined to face the consequences of their actions. Kawi steadily advanced deeper into the stronghold. Opening door after door, the further he ventured, the scarcer the slaves became, yet their combat prowess increased. The Red Earth continent was in utter turmoil. The station Navy soldiers attempted to intervene, but faced with the fearless slaves, they were powerless to stop them. Resorting to calling for reinforcements from the Navy headquarters, an admiral was sure to arrive at that moment. Tige reached the top as well, gazing at the inferno engulfing the Red Earth continent. His heart raced with excitement. "Brothers, I have come to rescue you." The fishermen slaves, upon hearing his voice, turned in unison, exclaiming, "Brother Tige!" What a relief it was! Brother Tige had come to save us? Tige was equally elated. After such a long delay, he finally had the opportunity to rescue his K.I.N.my brothers. "I have arrived late." A look of guilt crossed Tige's face. "That it's all right, brother. We do not blame you." Suddenly, one of the fishermen added, "By the way, Brother Tige, a human just freed us." Tige contemplated this, recalling the elder who had assisted him. "I know him. He must share my purpose of rescue. What shall we do about these humans?" Tige replied, somewhat troubled. The fisherman tribe would be safe in water, but what of the humans left behind? Could he simply abandon them? Yet, the human elder had played a crucial role in freeing his fisherman brethren. Tige, being a creature of loyalty and camaraderie, could not forsake Kawi's efforts. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "All fishermen brothers, we shall rescue these humans together." "Yes," the fishmen echoed in unison. Although humans were not always friendly towards fishmen, not all humans were hostile, and these slaves, at least, were not. They were all brothers in suffering, and moreover, they had been saved by a human. The fishmen had no objections to Tige's resolution. Thus, the rescue operation commenced. The fishmen worked in unison, guiding the humans through hidden passages leading from the celestial dragon's domain. Waves of them emerged, liberating all the slaves. Kawi continued to release the captives from within, while Tige and his fellow fishmen coordinated the efforts from the outside. Upon reaching the innermost cell, Kawi forcefully tore open the door. Clang! A resounding explosion erupted, throwing the Red Earth continent into chaos. He forcefully picked the lock, unconcerned with being discreet. Upon opening the final cell, all the slaves cast grateful glances at Cave before rushing out. A frail little girl was knocked to the ground, and Cave swiftly moved forward to pull her up. "Are you all right?" The girl, pale and trembling, stammered. "I'm fine." In the corner, 3 other weak young girls supported each other as they emerged. Cave's gaze scrutinized them. "Wait, is that Boa Hancock?" Looking at the 2 girls beside her, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Indeed, they were Sandersonia and Marigold, Hancock's 2 younger sisters. Hancock looked at Cave with gratitude, silently thanking her savior, vowing to repay him one day. Cave waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. He had no desire to be in the limelight, so any notion of repayment was unwelcome. "All right, let's move quickly, or we might not escape." He then scooped up the little girl who had just fallen and turned to lead the group away. However, at that moment, a voice as sinister as a demon's rang out. "Who are you? How dare you free my slaves?" A celestial dragon, clad in an outfit reminiscent of a spacesuit, appeared behind them, flanked by several suited CP0 agents for protection. The little girl in Cave's arms began to tremble violently, while Hancock and the others wore expressions of terror. their bodies quaking slightly under the weight of despair. Their faces turned pale. They thought they had found hope, only for it to swiftly dissolve into despair. Would they truly have to remain slaves for a lifetime? This celestial dragon, awakened in the dead of night and in a foul mood, had discovered that his slaves had escaped, and now he aimed to eliminate the culprit. The CP0 agents dared not intervene, only following to protect the celestial dragon. Cave assessed the celestial dragon before him, noting the grotesque figure with snot nearly dripping into its mouth. This was a celestial dragon? How could it behave like a simpleton? Cave overlooked the fact that celestial dragons often prioritized blood purity, leading to frequent intermarriage among relatives, which resulted in various deformities among their offspring. Hey, you, take off your mask. The celestial dragon aimed its gun at Cave, demanding he remove the black cloth covering his face. The haughty attitude of the celestial dragon already irked Cave, and now it was pointing a gun at him. He had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He simply launched a powerful punch. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The terrifying shockwave from his fist obliterated the celestial dragon and the surrounding CP0 agents. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the ground in a gruesome display. The air became thick with tension. What was that? Cave retracted his fist, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The unfortunate CP0 agents had evaporated without uttering a word. While the celestial dragon had at least spoken a couple of sentences, the three sisters, Hancock and her siblings, stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling from the unprecedented shock of the scene they had just witnessed. They had never imagined someone would dare defy a celestial dragon, let alone kill one with such calmness. Did he not fear the celestial dragons? Hancock's astonishment was beyond description, as if a portal to a new world had swung open in her mind. The once mighty celestial dragons now seemed far less terrifying. Cave remarked that it was all the work of the men in black. He bore no responsibility for it. If anyone was to be sought, it would be Tigray. Let us go, Cave urged the dazed trio. Oh, the three sisters snapped back to reality, suppressing their shock and curiosity as they followed Cave. The little girl in Cave's arms clung tightly to him, fearing he might abandon her. They joined the mermen outside. Upon seeing Cave, Tigray hurried forward, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for saving the brothers of my fishman tribe. Thank you, Benefactor. The other freed slaves bowed in unison. Expressing their thanks, Cave glanced over them and spoke in a low voice. Gather these people and leave quickly. The Navy is on its way. He entrusted Hancock and her sisters to Tigray, as he had other matters to attend to. Hancock, her expression filled with worry, stepped forward to block Cave's path. Benefactor, won't you escape with us? Her eyes sparkled with determination, as if trying to imprint Cave's image in her memory. I have affairs to attend to. You must escape first. We will meet later beneath the red earth continent in the sea. If the Navy arrives, just run without waiting for me. Tigray and the other freed slaves looked on with concern, fearing for Cave's safety. Senior, please be careful. I will wait for you below, Tigray said, his gaze resolute, as he was ever loyal. Cave nodded slightly, preparing to hand the still trembling little girl to Tigray. However, the girl clutched Cave's clothing tightly, refusing to let go. Her frail face bore a dazed smile, but her eyes were hollow with fear, and her trembling lips pleaded, I will work hard. I will be obedient. Please don't leave me. Cave's heart ached for the poor girl, and he inwardly cursed the celestial dragons for their cruelty. He gently placed his hand on her head, his voice softening. Little sister, do not be afraid. You are safe now. Follow these uncles and escape. All right. The girl maintained her dazed smile, her hands still gripping Cave tightly, repeating her willingness to work hard and endure hardships. Cave could see the terror and despair hidden behind that smile. All she wanted was to survive. Sigh. Reluctantly, Cave turned to Tigray and the others. You should leave now. We cannot delay any longer. Time waits for no one. In an instant, Cave vanished from their sight. The next moment, he appeared within Mary Geos, tearing off a piece of black cloth from his body and performing a makeshift disguise on the little girl. Satisfied with the result, which left only her eyes visible, Cave nodded approvingly. Throughout the process, the girl offered no resistance, as if she were an inanimate object, remaining completely still while Cave worked. Following this, Cave infiltrated the residence of the celestial dragons. Gazing at the opulent interior, he couldn't help but exclaim. Thus began his systematic plundering of the celestial dragon's treasures. Indeed, treasures, since he was already there. He couldn't leave empty-handed. Cave would not engage in a losing venture. Gold, jewelry, renowned swords, and even several devil fruits were all stashed away in his system space. Among these treasures, the currency of berries became the most commonplace item. Cursing the celestial dragons under his breath, he moved swiftly, finishing his looting before proceeding to the next household. Any celestial dragons awakened during his escapades were simply sent to join their comrades. Calculating the time, Cave figured that by the time Tigray and the others escaped, he too should make his exit. Cradling the little girl in one arm, he prepared to leave and reunite with Tigray. Just as he took a step forward, he abruptly halted, turning his gaze deeper into the sacred land of Mary Geos, his eyes flashing with a crimson light, a sword beam, over 100 feet long and exuding a terrifying aura. Sliced towards Cave, obliterating the structures in its path. Who dares to be so audacious here? A voice thundered in furious rage. Cave's heart sank. Thankfully, he had sent everyone away in advance. The one who unleashed that attack was at least of the caliber of a great swordsman. It seemed not all celestial dragons were simpletons. Cave clenched his right fist, his legs slightly apart, and his body sank down. Inhale. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, muscles tensing as a terrifying energy coalesced in his right fist. His arm expanded momentarily, veins bulging like coiling dragons, dark red patterns faintly coursing beneath his skin. With a sudden, explosive punch, bang, 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 boom. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, the ground instantly caved in, a long trench carved by the force of his blow. The sword beam shattered before the might of his punch, the powerful force continuing to surge deeper into the sacred land. Puff. A solitary, anguish cry echoed before silence enveloped the surroundings. Kavi would not remain idle. Awaiting the enemy's arrival, he vanished with the young girl in his arms. Upon reaching the edge of the Red Earth continent, he found Tej and the others still waiting below. Kavi cast a glance downward. Enveloped by a thick mist that obscured the depths. Goodness, what a height! Hold on tight. Little sister, he cautioned the girl in his embrace, then leapt into the void. Whoosh! The sensation of weightlessness was exhilarating. The girl clung tightly to Kavi. Her eyes squeezed shut, burying her face in his chest, too fearful to look down. After what felt like an eternity of freefall, Kavi finally spotted the ocean below. Several ships sailed across the surface, carrying escaping slaves, escorted by mermen. Only a few heads bobbed above the water, those of Tej and his companions, patiently awaiting Kavi's arrival. Boss Tej, it seems something is falling from the sky, reported one merman. Pointing to a small black dot above, Tej, upon hearing this, turned to follow his subordinate's gaze, his eyes widening in horror as he exclaimed, "Holy cow!" The dark spot descended rapidly. Boom! It struck the water with a resounding splash, sending waves surging high into the air. Moments later, as the frothy water settled, Kavi stood firmly on the surface, at which point the little girl finally dared to open her eyes. We're not dead. What a relief! Kavi, possessing unparalleled strength and control, knew there was no way he could fail to protect a child. At that moment, Tej and his crew stared in astonishment at Kavi. The way our senior made his escape is truly extraordinary. Though Tej had long been aware of Kavi's prowess, he couldn't help but be awestruck once more. Just look at him, leaping off the Red Earth continent, as if it were nothing. Meanwhile, they were left to escape through the sewers. The disparity was stark. Kavi approached them, his tone calm. Have you all managed to send everyone off safely? Everyone has been safely dispatched, they affirmed. By the way, Senior, the three sisters are still waiting for you on the shore. The mermen gazed at Kavi with admiration, and Tej understood their sentiments. He stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Senior, we owe you a debt of gratitude for saving our lives. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek us out on Merman Island. Kavi waved dismissively. It was merely a matter of convenience. And I have great faith in you all. I believe there will come a day when I witness you proudly standing on land. Tej's eyes gleamed with hope. He would strive alongside his fellow mermen. Just as the senior had said, one day, the mermen would live openly on land alongside other races. Senior, may we see your face? Tej hesitated momentarily, but then resolutely voiced his request. Though the senior was formidable, he seemed shy, completely covered, leaving them in the dark about his appearance. Kavi, speechless, removed his mask, revealing his handsome visage. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a few silver strands woven into his flowing hair. Kavi clarified, it is not shyness that keeps me covered, but a fear of being discovered. While I possess strength, caution is still paramount. The celestial dragons have survived for so long because they hold certain trump cards. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. It is rumored that one of the three ancient weapons, the Heavenly King, is in their possession. Kavi was unaware of the weapon's true power and dared not act brazenly. Seeing Kavi's appearance, Tej and his companions were satisfied and bid him farewell. The Navy forces had arrived. But they were too late. Those who needed to escape had already done so, and those who were meant to perish had met their fate. By the time the Navy arrived, everything would be too late. Whether it was intentional or merely tardiness remained unknown. Burbru. Moses, what is the situation? Report. Marshal, we have arrived too late. The culprit has already fled, suspected to be the merman adventurer, Fisher Tej. Should we pursue? Sengoku, seated in the naval headquarters, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected. No need. You may return. After hanging up, he stood, a frown forming on his forehead as he kicked Karp, who had been sneaking some of his senbei, against the wall. You scoundrel. Who permitted you to pilfer my senbei? Karp, brushing off the dust from his clothes, chuckled heartily. Ha, Sengoku. I'm all done eating. Sengoku, fuming, was about to retaliate when Tsuru, who had been sipping tea on the sofa, interjected. Enough of this childish bickering. You two. Aren't you both too old for this? She then turned to Sengoku. Have you thought about how to explain this to those fellows? Sengoku shrugged, spreading his hands. What is there to explain? The Navy received the alert and rushed here at once. The culprit escaped. Am I to be blamed for that? Tsuru nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Karp, oblivious to the tension, laughed boisterously. Ha! Well done. A few of those scoundrels have finally met their end. Fisher Tej, was it? I'll remember you. Karp, keep your voice down. Hey, I say, you two should lower your voices. At Sabaody Archipelago, Kavi set down his wine glass with a sigh. This is how it stands. Their whereabouts are now for you to arrange. Shiki and Rayleigh sat silently, processing Kavi's earlier words. Rayleigh, his expression grave and voice deep, said, Brother Kavi, how could you handle this without involving me? Shiki shot him a piercing glance in response. Rayleigh quickly backtracked, sweating profusely, and raised his thumbs to Kavi. Haha, I meant to say, Brother Kavi, you're truly impressive. Kavi regarded Rayleigh with a teasing grin, noting the subordinate's somewhat precarious family status. Unable to withstand Kavi's mocking gaze, Rayleigh hastily shifted the topic. Rest assured, Brother Kavi, we will take excellent care of the three sisters. Kavi nodded, observing Hancock and her sisters as they conversed quietly with Shiki. Occasionally glancing his way, the little girl beside them munched on food, and had it not been for Kavi's repeated assurances that he would not abandon her, she might have remained clinging to him in fear. Too afraid to eat, Kavi understood her fear of returning to that dreadful place. She trusted only him, the one who had rescued her. The poor child, how many more like her existed in this world? Just then, Hancock and her sisters approached Kavi. With her hands nervously interlaced and her head bowed, her face flushed, she said, Lord Kavi, we have decided to go to Amazon Lily. Would you like to accompany us? Her eyes shimmered with anticipation, while her sisters cautiously observed Kavi. Ignoring their gazes, Kavi replied evenly, I shall not accompany you this time. We shall discuss it later. He intended to visit the land of the women eventually, but not at this moment. Upon hearing this, Hancock's expression dimmed, disappointment evident. We will have the chance to meet again. Kavi reassured her gently. Yes, sister, we will certainly meet our benefactor again. Sandersonia and Marigold chimed in to comfort their sister. But Hancock hesitated, words faltering as she recalled the image of the celestial dragon being obliterated by Kavi. Kavi interrupted the group, saying, All right, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, I require your assistance with something. He wished to test whether his purification abilities could erase the mark of enslavement, the brand of the celestial dragons, the hoof of the flying dragon. Every slave of the celestial dragons bore this mark, a symbol of lifelong humiliation. This mark had cast a psychological shadow over Hancock and her two sisters, who took great care to conceal it, fearing that others might discover it. Kavi contemplated whether he could lend them a helping hand. As for Tiger and his fellow fishmen, being robust men, they regarded the mark as trivial, thinking, I shall simply brand myself anew. Kavi expressed that their mental fortitude was commendable and they did not require his assistance. Tiger remarked, Lord Kavi, please command us. Whatever the task, we shall not shy away. Ahem, there's no need for such fervor. I merely wish to conduct an experiment. If successful, it may eradicate your slave marks. Really? That would be splendid. We are willing. The three sisters were exceedingly excited, their disdain for the mark rivaling their hatred for the celestial dragons. Come forth, Lord Kavi. We can hardly wait. However, he cautioned, it may not necessarily succeed. Consider it well before revealing the mark. He dared not guarantee the efficacy of the purification. If it failed, he could always follow the example of Tiger and the others, simply covering it with another mark, which would surely be preferable to the slave brand. Hancock's face flushed slightly at his words, and after a moment's hesitation, she took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she stepped forward. "I shall go first," asked the eldest sister. It was her duty to lead by example. Regardless of the circumstance, turning around, she lowered her clothing to her waist, revealing her smooth, fragrant shoulder, or rather, the mark of the celestial dragon on her back. Rayleigh, feeling the pressure of Shaki's commanding gaze, was compelled to temporarily withdraw from the scene, internally lamenting, "Is this truly who I am? She is merely a young girl. Shaki is being unreasonable, even controlling this." Shaki asserted, "In this lifetime, you shall gaze upon no one but me. Do not think of taking advantage of others." Kavi paid no heed to their subtle exchanges, his focus intently fixed on Hancock's flawless back, where a glaring mark marred her otherwise pristine skin. Resolutely, he inhaled deeply and placed his hand upon the slave mark. The sensation was soft. "Ah, little empress, do not disturb my heart." Purification. A surge of pure power flowed into his palm, pressing against the mark. Hancock's body shivered as a cool sensation coursed through her back. "Humph," she let out a delicate sound, hastily covering her mouth with her hands. Her lovely face flushed with embarrassment. "Oh dear, how humiliating." Kavi feigned ignorance, and after a moment, he withdrew his hand to reveal her smooth, pale skin. The mark had vanished. It worked. Her two sisters rushed to her side to inspect the result. Sister, it's truly gone." "Is it really?" Hancock exclaimed with joy, momentarily setting aside her shyness. "Indeed, it has vanished." Overwhelmed with excitement, Hancock turned to embrace her two sisters tightly. They too were elated, but soon Sandersonia noticed something amiss and quietly reminded, "Sister, your clothing." "What about my clothing?" Hancock inquired, puzzled. She then looked down to realize she had not yet donned her attire. Flustered, she hurriedly pulled up her clothing, steam rising from her head as she transformed into a blushing steam maiden. Fortunately, there were no other men around. Once her attire was properly arranged, Hancock shyly glanced at Kavi, only to find him looking elsewhere, which relieved her but also left her with a slight sense of disappointment. Kavi maintained a calm exterior, internally reflecting on the vast potential for growth that lay ahead. Returning to the matter at hand, he assisted Sandersonia and Marigold in erasing their slave marks as well. From this point forth, the three of them would no longer be burdened by this issue. Afterward, they expressed their gratitude to Kavi once more. However, Hancock's gaze seemed somewhat peculiar, and Kavi could not discern what was amiss, attributing it to her excitement. Despite Hancock's romantic inclinations, he mused, given their significant age difference, she surely would not develop feelings for him over such trivial matters. Kavi pondered, having merely killed a celestial dragon in her presence and subsequently removed her slave mark. Upon further reflection, he realized his actions were even more outrageous than those of Luffy. Why overthink this? Kavi resolved to cease his unfounded speculation. With Hancock and her sister's matters nearly resolved, he turned his attention to a little girl awaiting his assistance, observing the frail young girl beside him, who was busily eating. Kavi felt somewhat troubled. "Little sister, what is your name?" He gently placed a hand on the girl's head, while his other hand delicately pressed against her slave mark, erasing it. The girl looked up at him with wide, watery eyes and timidly answered, "My name is Kara." "Kara, that name sounds somewhat familiar." Kavi pondered for a moment, gazing at the small girl with light yellow hair, yet he could not recall anything significant. "Never mind, I shall think of it later," he continued in a gentle tone. "Do you know where your hometown is?" Kavi intended to return Kara to her home. Kara shook her head, her voice barely audible as she replied, "I do not know." Kavi felt a pang of concern as he looked at the frail Kara, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, but likely was a bit older. She was probably no more than 8 or 9. Was he destined to become a caretaker once more? Kavi decided to ask one last time, "Would you like to go with the big sisters?" He gestured towards the 3 sisters behind him, hoping to entrust Kara to them for a safe passage to Amazon Lily. Amazon Lily was relatively secure, making it a suitable sanctuary for Kara, where she could also learn a skill for self-defense. Little Kara glanced at Hancock and her sisters, who wore friendly smiles that seemed to say, "Come with us, little sister, we will protect you." Yet, Kara shook her head vigorously, clutching Kavi's clothing. No, with a soft snap, Kavi imagined he heard the sound of the sisters' hearts breaking. He was somewhat astonished. Hancock had consumed the sweet, sweet fruit, endowing her with a lure for both men and women. Although still in the early stages of development, her physical charm was already notable, yet it failed to attract Kara. Little did Kavi know Kara's true thoughts, having once been slaves alongside the three elder sisters. She understood their shared past. Could she truly find safety with them? The astute young girl was keenly aware of who was truly reliable. With no choice left, Kavi decided to take Kara with him for now, planning to return her to the Revolutionary Army headquarters when the opportunity arose, where he could hand her over to Olvia, who had ample time on her hands, after resting for a day at an inn. The following morning, Rayleigh departed with Hancock and her sisters. As they left, the peculiar look in Hancock's eyes made Kavi feel somewhat uneasy. Could it be that her romantic inclinations were indeed this erratic? At the Holy Land Mary Geos, in a dimly lit conference room, 5 shadowy figures sat in a circle. Among them, one bald figure was wrapped in bandages. Nashra Sant, speak up. Who could possibly have harmed you? A deep voice inquired. The bald elder's expression darkened, his ribs aching as he recalled that fateful night when he sensed an unfamiliar strong presence in Mary Geos. He had struck out with a sword. But the outcome was all too clear. That individual was formidable. We must swiftly ascertain their identity before they elude us again. Nashru Sant cautioned the assembly. Could it be that fishman? Another elder queried. Impossible. I have heard of that fishman, and he is not the one, came the swift retort. Enough. Let the Navy handle the search. That we mustn't disturb Lord Emu over such trivial matters. With that, the room fell into silence once more. An oppressive stillness enveloping them as no one dared to mention the deceased celestial dragons. Tahiti Marineford. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku sat at his desk, his mood decidedly grim. The 5 elders had once again issued him a task, ordering the Navy to hunt down the true culprit. Where was he to find them? Should the Navy not be occupied with more pressing matters? Bring in the next person. A naval officer rushed in, standing at attention and saluting. Marshal, the warring states immediately commanded, place a bounty on the Fishman Adventurer Fisher Tiger, 20 billion, and announce it at once. Yes, Tiger, my dear brother, there's no other option, since we cannot find the culprit. We must place the blame on you. It's quite reasonable for KVI to handle matters while Tiger takes the fall. At that moment, Fishman Island was in an uproar. Boss Tiger, you have been put on a bounty. An excited fishman rushed into the room, brandishing the wanted notice. A robust blue-skinned fishman beside Tiger took the notice and scrutinized it. Brother Tiger, you were right. You really have a bounty on your head. Tiger, with a smug expression, patted his shoulder and replied calmly, Shinpei, I anticipated this. Let me see how much the bounty is. Tiger had already suspected he would be wanted, but it mattered little to him. As long as he could rescue his brethren, he was indifferent. As for KVI, who had been veiled throughout, he should not have been given a bounty, which was for the best if it weren't for his help. The rescue might have been uncertain. Being the only one wanted was already the best outcome. Shinpei lowered his gaze, spotting a lengthy string of numbers, his tone astonished. Is this 200 million? It seems a bit long. Doesn't it? Tiger, speechless, thought how slow Shinpei was at counting. Snatching the wanted notice, he glanced at it and exclaimed loudly, Isn't it obvious it's 200 million? The Navy is indeed generous. Shinpei remained puzzled and began counting earnestly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. His eyes widened, nearly popping out of his head as he stammered, Be brother Tiger, 20 billion, 20 billion. He shook Tiger's shoulders vigorously. What 20 billion? Shinpei, what are you doing? Shinpei, utterly shocked, stuttered, The bounty is 20 billion. Upon hearing this, Tiger leaped from his seat. What? He picked up the wanted notice and began counting again. Moments later, he was enraged. Has the Navy gone mad? Is it just for saving a few people? Is the celestial dragon his father? Why such a hefty bounty? Even the usually good-natured Tiger couldn't restrain his anger. Such a bounty would surely bring immense trouble to Fishman Island, a thought he could hardly bear. Calm down, brother. Shinpei, having regained composure, turned to the fishman who had delivered the bounty notice, asking, Is there any other news? The trembling fishman was terrified by the sight of an enraged Tiger and, hearing Shinpei's question, snapped back to reality. Why yes, there's today's newspaper. He hurriedly produced the day's news report. Shinpei took it and began to read. Fishman adventurer Fisher Tiger sets fire to the Red Earth continent. Liberates numerous slaves and slays several celestial dragons, earning a bounty of 20 billion berries from the Navy. It was clear this news was not published by the Navy, but rather by some underground news agency. How bold they were to report such things, seemingly unafraid of death. Brother, you killed a celestial dragon. Tiger paused, taken aback. Celestial dragon? I didn't even see one. After pondering for a moment, He realized it must have been the work of his mentor. It appeared he had become the scapegoat. Sigh, let it be. I can bear the blame that I certainly can't expose my mentor. Tiger would never commit such acts. Forget about the bounty for now. We need to focus on the safety of Fishman Island. I certainly can't stay here. Shinpei laid down the newspaper, his expression grave as he looked at Tiger. Brother Tiger, what if we set sail? The next day, the Sun Pirates were established and announced their departure from Fishman Island to exist independently. Of course, this was merely a ruse to deceive the world government, as they maintained close ties with Fishman Island in secret. Tiger, King Neptune of Fishman Island, and Queen Otoheim had agreed upon a plan. The Sun Pirates would strive to make a name for themselves at sea, allowing more humans to learn about the Fishman race, while the King and Queen would manage internal affairs on Fishman Island. Together, they would endeavor until the day came when all fishmen could boldly step off their island and coexist with other races on land. Many pirates became intrigued by the Sun Pirates, primarily due to their fascination with Tiger, curious to see the heroic figure who liberated slaves. Some pirates scoffed at the situation, believing they could achieve the same, dismissing the Navy's bounty on Tiger as an exaggeration. At that moment, in a certain sea area, a familiar merchant ship sailed across the waters. Kavi gazed at the newspaper in his hand, stroking his chin and murmuring to himself, TSK, TSK, I wonder if Tiger will mind. IVE significantly boosted his worth. He should be grateful. Tiger. Grateful to my mentor for leaving me homeless. Just a few days later, the news of the celestial dragon's deaths was suppressed that it seemed the world government had intervened. Kavi was unfazed. He had anticipated this, though he hadn't expected the news to last so long that it appeared Morgan had something to him. Keela, stop cleaning. The floor is nearly polished to a mirror finish. It is fine, Grandpa Kavi. I'm not tired. Keela wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled at Kavi. The little girl, fearful of being abandoned by Kavi, busied herself with cleaning and chores, making Kavi feel like a heartless boss exploiting child labor. Kavi snatched the cloth from her hands, threatening, if you keep working so hard, I'll send you to the 3 elder sisters. Keela's expression turned alarmed, and she quickly waved her hands, nervously saying, no, don't. I want to do this anymore. Grandpa Kavi, please don't send me away. Tears welled in her eyes, seemingly on the verge of spilling over. Little Keela couldn't comprehend why Grandpa Kavi wanted her to refrain from working so diligently. Wasn't he at the industrious children who were most beloved? Kavi looked sternly at Keela. This is a one-time exception. Don't let it happen again. He sighed inwardly, realizing Keela had a significant psychological barrier and was cautious around everyone, except for him, where she was a bit more at ease. All right, come with me. Let us eat first. Today, we're having spicy fish head. At this, Keela wiped away her tears, her little hands brushing against her face as a glimmer of joy appeared in her eyes. She tugged at Kavi's clothes, following closely behind him. 2 years later. Grandpa, where are we going? A clear voice rang out. A girl with yellow hair stood beside Kavi, her face filled with curiosity. This girl was none other than the now transformed Keela. Clad in a light blue dress, her bright and clear eyes no longer timid, her fair face tinged with a rosy hue, resembling a little angel. She was a far cry from the frightened, timid girl of 2 years prior. Kavi patted her head and replied, we're going to meet a friend. After 2 years of companionship, Kavi finally recalled who this girl was. The Sun Pirates had been ambushed by the Navy while escorting her home, resulting in Fisher Tiger sustaining grave injuries. Ultimately, he passed away, filled with resentment, after refusing to accept human blood. Kavi was puzzled as to why. When he initially asked Keela, she claimed not to remember her hometown. Over the past 2 years, Kavi had posed the same question to her, but she insisted she couldn't recall, so he refrained from further inquiry. Kavi had originally thought that by taking Keela away, Tiger would be safe, yet that fellow had been captured by the Navy a year ago and imprisoned in the underwater prison. The Sun Pirates had disbanded, with only Shinpei and a few fishmen escaping. The rest of the crew had been captured. Fortunately, Tiger was still alive, and Kavi had no intentions of rescuing him. He would let him endure a few years of training in there until Luffy came to save him. In level 6 of Impelled Down, Tiger mused, Mentor, can you guess why I ended up here? Kavi, accompanied by Kola, arrived at the dock of a small island, securing the boat before setting foot on the land. It had been so many years since his last visit, he wondered if he could still navigate his way around. Leading Kola towards the village, Kavi observed a plethora of new constructions along the way. The streets bore a resemblance to his memories, albeit somewhat blurred, prompting him to seek directions from a local. Suddenly, A small boy with a green flat top appeared ahead, his waist adorned with 3 wooden swords. "Ah, is that not Algae Head?" Kavi approached him, placing a hearty hand on the boy's shoulder. "Hey, kid, do you know how to get to the Frost Moon Dojo?" Zoran instantly felt a weight pressing down upon his shoulder, nearly toppling him over. Irritated, he glared at the elder behind him and shouted, "What are you doing? Young brother, no need to be angry. I am here to find Mr. Gung Silang," Kavi replied. Zoran, puzzled, scrutinized Kavi and inquired, "What do you need with my master?" Kavi gave his shoulder a hearty pat, smiling, "I am a friend of your master. Could you kindly guide us to him?" Zoran staggered, almost dropping to his knees, hastily swatting Kavi's hand away. "Got it. Follow me," he exclaimed, internally cursing the elder for his heavy-handedness. He then led the way, gesturing for Kavi and Kola to follow. With someone guiding them, Kavi no longer needed to search on his own, and he followed closely behind Zoran. Moments later, the trio arrived at a desolate area. A few crows flew overhead, cawing loudly. Kavi looked quizzically at Zoran, as if to ask, "Has the Frost Moon Dojo been demolished?" Zoran's expression grew somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat. "I seem to have taken a wrong turn. I remember now. This way." He subsequently led Kavi and Kola back to the dock, his face flushed with embarrassment. How many times had he gone astray today? His intention had been to reach the Frost Moon Dojo, yet he had wandered aimlessly for hours. After encountering Kavi, the ensuing events were well known to all. Zoran began to doubt whether his master had relocated. Kavi shook his head in disbelief. It was truly characteristic of Zoran to get lost. He was aware of Zoran's navigational challenges, but this was beyond absurd. Ultimately, Kavi had to inquire with other villagers to locate the Frost Moon Dojo. Had it not been for Kavi's persistent tugging on Zoran, they would likely have ended up lost again, even with Kavi's guidance. Zoran still managed to lose his way, a testament to the absurdity of his navigational skills. After much back and forth, the trio finally arrived at the entrance of the Frost Moon Dojo. The sky gradually dimming. They knocked on the grand door, which was opened by a young girl with black hair tinged with blue, her round eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at the 3 of them. Her gaze finally settled on Zoran. "Zoran, why are you only just arriving? Father said you would surely get lost again. Is that the case? And who are these 2? The girl looked curiously at Kavi and Kola before glancing back at Zoran. "Goena, they are friends of my master, here to see him," Zoran explained impatiently. Goena's expression turned to one of surprise as she quickly raised her hand to invite Kavi and Kola inside. "Please come in. My father is in the back." "Haha, so you are Goena. It has been years since we last met, and you have grown so much," Kavi said with a smile. This young girl was indeed Gung Silang's daughter, the one who had tragically perished on the grand staircase. Goena appeared perplexed, her mind racing to recall if she had ever met this man. "Sir, do you know me?" Before Kavi could respond, a hearty laughter echoed through the air. "Ha, Kavi, my old friend. What brings you here? You should have let me know in advance so I could welcome you." Gung Silang emerged from the house, his face alight with joy. "Kavi, it has been too long." They greeted each other, the last time they had met being 9 years prior. Goena tugged at Gung Silang's sleeve, her curiosity piqued. "Father, this gentleman claims to have met me, but I have no recollection of him." Upon hearing this, Gung Silang recalled the events of yesteryear, casting a peculiar glance at Kavi before addressing Goena. "Ahem. Yes, he held you when you were just a year old. You were too young to remember." "Of course that's so?" Goena regarded her father with skepticism, feeling as though he might be spinning a tale. Gung Silang, aware of the potential awkwardness, thought it best not to divulge too many details about Kavi's past. He was a good man, possessing high emotional intelligence. Kavi, understanding the situation, refrained from bringing up the past. "Please, come in." Gung Silang urged Kavi into the house. Zoran and Goena went off to practice their swordsmanship. Leaving Kavi, Gung Silang, and Kola together, Gung Silang poured tea for the 2 and casually remarked, "What brings you to seek me, old friend?" "Just passing through on my way back to headquarters, and thought I would stop by for a visit." Kavi replied he had spent enough time away and felt it was time to check in, while also intending to leave Kola at the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, as she was destined to become an intelligence officer with formidable combat abilities. Entrusting her to the Revolutionary Army's training was undoubtedly the best choice. Gung Silang nodded, then hesitated, glancing at Kavi as if he had something on his mind but was reluctant to voice it. "Ask whatever you wish. No need to be shy," Kavi encouraged, perceiving Gung Silang's uncertainty. Having been exposed, Gung Silang relaxed. "You truly see through everything, old friend." Kavi shot him a knowing glance. Did you not wish for me to speak first? Why the pretense? Gaha. Indeed, I do have a question for you, old friend, Gung Siling admitted. Feeling the pressure of Kavi's discerning gaze, Kavi sipped his tea, gesturing for him to continue. Gung Siling straightened. Old friend, do you believe it is possible for a woman to become a great swordsman? Deeply conflicted, he thought of Guina, whose lifelong aspiration had been to become the world's greatest swordsman, that he harbored doubts about his daughter's potential, that women's physicality inherently differed from men's, while it may not have been apparent in childhood. The disparity would become increasingly evident as they matured. Guina was already finding it challenging to contend with Zoran, let alone in the future. He did not wish for her to strive for an unattainable dream, only to face disappointment in the end. You are referring to Guina, are you not? Kavi asked calmly. How did you know? Gung Siling was taken aback, having yet to voice his concerns. Pray tell, what should I do? Guina is quite stubborn. I find it difficult to persuade her, Gung Siling implored. Why persuade her? If she wishes to become the world's greatest swordsman, let her strive for it. Why hinder her? Kavi questioned, gazing at Gung Siling incredulously. Are you a doting father, unable to bear seeing your daughter struggle? Cough, cough. No, I merely believe it is exceedingly difficult for a girl to achieve such a goal, Gung Siling retorted defensively. Kavi, bemused, realized that Gung Siling, the bespectacled man with narrowed eyes, was indeed a doting father. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman may be challenging, but achieving the status of a world-class swordsman was certainly within reach. Did he lack confidence in his own swordsmanship? Gung Siling appeared to possess hidden depths of skill, likely having brushed the threshold of greatness. Perhaps even being a great swordsman himself, that it was entirely possible that he was merely modest, with Kavi's encouragement. Gung Siling felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He did not wish to deter Guina. He merely sought validation that he could guide her in her swordsmanship without guilt. Since you have said so, I shall trust in her abilities. By the way, what are your thoughts on Zoran, that green algae head? Aside from being directionally challenged, he is a promising talent. Zoran possesses both innate talent and a strong work ethic. It is inevitable that he will stand atop the pinnacle one day, or else he would not have become a vice admiral. It was well known that only the strongest could attain the rank of vice admiral in the pirate world. That is reassuring. I hold high hopes for him as well. Old friend, why not offer them some guidance? Gung Siling knew that Kavi was an expert. A few pointers from him could greatly benefit Zoran and Guina, helping them avoid unnecessary pitfalls. Kavi did not decline. We shall see. He intended to rest for 2 days at Gung Siling's place before setting off again, taking the opportunity to make some modifications to his beloved ship. He planned to create a few recreational rooms to pass the time. Early the next morning, Gung Siling led Kawi to the village's sole shipwright. After Kawi explained his requirements, the shipwright assured him that the work would be completed on time within 2 days. Upon returning to the dojo, they found Guina and Zaro preparing for a duel. Guina, let's battle. I have a feeling I'll defeat you this time, Zaro declared, brandishing 3 wooden swords, 2 held in his hands and 1 clenched between his teeth. Showcasing his 3-sword style, this young man had once practiced a single sword style but had consistently been bested by Guina, leading him to believe that his lack of swords was the reason for his defeats. Thus transforming his technique into the 3-sword style, Guina, undeterred, drew a wooden sword, gripping it firmly with both hands. With an expression of calm determination, she replied, Zoro, no matter how many times we fight, I will always defeat you. Go, senior sister, teach that arrogant Zaro a lesson, the other disciples urged, as they realized they stood no chance against Zaro themselves. Zaro remained unfazed by their taunts, dismissing the words of those he had already defeated. Keela observed the match with keen interest from the crowd. Kawi and Gung Silang exchanged glances and positioned themselves nearby to witness the current skill levels of the 2 youngsters. Ha! Zaro shouted as he charged forward, swinging his swords fiercely at Guina. It was evident that he held nothing back, true to his nature, unlike some timid chefs who abide by chivalrous ideals and would never strike a girl. Zoro had no such reservations. He swung freely. Guina, however, did not confront him head-on. She understood both her own weaknesses and Zoro's. With a deft sidestep, she evaded Zoro's attack, then stepped forward to deliver a horizontal slash toward his waist. Zoro quickly turned his head, blocking the strike with the sword clenched in his mouth. He then launched a fierce counterattack, creating afterimages with his 3 wooden swords, aiming to overwhelm Guina with his power and speed. Guina, meanwhile, evaded while countering. Zoro's rapid attacks failed to connect, and instead, He found himself on the receiving end of several blows from Guina. The exchange continued, with Zoro predominantly taking the hits. The surrounding disciples watched with rapt attention. And Keela's eyes widened in excitement. However, to Kawi and Gung Sailang, this battle resembled nothing more than a child's play. Nevertheless, it revealed the general skill levels of both combatants. Their fundamentals were solid, particularly Guina, whose every move was methodical and fluid. Zoro demonstrated power and speed, yet his swordplay lacked agility, indicating his serious training regimen. Point one focused on technique, the other on force, each with their own strengths. Yet, if this continued, it was only a matter of time before Zoro surpassed Guina, as her physical attributes were clearly inferior. For now, she could rely on her technique to best him, but once Zoro improved his physique, her skills would seem inadequate. Before long, Guina emerged victorious, both panting heavily. Zoro, you've improved remarkably. You managed to last much longer this time, that I believe it won't be long before you surpass me. Guina encouraged him with a smile. Though her expression held a hint of reluctance, she was increasingly feeling the pressure during their sparring sessions. One careless moment could lead to her defeat. Deep down, she harbored a sense of reluctance at the thought of being outstripped. Was it truly as her father said, that women could not become formidable swordsmen? Zoro, oblivious to Guina's thoughts, replied stubbornly, "Damn it. Next time, I will definitely defeat you." With that, he dashed off to train harder, acutely aware that he was on the brink of overcoming Guina, yet accepting that a defeat was a defeat. No excuses. Watching Zoro's retreating figure, Guina felt an increasing sense of urgency. As the elder sister, she never anticipated being surpassed so soon. She had promised Zoro they would each strive to become the world's greatest swordsman, and it seemed her aspirations were slipping away. Silently, she returned to the dojo, resolutely continuing her sword practice, vowing to never give up until the final moment. Kawi and Gung Sailang observed quietly, with Gung Sailang's heart aching for his daughter. Wishing to spare her from hardship and heartache, he turned to Kawi, his eyes conveying a silent plea. "All right, old man will speak on your behalf," Kawi thought, feeling a bit embarrassed about his paternal instincts. He approached Guina, who had set down her wooden sword, gazing at him in curiosity. "Grandfather Kawi, is there something you need from me?" she inquired, intrigued about the relationship between the man who had cradled her as a child and the father who held him in such high regard. Kawi smiled warmly, his voice gentle as he spoke. "Guina, come and have a chat with me that I might just have answers to the questions weighing on your heart." Guina's eyes brightened, and she turned to see Gung Sailang, giving her a slight nod. Following Kawi inside, they sat across from one another. "Grandfather, do you think I can become a true swordsman? My father says that women cannot become the world's greatest swordsman," Guina asked eagerly, desperate to know the truth behind her father's words. Kawi took a measured sip of tea, setting the cup down slowly as he met her gaze. "Let me tell you this. The future world's greatest swordsman may very well be a woman." "Do you believe that?" Guina's eyes widened in disbelief. "How could that be possible?" "Why not? I know many female swordswomen who surpass most male swordsmen. Your father simply cannot bear to see you struggle. So he's deceived you." Kawi reassured her. Guina's heart soared with excitement as she leaned over the table, standing up to ask loudly, "Really? You're not lying to me, are you, grandfather?" Kawi nodded. He would never deceive her, for he was the most honest of men. Every word he spoke was true. In his heart, he believed that only two individuals currently had the potential to be the world's greatest swordsman. One was his disciple Rosa, and the other, also a disciple of sorts, Mihawk. Of course, if Kawi desired the title himself, they would have no chance. As for Zoro, he was still too young. The title was far beyond his reach, but I feel like my swordsmanship is improving ever so slowly. Zoro is almost catching up to me. I truly lack talent. Guina's spirit sank again. She worked hard and had decent talent, but the only gap between her and Zoro was their physical conditioning. I have a way to enhance your physical abilities, but that would mean you would no longer be a pure swordsman. Are you willing to accept that? Kawi presented her with a choice. He could make Guina stronger, but at the cost of her being a pure swordsman. Really? What does it mean to not be a pure swordsman? Guina questioned, puzzled by Kawi's statement. Why would improving her physical prowess disqualify her from being a true swordsman? Kawi explained the concept of devil fruits to her, revealing that the method to enhance her physique was to consume one. It was a straightforward and forceful way to achieve rapid improvement. Kawi let her decide. In truth, he hoped Guina would choose to eat the devil fruit. According to the original story, she met an untimely end. He believed that by consuming the fruit, she would be spared from such a fate. Guena quickly made her decision. Grandfather, I will eat it, she declared, eager to grow stronger, even if it meant not being a pure swordsman. She didn't want to be surpassed out if her physical abilities didn't improve. Zoro would soon outpace her at that point. She wouldn't even be able to claim the title of the strongest in Frost Moon Village, let alone the world, even if one day Zoro did surpass her. She didn't want to fall too far behind, lest she become the target of ridicule. She resolved to consume the devil fruit. Kawi produced 2 identical-looking devil fruits, one gold and one red. The gold one was the Zoan-type bird fruit, golden eagle form, obtained from Doflamingo. The red one was pilfered from a celestial dragon and appeared to be another Zoan-type fruit, though Kawi was uncertain of its specific properties. He presented both fruits to Guena for her selection. The golden one is the Zoan-type bird fruit, golden eagle form. The red one, I cannot ascertain. However, it is certain that it belongs to the Zoan type. Choose one. Guena gazed at the 2 intricately patterned fruits, uncertain of which to select. She felt a tinge of reluctance at the thought of transforming into a bird human, while the other fruit remained a mystery. The hesitation was palpable. Which one should she choose? If others were to hear her indecision, they might very well faint from disbelief, for the devil fruits are treasures of immense rarity, something that others may never encounter in their lifetime. And yet here she was, deliberating. Whatever. With a decisive motion, Guena seized the red devil fruit and took a hearty bite, choosing to take a gamble. Ugh! The next moment, she nearly spat it out. Kavi, standing nearby, quietly added, "I've heard that one must consume the entire fruit to unlock its true potential, but I wonder if that is truly the case." Upon hearing this, Guena fought back the urge to retch and quickly finished the remaining fruit. Then grabbed a cup of water and gulped it down. She felt revived. Kavi, maintaining a serious faade, mused internally about the unpalatable nature of the devil fruit. It had not been so dreadful when he had consumed his own. He had been mentally prepared and found the flavor quite tolerable. That it could only be said that the system's offerings were distinctly different. Now, feel the transformation. What kind of fruit is it? Following his words, Guena attentively sensed the changes within her body. Her physique had strengthened considerably and was still enhancing. Is this what a devil fruit can do? It truly is formidable. Huh. It seems to have transformed her into a bird, albeit a rather beautiful one, red in color. Kavi, do you know what kind of fruit this is? Through her bodily awareness, Guena discerned the form of the fruit, yet she was unable to transform at present. Red, try using your ability, Kavi suggested, uncertain of what it might be. A red bird was indeed quite rare, indicating that this fruit was no ordinary one, certainly not inferior to a golden eagle, after all. It was a treasure once coveted by the celestial dragons. Cautiously, Guena focused her thoughts to activate the fruit's ability. Boom! Fiery flames erupted from her body, causing the temperature in the air to rise sharply. "Oh!" Guena exclaimed in panic, frantically patting herself down in an attempt to extinguish the flames. "Don't panic. It's all right," Kavi reassured her, recognizing it as a manifestation of the fruit's power, which would not harm its owner. Upon hearing Kavi's words, Guena realized that she felt no pain, and her clothes remained intact. Is this my fruit's ability? It must be merely a supplementary power. The true strength of the Zoan type lies in the physical form. And with time, you will uncover its full potential. Nodding in acknowledgement, Guena then turned to Kavi, suddenly exclaiming, "Huh? Kavi, you've changed." "Ah." Guena's eyes suddenly ached, prompting her to swiftly shut them, daring not to look at Kavi. A cold sweat broke out all over her body as the flames subsided. What had she just seen? Kavi had transformed into a terrifying giant, towering in the void, wielding an enormous axe, his form enveloped in a black-red aura that nearly suffocated her. His eyes shining brightly like the sun. How frightening! What was that creature? Kavi, bewildered, questioned, "What's the matter, Guena?" It was only then that Guena cautiously opened her eyes, peering at Kavi, and upon seeing no trace of the terrifying giant, she sighed in relief and recounted the strange occurrence to Kavi. Kavi, puzzled, wondered if it was linked to his own devil fruit. Could Guena perceive its nature? "Guena, try using your ability once more, but don't look at me. Focus elsewhere." "All right," Guena replied, recalling the sensation from before and once again activating the devil fruit's power. She opened her eyes, directing her gaze away. Kavi observed her eyes transforming, emanating a faint red glow. Her pupils split into 2, forming a double pupil. Those eyes appeared capable of discerning the very essence of things. Soon after, Guena felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. and her eyes returned to normal. Witnessing this, Kavi seemed to have an epiphany. Guena's luck was indeed extraordinary. This fruit was likely a mythical Zoan type, and a potent one at that. Guena, from now on, prioritize the development of your fruit's abilities. You can set aside swordsmanship for the time being. Huh? Why? If she couldn't practice her swordsmanship, how could she aspire to become a powerful swordsman? Even if she could not be the strongest, she at least wanted to be formidable. This fruit is incredibly strong. If developed to its utmost potential, you could easily defeat your father if I'm not mistaken. The full name of this fruit should be the bird fruit, mythical Zoan, phoenix form, another fruit that never appeared in the original work. Its ceiling is undoubtedly no lower than Kaido's fish fruit, azure dragon form. The phoenix, after all, is one of the ancient divine beasts, resembling a phoenix yet distinct from one, possessing incredible speed and double pupils that can perceive all things. Guena was astounded. So powerful. She was well aware of her father's strength. All the members of the dojo combined would not be enough to match him, but in her mind, her father was an immensely strong figure. The thought that she could potentially surpass him by mastering this devil fruit filled her with awe. Suddenly, Guena felt that the title of the world's strongest swordsman was not as appealing as she once thought. Indeed, perhaps even more formidable than that. If Guena could awaken this fruit's potential, she might even attain a power rivaling that of the Emperor's. It was decided. Guena would join the Revolutionary Army. Such a promising asset must be brought into the fold, and it would be perfect to discuss matters with Gongshiro, who also aligned with the Revolutionary Army. Enough, you may leave now. Sensing that Gongshiro was waiting outside, Kavi urged Guena to step out. Guena bowed deeply to Kavi, expressing her gratitude before exiting. Shortly thereafter, Gongshiro entered. Thank you, Senior. Guena recounted the recent events to Gongshiro, who was taken aback, never imagining that Kavi would directly give a devil fruit to Guena. He understood the value of such fruits. Kavi waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that he would indeed keep his word. He then briefed Gongshiro on the fruit's extraordinary capabilities, advising him to oversee Guena's development of her abilities and to refrain from fixating solely on swordsmanship. The pair conspired for an hour, meticulously orchestrating Guena's future. They even devised a plan for how to facilitate her joining the Revolutionary Army. Gongshiro suggested that Guena stage a fake death, allowing them to discreetly transport her to the Revolutionary Army while simultaneously motivating Zoro to grow stronger. Two birds with one stone. Upon hearing this, Kavi confirmed in his heart that Gongshiro was indeed a cunning individual, which explained his glasses. Guena's fate was firmly in the hands of the two. Gongshiro was relieved, finally free from worrying about his daughter, while Kavi thought to himself, Revolutionary Army, I've just found you a strong ally. As for Guena, under the dazzling performances of Kavi and Gongshiro, she could only accept her destiny with joy. The following day, Kavi strolled alone through Frost Moon Village. To his surprise, Clara had become friends with Guena. This was an unexpected turn of events, yet it was for the best, as they would be colleagues in the future and could benefit from getting to know each other. Kavi made his way to the back mountain of the Frost Moon Dojo, where the environment was quite pleasant, with fresh air and captivating scenery. The sounds of training echoed from afar, prompting Kavi to follow the noise. Upon approaching, he spotted a green-haired youth. No, a boy with green hair, training vigorously in an open field. Armed with a wooden sword, he struck at a training dummy, leaving deep gashes in its surface, and beads of sweat adorned his brow, indicating that he had been at it for quite some time. Green-haired boy, I've heard you aspire to be the world's strongest swordsman. Zoro merely tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at Kavi before returning to his training, his tone laced with annoyance. My name is Rorinoa Zoro, not green-haired boy. And what are you doing here, old man? Don't disturb my training. Zoro recognized Kavi as Gongshiro's friend, but that did not grant Kavi any privileges. No one was permitted to interrupt his training. Zoro was singularly focused on the goal of becoming stronger, determined to defeat Guena and claim the title of the world's strongest swordsman. And how do you know I wish to become the world's strongest swordsman? Did Guena tell you? Kavi did not respond directly, but instead continued to inquire, Little Green, to enlighten me as to why you aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. Kavi, in his innocent boredom, intended to amuse this future ruler of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Zoro's irritation flared. He halted the swinging of his wooden sword, his expression tinged with anger. Who are you calling Little Green? I have a name. And if you persist, I shall not be so courteous. He raised his wooden sword, pointing it threateningly at Kavi. Zoro could not fathom why this old man sought to provoke him. Did he truly seem so easy to bully? Ahem. Do not take offense that I call you Little Green as a compliment. Green symbolizes unyielding willpower. It is a sign of my acknowledgement of you. The very reason I refer to you as Little Green, and not Kana, indicates that I have greater faith in your potential. After observing you yesterday, I am convinced your swordsmanship will one day surpass that of Kana. Zoro was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Could this truly be a form of approval? Had he misjudged the old man, who had come to encourage him? Old man, you should have said so earlier. My apologies. Zoro lowered his wooden sword, a look of contrition adorning his face. Kavi waved his hand dismissively, speaking in a calm tone. It is of no consequence. I am often misunderstood by the youth, and I have grown accustomed to it. Indeed, Kavi frequently found himself misinterpreted by the younger generation. What could be the reason for this? He genuinely wished the best for them, yet they failed to grasp his intentions. Kaido, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Fisher Tiger from the 6th level of Impel Down. It matters not, senior. They may not understand you, but I do. You are only thinking of our future. Kavi, is it truly necessary to emphasize the 6th level of Impel Down each time, Tiger? I have endured you long enough. Tiger, returning to the matter at hand, Zoro, upon hearing Kavi's frequent misunderstandings, felt a surge of sympathy. Old man, I believe in you. Those who misinterpret you will surely regret it, seeing Zoro's belief in him. Kavi put on an even more dramatic performance, his expression sorrowful. Zoro, since you dislike the name Little Green, I shall refrain from using it, and will simply call you Zoro from now on. Zoro, upon hearing this, nonchalantly patted his chest and replied, Old man, you should continue calling me Little Green. I rather like that nickname that I won't accept any other name. What a good-hearted lad, to spare Kavi's feelings. He uttered such words. Kavi, for a moment, felt a bit bashful. Ahem, in that case, I shall henceforth call you Little Green. Upon hearing this, Zoro nodded in satisfaction. He was almost entirely swayed by Kavi's persuasive charm. Remaining oblivious to any underlying issues, Little Green, I have heard you wish to become the world's greatest swordsman. Shall I offer you some guidance? Kavi said with a smile, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes brightened, and he eagerly asked, Old man, is your swordsmanship stronger than my master's? Kavi, with an unflinching demeanor and calm tone, replied, Of course. Zoro became even more excited. If the old man was indeed stronger than his master, then a mere hint from him could enable Zoro to defeat Kwa. Ha, my dear friend, with the old man's assistance, you shall await your defeat. Zoro lost himself in fantasies, grinning as he envisioned Kwa falling to him in battle. Hey, Little Green, what are you grinning about? Kavi waved a hand in front of Zoro's face. Zoro snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, and earnestly stated, Old man, please do instruct me well. This was precisely Kavi's aim. He was leaving tomorrow, and he had not forgotten his promise to Gyaro. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to spend his time guiding Zoro. Thus, Kavi proceeded to offer one-on-one swordsmanship instruction. 2 hours later, Zoro lay panting on the ground, his clothes drenched in sweat, his face alight with joy. Clearly having gained much, the old man's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Each strike pinpointed his weaknesses and provided insightful advice. This 2-hour session had undoubtedly saved him years of unnecessary detours. Zoro felt his strength burgeoning, his understanding of swordsmanship elevated to new heights. Kuina, just wait. After I assimilate this knowledge, I shall surely defeat you with ease. Kavi was equally pleased with Zoro's performance. His talent was exceptional. In a previous life, some fans speculated that Zoro's background was extraordinary, possibly linked to a samurai from Wano. Kavi himself could not ascertain the truth. If it were indeed the case, then his remarkable talent would be understandable. After all, in Wano, warriors were abundant. Even the most unassuming old man might be a master of the flowing cherry blossom technique. Zoro rose from the ground, still yearning for more, and inquired of Kavi, Old man, do you have any ultimate techniques to teach me? The previous guidance had indeed illuminated Zoro's deficiencies, yet he felt something crucial was still missing. After pondering, Zoro realized that while the old man had pointed out his shortcomings, he had yet to teach him any named techniques. This was unacceptable. Without techniques to name, how could he call out in battle? Surely one could not merely slash without any battle cry. At the very least, he needed to announce a powerful technique during combat, right? Kavi, hearing this, smiled slightly. What? Is this not enough? What more do you wish to learn? Speak, and let us see if I can oblige. Old man, do you know any techniques with grandiose names that pack a significant punch? Zoro inquired. A name that is formidable, with great power. Little Green, you set your sights high. Kavi chuckled. While delivering powerful techniques was straightforward, he could easily satisfy that requirement with a mere flick of his wrist. The challenge lay in naming them. He was not one to concoct poetic titles like Zoro. Tapping his chin in thought, Kavi suddenly had an epiphany, recalling a novel he had read in his past life. Ahem, I actually possess a technique that fits your criteria. Zoro, brimming with excitement, urged Kavi to demonstrate. Old man, quickly, show me. He could hardly contain his eagerness to discover a technique that could satisfy both conditions. Kavi, in a leisurely manner, remarked, Are you sure you wish to see? You might find it overwhelming. Zoro, skeptical, crossed his arms defiantly. Old man, do you truly underestimate me? I am destined to be the world's greatest swordsman. Observing Zoro's expression, Kavi felt reassured. If Zoro was not frightened, then he could handle it. Just as my hawk had in the past. Hand me your sword, and let me show you what a world-class swordsman can't do. Zoro, puzzled, responded, Old man, are you joking? Are you really going to use a wooden sword? He raised his wooden sword, his face filled with doubt. Old man, let's not pretend. What can you achieve with a wooden sword? Can it even split wood? In Zoro's view, a truly powerful technique should at least be capable of cleaving stone. Surely, the old man could not possibly split stone with a wooden sword. Why worry about such things? Just watch closely. Kavi took the wooden sword, swinging it casually to assess its field. He then looked down at Zoro. Stand back. I do not wish for you to be injured. Since this was a demonstration, he could not afford to be lackadaisical. If the power was too feeble, Zoro might mock him. So he decided to exert 70% of his strength. Zoro ran a distance of several dozen meters before halting. This should keep him safe from any backlash. Kavi then tightened his grip on the wooden sword, channeling his strength, and loudly declared, Behold, this technique is called One Sword Opens the Sky. A surge of power enveloped the wooden sword. Without any finesse, he swung the dark wooden sword with sheer force. The energy concentrated at the tip of the sword, transforming into an arc that sliced through the sky. Whoosh! The clouds, suspended in the air, were torn asunder, creating a massive gash that stretched infinitely. Every soul in the surrounding ocean beheld this monumental sight. Marveling at the grandeur of nature, as Kavi sheathed his sword and gazed at the divided sky. He nodded in satisfaction. He had indeed grown stronger. Turning his attention to Zoro, he noted the expression mirrored that of my hawk as upon their first encounter, an awestruck, wide-eyed gaze, as if he had never witnessed such a sight before. Staring blankly into the sky, mouth agape, he appeared frozen in time. Hey, have you come back to your senses? Upon hearing Kavi's voice, Zoro's dazed eyes regained a flicker of awareness. His emotions at this moment transcended mere astonishment. Was it not agreed that one would split stones? How, then, could the heavens be cleaved asunder? Is this the caliber of a world-class swordsman? What, then, am I? Zoro's feelings were a tumultuous mix. He had long believed himself destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, harboring immense confidence in his abilities. Yet now, at this very moment, doubt engulfed him. This extraordinary attack, could it truly be the work of a mere human? How magnificent! A single stroke that splits the sky. Does this satisfy your criteria? Kavi continued to expound beside him. Zoro nodded, finding the assertion compelling. Indeed, a single strike that opens the heavens. I once thought you merely had an impressive name, never imagining you could actually cleave the sky. Observing Zoro still ensnared by the earlier sword technique, Kavi patted him on the shoulder. Little Green, you too shall achieve this in the future. Have faith in yourself. Do you understand? With that, Kavi departed, as it was nearly mealtime. Zoro remained rooted to the spot, gazing down at his own hands, murmuring to himself, Can I truly accomplish this? A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Yes, I can do even better. The names of my techniques must be even more grandiose. The old man's technique names are indeed formidable, but they are too brief. They do not align with my vision of the most powerful techniques, which should at least consist of 10 characters. Zoro's mental fortitude was commendable. He managed to regain his composure in a short span, not succumbing to despair. Experiencing the might of the world's elite had ignited his motivation. He would grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Frost Moon Dojo, Kung Shiro rushed to find him. accompanied by Kona and Kila. Kang Shiro's expression was fraught with urgency, his tone somewhat frantic. "Elder, did you see that just now?" Kavi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "See what?" Before Kang Shiro could respond, Kona interjected, "Grandpa Kavi, just now the sky was rent open by something. Father even claimed it was a human doing. Did you witness it?" Kang Shiro gazed intently at Kavi. Seemingly seeking answers from him, he suspected that the elder had engaged in a spar with someone. Kavi, realizing, spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Oh, you mean that? Kang Shiro, did you not ask me to give them some pointers? I happened to encounter that little rascal Zaro on the back mountain and offered some casual guidance. So, the commotion in the sky was indeed caused by the elder." Kavi casually nodded in affirmation. Hiss! Both Ka and Kang Shiro inhaled sharply, while Kila remained unfazed. She had witnessed Kavi obliterate celestial dragons and considered this merely a minor spectacle. For her, Kavi's actions were entirely within the realm of normalcy. Kang Shiro, on the other hand, was astonished. He had always known that Kavi, the nominal commander of the Revolutionary Army, was no ordinary figure, but he had not anticipated such prowess. It seemed entrusting Ka to the Revolutionary Army was indeed the right choice. Young Kana, however, was simply awestruck, thinking only that Grandpa Kavi was incredibly impressive. All right, it's all basic operations. Is it really that astonishing?" Kavi waved his hand dismissively, signaling them to temper their astonishment. Once King Shiro regained his composure, he approached Kavi and whispered, "Elder, Zoro's resolve hasn't shattered, has it?" Kavi absent-mindedly picked his nose, replying, "I doubt it." He seemed to be in good spirits. Upon hearing this, King Shiro felt relieved. That's good. After sharing a meal, the group engaged in conversation, allowing a leisurely day to pass by. The following morning, Kavi reclaimed his beloved ship, which had been modified to include several additional rooms, all designated as leisure spaces, none for training. Having bid farewell to King Shiro and the others, he set off with Kila for home. Kuina and Kila, having forged a deep friendship in just 2 short days, were reluctant to part ways. Kavi felt a sense of satisfaction, hoping the bond between the two would endure. Days later, they arrived at the Grand Line, on an island known as Baldigo. Kavi and Kila finally reached their destination. The Revolutionary Army now had branches across the world, yet the headquarters remained on the Grand Line. This island, Baldigo, served as the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. Stepping onto the familiar soil, Kavi felt a wave of nostalgia. "Kila, you'll be living here from now on. Are you happy?" In response to Kavi's inquiry, Kila appeared less than enthusiastic. She was not happy at all about being left in this unfamiliar place, although her heart felt heavy. She masked it with a sweet smile. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll get along with everyone just fine." Kavi had already discussed this with her. Kila was still quite young and could not be expected to follow him. An old man, around the vast ocean indefinitely. He also assured her that Kuina would eventually join them there. After Kavi's earnest persuasion, Kila agreed to remain with the Revolutionary Army. Initially, she might feel out of place, but she would eventually become accustomed to her new surroundings. Kavi hoped she would make plenty of friends. "That's good. Follow me, and I'll introduce you to your future comrades." Kavi led Kila toward the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. He wondered if Olvia and Robin had considered him. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters, where numerous ordinary members of the Revolutionary Army went about their busy routines. A bespectacled, scantily clad woman with purple hair glanced at Kavi and Kila. Momentarily stunned, furrowing her brows, she removed her glasses, her face displaying a look of disbelief as she approached them. As she drew nearer, the creases on her forehead smoothed, her lips curling into a smile, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Commander?" Kavi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the beauty but struggling to recall her identity. "And you are," the woman, visibly excited, seemed to regard him as a celebrity. "I am Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army. It is an honor to meet you, Commander." Betty immediately stood at attention, saluting. "Commander, I joined the Revolutionary Army later on, but our leader often speaks of you." Kavi sighed, realizing that Dragon intended to fashion him into a figurehead. Betty, is it all right if I call you that?" Betty clasped her hands tightly, trembling with excitement, her gaze intense. "Of course, Commander." Clearing his throat, Kavi said, "Please, do not be so overwhelmed. How has Dragon described me to you all?" He was curious about what Dragon had said that made these individuals react to him as if he were a superstar. Betty eagerly patted her proud chest, causing it to rise and fall, then took a deep breath to compose herself. She felt incredibly fortunate to meet the living commander. Commander, our leader has told us that you are the true founder of the Revolutionary Army, and your ideology profoundly influences the members. You have inspired us to establish our hearts for the world, to uphold the fate of the populace, and to carry on the teachings of the sages. With each word, Betty grew more animated, her cheeks flushed with excitement. These concepts resonated with the Revolutionary Army as if they were sacred truths. Their revolutionary cause suddenly took on a noble dimension. Even in the face of misunderstanding or obscurity, the fervor for revolution within them could not be extinguished, even if they were to fail, as long as the flame of their spirit remained alight. Victory would ultimately be theirs. They would inevitably overthrow the world government. All right, I understand. You need not continue. Kavi felt compelled to intervene, fearing that if he did not, Betty might continue her fervent speech for the entire day. He regretted sharing so much with Dragon in the first place, which had led to the upper echelons of the Revolutionary Army recognizing him. Where is Dragon? Why haven't I seen him, or the others? The leader and some officers have gone out on a mission. Recently, we overthrew a small nation, and tasks have increased that I was just about to head out to support them when I encountered you. Commander, Kavi nodded, acknowledging that with Dragon's busy schedule, it was unlikely he would remain at headquarters. Then you may go. Do not mind us. Betty hesitated. But, oh, I am not so formal. Attend to your duties. Very well, Betty replied, a hint of regret in her voice as she nodded. She had hoped to give the commander a tour of the Revolutionary Army headquarters. However, considering the urgency from the leader's side and the pressing need for her fruitability, she had no choice but to embark on the mission. She possesses the power of the encouragement fruit, a superhuman ability that can uplift spirits, bolster morale, and reclaim the hearts of the populace. Playing a crucial role in the revolutionary cause, the influence of this fruit on the battlefield is akin to that of a top-tier powerhouse. Betty departed. Kavi returned to their former abode with Kayla. The door stood ajar, suggesting someone was inside. Kavi had personally constructed this house, dedicating considerable effort to it, situated just behind the revolutionary headquarters. Upon entering, he beheld a white-haired woman languidly seated on the sofa. Adorned in a purple spaghetti-strap mini dress, her long, fair legs exposed to the air, gently swaying. She cradled a book, her soft gaze fixed upon its pages, exuding an air of mature elegance. Olvia, it has been ages. Did you miss this old man? At these words, the woman trembled, disbelief washing over her as she lifted her head, her eyes brimming with surprise, springing up from the sofa. Uncle, you're back. Olvia leapt into Kavi's embrace, her delicate hands softly pounding his chest as she reproached, you actually remembered to return. I thought you had perished out there. Pouting, she fixed a piercing gaze upon Kavi, as if demanding an explanation. Kavi felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he hadn't been gone for long. Perhaps just 7 or 8 years. Ahem, Olvia, am I not back now? By the way, where's Robin? Why haven't I seen that girl? Did she go off to train? Would she even take the initiative to train? At his words, Olvia's look of melancholy vanished, replaced by a wave of anxiety, her gaze darting away from Kavi. Hesitantly, she began, Uncle Kavi, please don't be angry when I tell you this, or I won't say anything. Observing Olvia's guilty demeanor, Kavi instinctively knew something had happened to Robin. Frowning deeply, he urged, just speak. I promise I won't be angry. You promise? I assure you, I won't be angry. Hearing Kavi's assurance, Olvia cautiously revealed, Robin has set sail. What? Wasn't I supposed to ask you to keep an eye on her? How could so many of you fail to watch over just one girl? What if she encounters danger? In response to Kavi's interrogation, Olvia quickly clarified. She said she wanted to learn more about history and thought she might find you. The data they had brought back from Ohara had already been thoroughly examined by the scholars. Robin had developed a keen interest in this history and sought to uncover other historical texts, most importantly, to find Kavi. Robin is still so young. Aren't you all worried about her safety? Kavi felt a pang of concern. Olvia shot Kavi a reproachful look. Uncle, Robin is already 17 years old, and according to Dragon, with her strength, she should face little danger as long as she stays out of the new world. Kavi scratched his head in confusion. Robin is 17. Has she grown up that much? Olvia was speechless, realizing he had been away long enough not to keep track. All right, Uncle, enough about Robin. Who is this little sister? Olvia's gaze shifted to Kayla, frowning slightly. She thought, surely, Uncle hasn't taken a woman while away. Could this be his daughter? Kavi snapped back to reality and introduced, this is Kayla, the future cornerstone of the Revolutionary Army. From now on, You will be responsible for hurting me. Why? Olivia's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly absurd. Kavi guided the bewildered Olivia to a corner, quietly sharing Kayla's story, which left Olivia shocked. Uncle, are you out of your mind? You dared to kill a celestial dragon. Olivia felt a wave of anxiety for Kavi. Uncle, isn't this a bit too reckless? Burning down Holy Land Mariewa, killing a celestial dragon? And pinning the blame on others, Kavi shrugged. Well, no one knows it was me. So what's there to fear? Olivia gazed at Kavi with wide eyes. Next time, please refrain from such dangerous actions if something happens to you. Both Robin and I would be heartbroken. All right, I understand. Why worry so much? Just take care of yourself, Kavi replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by Olivia's concern. Olivia genuinely worried about Kavi's well-being, given his age and tendency to disappear for years at a time. Unable to withstand the intensity of Olivia's gaze, Kavi turned to look elsewhere, stating, Thus, from now on, this girl Kayla will be entrusted to you. Noticing Kavi's averted gaze, Olivia couldn't suppress a smirk of triumph. Okay, I understand. Now that she knew this girl was not Kavi's daughter, her mood lightened considerably, and she felt sympathy for Kayla's plight. With Kayla settled, Kavi finally felt at ease. Kayla now resided with Olivia, who had also chosen to stay at Kavi's house, effectively meaning the three of them lived together. Since Kavi had set sail, Olivia and Robin had moved into his home. Living at the revolutionary headquarters felt uncomfortable. Kavi's house was far more inviting. Kavi found himself at a loss regarding Olivia's presence. But with such a large house, what could he do but let her stay? That evening, Kavi prepared a lavish feast, and the three of them indulged in the meal at the dining table. Olivia's clear eyes curiously scrutinized Kavi, softly inquiring, Uncle, why do I feel like aside from your hair being a bit whiter, you seem unchanged? She examined Kavi closely. While he had more gray hair, his appearance remained the same as when they first met, his skin still taut and full of elasticity, setting aside his hair. Kavi was undeniably a charming, mature gentleman, his robust physique radiating an aura of vitality. Kayla, sitting nearby, observed Kavi with curiosity, feeling that he indeed hadn't changed much over the years. Ahem, perhaps it's because I've taken good care of myself? Kavi was well aware of his condition. With daily training, his strength had grown, his vitality brimming, showing no signs of aging, especially with his fruit's development. Aside from the gray hair, he had hardly changed at all. Olivia pouted, thinking if Kavi didn't want to share, then he didn't have to make excuses about taking care of himself. All right, enough about that. Let us eat. With so much food, you shouldn't be so silent. After dinner, remember to come to my room. I have something for you. Kavi shifted the topic, unwilling to discuss it further. Hearing this, Olivia paused her eating, her face flushing slightly, glancing at Kavi with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. After all these years, had Uncle finally decided to make a move? Should she yield or resist? Her heart was in turmoil. Olivia automatically dismissed Kavi's mention of having something for her, having read similar plots in novels. She believed this was merely a man's excuse. Olivia didn't have many hobbies aside from studying history and indulging in peculiar novels, leaving her mind to wander throughout the day. Seeing Olivia's strange reaction, Kavi inquired, What's the matter? If you don't want it, that's fine. I can give it to someone else. Kavi thought Olivia might not want the gift, intending to offer her the rain fruit to give her a bit of self-defense capability. If she wasn't interested in the rain fruit, he could find another one or perhaps have a tailored battle outfit designed for her by Germa. Olivia's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared, I want it. How could I possibly refuse? You mustn't give it to anyone else. Olivia had made up her mind. She wouldn't let anyone else benefit from what was meant for her. Kavi was puzzled by Olivia's enthusiasm. Yet it made sense. After all, how could one refuse such a precious devil fruit? By the way, did I even mention what the gift is? He decided to let it go, focusing instead on enjoying the delicious meal. Kayla, with her big, sparkling eyes, glanced between the two of them before returning to her meal, while Olivia remained distracted as they shared dinner. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. Little Kayla felt as though Kavi and Olivia were discussing entirely different matters. However, this was none of her concern. As a child, what thoughts could she possibly entertain? Olivia's cheeks were flushed, her mind a mystery, while only Kavi was focused on his meal, occasionally marveling at his own culinary progress. Thus, the dinner concluded on a pleasant note, and after tidying up the dishes, Kira retired to her room for some rest. Kavi also returned to his own quarters, where he had constructed an enormous bed solely for the sake of comfort. Lying there, he gazed at the ceiling, reflecting on the experiences of the past few years. It was high time to rest. Outside, Olvia hesitated, her hand raised to knock on the door, only to retract it nervously. She paced back and forth, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she finally knocked. Knock, knock. The door creaked open to reveal Kavi, comfortably reclined on the bed, causing Olvia's face to redden instantaneously. Was it truly this direct? Hadn't the books mentioned some sort of prelude? Indeed, the written word proved untrustworthy. Come in, Kavi beckoned, sitting up as he gestured for her to approach. With a shy demeanor, Olvia made her way to the bedside. Her hands interlaced, her expression taut, her voice quivering slightly. Uncle, let me prepare myself. Kavi, bewildered, wondered what there was to prepare for. It was just a simple matter. Even Gunnar hadn't been this dramatic when he had bestowed upon her a devil fruit. What? Uncle, you also did something to Guena? Olvia exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and incredulity. Kavi, upon noticing her reaction, quickly realized their conversation was misaligned and produced the devil fruit. Presenting it before her. What do you mean, did something to Guena? I merely gifted her a devil fruit. What are you imagining? Olvia's confusion lifted. Oh, so that's how it is, she had thought. Of course, where did your mind wander? Kavi gave her a firm tap on the head. This girl's thoughts seemed rather unhealthy. What had been occupying her mind all day? Ahaha. I was thinking exactly what you were thinking, uncle. What else could I think? Olvia lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. Enough of this chatter. This is a natural type devil fruit, the rain fruit. You should eat it, lest you be the only weakling in the Revolutionary Army. Kavi tossed her the fruit. His tone dismissive. Olvia accepted it, curiously inspecting the blue fruit, entirely ignoring Kavi's disdain. After all, Kavi was merely a sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted individual, despite his words. He was genuinely concerned for her well-being, after a casual glance. She placed the fruit on the nearby table, her gaze shifting back to Kavi, imbued with an enigmatic undertone. With the devil fruit momentarily set aside, she had something more pressing to address. Kavi, noticing her disregard for the fruit, inquired, "What's wrong? Don't you like this one? Or perhaps you don't wish to eat a devil fruit?" He wasn't one to force her. After all, remaining at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, she was unlikely to encounter danger. If she didn't want to eat it, so be it. No, I really like this gift, Olvia replied, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Uncle, did you summon me just to give me a devil fruit? She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, her irritation needing an outlet. Kavi was perplexed. If not, then what? Olvia, sensing something peculiar in his demeanor, slowly removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, sitting before Kavi, her gaze deep and intense. Uncle, at your age, have you never considered finding a wife? Kavi was taken aback, unsure why Olvia would pose such a question. His mind scrambled. Why not find a wife? Upon reflection, he realized he was nearing 60 and had never pursued a woman. A weight settled in his heart. Could it be that the past had left him with emotional scars? But wait, the past was the past. Why should it affect him now? Cough. Why are you so concerned? Mind your own business. Have you considered finding a father for Robin after all these years? Kavi deflected, attempting to turn the tables on her. Olvia, being in her 30s, was in the prime of her life, both in beauty and vitality, and yet she hadn't thought to seek another partner. Can you bear to see Robin live her entire life without experiencing a father's love? Kavi took the moral high ground, hoping to leave Olvia speechless and aware of her shortcomings. However, Olvia was unfazed. Her gaze flickered, her face flushed, and she covered her face with her hands, pouting slightly. Uncle, I've thought about this long ago, and I indeed believe it's necessary for Robin to have a father. In fact, I have already found one. Kavi was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. Who is it? Have you secured him? Let me assist you with some advice. With a gaze soft as water, Olvia leaned closer to Kavi, her slender fingers resting on his chest as she leaned in. Whispering into his ear, her breath warm, she asked, Uncle, can you guess who that person is? Kavi felt a tingling sensation in his ears, a sweet fragrance enveloping him. In that moment, he felt an uncanny loss of control over his facial expressions, his smile frozen in place. His mind went blank, and his voice trembled with incredulity. Olvia, you. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a warm, wet sensation on his lips. Ugh. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the trees. The moon hung large and luminous in the sky. casting silver light upon a stream that sparkled as fish leapt joyfully, struggling upstream as if attempting to leap over the dragon gate and transform into dragons. Hours later, the moon slipped behind clouds, and the fish settled down for the night. The next afternoon, Kawi awoke slowly, his hands instinctively squeezing. Glancing down at the slumbering form nestled beside him, he momentarily lost his grasp on reality. Was this not a dream? Last night, he had dreamt of becoming a fish, swimming freely and exploring the essence of life. A new and wondrous experience. Utterly captivating, he looked up at the ceiling, his expression dazed, his mind blank. What had he done? Counting his previous life, he had been virtuous for nearly 80 years. Now, he found himself ensnared by Olvia. Confusion washed over him as he grappled with how to face Olvia and how to approach Robin. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely decided to abandon his thoughts. He had never encountered such an absurd scenario before. Kawi resolved to let things unfold naturally. Wherever this situation led, he had no desire to intervene. For his very existence had already altered the course of history in the pirate world. What difference would a little more make? Shaking off other thoughts, he recalled the chaotic events of the previous night and finally comprehended the allure of the situation. The world despises the Chancellor, yet everyone aspires to be one. There is truth in this notion. Women understand men better than men understand themselves. Knock, knock. Kawi, wake up. Kira is going to starve. The sound from outside jolted Kawi back to reality, and he sprang from the bed. Coming. Kira, just wait a moment. He hurriedly shook Olvia awake. Wake up. No time for sleeping. Why not let me sleep a little longer? Olvia mumbled, rolling over to snuggle against Kawi. Slap. Kawi smacked her lightly. Get up. Kira is here. Kawi was determined not to let the little Kira witness such a scene. Hearing this, Olvia reluctantly sat up, casting a resentful glance at Kawi. Who told you to act like a bull last night? What a remarkable display of vitality in one's elder years, Kavi remarked. You mischievous creature, cease your alarmist rhetoric. With a commanding tone, he gestured for the uncle to assist her in donning her attire. Kavi, bemused, thought to himself, are you attempting to rebel? Olvia turned away, pouting, declaring, if you do not assist me, I shall remain here. With that, she reclined once more. Reluctantly, Kavi acquiesced, knowing there would be ample opportunity to educate her in the future. Once they were both attired, they approached the door, where Kavi subtly signaled to Olvia. Upon her slight nod, he opened the door. Kila, squatting at the threshold, stood upon seeing the door ajar, and with a tone of complaint, exclaimed, Grandfather Kavi, I am positively starving. Why have you only just risen? Oh, Aunt Olvia, what brings you from Grandfather Kavi's chamber? Kila's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed Olvia following Kavi, her small head unable to comprehend why the aunt had emerged from the grandfather's quarters. Olvia knelt, affectionately stroking Kila's head, and smiled. We were engaged in a discussion about knowledge last night, and alas, we did not sleep a wink. With a flirtatious glance at Kavi, she added a hint of mischief. Kavi, his gaze evasive, looked elsewhere, for indeed, they had been discussing positions. Kila, perplexed, inquired, what knowledge? Can you share it with me? Is it about the meaning of life? That sounds intriguing. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity. Could you tell me about it? Taken aback, Olvia chuckled softly. If you wish to know, you ought to ask Grandfather Kavi. He is quite knowledgeable in that regard. She winked at Kavi, her face alight with playful jest. Kila turned to Kavi, her eyes twinkling with a thirst for knowledge. Ahem, I shall prepare your breakfast, Kavi announced, swiftly turning away, as though eager to escape the conversation. If you wish to see me embarrassed, you shall find no such opportunity here. With that, he departed, leaving Kila looking forlornly at Olvia, unable to grasp why Kavi had withheld information from her. Olvia gently tousled Kila's hair, soothingly saying, Do not fret, Kila. As you grow, you will come to understand. Very well, I see, Kila replied, somewhat disheartened at not uncovering the meaning of life. Yet, as is the nature of children, her focus quickly shifted to other matters. Aunt Olvia, why do you appear even more beautiful today than yesterday? And why does your voice sound a tad hoarse? Have you caught a cold? Kila had only just noticed how youthful Olvia seemed. Was this what the meaning of life entailed? Ah, is that so? Olvia touched her face, recalling the previous night's events, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. It must be Kavi's doing. Perhaps I have caught a slight chill. Regarding Kila's observation about her beauty, Olvia had not perceived any change, though she did feel significantly lighter. After their meal, Olvia guided Kavi through the developments of the Revolutionary Army over the years that IT could be described as a nascent form, with specialized troops and talents emerging in various fields. Clearly, Dragon had invested considerable effort during these years. While their high-end combat capabilities still needed enhancement, they were competitive with the Navy in other respects. Thus, aside from the Navy and the world government, the Revolutionary Army had emerged as the third major power. High-end combat strength could wait. There was no rush. Eventually, Kavi met with Dr. Clover, and they conversed extensively until evening. Through Dr. Clover's analysis and speculation regarding the blank century, he arrived at two conclusions. First, the world government likely possessed the capacity to annihilate the world. Second, this world may soon submerge beneath the sea. Due to the incomplete historical records, Dr. Clover was uncertain about the accuracy of his second conclusion. Learning of these revelations left Kavi astounded. He was somewhat aware of the first, having knowledge of the existence of the three ancient weapons. Pluton, rumored to be a colossal battleship capable of obliterating an island with a single shot. Poseidon, the current sea king residing in Fishman Island, was the Princess Shirahoshi, commanding all sea creatures. Uranus, the most enigmatic of the three ancient weapons, remained shrouded in mystery. Its form, whether biological or mechanical, was unknown, yet Kavi speculated it possessed the greatest power among them. As for whether the world would indeed sink into the sea, he was uncertain, as he was unaware of the subsequent events. However, even if the continent were to submerge, he harbored no fear. He could simply relocate everyone to the Sky Island. Or perhaps steal the Noah from Fishman Island. After all, there are always more solutions than difficulties that he could not fathom. The Gorosei and the celestial dragons would idly await the world's descent into the abyss without taking action. Contemplating these matters, Kavi felt an immediate sense of relaxation, as none of them seemed to pose a threat to him. Night fell, and he returned home. Having dined, Kavi locked his door behind him. He resolved not to allow Olvia entry that night. The elderly must prioritize their health and cannot indulge excessively. Brothers must heed the importance of maintaining their well-being. Take a page from Kavi's book. Exercise self-discipline. Retire early, rise early, avoid late nights, and refuse indulgences. With such wisdom, longevity should follow. Comfortably reclining in bed, ready to retire early, he was interrupted by sounds from outside his door. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle, open the door quickly. I have something wonderful to show you. Olvia's voice rang from beyond. Initially intending to enter directly, she was taken aback by Kavi's locked door. Why would he lock the door at home? Who was he trying to keep out? I have already retired. Whatever it is can wait until morning. You think you can deceive me? You are too naive for that. With that, Kavi fell silent, allowing Olvia to continue her rapping at the door, they anticipated. The knocks eventually ceased. It seemed Olvia had given up. Her task of ensuring his health for the day was complete. The sound of dripping water echoed near Kavi's ear. Plop. A drop of water splashed onto Kavi's face. Sending a chill through him. He opened his eyes to find Olvia before him, her hands braced against either side of his head, her form still glistening with moisture, with a gaze full of meaning. She said, Uncle, how could you bear to leave me outside? Kavi had never encountered such an outrageous situation. Olvia had, in a single day, mastered the elemental transformation of her Logia fruit. The potential of women truly was a mystery. A minor event could awaken their innate talents. Kavi found himself at a loss for words to express his feelings. After enduring a night of relentless torment, he finally surrendered to the inevitable. It was not entirely Olvia's fault. After all, she was in her 30s, a time when one craves affection. Olvia was quite pleased with Kavi's response that if he would simply comply, there would be no need for her to resort to such drastic measures. It could not be said to be her fault, given that her uncle had been away for years. It was time for a proper reckoning. Joyful moments are often fleeting, and a year had passed in such delightful company. Kavi knew he must depart. That rascal Karp had called a month prior, inquiring about the matters he had been attending to for so long. The tone of grievance in Karp's voice left Kavi feeling somewhat sheepish. The flimsy excuse he had conjured years ago had now become the subject of mockery. Throughout the year, he had uncovered another extraordinary capability of his devil fruit, one that could render individuals younger. How had he stumbled upon this? Rather than his own discovery, it was more accurate to say it was Olvia who had revealed it. One fateful morning, after rising, she noticed her face had become more elastic and radiant, the color of her complexion brightening. Thrilled, she promptly shared this revelation with Kavi, who remained indifferent, attributing it to the effects of the rain fruit. However, as time passed, it became evident that Olvia was growing increasingly youthful. Nearing the appearance she had in her 20s, Kavi could not help but wonder if the powers of the Logia fruit were indeed so potent. Finally, he pondered, could it be attributed to himself? In order to verify the accuracy of this speculation, Kavi and Olvia embarked on a fervent exploration. Indeed, they discovered that he was not only incapable of aging himself, but could also bestow upon others a formidable vitality. Moreover, Olvia's own powers had also been enhanced. Although not dramatically, she was certainly stronger than an ordinary individual. Should this ability be revealed, the repercussions would be unimaginable. No one can withstand the relentless erosion of time. Inevitably, all must succumb to aging as the years pass. Yet, Kavi possesses the remarkable ability to delay this decline, possibly even achieving a more terrifying feat: immortality. To Kavi's knowledge, in the world of pirates, only the surgery fruit could grant eternal life, albeit at the cost of the user's own lifespan. However, Kavi did not require such a steep sacrifice. He merely needed to expend a trivial amount of something. It remained uncertain whether his blood held similar properties. Olvia was particularly intrigued by this notion, as the allure of youth is irresistibly potent for any woman. She willingly offered to be Kavi's test subject. Ultimately, Kavi employed top-tier haki to slice through a small portion of skin. Extracting a droplet of dark golden blood, he was unsure when his blood had transformed in such a manner. For years, no one had managed to draw blood from him, nor would he engage in self-harm like Kaido. The results of the experiment indicated that his blood did possess certain effects, yet another method proved far more effective. Kavi estimated that a bowl of his blood might yield similar results. Upon learning of this ability, Kavi felt elated. At the very least, he would not have to face solitude in the future. As long as he did not encounter someone overwhelmingly powerful, he could be considered nearly immortal. Absent this ability, those around him would gradually age and fade away with the passage of time. Over the course of a year, he had been engrossed in exploring the mysteries of life alongside Olvia, assisting her in reclaiming her youth. Now, however, he felt the need to take a respite. Regardless of how robust his health might be, he could not continue at such a frantic pace. Olvia would remain with the Revolutionary Army, caring for Kila, and their current relationship resembled that of a mother and daughter. Kavi held no concerns for Kila. He had even arranged for her to have a fishman mentor named Haku, who would teach her fishman karate. Haku was a capable officer within the Revolutionary Army, possessing commendable strength. Initially, the fishman karate was not meant to be taught to humans, but Kavi had invoked the name of Tiger. And with Kila being an endearing and charming girl, she had garnered the affection of the Revolutionary Army. Haku readily agreed that it is worth mentioning that the previous darling of the Revolutionary Army was Little Robin. Kavi could have taught Kila himself, but deemed it unnecessary to set such high expectations for her. A modicum of self-defense skills would suffice. Thus, he promptly abandoned the idea of personally instructing her. During this year, Dragon had visited once, meeting Kavi with great excitement. He eagerly unloaded a plethora of the issues he had encountered over the years. The two engaged in discussion for 3 consecutive days before Dragon finally departed. Thoroughly satisfied, Kavi couldn't help but marvel at Dragon's inherent aptitude for revolution. According to him, comrades from the Revolutionary Army existed within the world government, the Navy, and even among pirates. His undercover work was exemplary, and he possessed a far-sighted vision, coupled with formidable personal strength, traits befitting a person destined for greatness. A few days later, Kavi set sail on his beloved ship towards the East Blue. He had not forgotten the promise he made to Roger long ago. Now, with Ace nearing the age of 10, it was time to meet his grandson. Garp was Ace's grandfather, and by extension, Kavi could also claim that title. Surely, Roger would not object. Even if he did, it would be of no consequence. For Kavi had firmly established this relationship. Once Ace acknowledged Whitebeard as his father, Kavi would gain another fine son. He hoped Newgate would not mind. The thought of that fellow being a generation younger than him elicited a chuckle from Kavi. Just then, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Kavi recognized the skull emblem on the flag as somewhat familiar, though he could not immediately recall from where the ship approached. A vague figure on the edge of the vessel waved at Kavi. Upon focusing his gaze, he realized why the figure seemed familiar. It was Shanks. He too was in the East Blue. Before long, the two ships drew alongside one another. Shanks boarded Kavi's ship, his eyes alight with surprise. "Uncle Kavi, it really is you. I thought Beckman had mistaken you." "Huh, so it's you, Shanks. It's been ages. You've grown so much." Kavi replied, equally delighted to see Shanks, the once little boy from Roger's crew, now commanding his own pirate crew. However, noticing the empty sleeve of Shanks' left arm, Kavi's brow furrowed. Had it been bitten off by a sea king? Shanks, noticing Kavi's attention on his arm, chuckled as he pinched the vacant sleeve. Ha ha ha. Uncle Kavi, I accidentally broke my arm. You really are pitiful. Even a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion couldn't protect his own arm. Kavi scoffed, picking his nose in disdain. Kavi found it hard to believe that a mere sea king could sever Shanks' arm. It was likely a calculated sacrifice to bolster Luffy's resolve to set sail. But why would he do that? Was it simply because of Nico? Kavi suspected that this young man was privy to certain secrets. Ha! The captain's been scolded. Shanks' crew wholeheartedly agreed with Kavi's remark, incredulous that a small sea king could bite off their captain's arm. The captain is truly pathetic. Cough, cough. What do you all know? Shanks refrained from arguing with them. He had wagered his arm on the future, firmly believing in Luffy's potential. After all, he had staked his captain's straw hat. All right, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Kavi, a friend of my former captain and also my elder. So be respectful. Upon hearing this, the crew members gasped, their pupils dilating in shock. Their captain had once been a member of the Pirate King's crew. That meant his former captain was none other than the Pirate King. Roger, they stared wide-eyed at Kavi, only Beckman maintaining a semblance of composure, though his eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment. Earlier, he had noticed Kavi from a distance, thinking him merely a bounty criminal with a price of 1.5 billion, but now he realized he was an acquaintance of the captain. When Shanks added that Kavi was a friend of the Pirate King Roger, it became evident that his strength was far beyond that mere bounty. As for the other crew members, they were largely unfamiliar with Kavi. After all, aside from Beckman, who would pay attention to a non-pirate bounty from a decade ago? Uncle Kavi, these are my companions. What do you think? My taste is impeccable, isn't it? Shanks beamed at Kavi, as though seeking validation. Kavi glanced over the crew, finally lingering for a moment on Beckman. Indeed, quite impressive. Shanks' crew followed the elite path of the Roger pirates. Anyone who could board his ship was clearly no weakling, especially Beckman, who had been analyzed by fans in a previous life as a member of the Dual Emperor pirate crew, possessing royal-level combat strength. Not only was Beckman strong, but he was also intelligent, with a keen insight into matters and excellent analytical skills. Shanks was fortunate to have found such reliable partners. Other crew members like the cook Lucky Roo and sniper Yasop were no slouches either. The absence of any devil fruit users aboard raised Kavi's curiosity. The same was true for the Roger pirates. Did they harbor some aversion to devil fruits? Or did they simply wish to avoid weaknesses among their crew? By the way, Uncle Kavi, where are you headed? To fulfill a promise. And you? Now that your arm is broken, do you still intend to be a pirate? Shanks scratched his head and laughed heartily. Of course. It's just an arm. It won't affect my strength. Want to give it a try, Uncle Kavi? A flicker of combat intent sparked in his eyes that Kavi's power was something Shanks had witnessed during his childhood. Comparable to that of Captain Roger. Yet now, he had grown older, and his strength should have waned. He thought he could at least exchange a few blows with Kavi. Hey, Captain, are you planning to bully an old man? We can't just stand by and watch. As Shanks' crew began to berate their captain for attempting to bully an elderly man, who happened to be a friend of the Pirate King, Roger, Beckman cast a knowing glance at Shanks, fully aware that his captain would not stoop to harassing a defenseless old man. Ah! Cavendish burst into laughter, exclaiming, Shanks, have you lost your mind? Do you dare challenge me, old man? Do you wish to end up like that brat? Barrett? Shanks recalled Barrett's unfortunate fate from years past, causing him to involuntarily shudder. He quickly shook his head. Uncle Cavendish, you misunderstand and I merely seek your guidance. I am not like that reckless Barrett, though uncertain of Cavendish's current strength. He chose humility to avoid potential embarrassment in a confrontation. Unlike Barrett, who had foolishly rushed in without understanding his opponent's power, only to find himself bedridden for an extended period. That you've got guts. It's been years since I've had a proper fight. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll offer you some pointers. He was curious to see where Shanks derived his audacity, surely. He could not be underestimating him due to his age. Rubbing his hair, he noticed it had grown a bit grayer. He pondered why, despite his body having ceased to age, his hair continued to turn white. Perhaps it was due to his devil fruit powers not being fully awakened. Ha! Uncle Cavendish, I assure you, I am quite formidable now. Shanks beamed, eager to learn about Cavendish's strength from their past encounters. He was keen to understand the power that had astonished Captain Roger, and whether he would witness it today. Shanks excitedly navigated the ship to a deserted, albeit cautious, Uncle Cavendish. He unsheathed his sword. Griffin, reminiscent of Roger's, whoosh, a swift, cutting wave surged forth, striking without any preliminary feints. Cavendish remained unfazed, commenting, "The power is commendable." He casually waved his dark palm. Crack. Boom. The attack was shattered, and the sword energy dispersed in all directions. Shanks was taken aback. Uncle Cavendish seemed stronger than ever, not even needing to draw his sword. Was it possible that he was merely weaker? The other crew members, witnessing this exchange, ceased their playful banter. It appeared that this friend of the Pirate King was no ordinary adversary. They were not naive. They understood their captain's prowess. Though Shanks' bounty stood at 1 billion, he could eliminate foes of equal standing in an instant, thus revealing the formidable strength of this elder. Aside from Beckman and Shanks, the others were oblivious to Cavendish's own bounty of 15 billion, or else they would not have initially regarded him as just an ordinary elder or a mere friend of Roger. Continue. Why have you stopped? Surely, you aren't this timid. Coming back to his senses, Shanks tightened his grip on Griffin. Noting Cavendish's mocking expression, he felt that today would be a lesson in humility. A faint hint of conqueror as hockey enveloped his blade. Strands of black lightning crackling. Uncle Cavendish, this technique is one I have just begun to master. I am still unpolished. Please, enlighten me. Swish. He approached, striking fiercely downward. Godly avoidance. Cavendish chuckled. Acknowledging Shanks' form, he then extended his index finger, enveloping it in a layer of dark, crimson hockey, the lightning crackling ominously. As the two forces collided. Boom. They stood a fist distance apart, their hockey clashing. Cavendish carefully moderated his strength, mindful not to harm Shanks fatally. Yet even so, Shanks could only endure for a mere 2 seconds. Bang. He was sent flying, the ground fracturing like a spider's web beneath him, creating a large crater. Silence lingered. Hey, Shanks, you haven't died on me, have you? I didn't even use much force. Lying on the ground, Shanks was bewildered, unable to discern whether he was simply too weak or if Cavendish was exceedingly strong. The former was somewhat acceptable, considering he had yet to reach his peak. Being overwhelmed was still within reason. However, if it were the latter, that was truly alarming. He recalled Cavendish's age, which was comparable to Captain Roger's, meaning Cavendish must now be at least 60. Such enduring strength was indeed daunting. Are you not getting up? Do I need to assist you? Shanks sprang to his feet, grinning as he moved his arms, exclaiming, "Ha, Uncle Cavendish, your strength remains undiminished." Cavendish, not wishing to dampen his spirits, replied, "It's decent enough." Yet, in truth, his power had multiplied several times over. Even in his prime, Roger would struggle against him. Age usually brought decline, but not for him. He only grew stronger with time. Let us keep going. This is just the beginning. Seeing Shanks finish his warm-up without making another move, Cavendish quickly urged him on. Shanks hesitated, realizing he had already been bested by his strongest strike. Continuing would only invite further humiliation and ridicule from his crew. Uncle Cavendish, perhaps we should call it a day, just for my sake? Fight if you wish, or not. Do you think you have the luxury of choice? Cavendish teased, digging a finger into his nose. You are the one who asked for my guidance. Can you truly learn anything from just these 2 moves? Of course, he had learned much. Uncle Cavendish's hockey was exceedingly painful, and there was no need to continue the battle. He lacked a masochistic tendency. Understanding his limits and not wishing to put on a brave front, he was not like Barrett, who acted without thought and found himself imprisoned at a young age. When it was time to act, he would do so decisively. When it was not, he would remain discreet. Now was simply not the right moment. Cavendish raised an eyebrow. Did you truly learn something? You're so impressive. Can a mere technique yield such profound insights? Shanks, with unwavering determination, nodded earnestly. I truly did learn. Oh, then let us see if you can absorb a bit more. Cavendish clenched his fist, his bones cracking as he waved his arms casually in the air, causing the invisible space to tremble slightly. Uncle Cavendish, this is unnecessary. Bang. What the? Uncle, if you strike again, I want to hold back. Bang. Ouch. I apologize. Uncle Cavendish, please stop. As Cavendish retracted his fist, observing Shanks, who was now bruised, he nodded in satisfaction. That should suffice for today. Shanks cast a resentful glance, yet he dared not retort. He wished he could slap himself, had he known that catching up with Uncle Cavendish would lead to this. He would have simply reminisced instead of challenging him. Now, not only had he been schooled, but he also had to endure the unabashed laughter of his crew. His heart felt as though it had been struck by 1,000 daggers. Captain has been defeated, and you all just stand by to watch. Even worse, you laugh at me. He suddenly felt that these crew members were no longer worthy of his loyalty. Enough of that whining. You look like a scorned woman. I hardly exerted any effort. Cavendish offered him a perfunctory consolation that it's been ages since I've had such a workout. I feel quite refreshed. What could Shanks do? He had brought this upon himself and had no choice but to endure the aftermath. Forcing a smile, he thanked Uncle Cavendish for his guidance, declaring, I believe it won't be long before I master godly avoidance entirely. To be fair, Shanks possessed remarkable talent. His conquerors and observation hockey would soon reach the pinnacle of excellence. His swordsmanship was also commendable, second only to Dracul Mihawk that in terms of royal-level combatants. He ranked among the elite. This young man's background was not simple. It seemed he had connections even to the celestial dragons. Shanks, where do you plan to venture next? At this, Shanks stowed away his unpleasant smile, responding earnestly. To wage war in the New World. In the New World, they may be considered somewhat renowned, yet it is still insufficient. At the very least, they must seize a throne. As Luffy's guiding light, he too must grow stronger. Kawi smiled faintly, harboring no doubts about this. You, my boy, possess quite the ambition. Shanks scratched his head and chuckled. It was not ambition that fueled him, but rather an obligation to act. The captain has ushered in the era of grand voyages. And now the seas are in a state of turmoil. With forces converging from all directions, he desires to stabilize these waters, providing opportunities for the younger generation to shine. By the way, where's Buggy? Why isn't he with you? As for Buggy, ever since the captain's demise, I haven't seen him again. I have no idea where he has gone. When the topic of Buggy arose, Shanks realized it had been quite some time since the two had crossed paths. He might still be in Logtown. After all, he was the most heartbroken back then. Enough of that. Let us hold a banquet instead. After being schooled by Kawi, he felt the need to host a grand celebration to make amends. Kawi was already accustomed to this. Adventurers were typically of such disposition. In Kawi's eyes, whether it be Roger, Shanks, or the future Luffy, they all belonged to the same adventurous fraternity. Over the years, he had traveled extensively, witnessing countless pirates, pillaging and plundering, committing heinous acts, treating human life as mere fodder. That was the true essence of piracy. Some pirates revered strength above all else, their actions even more atrocious than those of the celestial dragons. Shanks and his crew were, at most, adventurers who donned the mantle of pirates. Thus, the banquet commenced. Shanks's crew members came forth to toast Kawi, expressing gratitude for the loving education he had bestowed upon their captain. Kawi welcomed all with open arms. A mere drink was nothing more than water to him. The feast continued throughout the night, and under the flickering flames, the guests encircled one another, singing Bink Sake, marking the happiest moments for pirates. Kawi quietly savored his drink, observing the young revelers dance, and he couldn't help but reflect on the swift passage of time that he never anticipated that he would become a relic of the bygone era. In a moment of nostalgia, he seemed to glimpse his younger self, having spent countless years in the depths of the wilderness before daring to emerge. The perilous world of pirates, which once seemed so daunting, was now a domain he could traverse with ease. Time flowed silently during the banquet, and the first light of dawn began to break. Observing the scattered sleepers around him, Kawi muttered, a bunch of novices. Before departing alone, before long, Shanks and the others gradually awoke, shaking their heads. Did Uncle Kawi leave? Upon realizing Kawi had vanished, they too prepared to set off. Boys, our destination is the New World. Let us depart. Oh. Days later, in East Blue, at Windmill Village, Kawi entered a tavern, casually surveying the surroundings. The establishment was packed to the brim, filled with the town's residents, all men. His gaze occasionally darted towards a young woman standing at the counter. Kawi took note of the lovely proprietress. This Machino. That Shanks fellow is quite fortunate. With such a stunning wife here, he traipses about the world without worry of others encroaching. Good day, sir. What would you like to drink? Machino greeted with a sweet smile, politely inquiring of Kawi that I'll have your signature drink, please. And by the way, is Admiral Karp on the island? Upon arriving, Kawi had noticed a dog-headed warship docked nearby. It was likely Karp was indeed present. Are you here looking for Admiral Karp? He just returned yesterday and is probably at the back mountain watching his grandson. Machino naturally assumed Kawi was a friend of Karp's. Is that so? Accepting the drink, he downed it in one gulp, leaving behind a pouch of berries as he exited. Hey, sir, you gave too much. Machino attempted to stop Kawi, but upon opening the door, he had already disappeared from view. Meanwhile, at the back mountain, at Dayton's abode, Luffy. Who gave you that devil fruit to eat? Karp was fuming. He had only been away for a brief time, and Luffy had managed to deliver such a shocking surprise. He had eaten a devil fruit, something even dogs wouldn't touch, and his grandson had secretly consumed it. Luffy pouted defiantly. I won't tell Grandpa that I got it from Shanks. Ace and Sabo stood at a distance. Trembling, they could feel the force of their grandfather's wrath even from afar. Only Luffy, that foolish boy, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Karp's face darkened. So it was Shanks, was it? Just you wait. Not Shanks. Grandpa, you mustn't take it out on Shanks. Luffy was furious, realizing he had fallen into his grandfather's trap. How cunning. As a simple-minded individual, Luffy not only implicated Shanks, but also shifted the blame onto Karp. Karp suppressed his anger. Then you will join the Navy from now on, and I won't pursue Shanks any further. He thought that if he could persuade Luffy to commit to becoming a Navy officer, it would be worth letting Shanks off the hook. However, upon hearing this, Luffy leaped up, shouting, I am going to be the Pirate King. I won't join the Navy. With resolute determination, he rejected the notion of becoming a Navy officer. He was destined to be the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo covered their eyes from afar, knowing that Luffy was beyond redemption and should brace for their grandfather's wrath. Luffy stood proudly, completely disregarding Karp. In the past, he would never have dared to argue with his grandfather, but now that he had become a rubber man, he felt no pain. Even Karp was no longer a figure to fear. He would boldly declare his aspirations. He would become the Pirate King. Karp's expression grew increasingly grim, the fury in his eyes nearly overwhelming. He truly wanted to thrash his rebellious grandson, Dayton, the mountain bandit. Sensed the impending disaster and attempted to intervene, but Karp's glare sent her retreating. Luffy, you better pray for your own safety. I can't save you now. Luffy, you were just joking, right? Tell Grandpa that what you said isn't true, and that Shanks forced you to say it. Karp clenched his fists tightly, granting Luffy an opportunity. He could not bear to strike his own grandson. Yet Luffy, oblivious to the precariousness of the situation, raised his head and proclaimed loudly, I, Monkey D. Luffy, am destined to be the Pirate King. I will not become a Navy officer. What can you do about it, Grandpa? I am no longer afraid of pain. Ace and Sabo, why are you standing so far away? Are you trying to disown me? Humph. Bang. I will make you a pirate. Bang. I will make you eat the devil fruit. Bang. I will make you disregard your grandfather's words. Luffy quickly covered his head, bewildered by the pain. Why does it hurt so much? I thought I wasn't afraid of pain anymore. Hee, this is Grandpa's loving iron fist. Bang. Are you still set on becoming the Pirate King? Hiss, Grandpa, I will never give up. Ace, Sabo, you will stand by my side, right? Ace and Sabo recoiled further, shaking their heads vigorously at Luffy's inquiry. We do not wish to be beaten. We know the power of Grandpa's fists. They thought, glancing at Luffy, a rubber man who could barely withstand it. Their own frail frames would be even less capable. Hey, we promised to become pirates together. How can you do this? Luffy, infuriated that they were not supporting him, lamented how they had sworn to set sail as pirates together, yet now they were reneging on that promise. Ace and Sabo exchanged anxious glances, thinking, we're doomed. Luffy's foolishness had ensnared them both. Indeed, upon hearing Luffy's words, Karp's fury escalated. His hands clenched into fists. So you all want to become pirates, do you? Very well. Today, Grandpa will see if you possess the ability. Karp was livid. One Luffy was already a headache, and now he had two more to contend with. They feigned one thing in front of him while secretly scheming behind his back. Had it not been for Luffy, he would have remained oblivious to the mischief these three brothers were likely to get into in the future. Ace and Sabo shook their heads vigorously, speaking rapidly. No, Grandpa, believe us. We want to join the Navy. A sincere gaze seldom betrays deceit. Internally, I scoffed at Luffy's foolishness. Does he not realize the need for restraint? Can he not see that our grandfather is in a fit of rage? Ace and Sabo have truly fretted over their foolish younger brother, and with such naivety now, one can only wonder how much more foolish he will become in the future. Ace, Sabo, I misjudged both of you. Luffy felt a deep disappointment towards his brothers for capitulating to grandfather's threats. After all, it was merely a beating, something he had endured before, and he had grown accustomed to it. Yielding was out of the question. Haha. Without further ado, Garp unleashed a thorough thrashing upon the three. An hour later, they knelt on the ground, swollen heads bowed in submission. Grandfather, we were wrong. We wish to become Marines, and will no longer be pirates. Huff. At last, a sense of relief washed over him. Knock knock. Garp? I hope I'm not interrupting. At that moment, Kavi knocked and entered. He had lingered at the door for quite some time, ultimately deciding to wait until Garp finished his reprimand. Ah, Kavi, you've finally arrived. Come, witness how these three have vexed me, Garp exclaimed, exhilarated that Kavi had come, relieving him of his burdens. Ahem, no worries. For the time being, they will be in your care. You can attend to your duties without concern. Kavi felt a twinge of guilt. It had taken years for this moment, and Garp had certainly endured much. You three, come here. From now on, this gentleman, Grandfather Kavi, will be responsible for you. You are to heed his words. Understood. The three little ones widened their eyes in curiosity, gazing up at Kavi. Kavi responded with a warm smile. We understand. They readily agreed, finding this Grandfather Kavi to be far more amiable than their own. The trio despised being overseen. They cherished their freedom. When Grandfather was absent, they relished their autonomy. Dadam seldom interfered, only occasionally checking on them to ensure they were alive. As long as they were, he left them be. Now that Grandfather had appointed another guardian, they were naturally displeased. Yet, in comparison to Garp, they found it easier to accept this newcomer. After all, once Garp departed, they would confront this new Grandfather directly. Their fear of Garp did not equate to fear of Kavi. Should Kavi choose to overlook them, all would remain peaceful. However, if he meddled, the three brothers would certainly demonstrate their prowess. Kavi, I leave them in your hands. I must attend to my mission now, Garp said. Elated to be liberated. Oh, what task requires your direct involvement? Kavi inquired, having assumed Garp was merely visiting his grandchildren, not on a mission. Garp nonchalantly scratched his nose. It's just that someone has discovered the whereabouts of that gold lion fellow in the East Blue. I am concerned for their safety, so I took on this task. So that was it. The infamous gold lion, a figure of resilience, had unwavering aspirations of world domination. Kavi held a certain admiration for him. Though he lamented the man's lack of intellect, Garp departed, buoyantly accompanied by his subordinates, leaving without a trace of nostalgia, as if eager to escape this place. He was finally free from the worries of these rebellious youths. The burden now fell to Kavi, who turned his gaze upon the three young boys. Hello, Grandfather Kavi. We can take care of ourselves. You needn't trouble yourself, the trio said politely, but their tone was declarative, not negotiative. With Garp gone, no one could restrain them. They felt the exhilarating scent of freedom. Freedom. They had arrived. Rest assured, I shall not discipline you as Garp did. Consider me a friend. Could you share your future aspirations with me? I can offer some guidance. Kavi sat down, resembling an old friend, sporting a friendly smile. Initially, he intended to mentorace, but upon realizing Luffy was Dragon's son and Sabo would eventually be the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, he decided to guide them all together. Luffy, oblivious to the intricacies, sat down without a hint of apprehension, perceiving Kavi as far kinder than his own grandfather. I am Monkey D. Luffy, and my dream is to become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, their eyes laden with caution. Unlike the simple-minded Luffy, they maintained their distance from Kavi. Ha ha ha, the Pirate King, what a formidable dream. I hope you realize it, Kavi chuckled. Luffy's excitement suddenly turned serious, determination gleaming in his eyes. Pirate King. I will become one. Becoming a Pirate King is no simple feat. I was once a friend of the Pirate King. Would you like my guidance? Wow. Luffy's eyes widened, sparkling with enthusiasm. Grandfather, you were friends with the Pirate King? Please tell me what he was like. Ace and Sabo leaned in, intrigued yet cautious. This old man claimed to have known the Pirate King, and they were taken aback, unsure whether to believe him. Kavi stroked his beard, his tone measured. The Pirate King was a person who valued freedom, cherished his comrades, loved adventure, and most importantly, possessed immense strength. Luffy, if you wish to become the Pirate King, you must embody these qualities. Can you achieve that? Luffy nodded vigorously. He could manage the first few traits, but strength remained a concern. He believed that as he grew, his strength would increase, allowing him to become the Pirate King in due time. Kavi ruffled his hair, laughing heartily. Luffy, while becoming the Pirate King may seem straightforward, it is, in truth, quite challenging. Your current priority should be to enhance your strength. Otherwise, you will be unable to protect your comrades when danger arises. Yes, I must grow stronger, but how can I become even stronger? Luffy pondered, having thought himself formidable after consuming the gum-gum fruit, impervious to pain. However, after Garp's reprimand, he realized he needed to improve. Leave the matter of becoming stronger to me. If you train according to my methods, you shall surely become the Pirate King. While Kavi's training methods would undoubtedly bolster Luffy's strength, whether he would truly become the Pirate King remained uncertain. Others may falter, but Luffy was destined for greatness. After all, he was the protagonist. Luffy's eyes sparkled with determination. Did you hear that? Ace, Sabo, I will become the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, their expressions twitching. Clearly, Luffy was joking. Only he, in his naivety, could believe such a thing. They remained skeptical. Kavi chuckled softly. Luffy was easily manageable, but Ace and Sabo presented a bit more of a challenge. Unlike Luffy's simplicity, they possessed a sharper wit, yet even the cleverest could not overturn fate. What about you two? Do you not have any dreams? Kavi inquired, shifting his gaze to the two standing apart. They shook their heads. We still young. We do not have any dreams. Hey, Ace, Sabo, did we not agree to become pirates together? I'll be the captain, and you'll be my crew. Luffy, unable to decipher their expressions, directly asked. Who would want to be your crew? Luffy, you're dreaming, the two retorted, abandoning pretense as they approached and sat down. Indeed, I, Ace, aspire to be a pirate, and I, Sabo, wish to become a pirate as well. The two fixed their gazes on Kavi. We all want to be pirates. What will you do about it? Garp has certainly failed in his role as a grandfather. Kavi held no particular stance on their aspirations to be pirates. He merely thought that if Garp were to hear this, he would likely be furious enough to spit blood. Old man, are you not angry? The three expressed their intentions to become pirates, yet Kavi remained unfazed. They had expected him to explode in anger. Why would I be angry? His expression remained tranquil. Every individual harbors their own dreams. When one resolves to pursue them, one must be prepared to bear the consequences that ensue. Are you ready for this? Can you accept the possibility of witnessing your comrades perish before your very eyes? Do not find yourself reduced to tears when that moment arrives. Kawaii's probing question struck their hearts like a heavy hammer. Could they adequately safeguard their companions? Upon self-reflection, they realized they could not even protect themselves. A mere handful of ruffians could easily teach them a lesson. The gravity of this truth weighed heavily on them. Luffy fell silent. Recalling how Shanks had sacrificed his arm to save him, he understood his own weakness and yearned for strength. Raising his head, clenching his fists, his tone resolute and unwavering, he declared, Kawai, I wish to grow stronger. I must protect my comrades. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances. Kawai was not what they had anticipated. They had imagined him to be like their grandfather, wanting them to join the Navy. To their surprise, Kawai not only supported their desire to become pirates but also aimed to guide them in their pursuit of strength. They were astonished and elated. Finally, someone understood them. We too must grow stronger. Old man, we implore you. The two bowed deeply, their intentions sincere, acknowledging their weakness. As Kawai had articulated, if they could not even safeguard themselves, how could they protect their comrades? Splendid. Since you have all made up your minds, let the training commence. After all, they were still children, easily swayed by Kawaii's cunning. He had his methods for dealing with rebellious youths. Having once been one himself, he understood the thoughts of a defiant young person all too well. One could not resort to punishment or destroy their dreams, as that would only foster greater rebellion. Instead, one should strive to comprehend the child, encouraging them correctly, igniting their motivation through their dreams, enhancing their abilities, and helping them to excel. He retrieved 3 sets of classic weighted gear from the system space and tossed them onto the ground. These are the supplies I've prepared for you. You must wear them at all times except while bathing. The 3 curious youngsters encircled Kawai, their eyes wide with wonder, unable to fathom where he had procured such equipment. Old man, where did you find all this? Just a little trick, nothing to fret over. He paused before continuing. Now that your dreams are clear, strive toward them. You see that mountain ahead. Climb it before nightfall and return here. The 3 gazed at the distant, towering mountain, swallowing hard and exchanging glances. Of course, if you do not wish to protect your future companions, you need not run. Without hesitation, the trio donned the weighted gear and commenced their labored march. Rather than forsaking their companions, they chose to train diligently, with Ace and Sabo leading the way. Having lived here longer, their physical prowess surpassed that of Luffy. Hey, Ace, Sabo, wait for me. Little Luffy, like a yellow-skinned monkey, shouted from behind. However, Ace and Sabo were irked by Luffy's behavior today. They had not needed to endure a beating, but Luffy had inadvertently drawn attention to them, resulting in a fierce reprimand from Grandpa Karp. Now, they were disinclined to acknowledge Luffy, hoping to teach him to heed his elder brothers. Luffy, seeing Ace and Sabo sprint ahead without slowing down, felt a surge of frustration. They had promised to be brothers for life, yet they did not wait for him. Don't blame me for being impolite. Gum Gum. Luffy exerted himself, his arms elongating and resting upon a nearby tree before he yanked himself forward. Rocket. He propelled himself like a slingshot, soaring past Ace and Sabo in an instant. Whoa, Luffy, that's cheating. The two brothers accused Luffy of unfair play. How come you can fly like that? Is the devil fruit your excuse? Luffy, grinning mischievously ahead, stuck out his tongue. Too bad you didn't wait for me. I'm off. He then took flight again in the same manner, rapidly advancing and leaving the two far behind. Damn it. Luffy, you wait for us. The two hastened their pace to catch up. Kawaii, trailing behind, frowned at Luffy's method of travel. This would not do. One cannot grow physically strong while being lazy. Shave. Kawaii vanished from his position, reappearing before Luffy in an instant. Bang. Luffy, moving too quickly, collided with the suddenly appearing Kawaii and was sent sprawling. Bang, bang, bang. He was flung backward. Ace and Sabo, hot on his heels, shouted, "Whoa, Sabo, quick dodge." They swiftly sidestepped, just in time to see Luffy crash between them. Smack. He collided with a tree. They rushed forward. Luffy, what happened? Have you finally realized your mistake? Luffy, we misjudged you. The two brothers assumed Luffy had returned in remorse. Dazed, Luffy finally regained his senses, bewildered. Did I hit something? Cough, cough. Luffy, from now on, you are not allowed to use the powers of the devil fruit during training. Kawaii approached slowly. Huh, Grandpa Kawaii, why not? Luffy's eyes widened, knowing that his rubber abilities would allow him to complete tasks swiftly. Using your powers will not yield the desired training effect. If Ace and Sabo grow stronger while you remain weak, do you wish to be the weakest? Kawaii refrained from elaborating further, given Luffy's intellect. A more complex explanation would be lost on him that he merely needed to convey the consequences of relying on his powers. With Luffy's temperament, he would naturally resent being the weakest. Kawaii understood the personalities of the trio well. He knew precisely how to provoke them, and Luffy was the easiest to motivate. That a little nudge would ignite his fighting spirit. That I see. I will become stronger than Ace and Sabo. With that, he dashed off again, this time without utilizing his powers. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, initially believing Luffy had returned to apologize, only to find that he intended to surpass them. Did they not care for their pride as older brothers? Luffy, you wait for us. Dreaming of surpassing us is futile. The two quickened their pace, soon outstripping Luffy. Although Luffy possessed a strong will, sheer determination would not enhance his physical abilities. Compared to Ace and Sabo, he was still too small. Damn it, Luffy seethed, yearning to use his devil fruit abilities, but recalling Kawaii's admonition, he restrained himself. Summoning every ounce of strength, he pressed on, vowing never to surrender. Ace, Sabo, just you wait. The journey was arduous, and as Ace and Sabo advanced, their pace began to slow. They rarely climbed such heights and were now burdened with weights. The difficulty was evident. Fortunately, the physiques of those in the pirate world were robust, allowing even the younger ones to persevere. Luffy, with unwavering determination, caught up to them. Ha! I caught up with you. Luffy rejoiced, believing his endurance had demonstrated his growth. The sense of urgency washed over Ace and Sabo as they noticed Luffy closing in. Could they really be surpassed by this foolish little rascal? No. That was out of the question. Strength surged from within, spurred by Luffy's actions. They pushed through their fatigue, determined to leave Luffy behind. Luffy, just stay behind us quietly. The hard-won proximity was once again stretched apart, leaving Luffy discontented. He quickened his pace, his potential gradually being unleashed. Kawi observed from the shadows, quite pleased with the ensuing competition. It would serve as motivation. All he needed to do was spur Luffy to grow stronger, and the other two would naturally follow suit. No one wished to be surpassed by their own foolish peer. Under Kawi's encouragement, Luffy grew stronger, while Ace and Sabo, in turn, were motivated by Luffy's progress. An advantageous cycle indeed. Kawi expressed his satisfaction, realizing that this would be the easiest group he had ever mentored. As the sun began to set, the three small figures finally reached the mountain's peak. The slanting rays of the sunset elongated their weary silhouettes. Kawi appeared at the summit, gazing approvingly at the trio. Well done. Now, let us retrace our steps. I shall return to prepare dinner. Should I take too long, it may very well be gone. Without waiting for their reactions, he vanished with a swift motion. The three stared wide-eyed, questioning whether they had truly witnessed Kawi's sudden disappearance. They shook their heads, signaling their uncertainty. Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh cool. I want to learn that move. Kawi was shrouded in mystery in the minds of the trio, and his methods were undeniably alluring to children of their age. The ability to conjure 3 sets of weighted gear out of thin air and vanish in an instant was simply too magnificent. Ace and Sabo snapped back to reality, eager to learn as well. How could they persuade the old man to teach them? No matter, they would first head back for a meal. After such prolonged training, their stomachs were growling with hunger. Ace and Sabo turned and dashed off, hungry for the delicious food that awaited them. Meanwhile, Luffy, lost in thoughts of that impressive technique, eventually realized that his brothers had already taken off. How infuriating. Why didn't they call for me? He took off after them. The descent was considerably easier, and by the time the three returned to their starting point, Kawi was already enjoying his meal. Old man, save some for us. The trio pounced like hungry wolves, seizing a hefty chunk of roasted meat and devouring it eagerly. So delicious. They gorged themselves, and soon all the roasted meat was gone. Luffy, having consumed like a glutton, resembled a balloon, yet he remained unscathed. Burp, he lay on the ground, letting out a long, satisfied belch. I'm so full. It had been ages since he last ate to such excess. Kawi sipped his steaming tea, savoring it. A cup of tea after a meal was indeed more refreshing than a sauna. The three brothers gathered around the fire, whispering about something unknown. Eventually, Luffy stood up and ran towards Kawi. The brothers wanted to learn the mysterious technique Kawi had demonstrated earlier, yet they hesitated to ask directly. Ace and Sabo decided to push Luffy forward, knowing he had no qualms about approaching Kawi. With his usual carefree demeanor, Luffy approached Kawi and inquired, "Old man, could you teach me that move from this afternoon?" Kawi regarded Luffy, finding his youthful exuberance quite endearing, though he could be as irritable as a yellow-skinned monkey at times. "Luffy, are you sure you want me to teach only you?" Kawi's gaze shifted toward Ace and Sabo. "Have you forgotten your brothers?" "Yet," Luffy confidently replied. "Old man, teach only me." Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, realizing their own reluctance to voice their desires. How frustrating that Luffy, oblivious to their longing, wished to learn the technique alone. Luffy intended to secretly master it, and then triumphantly confront his brothers. Relishing the moment when they would beg him to teach them, a silly grin spread across his face as he envisioned Ace and Sabo's pleading expressions. Kawi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was Luffy not as foolish as he appeared? He was evidently plotting to outshine the others. Cough, cough. Although I wish to teach you, your physical condition is currently too inadequate for such a technique. The Marine 6 styles demand a certain level of physical prowess, which you three have yet to attain. Even if I were to teach you, you would be unable to execute it. Forcing it could cause irreversible harm to your bodies, even jeopardizing your lives. Luffy's excitement waned. He had hoped to witness a more vulnerable side of Ace and Sabo. With disappointment, he realized he would have to wait for another opportunity. Fine then that he returned to Ace and Sabo, who promptly pulled him in. "Luffy, what did he say? Will the old man teach us?" Yes, Luffy. Tell us." Sabo eagerly pressed for answers. Luffy beamed with pride. "The old man has agreed to teach us." "Really? Is that true?" Ace and Sabo's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were on the verge of learning such a cool technique. How could they not be thrilled? But then Luffy added, "However, the old man said our bodies are too weak right now. We won't be able to use it until we grow stronger." "What? Luffy, couldn't you have just said that all at once? You're torturing us." "Humph, you didn't let me finish, so what is that to me?" Luffy was quite pleased with himself, ensuring his brothers understood that he was not to be trifled with. At the very least, he could make them happy for a moment. From a distance, Kawi observed the trio bickering, occasionally sipping his tea, his mind evidently lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the East Sea, a dog-headed warship sped through the waters, seemingly in pursuit of pirates. The area appeared empty, but upon closer inspection, numerous pirate ships flickered in and out of sight in the sky. "Captain, we are being pursued by the Marines. Should we retaliate?" Sitting in the command seat, the Golden Lion displayed a defiant demeanor. "Haha, mere Marines, do they seek their own demise? Sink their ship." Bang, 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 bang. Before his subordinates could respond, a barrage of cannon fire erupted from outside. "What is going on?" When did the Marines' cannons become so powerful? Golden Lion stood up, eager to ascertain the situation. Bring me the cannonballs. On the dog-headed warship, Karp directed the sailors as several of them hurriedly brought out crates of ammunition. Karp swung a cannonball skyward. One by one, the cannonballs shot forth, exploding near the Golden Lion's ship. The Golden Lion emerged from his vessel, his fury igniting as he spotted Karp below hurling cannonballs. Damn it. I've come all the way to the East Sea. And they still dare to chase me. Does that rascal Karp truly think I fear him? Open fire. His crew swiftly adjusted the ship's cannons, aiming at Karp's dog-headed warship below. Bang, bang, bang. A visual spectacle unfolded as the flying pirates unleashed their cannons upon the Marine ship. Karp, meanwhile, swung his arms wildly, causing cannonballs to collide midair with a resounding crash. The sky was engulfed in flames and smoke, reminiscent of a grand fireworks display. The Marines redirected their cannons, intent on creating an imposing spectacle. Regardless of accuracy, after an hour of relentless fire, both sides finally ceased their assault. Vice Admiral Karp, we've run out of cannonballs. Captain, we're out of ammunition. The Golden Lion's expression darkened. He merely wished to conduct his experiments in peace and dominate the world. Yet the Marines continually thwarted him. Rising to hover in the air, he fixed his gaze on Karp below. With a swift kick, a sharp blade erupted from his foot, unleashing a fierce strike that lions might slash. Swish! The terrifying cut sped downwards. Humph! Karp, seeing this, bent his legs slightly and unleashed a powerful thrust. With a resounding bang, the warship sank, and he propelled himself into the sky. Clenching his fist, muscles bulging, he wrapped his fist in black hockey. Fist of the falling star, boom! The fist collided with the slicing wave, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sent colossal waves crashing, causing the Marine ship to sway perilously while the pirate vessels above tilted dangerously. Seeing this, neither combatant dared to continue their assault. The scale of their conflict was too great, with the potential for collateral damage to their own forces. Shiki, you'd best come back with me to impel down. Ha. Karp, are you dreaming? This time, I shall let you go, but next time, luck will not be on your side. After delivering his menacing words, the Golden Lion Shiki activated the powers of the float fruit. Ascending with his airborne pirate crew, vanishing into the clouds, Karp returned to the warship, picked his nose, pondering when Shiki became so thick-skinned. If it weren't for the concern for his subordinate safety, he would have certainly taught that rascal Shiki a lesson. Despite his physical limitations, he remained so arrogant. Vice Admiral Karp, shall we pursue? A sailor inquired. Karp waved his hand. Return to headquarters. Having been away for so long, Sengoku would surely be furious if they did not return. Capturing the Golden Lion was a futile endeavor unless he voluntarily surrendered. Otherwise, the Navy truly had no means to deal with him. Captain, aren't we going to continue fighting? Shiki's underlings questioned their captain, wondering why they did not press their advantage while in the sky. Fight? Are you all seeking death? If I were to engage Karp, would you survive the aftermath? The Golden Lion was eager to face Karp in battle. Yet the sheer force of their clash could easily obliterate them all. In such a scenario, both the Navy and the pirates would perish, leaving only the two of them alive, with nothing gained but losses. Neither Karp nor the Golden Lion was a fool. Furthermore, in his current state, could Shiki truly contend with Karp? In their prime, they might have had a fighting chance, but even though Shiki was proud, he had to admit he was significantly weaker now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be researching IQ and forming a ferocious beast army. His strength had diminished, yet his ambition to dominate the world still burned fiercely. Alas, no matter how formidable one's power or how grand their dreams, they ultimately succumbed to the narrative's constraints. Before he could even set his plans in motion, he was thwarted by the likes of Luffy, who had yet to master hockey. Meanwhile, Luffy and his brothers trained diligently each day, steadily growing stronger. They required no prompting from Kavi. He merely issued training tasks, and they would naturally comply. He had also established a reward system, where each week he would select the most dedicated individual based on his observations for a reward. The rewards were diverse. They could request anything reasonable, whether it be a weapon, food, or questions they wished to ask. The allure of these rewards significantly boosted their motivation, pushing them to train harder than ever to earn Kavi's approval and secure the weekly prize. Luffy, it's your turn to cook today. Ace and Sabo glared at Luffy, who was sprawled on the ground. Luffy huffed in annoyance. Give me a minute to rest. Having just finished training, the trio felt exhausted and famished, and today it was Luffy's turn to prepare their meal. Kavi had only cooked for them once as a greeting. Expecting him to do so daily was out of the question. He was there to enjoy himself while looking after the three, not to act as a housekeeper. As pirates, knowing how to cook was a fundamental skill, Kavi told them, explaining that pirates who couldn't cook would be ridiculed by their peers, having had little interaction with other pirates. They were unaware that Kavi was merely teasing them. Cooking was a simple task. Kavi taught them some basic culinary skills, which they quickly grasped that, of course, their initial attempts at cooking were less than stellar. But through repeated trials, Ace and Sabo had reached a competent level, while Luffy's dishes could only be described as barely edible. The three of them took turns cooking, and occasionally Kavi would join them for a meal. However, if it was Luffy cooking, he would certainly decline. Each time Luffy wanted Kavi to sample his culinary creations, Kavi would find various excuses to avoid it. Until Luffy became a competent chef, Kavi would not touch any of his food. This week, Ace had claimed the reward, leaving Luffy perplexed. Despite training together, why did Ace and Sabo frequently secure the weekly prizes while he only managed to win occasionally? He asked Kavi if he was biased. To which Kavi firmly replied that he was not. The reason was straightforward. Ace and Sabo sometimes woke up in the dead of night to train without Luffy. Their training volume far exceeded Luffy's, which naturally led to them winning the weekly rewards, and they were clever enough to let Luffy win every now and then. Otherwise, if it were always the two of them winning, even Luffy's simple mind would eventually catch on. Kavi had not anticipated that Ace and Sabo would be so crafty, already engaging in subtle competition at such a young age. Ace, Sabo, we can't help it. We are just too eager to improve. The foolish Luffy should stay behind us. The little Luffy remained oblivious to their schemes, and Kavi had no intention of enlightening him, curious to see how long it would take for him to figure it out. Ace, what reward do you wish for this time? Upon seeing Ace approach, Kavi realized he was there to request his reward. Ace appeared hesitant, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He had long sought to clarify the confusion in his heart. But Grandpa Karp had warned him never to share his matters with anyone, lest it bring him danger. He was uncertain whether revealing his situation to Kavi would invite peril or if Kavi could even provide clarity. Instinctively, he believed that asking Kavi would surely help him understand his inner turmoil, so he decided to speak up. After much contemplation, Ace finally resolved to voice his thoughts. Over the time they had spent together, he had come to understand Kavi's character. He was strict in training, but amiable in their interactions. As long as they completed their training tasks, Kavi would generally leave them alone. Ace felt confident that sharing this matter with Kavi would not lead to danger. With a determined expression, he began, Kavi, do you know my full name? It is Portgas D. Ace. He paused for a moment before continuing. I also have another name, Gold. Ace. However, Grandpa Karp has told me never to reveal this name. Otherwise, I might fall into danger. Can you tell me why? He gazed at Kavi, seeking answers about why he possessed two names and why he could not use Gold. Ace. Kavi remained calm, and upon seeing Ace's hesitant expression, he surmised that this question would inevitably arise. Gently ruffling Ace's hair, he replied, it's simple. The surname Gold instills fear in many. They dread the emergence of another individual of that caliber. If you were to expose it, they would seek to capture and kill you. Ace was still baffled. Why would anyone fear the name Gold? It was just an ordinary name. After all, why would anyone want to kill me? Kavi clenched his fist, gesturing toward Ace. Why ask so much? Just remember, the bigger your fists, the fewer questions you'll have. If you wish to know more, become stronger. Right now, you are too weak. Knowing too much will only add to your troubles. In the world of pirates, one principle reigns. Strength is paramount. The mightier the fist, the easier life becomes, the more enjoyable it is. Without strength, the more you know, the harder life gets. That I understand. Ace nodded. Although he did not receive the answers he sought, he grasped why Grandpa Karp forbade him from revealing his other name. The reason was that he was too weak to handle it, and once he grew stronger, he would naturally come to understand everything. His desire to grow stronger intensified, and Kavi's objectives were thus achieved. Watching Ace depart, Kavi fell into contemplation, his thoughts unknown. That night, Sabo quietly arose to train, determined to claim the reward that had eluded him last week. Upon hearing the commotion, Ace also got up, intending to add an extra hour to his training. He had to grow stronger. Ace, why are you up? Isn't it your turn next week? Sabo questioned, puzzled by Ace's presence. Sabo, I must become stronger. Don't worry. I won't compete with you for this week's reward. Ace simply wished to train a bit longer. The reward was inconsequential to him. He merely wanted to grow stronger. Sabo looked at Ace seriously. He didn't know Ace's reasons for wanting to grow stronger, but as the older brother, he would support him unconditionally. He placed a reassuring hand on Ace's shoulder, speaking with conviction. Ace, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to tell me that I will certainly help you. Ace nodded, understanding the situation. Although the three brothers often engaged in playful banter, they would undoubtedly stand by each other without hesitation in times of need. Sharing a knowing smile, the two began their nightly training without waking Luffy, trusting that their younger brother was safe under their watchful protection. Luffy, content with the arrangement, had no idea that Ace and Sabo had monopolized the weekly rewards for an entire month. They finally decided to allow Luffy to claim the next week's reward. Elated, Luffy sought out Kawi, requesting a lavish feast of grilled meat. Relishing his hard-earned reward, he exchanged it for a bounteous spread of barbecued delights. Having not savored grilled meat for quite some time, Luffy devoured every last morsel, leaving only a small piece for Ace and Sabo, a gesture of goodwill. The two brothers were touched and resolved to let Luffy claim a reward every 2 months henceforth. As night fell, Ace and Sabo quietly resumed their training. However, it was only a matter of time before their efforts would be discovered. Not long after they slipped away, Luffy, having overeaten, was awakened by an inexplicable force. Rubbing his eyes, he wondered aloud, where are Ace and Sabo? Preparing to get up for a bathroom break, he was puzzled by his brother's absence. Did they not think to call for him? Yawning, he pushed open the door and wandered outside. Seeking a suitable spot to relieve himself, the night was eerily silent, amplifying even the slightest sound. Huff, huff, a faint voice reached Luffy's ears, causing him to halt and hold his breath. Was that Ace and Sabo? Stealthily, he approached the source of the sound, and soon witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Ace and Sabo were performing push-ups on the ground, a heavy stone strapped to their backs. Their bodies glistening with sweat, a clear indication of their rigorous training. Luffy stood frozen in place, a surge of anger bubbling within him as he finally comprehended why he had received so few rewards and why he always felt the weakest. Enraged, he forgot the reason for his midnight excursion. Ace, Sabo, you two are so cunning, he shouted. Luffy wished to unleash a torrent of curses, but his youthful mind struggled to conjure the right words. Instead, he stomped his feet in frustration, a physical manifestation of his dissatisfaction. Ace and Sabo, caught in the act, exchanged an awkward glance but quickly regained their composure. With serious expressions and sincere tones, they addressed Luffy. Do you truly believe we didn't want to wake you? As your older brothers, we simply didn't want you to suffer. You're still so young and need your rest. How could we bear to have you training in the middle of the night? Luffy was taken aback, seemingly captivated by their earnestness. Really? He questioned, sensing something was amiss. Was it possible that his brothers genuinely had his best interests at heart? Ace and Sabo, with heartfelt sincerity, assured him, of course. Have you not noticed that you sometimes manage to earn weekly rewards? If we didn't consider your well-being, do you think you would still receive them? Luffy's mind began to race, and he pondered their words. Perhaps they were indeed telling the truth. If Ace and Sabo trained every day, it stood to reason he could not possibly earn rewards that it seemed he had misjudged their intentions. All right, I suppose I was mistaken about you two. But next time, you must include me in your training. Though Luffy felt something was off, he couldn't quite place it, so he chose to forgive them. Have you really thought this through, Luffy? Are you certain you want to train with us? Ace inquired at A's older brothers. Ace and Sabo genuinely wished to shield Luffy from hardship. However, Luffy had aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, and he would not forfeit the chance to grow stronger. Yes, I want to train with you, Luffy declared, unwilling to fall behind. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, resigned, and acquiesced. It seemed that obtaining rewards would become increasingly difficult from now on. By the way, Luffy, how did you realize we were missing? Ace puzzled, recalling how Luffy usually slept like a log and could never be roused. Yet today, he had suddenly discovered their secret training. Oh no, Luffy exclaimed, suddenly remembering his initial purpose. Covering his backside, he dashed toward the bathroom. Ace and Sabo could only facepalm in exasperation that it was indeed a predicament that Luffy had exposed them due to such a trivial matter. Time sped by as the three engaged in their competitive training. And in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Today, Kawi had arranged an unusual opponent for the trio, a young bear, standing around 2 to 3 meters tall. Thud. Kawi tossed the young bear to the ground with one hand. Turning to face the three brothers. Today, I present you with a different challenge. Either make it poop, or you become its poop. The brothers, familiar with this bear from their past encounters in the forest, were excited in their earlier days. They had been too weak to confront it, but now, they were no longer the same. They were determined to prove their mettle. Kawi pointed at the bear, declaring, "Defeat it, and you shall live." Without waiting for a response, he stepped aside, leaving the arena to them. The young bear, still groggy from its nap, was bewildered that he had been abruptly whisked away by Kawi and now stood before three small, upright creatures. Feeling no immediate threat, ignoring the brothers, it turned to flee back into the forest, fearing Kawi might return. Yet, the trio would not allow it to escape. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and shouted, "Attack!" Ace charged forward, unleashing a punch that struck the bear's back. Smack! The bear turned, puzzled as to why this monkey-like creature had touched it. Ace's punch was akin to a mere tickle against its back. Just then, a water pipe came crashing down onto the bear's snout. Roar! The bear howled in pain, blood trickling from its nose. In that moment, fear was overshadowed by rage as it pivoted to charge at the two brothers. With claws bared, it swiped at Sabo, who swiftly raised the water pipe in defense. Bang! The bear's paw struck the steel pipe with a deafening thud, sending Sabo flying. He executed a backflip to dissipate the impact, landing on one knee. "Are you all right, Sabo?" Luffy called out, concern evident in his voice. "I'm fine. Just be careful. This bear is incredibly strong. Aim for its weak spots," Sabo responded. "Understood," Ace replied, picking up a stone and hurling it at the bear's head. Thud! It struck, but unfortunately, not its eyes. Roar! The bear, now furious, fixated solely on the two attackers. Ace and Sabo skillfully dodged and countered, flanking the creature to divert its attention. Meanwhile, Luffy paced anxiously, eager to assist, but unable to find an opening. Although he was a rubber man, a single bite from the bear could still end him. Ace, however, was caught off guard and received a powerful swipe, leaving deep scratches on his body, blood flowing freely as he quickly retreated. In that moment, the bear, battered and furious, entered a frenzied state, its claws thrashing wildly at the two brothers. Smack! Once again, a resounding thud echoed as Sabo was struck, but fortunately, armed with a weapon, he managed to fend off the blow. However, if this continued, the two would inevitably be worn down by the relentless bear. Witnessing this, Luffy could no longer contain himself. He scanned the surroundings in search of a weapon. Eventually, his gaze fell upon a tree, and a sudden idea struck him. He dashed over and gripped the trunk with all his might, propelling himself towards the direction of the bear, his arms stretching impossibly long. "Sabo? Ace, get out of the way!" Luffy shouted to his companions. Upon hearing his voice, they turned their heads and, seeing Luffy's elongated arm, instinctively dodged to the sides. Gum. Luffy exerted every ounce of strength, extending his arm to its maximum length. Aiming at the bear, rocket launcher. Boom. The extended arm struck the bear squarely in the chest like a cannonball. Crack. Although Luffy's strength was modest, the enhancement from the gum fruit sent the bear stumbling back several meters. Collapsing to the ground, the bear felt an intense pain in its chest before it fell, momentarily dazed. "Well done, Luffy," Sabo exclaimed, rushing forward with a pipe in hand, delivering a resounding blow to the bear's head. After 3 solid strikes, the bear finally lost consciousness. "Phew, we finally dealt with it." "Ace, are you all right?" Ace covered his wound and replied, "It's just a minor issue, a surface injury." Indeed, it was merely a surface wound. Though quite a bit of blood was lost, thankfully the bones remained intact. Clap, clap, clap. "Impressive. I never expected you to truly defeat it. I was contemplating whether to lend a hand, but it seems I underestimated you." Cubby had witnessed the entire ordeal. Ace and Sabo's teamwork was commendable, and Luffy's final blow was indeed powerful for their age. The trio felt elated. Their year of hard training had not been in vain. Yet, they felt a tinge of regret for the bear, who had become a stepping stone before reaching maturity. In gratitude for the bear's contribution, Covey prepared a grand feast, braising its body, steaming its paws, and barbecuing its kidneys to replenish himself. The four gathered around the table, savoring the spoils of the day. With top-notch ingredients and Covey's culinary skills, a delectable dish emerged, a day the bear had never imagined it would meet. The three brothers feasted heartily, relishing the long-awaited flavors. The old man's cooking is truly the best. The brothers admired Kavi's culinary prowess. After all their time in the kitchen, they had only managed to grasp the essence of his barbecued meat. Even Luffy, who struggled with cooking, had mastered the art of grilling. It was no surprise, as grilling was their most frequent endeavor. Simple, convenient, and delicious they asked for other dishes. Their skills remained quite average. Old man, when can we set sail? Sabo inquired of Kavi, having long desired to venture out to sea alongside Ace. However, considering their current abilities and Luffy's youth, they had refrained from voicing their wishes. Today, having jointly defeated a bear, they began to feel an inflated sense of capability. Believing they were ready for the seas, Ace also turned his gaze to Kavi, while Luffy eagerly chimed in. Yes, yes. Old man, when can we set sail? I feel we are strong enough to explore. Kavi was at a loss for words. These three younglings yearned to set sail, completely oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Defeating a mere bear had led them to such arrogance. You wish to venture out to sea? With your current skills, surviving 10 days on the ocean would be a daunting challenge. The three dismissed his words, exclaiming, how could that be? We defeated a bear. The notion of not surviving even 10 days at sea seemed utterly implausible to them. Kavi, not wanting to discourage them too harshly, had mentioned 10 days. In reality, they might not last a single day. Just look at Sabo's experience. Barely setting sail, he nearly met his end, if not for the timely arrival of the Revolutionary Army. He would have perished long ago. Do you not think that the bear is formidable? Even two random adults could easily dispatch it. The bear is, after all, just an animal. With human intelligence, eliminating it is trivial. Out at sea, you will face not bears but pirates, the navy, and other forces. They are not to be compared with a bear. Kavi's words left the trio with lowered heads, lost in contemplation. They understood that every word he spoke held truth. Their victory over the bear had clouded their perception of their own abilities and standing. Kavi glanced at them and continued, if you wish to set sail, train for another 4 or 5 years before considering it. To dream of venturing out before reaching maturity is sheer folly. Perhaps he should let them witness a stronger force, to help them realize that their power was comparable to that of mere ants. You three, follow me. Kavi rose and found a large stone, deciding to showcase a fraction of his strength to stabilize their restless hearts, making them aware of the dangers that lay beyond. The three brothers, bewildered, followed Kavi to the side. Kavi pointed to the large stone before them. Do you think your bodies are harder than this stone? The three looked at him with puzzled expressions. Of course not. Indeed, a human's body cannot possibly be harder than stone. Luffy poked at his own body, perplexed by Kavi's question. Kavi smiled slightly. Correct, your bodies are indeed not as hard as stone. Now, watch closely. He extended a finger and gently poked the stone. With a resounding bang, his finger easily embedded itself into the rock. The stone seemed more fragile than an egg before Kavi's fingertip, and he slowly withdrew his finger, leaving a deep impression. Hiss, the three stared wide-eyed, examining the stone closely and reaching out to touch it, questioning its authenticity. Meanwhile, after observing the stone, Luffy scrutinized Kavi's hand, finding no trace of injury whatsoever. Old man, how did you do that? The brothers were astonished, questioning Kavi's incredible strength. It's quite simple. Just concentrate your power in your finger. Kavi's expression remained unchanged, his tone calm, as he punctured several more holes into the stone. See? Quite simple. Would you like to give it a try? The brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to attempt it. Let me try. Luffy stepped forward, ready to take his shot. He extended his tiny finger towards the stone and jabbed forcefully. Smack. His finger bent painfully, and the stone remained unscathed. It doesn't work. Luffy hung his head in disappointment. Let me try. Luffy, you're too weak. Ace stepped up, eager to give it a shot, believing his strength would suffice. He took a deep breath, channeling all his energy. Focusing his strength into one finger, he struck with great force. Luffy and Sabo watched anxiously, wondering if he could succeed. Crack. Hiss. It broke. Without a doubt, Ace's finger had fractured. Ouch, that hurts. Haha, did you really think it would be that easy? With your current abilities, you'll need a few more years of practice. Kavi mockingly laughed. Now you've learned your lesson. Sabo, would you like to give it a go? You possess the greatest strength among us. Perhaps you might have a chance. Ace, cradling his injured finger, turned to Sabo. Sabo, with an odd expression, glanced at Ace. Do you think I'm foolish? I'll pass. The old man just said we have a long way to go. He waved his hand, outright rejecting Ace's suggestion. All right then. Ace nodded regretfully, wishing to have Sabo share in the struggle with him. Unbeknownst to him, he had been discovered. Only Luffy, perplexed, was absent-mindedly picking his nose, unable to comprehend why Ace was injured from merely poking a stone. How utterly pathetic. Do you still wish to set sail? There are countless powerful adversaries upon the vast sea. Did you think I was deceiving you? Sabo quickly interjected, suggesting, let us continue our training for a while longer. I believe we have significant room for improvement, don't you think? Ace and Luffy nodded in agreement, affirming, yes, old man, we shall postpone our voyage for now. The brothers' desire to venture out to sea was momentarily quelled by Ace's fractured finger, which would likely allow their restless hearts to find some semblance of tranquility for a time. Ace's finger had not yet healed after a week, a sight that had long ceased to astonish Kawaii. A mere fracture. Could it possibly warrant a month of inactivity? Surely, a hearty meal and a bit of milk would suffice for recovery. Life passed in serene monotony. The three brothers diligently trained each day, while Kawaii relished the tranquility, embracing a lifestyle akin to one of holistic wellness. This existence continued for a year. One day, an unexpected visitor traversed Windmill Village. The brothers were engaged in their self-directed training. While Kawaii leisurely savored his tea, Sabo, Luffy, look up at the sky, Ace shouted, pointing upwards. Sabo and Luffy hurriedly followed Ace's, their gazes drawn skyward. To their astonishment, a colossal island ship floated ethereally amidst the clouds. What on earth is that? Could it be a ship? Sabo exclaimed, astonished, as the object appeared to be both a vessel and an island. How could a ship possibly ascend to the heavens? Ace, equally shocked yet bewildered, shared in their astonishment. Only Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, how cool, I want to go see it. He was unconcerned with the mechanics of the ship's flight. His only curiosity lay in discovering what lay upon its deck. Kawaii set down his teacup, gazing skyward with a puzzled expression, murmuring, what brings Shiki the Golden Lion here? Shouldn't he be preoccupied with his own ambitions of world domination rather than wandering aimlessly in the East Blue? Though Kawaii was curious, he dismissed it, reasoning that the East Blue was relatively small. It was not unusual for Shiki to pass by Windmill Village frequently. Unperturbed, he poured boiling water into his teacup and resumed his tea. Just then, the teacup began to tremble, causing tea to spill onto the table. An earthquake. The three brothers shouted in alarm, sensing the ground tremble beneath them, and they rushed to Kawaii's side for safety. Kawaii squinted, questioning, what was Shiki up to? You stay here. I have matters to attend to. What? Old man, where are you going? An earthquake is happening. Be careful. Kawaii waved them off, instructing, you all remain indoors. There's no need to worry about me. He then bent his legs slightly, and, with a sudden burst of energy, propelled himself skyward with a resounding bang. Dust erupted as he soared into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Moments later, as the dust settled, a massive crater was left in his wake. Alongside the astonished expressions of the brothers, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. Was that really Kawaii, just now? It seems so. Goodness, Kawaii's casual display of power once again reshaped their perceptions of him. Meanwhile, aboard the flying pirate ship, Shiki was activating his float fruit abilities, intending to lift the entire island below. Captain, as long as we have an endless supply of beasts, I can finally develop a controllable army of ferocious creatures. Your dreams will undoubtedly become reality. Shiki's demeanor was defiant, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he cackled with glee. He had inadvertently stumbled upon a plant on an unfamiliar island that drove animals into a frenzy, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. From this, he extracted a substance he termed IQ, which, once mastered, would allow him to manufacture an innumerable army of beasts. Utilizing the power of animals, global domination was within his grasp. Now, in need of a vast number of beasts, he began scouring the land. Upon discovering an island abundant with forest, he uprooted it entirely, gathering every beast in sight. Hey, Shiki, stop immediately. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. Kawaii had materialized before Shiki, their eyes locking in a moment of tense silence. The air thickened with anticipation. Shiki, bewildered, felt an acute unease. He had no inkling of how this individual had appeared before him. Who are you? Kawaii, unperturbed, picked his nose. Observing that Shiki appeared rather disheveled, he recalled Shiki's youthful charm. How had he ended up bald, a ship's wheel atop his head, with his swords awkwardly positioned on his legs. Despite an intimidating aura, he resembled a man fallen from grace. I will protect this island below. You may leave. Shiki, taken aback, had not anticipated encountering such an individual in the East Blue. However, he was Shiki the Golden Lion. Even if Admiral Karp were present, he would still hurl insults at Ha. What will you do if I refuse to leave? Kawaii's expression remained placid as he replied, if you choose to stay, I suppose I could give you a beating. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. There was no need to eliminate Shiki. After all, dealing with the fallen island ship would prove troublesome. Should Shiki perish, the float fruit's power would dissipate, and the island would plummet, endangering those below. While Kawai was confident in his ability to obliterate the island with a single blow, it was unnecessary. The resultant chaos would be no less than the impact of the island crashing down. Uffed. Ha! Upon hearing Kawaii's words, Shiki nearly lost his balance, clutching his stomach as laughter erupted from him, his eyes glistening with mirth. He had never encountered someone so audacious. You think you can just beat me? Who do you take me for? A mere amateur. Wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes, he bellowed at Kawai, are you here to amuse me? I have no time for jokes. Get lost, or face my wrath. Oh, how delightful. Shiki has quite the temper, yet he refrains from attacking outright. Kawai regarded Shiki with newfound respect, recalling how, in the film, Shiki had kidnapped Nami but had not harmed her, merely wanting her to serve as the navigator for his crew. Perhaps Shiki possessed a modicum of civility? Nevertheless, civility aside, a confrontation was inevitable. Cracking his knuckles, Kawai prepared to engage. That it seems you cannot evade your fate today. With a flash, Kawai vanished, reappearing before Shiki with a smile. Let us take off, he declared, delivering a powerful uppercut aimed at Shiki's chin. Shiki, renowned as a formidable pirate alongside Roger and Whitebeard, despite his current weakened state, instinctively activated his armament haki to shield his head. Bang! Sparks flew as Shiki was sent soaring into the clouds above. Kawai, stepping upon the air, followed suit with a resounding bang. Swish, swish, two slashing waves erupted from the clouds. Targeting Kawai, he swiftly executed a counter with Storm Kick. Boom! The top-tier marine technique neutralized Shiki's assault. Just then, Shiki emerged from the clouds, his expression darkened, devoid of his earlier mockery. Who are you, really? Kawai smirked, replying slowly, I am merely an ordinary man residing on the island below. You refused to leave when I asked, so I must teach you a lesson. Ordinary man, what a joke. Shiki seethed with rage, recalling how a single punch nearly rendered him unconscious. You claim to be ordinary. Yet you surpass me in pretense? Shiki couldn't fathom his ill fortune. He merely wished to capture some beasts, yet encountered such a formidable opponent instead. All he desired was to dominate the world. Why was he continually thwarted? Lion's thousand cuts. Furious, he lifted his right leg and unleashed a sweeping strike, his armament haki enveloping his sword, sending forth multiple slashes toward Kawai. Swish, swish, swish. The relentless barrage of attacks engulfed Kawai. Ha! Prepare to die. With golden locks cascading in the wind, his demeanor exudes pride as he gazes skyward, laughing heartily. No one can thwart his dreams. Kavi, fixated on the impending assault, cannot help but admire the formidable golden lion Shiki. Despite his battered physique, he unleashes a torrent of fierce strikes that rival Kavi's own encounter at the Holy Land Mariawa. Perhaps it is time to take this a bit more seriously. Ha! The one capable of bringing about my demise has yet to be born. Clenching his right fist, veins bulging, he bellows, power, thump. His heart pulsates violently twice, and in an instant he elevates several meters, muscles swelling dramatically. Rip! His garments rupture under the strain of his burgeoning physique, revealing dark golden patterns that emerge and spread across his body, intertwining with his terrifying musculature, forming a ghastly visage of a demon. With a thunderous punch, he strikes. Boom! Countless terrifying slashes are instantaneously obliterated, creating a vacuum in the sky before him. The golden lion, having sensed the imminent peril a second earlier, swiftly activates his float fruit. Ascending hundreds of meters into the air, gulp! Observing the vacuum created by Kavi below, his expression shifts to one of shock as he swallows hard. Who is this subordinate? Such power, even Whitebeard's tremor fruit might struggle to match it. Another humanoid calamity. Damn, has the golden lion ever feared anyone? He nearly succumbed to fear for a fleeting moment, yet his proud spirit would never allow him to bow his head. The lion's majesty unfurls. He activates his fruit's power, manipulating the clouds above to form a colossal lion's head, its imposing presence radiating authority. Roar. It lunges towards Kavi below. Kavi grins, thinking, I almost believed you were afraid. He charges forth like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, aiming a powerful punch at the massive lion's head. Bang! The lion's head erupts. All of the golden lion's assaults appear feeble in the face of Kavi's absolute strength. With a swish, Kavi vanishes from sight. The golden lion's senses heighten, his observation haki surging wildly. Can't find him. In the next heartbeat, Kavi materializes behind him, his voice resonating like that of a demon. What are you searching for? The golden lion falters, unleashing his armament haki with reckless abandon, enveloping himself entirely. Bang! A fist crashes into the golden lion's back. Puff! He is sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, spewing a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. The aged bones of the golden lion nearly shatter under the impact. His haki proves utterly insufficient, as Kavi's haki surpasses his, penetrating through his defenses to strike deep within. Tiske, perhaps I was a bit too rough. Are you all right? Kavi reverts to his normal size and approaches leisurely. Observing the golden lion's state, he muses that had his earlier strike landed squarely on Shiki's head, he would likely have been finished. The golden lion's consciousness wavers, the pain emanating from within his body relentlessly tormenting him. I concede. Do with me as you will. Even gravely injured, the golden lion remains steadfast, refusing to plead for mercy. It is simply not in his nature. Kavi picks his nose, remarking, Didn't I say I would only give you a good thrashing? In my old age, it's unseemly to engage in such violence. Wouldn't you agree? The golden lion is left speechless. Were it not for the disparity in strength, he would have dearly loved to slap Kavi. Indeed, you are right. Violence is unbecoming. Yet if someone else were here, would you still be alive? Were it not for his resilient bones, he would have surely perished by now. Enough. All I wish to convey is that you should diligently pursue your research. Soaring about aimlessly, aren't you afraid of scaring the children? Fortuitously, you encountered me. Had it been someone else, you might not have been granted such leniency. The golden lion brims with frustration. Had it been another, he would have dealt with them accordingly. Does he truly believe everyone is as deranged as he is? The golden lion has yet to face such a formidable old man. He may appear frail, yet he is capable of transformation. Shiki, grimacing in pain, forces a smile and asks, Are you truly not going to kill me? Kavi, exasperated, wonders why honesty is often met with disbelief. What benefit would there be in killing you? Gazing at the pitiful golden lion, a thought arises within Kavi. If I may be so bold, you should abandon any aspirations of world domination. Given your current state, you cannot even best an old man like me. Yet you wish to conquer the world? Is that not absurd? Shiki strains to maintain a defiant grin, casting a glance at Kavi. This is my dream. Do you understand the essence of dreams? Kavi, scratching his nose, retorts, Isn't a dream merely an ideal that can only be realized in slumber? Shiki's mouth twitches at the implication. Since when has a dream been defined in such a manner? Kavi's expression drips with disdain as he continues. Do you genuinely believe that merely acquiring a few animals will enable you to rule the world? Do you think the world government and the Navy are inept? Attempting to dominate the world with creatures that cannot even harness haki is a notion only a fool would conceive. They might suffice against ordinary folk, but if merely subduing commoners were the key to world dominance, the Revolutionary Army would have succeeded long ago. The golden lion falls silent. His battle against Kavi has awakened him to the reality that formidable foes abound in this world. The so-called ferocious beasts are utterly powerless in the presence of such strength. Reality reveals that his ambitions are unattainable, yet he is unwilling to concede. All he desires is one opportunity to rule the world. Why must it be so elusive? It must be said, the golden lion has had a streak of misfortune. In his early years, he sought an alliance with Roger, yet fate did not favor him, adorning him with a decorative burden that occasionally plagues his thoughts with bizarre ideas. After attempting to rescue Roger from the Navy's headquarters, he was captured and had his legs severed before finally escaping. Upon his release, he sought to make his mark in the East Blue, only to clash with Kavi and receive a thorough beating if he intends to persist in his animal army ambitions. He will likely face further narrative demise at the hands of Luffy. Aside from the Golden Lion himself, his crew lacks even a single competent fighter. With such a ragtag bunch, how can he expect to dominate the world? The Golden Lion Shiki stands alongside Roger and Whitebeard as a grand pirate. Yet his wartime maneuverability far exceeds theirs. It is tragic that he now lives in such miserable circumstances. Is it a decline in moral character or a distortion of human nature? In terms of fortune, he contrasts starkly with Buggy, the user of the luck fruit, that if one were to merge Buggy's luck with the Golden Lion's strength, perhaps world domination might indeed be within reach. How do you know of my plans? Setting aside the feasibility of his schemes, the Golden Lion is now curious about how Kavi has gleaned his intentions. Aside from his crew, no one should be privy to such knowledge. Right? Cough. Let us not concern ourselves with how I came to know. Just tell me, am I not correct? Kavi speaks earnestly. You are pursuing a path that leads to failure. Never mind world domination. You cannot even claim dominion over the East Blue. The Golden Lion is at a loss for words. What can he do? Engaging in research at least offers a glimmer of hope, does it not? He cannot simply await his demise without taking action. With no one to assist him, he must rely on a motley crew to devise alternative strategies. This is my final chance. I shall not relinquish it until the very end. The Golden Lion is tenacious. Even with a mere sliver of hope, he refuses to yield. When did I ever suggest you abandon your pursuit? The Golden Lion's eyes narrow in confusion. Are you not urging me to give up? Kavi smiles gently. I merely wish to inform you that your current approach is futile. If one method fails, why not explore another? Kavi's tone is laced with temptation. Would you like me to devise a strategy for you? You? The Golden Lion regards Kavi with a peculiar gaze. What could you possibly propose? He is genuinely curious about Kavi's potential solutions to achieve his dreams. After all, even rocks failed to accomplish such feats. What could an old man offer? Kavi's lips curl into a sly smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. You know why Rocks, despite his immense power, was unable to conquer the world. Why? Because you and Rocks were never united in purpose. Though each captain of the Rocks pirates was incredibly strong, did you truly exert your full strength during the Battle of God Valley? Kavi gazed at the Golden Lion with an expression of mockery. The former Rocks pirates were undeniably formidable, as evidenced by its crew, including formidable figures such as Edward Newgate, Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and Wang Ji. The likes of Kaido, being merely a rookie crew member, were not even taken into account. Despite the multitude of strong individuals present during the Battle of God Valley, only Rocks met his demise. This clearly indicated the lackadaisical approach of these crew members. Even if they could not triumph over the Navy and the world government, surely escaping would not have been an insurmountable task. The reason was singular. Only Rocks was genuinely fighting, while the others were merely skimming by, hoping to reap some benefits from the chaos. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He had, after all, long wished for Rocks' demise, as Rocks was the greatest obstacle in his quest to fulfill his dreams. How could the Golden Lion possibly rescue him? Not fleeing first was merely a gesture of respect towards Rocks. Your strength is sufficient to threaten the world, yet your lack of unity ultimately led to failure. The Golden Lion remained puzzled, wondering how this related to the method you were about to propose. Rocks had already failed, and it was inconceivable that a force comparable to the Rocks pirates could emerge upon the seas again. Kavi paused momentarily before slowly articulating. As long as you join an organization that is even more powerful than the Rocks pirates and united in purpose, wouldn't that enable you to realize your dreams? The Golden Lion was speechless. How could such an organization possibly exist? Even if it did, it would only be the Navy and the world government. Right? Hahaha. Who told you it was limited to just those two? Have you not heard of the Revolutionary Army? Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion stopped in his tracks, his face reflecting confusion. The Revolutionary Army? Were they not a bunch of lunatics? An organization hell-bent on overthrowing the world government, labeled by the government as the greatest threat to global stability. The Golden Lion did not understand the Revolutionary Army, thinking it merely a collective of madmen, while he was merely aspiring to dominate the world. That group was intent on dismantling the existing order to establish an entirely new world. That Kavi's lips curled into a smirk. Aren't you the same? How can you dare to criticize the Revolutionary Army, who would be deluded enough to regard world domination as a dream, making it seem as though you are not the madman? Your aspiration for world domination has become nearly impossible to achieve. But what? Kavi smiled and said, if you were to join the Revolutionary Army, perhaps one day you could personally partake in the revolution to overthrow the world government, which is far more impressive than simply ruling the world. The Golden Lion appeared dazed. Overthrow the world government? Wasn't Captain Rox also intent on toppling the world government to become the world's sovereign? But does this mean I would be ruling the world? Kavi's lips curled upwards. Who says it doesn't count? You are part of the Revolutionary Army. When the Revolutionary Army topples the world government, it is tantamount to you doing so. From the moment the world government is overthrown, have you not already become the ruler of the world? The Golden Lion stood there, contemplating. Ruler of the world? Am I really going to rule the world? But how can you be so sure the Revolutionary Army can overthrow the world government? Besides, I still don't know how strong the Revolutionary Army truly is. Truthfully, upon hearing Kavi's words, he felt a flicker of excitement. A glimmer of hope had emerged for a dream he once deemed unattainable. However, reason warned him that the person before him might be deceiving him, and he could not afford to trust him. Noticing the Golden Lion's growing intrigue, Kavi decided to up the ante. Allow me to enlighten you on the strength of the Revolutionary Army. You know their leader, right? The Golden Lion nodded. I've heard of him. Isn't he someone named Monkey D. Dragon? Yes, indeed, Monkey D. Dragon. Does that name ring a bell? The Golden Lion pondered. Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Garp. What is his connection to Garp? At that moment, he finally recalled why the name seemed familiar. Kavi, exasperated, remarked, Isn't it obvious? The leader of the Revolutionary Army is Garp's son. Kavi stated seriously. Now do you understand? Monkey D. Dragon is Garp's son. And Dragon is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, which implies that Garp, in a certain sense, could also be considered part of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army also has 4 major commanders, each leading specialized troops, far superior to your ragtag crew, don't you think? Moreover, Dragon's strength is on par with your peak form. Tell me, does the Revolutionary Army not stand a chance? The Golden Lion's mind was in disarray. How could Garp also be part of the Revolutionary Army? Listening to Kavi, the Revolutionary Army indeed seemed quite powerful. The Revolutionary Army also had the support of the common people. Once they succeeded in overthrowing the world government and the nobility, they would instantly garner the backing of the populace across the globe. Are you not intrigued? The Golden Lion's eyes began to glimmer. Is it really possible? Of course it is. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. I am, in fact, also part of the Revolutionary Army. What? You are also part of the Revolutionary Army? The Golden Lion exclaimed in shock. If someone as formidable as Kavi were a part of the Revolutionary Army, it surely indicated their power. Anyone you encounter could potentially be a member of the Revolutionary Army. Our ranks are far stronger than you can imagine. Hiss! The Golden Lion gasped in astonishment. He never anticipated that the seemingly low-profile Revolutionary Army was, in fact, so powerful. The Golden Lion bowed his head in contemplation. Since the Revolutionary Army was already this strong, could he leverage them to realize his dreams? Kavi, noticing his hesitation, continued to paint a vivid picture. His tone resolute. If you join the Revolutionary Army, I can personally arrange for you to establish an independent unit, aptly named the Aerial Combat Division, or simply the Air Force. You would be its commander. Just imagine, once the Revolutionary Army triumphs, they will undoubtedly forge a brand new world. And as a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army, you would be one of the architects of that new world. Is that not far more impressive than merely dominating the world? The Golden Lion stood still, murmuring to himself, create a new world. Can I really create a new world? His mind began to conjure images of the future, envisioning himself before countless people as one of the creators of this new world, where everyone across the globe would revere him. At that moment, would it not be the ultimate realization of his dream of ruling the world? His gaze grew ever brighter, as if he had glimpsed hope. Yes, it was about creating a world where races coexist in equality, free from war and suffering. In that time, all people, including those of different races, would offer him their genuine respect and admiration, rather than submission born of fear. But Kavi's words captivated the Golden Lion like a siren luring an unsuspecting sailor. He found it utterly irresistible. With a furrowed brow, he seemed to have made a firm decision. After calming his excited heart, he wondered how much certainty he possessed. Kavi raised an eyebrow. Originally, you had a 50 to 60% chance. With your addition, it should be around 70 to 80%. This did not account for Kavi's own influence. He saw himself merely as a mascot for the Revolutionary Army, indirectly providing them with some assistance. While the specifics would still depend on their own efforts, he aimed to bring the Golden Lion into the Revolutionary Army. The capabilities of the float fruit were simply too convenient. Whether for support or transporting supplies, it would save the Revolutionary Army a significant amount of resources. Rather than send the Golden Lion off to pursue some IQ endeavor, it was far more pragmatic to have him work for the Revolutionary Army. All right, I'm in. Commander of the Air Force, you can count on me to make it the strongest unit in the Revolutionary Army. No, the strongest unit in the world. He felt a sense of release. Instead of toiling away with a bunch of misfits to chase an elusive dream, joining the Revolutionary Army was far more tangible. At the very least, the Revolutionary Army had something to offer. In that moment, his waning ambition was reignited. To rule the world. That was merely Rock's leftover fantasy. He was destined to create a world. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. However, I must inform you in advance that the Revolutionary Army operates like a big family. Everyone within is akin to kin. If you have suggestions, feel free to voice them, but there must be no discord in action. Yet, there is no need to be overly constrained. After all, a commander in the Revolutionary Army is essentially at the top tier. Kavi was genuinely pleased with the Golden Lion's decision, but he also needed to remind him not to carry over his pirate ways into the Revolutionary Army. Kavi had essentially arranged for him a position that would place him above thousands. I understand, the Golden Lion replied, fully aware that the Revolutionary Army had its structure, unlike the freewheeling nature of piracy. Having made the decision to join the Revolutionary Army, he was mentally prepared. Air is human. And to correct one's mistakes is a virtue, and this truly epitomized the Golden Lion. Kavi believed that once the Golden Lion entered the Revolutionary Army, under the influence of Dragon and the many revolutionaries, he could indeed become a loyal revolutionary warrior. Subsequently, Kavi delivered a purifying blow to the Golden Lion. As the injuries on the Golden Lion gradually healed and the blood ceased to flow from his mouth, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. With an astonished gaze directed at Kavi, he questioned, with such abilities, why did you not employ them sooner? I was on the verge of bleeding out. Observing the surprise etched on the Golden Lion's face, Kavi smiled, remarking, these are merely trifling techniques, hardly worth mentioning. The Golden Lion suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, muttering, indeed, they are rather insignificant, he then suggested. Very well, let us exchange contact numbers that I shall call you once everything is arranged. With matters resolved and a formidable ally gained for the Revolutionary Army, Kavi felt a buoyant sense of satisfaction. The stronger the Revolutionary Army became, the fewer burdens he bore. Indeed, serving as a mascot had its merits. Occasionally bringing the Revolutionary Army a touch of surprise, he would then depart, concealing his contributions and name. Monshi D. Luffy, all members of the Revolutionary Army, take heed. Commander Kavi has brought us a formidable ally, bringing us one step closer to revolutionary success. The entire Revolutionary Army exclaimed, long live Commander Kavi. The Golden Lion nodded. Tossing out a den mushy, his own spirits lifted. Ever since his escape from Impel Down, he had not felt this unencumbered in quite some time. Unlike before, when he had a goal but lacked direction, he now possessed both clarity of purpose and a vigorous drive. This is for you to as Kavi produced a devil fruit. He continued, this is the bird fruit, in the form of a golden eagle. Perfectly suited for your Air Force. You may decide who to bestow it upon. Kavi mused, at last, I've managed to rid myself of this fruit. It was on the verge of spoiling. The Golden Lion smirked. Well, you are quite generous. I shall accept it as a form of medical compensation. This beating was not in vain. Let us take our leave, Kavi declared, then plunged freely from the sky. Whoosh, the sound of the wind rushed past. In Windmill Village, three small figures gazed intently at the island ship above. Is it leaving? As the island ship departed, the trio felt a tinge of regret, having contemplated how to embark on an adventure. Whoosh, how can there be a meteor during the day? Luffy stared blankly at a streak of flame in the sky, puzzled. A meteor, it feels more like a person to me, Ace remarked, his eyes fixed on the fiery trail. Sabo observed closely and, with a quiver in his voice, suggested, could it possibly be old Kavi? Ace and Luffy were incredulous. How could that be? If it were old Kavi, he'd surely crash. As the fiery streak drew nearer, the expressions of the three became increasingly grave. Regardless of whether it's old Kavi or not, perhaps we should find cover. Indeed, we should. Then why aren't we running? The trio dashed away, but after barely a few meters, they heard a resounding bang. As something struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The shockwaves surged towards them. The three were instantly swept away, tumbling in disarray. One was buried in the earth while the other two hung precariously from a tree. My apologies. I didn't see you there. The voice belonged to none other than Kavi, who had just descended from the sky. Ace exclaimed, "Old man, that was too much." Sabo added, "Indeed, that was clearly intentional." Luffy shouted, "Damn it, old man, we challenge you to a duel." Ace and Sabo exchanged glances, their expressions saying seriously, My sincerest apologies that I was simply too elated and didn't notice you three down there. Fortunately, I noticed at the last moment and managed to control my descent. So you should be fine." "Old man, did you just come down from that island in the sky?" Luffy asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. Indeed. I went up to visit a friend. Thanks to Kavi's intervention. The Golden Lion managed to avoid complete disgrace, having been defeated by Luffy. Well, technically by his foot, if memory served. It was indeed Luffy's kick that had brought him down. "Hiss, old man, can you take us up to sea?" The three brothers' eyes sparkled with desire. Were Kavi's friends truly that formidable? They were utterly astonished. Just when they thought they had a grasp of Kavi, he would unexpectedly redefine their understanding. That might be impossible. "My friend is already departed. He spends his days soaring through the skies, and I can't seem to track him down." Kavi's expression bore a hint of helplessness as he casually offered an excuse to the three. The brothers were left disappointed. However, it wasn't long before they shrugged off the matter, and life returned to its tranquil state. At that moment, on an island somewhere amidst the ocean, a colossal pirate ship docked at the shore, accompanied by a smaller vessel, creating an oddly amusing sight. Clang, clang, swish, sounds of combat echoed from the island, chaos reigning as remnants of flora adorned the ground. A red-haired man, with a stern expression, wielded a sword in one hand and swung it fiercely forward. Divine avoidance. A terrifying slash surged forth, aimed at the man opposite him. The man in the tall hat, with piercing eyes, grasped the hilt of his sword, raised it high, and with commanding presence, brought it down with force. Swish, another equally fearsome slash erupted from him. Boom, the two strikes collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion, the force rippling outward, uprooting the ground, and leaving a barren expanse for hundreds of meters around. Both combatants were pushed back several meters. My hawk, where did you learn such extraordinary swordsmanship? It's impressive. The red-haired man was none other than Shanks, who had met Mihawk shortly after he set sail, and they had become friends, engaging in sparring sessions from time to time. Mihawk wore a stoic expression, his tone calm but self-taught. "Che, if you want to share, then forget it," Shanks replied, casting him a sideways glance, inwardly scoffing at the notion of self-learning. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Yet, it wasn't he that Mihawk was trying to boast. He simply wished to avoid mentioning that old man. He had once taken the old man's words to heart, dedicating himself to relentless training on the island. Too fearful to venture out to it wasn't he until 2 years ago, after much persuasion to overcome his trepidation, that he finally resolved to set sail. During his first encounter with a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, he felt a wave of anxiety that it wasn't he until he cleaved that notorious pirate in half with a single stroke that he realized he had been deceived. Every adversary he faced thereafter fell before his sword until he met Shanks. Mihawk was displeased with the deception and wished to avoid any mention of Kavi. The fact that he had once been so intimidated by a single move from the old man was a secret he vowed to keep hidden. "Mihawk, where are you headed next?" Shanks inquired. He had lingered there for several days and originally intended to invite Mihawk to join the red-haired pirates. But that prospect had been firmly declined, and he could not afford to remain any longer. After a moment of contemplation, Mihawk raised his gaze to Shanks, a glint of battle intent in his eyes. "That I intend to challenge Vice Admiral Baiju." Shanks was taken aback. Baiju was the current candidate for Admiral. A formidable swordswoman who had instilled fear in numerous pirates in the New World. That it was said she had been aggressively hunting down pirates in preparation for her promotion. He hoped she wouldn't set her sights on him. That would be a headache. What made you decide to challenge that woman? Mihawk shot a glance at him. I have been defeated by her in the past. Mihawk, who had never been lesser than anyone in his life, felt compelled to reclaim the honor he had lost. Ahem, perhaps I spoke too strongly. I simply wish to ascertain whether I can defeat her now. After years of effort, he believed he would not embarrass himself as he had in the past. Uft, ha ha ha. Shanks erupted in laughter, Taken aback by the unexpected revelation, Mihawk, puzzled, glanced at him, unsure what was so amusing about it. Losing to a woman in swordsmanship was indeed a blemish on his life, but surely it wasn't laughable enough to warrant such hilarity. The crew of Shanks stood by, chuckling at the unfolding scene, with only Beckman maintaining a serene expression, his gaze seemingly tinged with a hint of astonishment. Mihawk's prowess could be inferred from his battle with the captain, undeniably formidable. Yet, even he had once succumbed to the hands of Rear Admiral Baija, indicating that the latter's strength should not be underestimated. One could only hope they would not cross paths, lest another fierce battle ensue. In the New World, a pirate ship was fleeing at breakneck speed, its crew anxiously glancing back from time to time. Several naval warships were in hot pursuit. "Damn it, how did she set her sights on us?" bellowed a burly pirate, cursing vehemently. "Step on it. Accelerate." As he watched the approaching warships, his heart raced to his throat, his body trembling slightly. That it was no wonder. If that devilish Rear Admiral caught him, he might as well embrace death. The name of Rear Admiral Baija echoed throughout the New World like thunder. Her temper was notoriously volatile, and any pirate captured by her would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, at the very least. The loss of limbs, the flower of the military to the navy, and the devilish Rear Admiral to the pirates. He was merely a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Why was he being targeted by such a formidable officer? Surely there were others more deserving. Meanwhile, aboard a naval warship, a striking blue-haired beauty stood tall at the bow. Her statuesque figure, complemented by an air of proud authority, compelled one to seek further acquaintance. With a long sword at her waist and a lady's cigarette perched between her pink lips, she gazed calmly at the fleeing pirates ahead. "Stand back." Her melodious voice rang out. "Aye," responded her female lieutenant. Retreating with the other sailors to a safe distance, the blue-haired beauty unsheathed her long sword with a swift motion, whoosh, revealing a blade as dark as ink. Calmly raising the sword, she aimed it at the pirate crew and abruptly brought it down. A wide arc of energy burst forth from the tip of her weapon, slicing through the air at incredible speed. Boom! The seawater parted, creating an expanding fissure that accurately struck the pirate ship, cleaving it in twain. Pirates plunged into the ocean, some perishing, others wounded, while a few desperately swam for safety. The blue-haired beauty slowly retracted her sword, delicately pinching the cigarette between her slender fingers, and commanded, "Capture them all." "Aye." The naval soldiers' eyes brimmed with admiration. This was their commander, the military's flower. Beautiful and terrifyingly powerful, a young woman stepped forward, her black hair casually tied back, swaying with her movements. She reached out her delicate hand to link arms with the blue-haired beauty. Pouting as she exclaimed, "Sister Rosa, you've gotten stronger again." Her eyes held a touch of envy, unable to comprehend why it seemed so effortless for Sister Rosa to grow stronger, as though she merely had to drink water to achieve it. Rosa shot her a sidelong glance, responding with feigned irritation. "Have you been ignoring your training? Did you even bother to read Master S notes?" Kawaii, ever the restless one, had once created a whimsical booklet featuring stick figure battles. Filled with flashy moves and explosive effects, accompanied by minimal text, a parting gift. He had intended it for Rosa, his eldest disciple, but she had unwittingly turned it into a training manual. Ji Yuan pouted, exasperated by the mention of training. She was already a Rear Admiral, and yet still had to endure Sister Rosa's supervision. And that elusive master of theirs, why didn't he come to teach them in person? The drawings he made were comprehensible only to Rosa. "Of course I read it, but I just don't understand it." "How do you decipher those notes, Sister Rosa?" "I look at those stick figures and my head spins. They make no sense whatsoever." Rosa was perplexed, unable to fathom how Ji Yuan could find them incomprehensible to her. The drawings were quite vivid. The little figures were lifelike, each move clear and discernible in terms of power application. It was baffling to her that Ji Yuan couldn't grasp them. Clearly, she must not be putting in the effort. Upon returning, extra training would be mandatory. Well, enough of this for now. Let us regroup and head back to headquarters. We've captured quite a number of pirates. Ji Yuan nodded repeatedly, her patience waning after such a lengthy outing. Had it not been for accompanying Sister Rosa, she would have returned long ago. "Sister Rosa, do you think we'll succeed this time?" Ji Yuan's eyes darted nervously, betraying her concern that Rosa's strength, accomplishments, and reputation within the Navy already qualified her for the rank of Admiral. Yet, for reasons unknown, Her promotion had been thwarted last time. Many in the Navy regarded her as equivalent to an admiral already, with even Fleet Admiral Sengoku explicitly stating that Rosa was capable of fulfilling the role. At the mention of promotion, a glint of determination flickered in Rosa's eyes. She was well aware of the reasons for the previous obstruction 2 years prior. While capturing pirates at sea, she had encountered a detestable celestial dragon. Accompanied by a throng of slaves of various races, after years in the Navy, she had learned that it was not as formidable as it was often portrayed. The so-called Navy King was merely a myth. Even becoming the Fleet Admiral did not grant one the freedom to act as one pleased, for the Navy's actions were constrained by the world government. The Celestial Dragons, however, were an even more repugnant entity. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but when that loathsome Celestial Dragon, dripping with snot and arrogance, demanded she become his slave, her temper flared. Enraged, she swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke of her sword. Also dealing with the world government's bodyguards in the process, she freed the slaves, believing her actions would go unnoticed. However, one among them, lured by the prospect of wealth and power, reported her to IT that time. She was on the cusp of promotion to admiral, and the outcome was all too predictable. Fortunately, since it was the Celestial Dragon's fault, coupled with Sengoku's intervention, she was spared from being handed over to them. Had the Navy abandoned her, she would have defected without hesitation. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. Sengoku, a man of strong convictions, stood firmly by Rosa's side upon hearing about the incident. If he could not protect his own subordinates, he would resign. With a mindset of resignation, he pressured the Gorosei into submission. Their exasperation at Sengoku's obstinacy was palpable, yet considering the lack of suitable candidates for Fleet Admiral, they suppressed their anger and acquiesced to his proposal, imposing a 2-year moratorium on Rosa's promotion. This was to placate the Celestial Dragons and stabilize the Navy, as the latter was their potent means of governing the seas. Inciting the Navy's wrath over a single inept Celestial Dragon was simply not worth it. This matter was discreetly resolved, known only to a select few within the Navy. As for the slave who reported Rosa, he was handed over to the Celestial Dragons to continue his life as their servant. Rosa gently stroked Ji-Yuan's hair, reassuring her, "Don't worry. This time, no one will dare to stop me." Rosa had joined the Navy entirely influenced by her master, initially aspiring to become the Navy King and subject her master to humiliation. However, she soon realized she had been deceived. The notion of a Navy King was a mere fabrication, revealing to her the world's darkness and the suffering of the common folk. In that moment, her ambition to become the Navy King began to fade. Having witnessed too much bloodshed, she now yearned only for the well-being of the common people, contemplating whether she could one day play the role of Fleet Admiral. Doing her utmost without overextending herself. Of course, the idea of humiliating her master remained etched in her mind. It was a task she felt compelled to fulfill, and her initial desire to become the Navy King was ultimately rooted in this intent, an obsession that lingered. As she pondered, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed her gaze. How wonderful were the days spent training alongside her master, free from worries. Now, she could barely locate her master, who seemed to appear and vanish at will. Each time she inquired with Vice Admiral Karp, he would stammer and evade the topic. "Master, you haven't forgotten your eldest disciple, have you?" Rosa mused, a seed of doubt sprouting in her heart. She hoped he had at least heard the news of her potential promotion. Time had not dulled her memories but rather intensified the recollection of those joyous moments, deepening her longing for someone special. A month later, the Navy announced a momentous proclamation. Rear Admiral Colin Rosa had been promoted to Admiral. Taking on the title of Baija, she ascended to this esteemed rank solely through her astonishing swordsmanship and formidable dual-colored haki. And at that moment, the name of Admiral Baija resonated far and wide. Some rejoice while others lament. The common folk naturally celebrate the strengthening of the Navy's power, yet the pirates find themselves in a precarious situation. The stronger among them remain indifferent, but the slightly weaker ones are rife with disparaging remarks. The Navy's prestige and might have surged dramatically on a distant island. Dracul Mihawk gazes at the newspaper in his hands, murmuring to himself, has she truly become a vice admiral? A flicker of intense battle spirit ignites in his eyes. Though he does not intend to challenge Rosa at this moment, he senses that his swordsmanship has reached an impasse. The day he breaks through this barrier will be the day they settle their rivalry. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolds within the red-haired pirates. Every member is fixated on the newspaper held by Beckman. They are astonished to learn that a rear admiral has ascended to the rank of vice admiral in just a month. Only Shanks laughs heartily, exclaiming, "It seems my hawk has a formidable challenge ahead. Let me wish my dear friend a glorious defeat." While Shanks holds Mihawk in high regard, he understands the weight of the Vice Admiral title is not to be taken lightly. At this moment, at the Baratai in the East Blue, Kavi sits in a corner of the restaurant, lost in thought as he gazes at the image in the newspaper. The contented smile slowly spreads across his face. Little Rosa has grown up, truly. A girl transforms in her 18th year. He muses, almost unrecognizable now. The once resilient blue-haired girl has now become a Vice Admiral of the Navy, a transformation that is nothing short of astounding. He takes pride in having nurtured this Vice Admiral, a character not even present in the original narrative. Kavi reflects on his fortune, realizing that perhaps it is not so bad after all. Years ago, he had only recognized Rosa's immense talent. Never did he expect her to achieve such heights. That it is well known in the pirate world that while many possess great talent, few reach the pinnacle of success. If memory serves him right, Rosa is only 30 years old now, still with room to grow in the pirate world. The average peak age hovers around 50. Thus, he genuinely feels he has taken on an extraordinary disciple. He recalls his own 30-year-old self, cowering in the West Blue, too afraid to venture outside. However, this Hakuzu, isn't that the mythical beast from the story he fabricated years ago? Why is this title being used now? He finds it perplexing. "Old man, your fried rice." A young lad with golden hair places a steaming bowl of fragrant fried rice before Kavi, gesturing gracefully. Kavi snaps back to reality. Sanji, thank you. What brings you here? He wonders. The story traces back to a month ago when he had managed to persuade the Golden Lion, who was not easily swayed, to join the Revolutionary Army. A few days ago, Monkey D. Dragon had specifically taken time to visit Kavi in the East Blue at the Baratai. After hearing about the Golden Lion's situation, Dragon was both shocked and thrilled, his face alight with admiration. "This is Kavi Senpai, the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army," he exclaimed, realizing that while he claimed not to care about them, he was secretly bolstering their strength. Recently, he had been troubled by a logistical issue concerning supplies, and now Kavi had brought him immense joy. The Golden Lion joining the Revolutionary Army would save them a substantial amount of money and greatly aid their cause. Not only could they transport strategic resources, but they would also gain a top-tier fighter. Truly a remarkable turn of events. Kavi subsequently contacted the Golden Lion, and soon Dragon led him to join the Revolutionary Army. Kavi remained behind, but just then, news arrived of Rosa's promotion to Vice Admiral. A double blessing indeed. Sanji, curious, peered at the newspaper in Kavi's hands. "Old man, what are you looking at?" Upon hearing this, Kavi quickly folded the newspaper and replied sternly. "Children should mind their own business. Go prepare your meals." Sanji pouted, having caught a glimpse of Kavi admiring a blue-haired lady, yet he tucked it away, muttering, "Humph, stingy," before turning to help in the kitchen. Kavi shook his head with a smile, thinking, "This isn't something you should concern yourself with at your age. Just focus on your cooking." At that moment, Zep, the head chef of the Baratai, limped over to greet him. "Kavi, old friend, don't mind Sanji. That's just how he is." Zep is not as naive as Sanji. He has been thoroughly impressed by Kavi over the past few days, with the leaders of the Revolutionary Army and the notorious Golden Lion in his presence. He could tell Kavi was no ordinary man. It wasn't until he stumbled upon a newspaper from over a decade ago that he truly grasped the remarkable nature of the man before him. Though he appears amiable, he is a formidable figure capable of confronting the Navy's Demon Slayer order. Sanji, that boy, remains blissfully unaware of the world's dangers, oblivious to the fact that the elderly can be the most formidable. One should never provoke the elderly or children in the pirate world, for you can never know the true strength of an elder or the background of a child. Kavi waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, I wouldn't bother with a child." After a brief chat, Zep left, returning to his duties as the restaurant's head chef, only stepping in when the crew is overwhelmed. Kavi savored the fried rice on the table, finding it quite delectable, reminiscent of his own culinary skills from years past. After finishing, he left a pouch of belly on the table. He pushed the door open and set off in his beloved small boat. Now that he was out, he planned to enjoy a few days of leisure before returning. Luffy and the others had become quite disciplined, requiring little oversight from him, making it all the more relaxing. He resolved to unwind thoroughly before heading back. As the old man left, Sanji emerged from the kitchen to find Kavi had already departed. Zepp patted his head, saying, "Sanji, remember not to provoke the old man. Otherwise, we won't be able to help you." Sanji dodged his hand, retorting, who would dare provoke an old man? He would never engage in such an undignified act devoid of chivalry. 3 days later, Kavi arrived at an unfamiliar island. The moment he stepped into the town, a wave of citrus fragrance wafted toward him. It's been ages since I've had an orange. The scent reminded him of his past life, where he would showcase a large basket of sugar oranges every new year. Once, he even ended up hospitalized after overindulging. Looking back, it was quite ridiculous. Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out ahead. Everyone must pay 100,000 belly each year for protection, or face death. Curiosity piqued. Kavi wondered if he had stumbled upon a pirate crew. This promised to be entertaining. He quickened his pace toward the commotion. Before long, he found a crowd gathered, encircling a blue fishman with a long, serrated nose, who was shouting furiously, his face contorted with rage. "Isn't that Arlong?" Kavi thought, surprised to see the events of the past replaying before his eyes. Arlong was gripping a human woman, bloodied and battered, yet her gaze remained resolute, shielding 2 trembling young girls clutched in her embrace. "Let them go." A burly man stepped forward, wielding a shovel, flanked by several young men. Someone dares to stand up. Arlong waved his hand, and 2 fishermen lackeys stepped forward, cracking their knuckles as they approached the man. The woman in Arlong's grasp shouted, "Aiken, don't intervene." The speaker was Belmere, Nami and Nojiko's adoptive mother. Having once been a member of the Navy, she understood the formidable nature of the fishman race, whose physical capabilities surpassed those of humans by tenfold. Aiken and his group stood no chance against the fishmen. Yet Aiken, the man of resolve, was the village guard of Kokoyashi village, duty-bound to protect every villager. The onlookers wished to help, but the oppressive aura radiating from the fishmen deterred them. Only a few impassioned youths followed Aiken, armed and ready to assist. "Do not worry, Belmere. I will rescue you." He charged forward with his shovel. Although he was a decent fighter, his physical prowess paled in comparison to the fishmen. In a mere instant, he was knocked to the ground by 2 fishmen. A deep gash opened on his face, blood streaming down. "Aiken," the other villagers cried out.